After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big brothers. Chapter 205 to Chapter 289. Niu Rui sensed his gaze and sneered. He stepped forward and kicked the man over. He looked down at him condescendingly. The thought you had just now is enough for you to die 100 times. The man's pupils shrank and he growled like a trapped beast. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Fuyue waved Niu Rui away and walked to the man under the latter's slightly worried gaze. She squatted down and looked at him at eye level. The man panicked and turned his body sideways. His long hair happened to cover the right side of his face. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Fuyue had already seen the horrible scar on the right side of his face. He had no eyebrows and even his eyes were melted until only a slit was left. Previously, he had buried his head. Later, he used his hair to cover his face. No one at the scene noticed. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Other than the initial surprise in her eyes, there was only calmness left. The man looked confused. Aren't you afraid? Girls of this age would either scream or run away when they saw the right side of his face. It was as if they had seen an evil ghost. Some people even fainted and had to undergo regular psychological treatment when they woke up. Jiang Fuyue heard this and suddenly smiled. What do you mean? The man was at a loss. My face, compared to freedom, what's half of your face? Her tone was casual and her voice rose. The man's body stiffened. The fierceness and murderous aura came back. Jiang Fuyue looked as if she had seen something interesting. Her eyes became excited. It said that reality can change a bad person's appearance. It can also change a good person's appearance. Just now, including before, did you want to kill me? It may not be enough to kill me. There are so many people here who know your identity. Could it be? Jiang Fuyue blinked and smiled. You want to kill all of us? The man was stunned. For a moment, he did think so. Then you have to consider whether you have the ability to fight against so many people. Jiang Fuyue moved to his side and said softly with a smile, if you fail to kill someone, it's easy to be killed instead. The man's body stiffened. In the next second, he suddenly reached out and attacked Jiang Fuyue's neck. At this moment, there was only a deathly silence in the depths of his eyes. Although he couldn't fight one against many, he could capture the leader of the bandits. It was this woman's fault for being so stupid. She was actually so close to him. Don't blame him for being ruthless, just as he had said, for the sake of freedom, he could even destroy his own appearance with his own hands. So what if he took a hostage? The man's plan was very good, and his actions were also quite decisive. The two words courage and ruthlessness were contradictory and harmonious when used on him. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue was faster than him. When the man reached out, she moved as well. Instead of retreating, she moved forward and threw a punch at his cheekbone. Bang, a muffled sound rang out. Then the second punch, the third punch, the man was slammed against the wall. His head was tilted, and blood kept flowing out of his nostrils and mouth. Yi Qianji couldn't bear to look and turned away. Sigh, what's wrong with these people nowadays? Were they all blind? You don't even have the ability to judge who you should offend and who you shouldn't. If he didn't take a beating, who would? His little moon was even more handsome than before when he was beating people up. Niu Rui glanced at Jiang Fuyue's fist, which was still clenched, and then looked at the man with a swollen face in a daze. His worries were ultimately misplaced. I told you to think before you act. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Jiang Fuyue stood up and clapped her hands. Hee, little moon, here's a wet tissue for you. Jiang Fuyue instantly smiled. Thank you, Grandmaster Niu Rui. Her ability to change her face was amazing. The man knew that there was no hope for him to escape, so he collapsed against the wall. His head drooped, and his hair covered the right side of his disfigured face. What do you want to do? It doesn't matter if you want to kill me or cut me up. Do whatever you want. After saying this, he simply lay down, looking as if he had no desire to live. Why are you? Niu Rui had just opened his mouth when Jiang Fuyue stopped him with a look. Give me the thing. She reached out her hand. Niao Rui reacted and immediately pulled out a document from behind him and handed it to her. Jiang Fuyue opened the first page and read as she read. Jiang Ku, born on January 14, 2030, just turned 20 this year. At the age of 15, he was specially recruited into the junior class of the Southern University of Science and Technology because of his amazing computer skills. He participated in the 42nd NOI summer camp training, but was involved in the dormitory poisoning case on the eve of the national team selection. The man lying motionlessly on the ground, but his fingers curled up subconsciously, and his joints turned pale. Jiang Fuyue continued, after investigation, there was sufficient evidence to show that Jiang Ku poisoned his roommate. The first trial sentenced him to death, and the second trial upheld the original sentence. However, the day before the execution, he ran away. At that time, he was wanted all over the country, but no one was able to catch him. Who would have thought that in order to survive, the former genius would be so cruel as to destroy half of his face with his own hands, disguise himself as a middle-aged uncle, and hide in the imperial city for 4 years? Huh. Jiang Ku chuckled softly. As early as when she called out his name, he knew that there would be a moment like this, all his disguises would be torn apart, all his disguises would be exposed, and he, who was as dark as a mouse, would no longer be able to escape. His true colors would be revealed. Since you know who I am, what are you going to do next? Hand me over to the police? Or execute me directly? He grinned and looked heartless, but there was a glimmer of crystal in the corner of his eyes under the light. After escaping for so many years, was it finally going to end? That was good too. He was neither a human nor a ghost, and when he saw the police, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He used to be so proud and arrogant, but now he was even worse than a dog. But he still couldn't bear to die. Today, there was finally someone who could put an end to his life. That was okay. Jiang Ku put his hands behind his head. It was the first time in 4 years that he was so relaxed. Niao Rui was so angry at his shameless look that he laughed. I say, why are you still so uptight? Didn't you want to arrest me? Go ahead. When Niao Rui used the intelligence network of Qianji Pavilion to find out his identity, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that the person Jiang Fuyue casually caught was a fugitive. Out of curiosity, he went to investigate the dormitory poisoning case. Jiang Ku's arrest warrant as a first-class fugitive was still on it. He didn't expect it to be this homeless, middle-aged uncle in front of him. Was he sure this person was only 20 years old? Not 40, Jiang Ku, although I'm going to die, I'm still very curious. Who are you? How did you find me? Can you let me be a ghost and let me go with peace of mind? Niao Rui turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. Yi Qianji also looked at her. Jiang Ku thought that he hadn't guessed wrong. This girl was the one who could make the decision. So he didn't look at Yi Qianji or Niao Rui who was talking to him. Instead, he stared straight at Jiang Fuyue. She looked really young, maybe even younger than him. The reason why I was able to find you is that when you were remotely controlling Lin Yuan to help her with the competition questions, I planted a Trojan horse in her computer. The main purpose is to track and locate her. Jiang Ku frowned. The left side of his intact face could vaguely see the youth's handsomeness. Lin Yuan? Who? The corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Did you also remotely help a second person with the competition questions? Yes, who knows which competition you're talking about. The orders I've received now include helping with the NOI summer camp training questions, ICPC program design, and robot programming sponsored by a foreign internet company. These can all be counted as competitions. Which one are you referring to? Jiang Fuyue. NOI summer camp collection. Oh. It turned out that the girl who was stupid, rich, and jealous, who risked her life to get first place was called Lin Yuan. It's quite a nice name. The corner of Jiang Fuyue's eyes twitched. But. He suddenly reacted. You said you planted a Trojan horse in her computer. What does that have to do with finding me? Don't you know that there's a phrase called follow the vine to find the melon? Jiang Ku frowned. So you mean that you poisoned her computer and then poisoned mine? And then used the Trojan horse to locate my location? Jiang Fuyue nodded. You can explain it that way. Impossible. All the Trojan horses in this world can't penetrate my firewall. Jiang Fuyue, facts have proven that mine can. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this now. Jiang Ku wanted to say that she was bullshitting. But he couldn't refute her last sentence. What do you want to do? Do justice for the heavens? Slay the devil? Digression, just before 12 o'clock. Without waiting for Jiang Fuyue's reply, he chuckled softly. Ha ha ha, along with his laughter, his chest shook and his whole body trembled. When he was done laughing and slowly calmed down, Jiang Fuyue spoke. I've seen your answer sheet from the NOI summer camp back then. You used 2 solutions to all the questions within the allotted time. You've seen it? Jiang Fuyue said, I'm a member of this year's NOI summer camp. Oh. He was emotionless and his reaction was flat. The person you asked to take the exam for is my roommate. Hearing the words roommate, Jiang Ku's eyes flashed. So, you're actually here to catch evidence of your roommate cheating? Jiang Fuyue smiled. You're a surprise. It's more interesting than catching her cheating. Surprise? Hearing this word, he laughed again. He laughed until his whole body trembled and the corners of his eyes were shining. I'm a fugitive. Do you think I'm a surprise? He retorted. Suddenly, his tone became cold and sinister. Aren't you afraid that you'll be poisoned if you get too close to me? Murderers are poisonous from head to toe. Back then, did you poison her? Jiang Fuyue asked with a smile. I don't think so. Jiang Ku's expression froze. It was as if he had been a murderer for so many years and suddenly heard someone say, you might not be the murderer. Confusion and helplessness flooded him, making him extremely uncomfortable and also extremely violent. What do you know? He roared in a low voice. I, Jiang Ku, am a murderer. A murderer? The police have already closed the coffin. Who are you to say that I might not be the murderer? What right do you have to say that? Who do you think you are? Niao Rui's expression darkened. He was about to step forward and give him 2 kicks. This person was too much. Jiang Fuyue raised his hand to stop him. So, after running away for so many years, you've learned how to deceive yourself and others? Jiang Ku sneered. The case file that was kept back then clearly stated that you had always denied poisoning and committing a crime. It was only because the evidence was conclusive that you were sentenced. I thought that these 4 years would have made your bones harder than before, and that you would be able to withstand more blows. I didn't expect you to have already accepted the crime that the evidence placed on your head. Then you've been running for nothing for the past 4 years, and you've even lost half your face. Heh, as you said, that's evidence. Do you think I can get rid of the accusation just because I deny it? If he could, he wouldn't have run away in the first place. Over the years, Jiang Ku couldn't tell if he was really innocent. Occasionally, he would even dream that he had poisoned the water dispenser. But the funny thing was, there was no water dispenser in their dormitory back then. He had already begun to imagine that he was guilty. Perhaps this was the only way he could convince himself to accept the verdict and willingly give up his life. When he could do that, it would be time for him to turn himself in. Occasionally, he would think about it. In this life, no matter how amazing one's talent was, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, they still could not escape the teasing of fate. What if I have evidence to prove your innocence? Jiang Ku curled his lips in disdain. Before he could laugh, his expression had already stiffened. What did you say? He suddenly sat up from the ground, exposing the disfigured right side of his face to everyone. He even forgot to cover it with his hair. He looked at Jiang Fuyue with burning eyes. What did you say? Say it again. Jiang Fuyue said, if I have evidence, you, repeat what you just said to me clearly and carefully. Jiang Fuyue said. I have evidence. She directly said the 4 words he wanted to hear the most. Jiang Ku pounced on her like a madman. Jiang Fuyue was 1 step ahead of him, dodging nimbly. He didn't mind. He just lay at Jiang Fuyue's feet like a lazy dog. What evidence? Without keeping him in suspense, Jiang Fuyue motioned to Niao Rui. The latter took out his mobile phone and played a video for him. The video was the interior of the 4-person dormitory where Jiang Ku lived. They all went to class, so the dormitory was very quiet. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the wind chime hanging on the balcony door was gently swaying, proving that this was not a still image. About 2 minutes later, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. A boy came in. Xianxia's breath suddenly stopped. This was the classmate who was poisoned that year. He walked to his seat, took out a glass of water from his school bag, and unscrewed the lid. It looked like he was going to drink water. However, he didn't. He just unscrewed the lid, leaving the mouth of the glass open, and put it on the table. Then, he opened the drawer and took out a bottle of medicine. What happened next was like a fantasy story. Xianxia watched him add something to his glass, drink it without changing his expression, and lie on the bed. About 3 minutes later, the unlucky guy came back. He saw that his roommate was sleeping, but the glass on the table was not covered. He walked over and gently covered it. This was conclusive evidence of his crime, because his fingerprints were left on it. Haha, haha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. Tell me, what will it take for you to agree to give me this video? Xianxia laughed. It was indeed much easier to communicate with smart people. After you are cleared of your crime, you have to work for me. Digression, ah. He wanted to say something. The video was taken by one of his roommates. He suspected that someone had secretly gone through his closet. In order to find out who it was, he bought a mini camera from the internet and secretly installed it in the dormitory without telling his other roommates. In the end, he didn't manage to capture the thief, but the whole process of his roommate poisoning himself was clearly recorded. Later, when the matter was exposed, Xianxia was taken away by the police as the first suspect. The classmate who installed the camera was afraid of implicating himself, so he removed the camera that night and destroyed the evidence. But the recorded things had been automatically saved to the cloud. He could have given the video to the police as strong evidence to clear Xianxia's name. But in the end, he didn't do so. First, he installed the camera without permission, which had violated the privacy of his other roommates. If the circumstances were serious, he might be held criminally responsible. Secondly, Xianxia's performance in the training was too outstanding. Out of the 4 contestants, he was definitely going to take one of them. His overall ranking just happened to be stuck at 5th place. If Xianxia was eliminated, then, how did you find out about these things? Xianxia suddenly asked. He didn't directly respond to Xianxia's proposal, but changed the subject. Niu Rui snorted. As long as Qianji Pavilion wants to investigate, there is nothing they can't find. All of your selfish schemes that are full of loopholes are child's play to us. His pride was overflowing. Yi Qianji looked at him with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this spokesperson can get a bonus. Xianxia was shocked. It turned out that he was wrongly sentenced, escaped from prison, and ended up in such a miserable state where all child's play in the eyes of the other party. He didn't feel belittled or insulted. Instead, he yearned for this kind of power. If he had 1/10 of the other party's ability back then, he wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Qianji Pavilion? Niu Rui raised his chin slightly and pointed his nose at him on the ground. That's right. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia, his eyes burning. How do you want me to be used by you? What can I do now? Xianxia smiled. Of course, it's to use your information science talent to the extreme. Otherwise, what do you think I want you to do? Or, let me rephrase my question. Apart from this, do you have anything else on you? Even after Xianxia left with a group of people, Xianxia did not give a definite answer. However, he took the video, and that was enough. That evening, outside the East District Police Station. This was the first time in 4 years that Xianxia had dressed so neatly. He changed into clean clothes, shaved his beard, and cut his messy long hair short, revealing the right side of his face that had been burned by the fire. Finally, he was able to stand openly under the sun once more and breathe the fresh air freely and smoothly, and he didn't have to hide and be on edge any longer. In the future, he would live like this every day. Comrade, what's the matter? Yes, he said. I'm here to turn myself in and file a report. The next day, the dormitory poisoning case of the summer camp, which had once caused a sensation in the country, ushered in a shocking reversal 4 years after the culprit was sentenced to death and escaped from prison. After the video was posted online, it was forwarded more than 100,000 times in just 2 hours. The number of views also soared from the initial few thousand to tens of millions. Then, the entire internet exploded. It's already 0502. How can there still be such an unjust case? You don't want to live anymore, yet you're dragging others down with you. Do you lack roommates? The kind that will get you a death sentence. Fortunately, he escaped. Otherwise, now that he's gone, the truth will be covered up forever. It's scary just thinking about it. Digression. Good night. Jiang Fuyue looked at the comments online. They were either filled with righteous indignation or regret. They portrayed Jiang Ku as a fallen genius and a lone hero. They were angry at how outstanding this young man was. But 4 years ago, it was precisely this group of netizens who used public opinion to convict Jiang Ku when the case was still in the investigation stage. No matter how harsh the insults were or how vicious the words were, no one seemed to mention them again. It was true that the internet had memories, but it was also true that people were forgetful. Niao Chunhua pursed her lips. Although she was not present on the day of the operation, she was the one who dug out all the information about Jiang Ku and sent it to Niao Rue. So she was very clear about the cause and effect of the whole thing. In my opinion, the person who installed the camera is stupid and bad. Unfortunately, the legal sanctions are too light, and the moral condemnation is not painful. Jiang Fuyue, even without Jiang Ku, he still couldn't enter the national team. In the past few years, he has not been doing well. It was more than not doing well. After that person failed to enter the national team, he suffered from mild depression because of guilt, regret, or other reasons. He had no choice but to take a year off from school. The next year, after he recovered from his illness, he took the college entrance examination, but he didn't even pass the college entrance examination. Those who could be selected for the NOI summer camp would have good academic results, but in the end, they couldn't even pass an ordinary undergraduate exam. Their parents were very disappointed. Last year, after that person graduated from a second-tier college, without any work experience, he rashly started a business with the startup capital given by his family. In the end, he was cheated by his partner. Now, he took an idle job at the power company with a meager salary and fell into the huge pit of gambling. Niao Chunhua, I checked. His colleague knew that his parents had some savings, so he set up a scheme to encourage him to gamble. In just half a month, he owed 2 million yuan. The key point is that he really regarded his colleague as a good brother. TSK. Thinking back to the time when he was Jiang Ku's roommate, he naturally had a villain to deal with him. The justice was clear, and retribution was not good. Niao Chunhua rested her chin on her hand and looked at her with a smile. Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. What's with that look? To be honest, aren't you afraid that Jiang Ku will go back on his word if you give him the video? Jiang Fuyue, if he really has the intention to go back on his word, it will be useless no matter how hard we guard against him. Niao Chunhua nodded. That's true. After escaping for so many years, I don't dare to say anything else, but I can't underestimate his ability to sneak around. After hiding for 4 years, Jiang Ku finally survived. When the day came for him to turn the tables, how could he not have some life-saving skills, even a rabbit when it was cornered? Niao Chunhua rubbed her chin. If we calculate it this way, aren't we taking a huge risk? Losing both people and money was no laughing matter. It was a matter, was. The matter was the matter. Jiang Fuyue smiled and said calmly, it doesn't matter even if he doesn't agree to take the video. Do you have another trick up your sleeve? Jiang Fuyue's next words made Niao Chunhua stunned. She could not react for a long time. She said, an innocent person should not be treated like this. Someone pushed him into the abyss, and someone has to pull him out of despair. She added, geniuses should be cherished, not trampled on. At that moment, Niao Chunhua felt that she was glowing. She was not the moon, but the sun, a light source that could illuminate the world. The public opinion was fermenting, and the momentum was unstoppable. In the end, the police and the prosecution jointly announced that Jiang Ku was not guilty. The state compensation procedure would be initiated, and Jiang Ku's side would submit an application for compensation to the provincial high court. The best 5 years of a genius life were wasted just like that. Look at Xianxia's student ID photo. He's so handsome. There's also a hint of arrogance in his eyes. At first glance, I can tell that he's the kind of boy with a high IQ who can get first place without working hard. He has a bad temper, but he looks good when he smiles. His character is also very simple. The world is too cruel to him. Pay. We have to pay. It's a pity that no amount of money can buy back the youth he lost. He's 20 years old this year, and he just turned 16 4 years ago. It's hard to imagine how scared and desperate he was when he heard the judge sentence him to death. I'm sorry that I scolded you back then. Now I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you too. If my child suffered all this, I might collapse and die. The heated discussion continued. The netizens all over the country seemed to have touched a sensitive nerve, and their attention was unprecedentedly high. Xianxia became the focus of the online media. To everyone's surprise, he rejected all of them. Take advantage of the popularity to gain attention and then gain a wave of sympathy. This was the most common and effective strategy in the era of online traffic. If Xianxia wanted to get more compensation, he had to rely on the power of public opinion. Several media outlets with a huge fan base threw him an olive branch. But they couldn't even get through to Xianxia's phone. This was King awkward. The people who were paying attention to the whole world were standing in front of the bulletin board at the entrance of the electric power company. There was a new notice of termination of employment relationship posted on it. Our employee, Xianxia, has behaved improperly and violated ethics, which has caused an extremely bad social impact and damaged the image of the unit. Effective today, the labor contract is terminated. This notice is hereby given. The date of signature was 1 day ago. Have his things been cleaned up? Next to a moving van, a fat man in a suit and leather shoes was directing two young people to move things inside. Director, don't worry, everything has been cleaned up. I guarantee that not a single hair on Xianxia's head will be left. That's good. I've already informed him that he's fired, but he still refuses to accept his things. Does he really think that I can't do anything to him? Huh. Mingyu, hearing this name, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Although only half of his face could complete this action, it didn't affect his expression of emotions. Digression, the first update is about 2,000 words, and the second update is about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. See the notice in the comment area. Speak of the devil. Mingyu, you still know to come? The fat director's fat fingers almost touched the man's face. The man belatedly raised his eyes, but there was only a dull look in his eyes. Being stared at by such a gaze, the fat director felt a chill on the back of his neck. Thinking of the things he saw on the internet, he just wanted to send this plague away as soon as possible. I packed everything for you, and the car is ready-made. You can go now. Wait. The man's voice was tired and hoarse, and there was a hint of confusion. Why did you move my things? Why? The fat director raised his voice. Didn't you receive the email? The Human Resources Department also called to inform us that you, Mingyu, are no longer an employee of our unit. The man suddenly remembered something. Yes, on the day the poisoning incident broke out on the internet, his personal information was dug up by netizens. Countless harassment calls were made to his cell phone. Some people cursed the murderer, some directly cursed his ancestors, and some cursed him to be hit by a car when he went out. Mingyu was dumbfounded. When he finally figured out what had happened, he panicked. That video had been deleted long ago, and even his cloud account had been deleted. And Xianxia, wasn't he a fugitive? Since he had escaped, he should have continued to escape. Why did he come back? Everything that had happened in front of him was not something he could handle. Therefore, Mingyu escaped and ran to the casino he frequented. He gambled wildly for 2 days and 2 nights, not going to work, not answering the phone, and completely isolated himself from the outside world. When he lost all his money and couldn't take out the equivalent collateral to borrow money, he was directly thrown out of the door by the bodyguards. Only then did he come to the unit in a daze. He didn't expect to be told, "Why did you fire me?" The fat director didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. Why? The notice of termination of personnel relationship clearly states in black and white, misconduct, violation of ethics, and damage the unit's image. Don't you know what you've done? Jin Mingyu's expression was hateful, and anger flashed in his eyes. What did I do? Murder or arson? Why didn't the police come to arrest me? The law didn't convict me, but a small electricity company dares to accuse me. You're firing me for no reason, slander, and violation of the labor law. I'm going to sue you. When the fat director heard this, he was so angry that he laughed on the spot. Jin Mingyu, where did you get your face from? If I were you, I'd leave quietly. At least I'd leave with some dignity. Leave? Why should I leave? The man's eyes were red. It's not my fault. It doesn't make sense for you to fire me because of what happened on the internet. That's just a moral mistake. I didn't commit a crime. That's right, I didn't commit a crime. The fat director's eyes flashed with disdain. He snorted and said, Who said that you were fired because of what happened on the internet? Jin Mingyu frowned. What do you mean? You were fired because you gambled so much that people came to the unit to collect debts. Your influence was extremely bad. According to the current regulations, it was normal to fire you. Why are you still talking about violating the labor law? If you have the ability, go ahead and sue him. Since you're here, you can deal with these things on your own. After the fat director finished speaking, he left with the two young people. Jin Mingyu stood under the sun, but his whole body was cold. The van driver was getting impatient. Are you done? If you're late, you'll have to pay more. Jin Mingyu carried the things into the van in a daze and then walked toward the bulletin board. He felt a stab of pain when he glanced at it. It was as if he had returned to 5 years ago, when the national team selection list came out. He couldn't find his name in it. In fact, where did he need to find it? There were 5 places, 5 names, and it was clear at a glance. But he couldn't accept it. He had caused Jiangke to be sentenced to death. That was a human life. He had done so much against his conscience, but in the end, he still couldn't get into the national team. What about the mistakes he had made and the sins he had committed? Did he do it for nothing? Did he do it for nothing? Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back and tears came out. I didn't do anything wrong. I just fought for what I wanted. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. He turned his head and saw a man in a sweater and a cap standing not far away. Because the brim of the cap was too low, Jin Mingyu couldn't see the upper half of the man's face. He subconsciously showed vigilance. Who are you? He was afraid of meeting those crazy netizens. But the man didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. Jiangku originally wanted to talk to him about the old days, but when he saw him, he suddenly felt that it was meaningless. The humble and simple Jin Mingyu who blushed and was shy at the slightest thing had changed. He had dark circles under his eyes, a beer belly, and a Mediterranean sea. He had become a social person. But Jiangke still wanted to continue to be a genius. So what if he had lost for 5 years? He still had a long future ahead of him. This was what Jiang Fuyue said in his ear. After the major media's requests for an interview were unsuccessful, Jiang Ku accepted an interview with an official channel. The person who came that day was actually a very famous female reporter in the circle. Her previous interview subjects were either diplomats or world-famous scientists. She was known in the industry for her wide range of knowledge and encyclopedic knowledge. Jiang Ku knew her. He had seen her once when she was a reporter for a foreign interview on the news. She was very professional and very sharp. She said, Hello, Jiang Ku. I took the initiative to ask for this interview. Do you know why? Jiang Ku said calmly, You are interested in me. Today, he was wearing a suit. Even if he had lived with his back bent for 4 years, as long as he wanted to, he could still appear in front of the camera and face the national audience. But that face, he didn't hide anything. Under the light, the burned scars on his skin could be seen. Or maybe it couldn't be called skin at all. It was just a layer of burned skin. Even though the female reporter was used to seeing storms, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. Sorry, I may have made you feel uncomfortable. I heard that you did this yourself. Yes. Female reporter, doesn't it hurt? Jiangku, compared to a wrongful death, this pain is not difficult to accept. Female reporter, before coming here, I met your former teachers. The word I heard the most from them was genius. Do you think you are a genius? Jiangku smiled. The camera on the left captured his intact side profile. The slight upward curve was the appearance of a young man, proud and unstoppable. Yes. It was in the past, and it was the same now. This interview video was edited in the early hours of the morning and posted on the official website. In less than 30 minutes, it received 100,000 shares, 50,000 comments, and nearly 300,000 likes. Its popularity was still rising. And Jiangku's current appearance was finally exposed. Was it scary? To be honest, it was quite scary. That was the most intuitive human perception of beauty and ugliness. There were even netizens who left comments saying that when they clicked on the video, they screamed in the bedroom, thinking that they had seen a horror film. Another netizen said that her husband was so shocked that he rolled off the bed and sat on the floor with a dumbfounded look on his face. He watched her cry in front of the ugly man in the video and felt like he had bumped into an alien doing yoga in a gym. What kind of analogy is this? The interview continued. When the reporter asked him if he knew why he had taken the initiative to apply for this interview, the young man's answer was confident and flamboyant, with a trace of arrogance. The female reporter asked again, "Do you think you are a genius?" In fact, the subtext of this question was, "You used to be a genius. Do you still think you are a genius now?" The young man said loudly, "Yes." Oh my God. It turns out that there is such a proud person in the world. Even if his face is ruined, his words, speech, and behavior can still be the most shining label on him. Maybe this is the innate temperament of a genius? Going away for thousands of miles, returning as a teenager, this sentence seems to be tailor-made for him. If he is like this now, how amazing must he have been in the past? Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. There was no sensationalism, no fame, and no attention. Jiangku completed the interview steadily, but unexpectedly, he earned enough tears from the people of the country. When the female reporter left, she suddenly asked, "I saw light in your eyes. Can you tell me where it came from?" Jiangku, "From the person who reached out to help me." "She is yours?" Bo Lu. That night, Xianxia stood at the door of Angelica and listened to the sound flowing out of the bar. No longer hesitating, he plunged into the red light. And green light. And also plunged into his glorious future. Digression, there are 3,000 words in the second update, and there is still a fourth update today. The third update is about 10 o'clock. Look at the notice in the comment section. Why aren't you going back to school? I heard that the final assessment is coming up. You don't look like you're going to join the national team. Niao Chunhua sat on the sofa and played with a pen. Jiang Fuyue smiled. There's no hurry. Let's wait. It's almost 11 o'clock. The next day will start in an hour. So what? She could wait. At this time, Niao Rui pushed the door open and came in. Under the gaze of the two women, he coughed softly. Someone is looking for you. Niao Chunhua raised her eyebrows. Who? Jiang Fuyue smiled calmly, as if she had already guessed it. Niao Rui said, Jiangku. Niao Chunhua, Jiang Fuyue said, let him in. They followed Niao Rui to the second floor. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the hall, it was like a different world. Jiangku walked calmly and looked straight ahead. Go in. Niao Rui opened the door for him, but stayed outside. Jiang Fuyue sat behind the desk with her hands on the table and a slight smile on her lips. She asked, looking for me? Jiangku nodded. Yes, looking for you. What's the matter? He curled his lips. He blamed her for asking when she already knew the answer. The reaction and insight of a genius were naturally extraordinary. Did you do it on purpose? He said stiffly. Jiang Fuyue's smile remained unchanged as she nodded. Yes. Jiangku, ? She might be playing with him. I have to hear it from you to feel at ease. What if I guessed wrong? Wouldn't it be wishful thinking? Jiangku's expression softened and he muttered in a low voice, you women are troublesome, but the next second, he said, okay, then I'll only say it once. Listen carefully. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and waited for him to continue. Cough. Didn't you say you wanted me to work for you? Well, I thought about it seriously and agreed. She leaned forward. Really? At that moment, the girl raised her eyebrows and eyes that were as beautiful as the summer sun. Of course. If I don't agree, I won't agree. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely keep my word. Jiang Fuyue, aren't you going to ask me what I want you to do? Jiangku, it's not too late to ask now. What do you want me to do? What can you do? As long as I'm willing to learn, I can do anything. Very good, the confidence of a genius. Aren't you afraid that I'll make you sell vegetables to feed pigs? Jiangku snorted and said, even if I sell vegetables to feed pigs, I still sell more than others, and I feed them fatter. Poof, Niao Chunhua almost burst out laughing. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Don't worry, you're not the type to sell vegetables and feed pigs. I'm just joking. Jiangku frowned. Have you ever seen me sell vegetables and feed pigs? How do you know that I'm not cut out for it if you haven't seen it before? Making a conclusion without any evidence is neither rigorous nor scientific. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Hello. Had she been taught a lesson, really? Niao Chunhua's expression didn't change, but in her heart, she was laughing. Ha 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 ha, you have two choices. Jiang Fuyue stopped laughing and suddenly became serious. Do you want to continue studying, or do you want to come out? Jiang Ke pondered for a moment and said, the campus is no longer suitable for me. He didn't feel inferior or regret, he was just stating the facts. Although he was only 20 years old, about the same age as an ordinary student who finished high school and took the college entrance examination, after those 4 years, his mentality and ideas had long been far ahead of his peers. Even if he picked up books again, it would be difficult for him to integrate into the group. Besides, my face is a problem. Niao Chunhua suddenly said, you can do plastic surgery. Although it won't restore your original appearance, it will be much better than you are now. I know a doctor who can introduce you to him. Jiang Ke turned his head to look at the woman sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a pink cheongsam with a high slit. The pearl necklace made her face rosy, and he couldn't tell her real age. Thank you, but there's no need. Don't you want to make yourself look more? Niao Chunhua paused for a moment and didn't know how to phrase it. Jiang Ke added, more normal? Ahem, something like that. He shook his head and said, I don't care about appearance. Niao Chunhua said, but others will care. Then what I can do is to make others care. Whether or not they care is only subjective, it won't affect objective decisions. Niao Chunhua pondered for a moment before she understood what he meant. To put it bluntly, even if he was ugly, he could only endure it. It sounded very cool, but if he really did it, it would inevitably mean that the meaning of the two words Jiangku was beyond himself and indicated something more tempting. For example, interests. For example, power. Only in this way could the other party ignore beauty and ugliness, suppress their own likes and dislikes, and curry favor with him. Niao Chunhua suddenly felt that this guy was a bit evil. He was a bit arrogant. But, since you don't care about appearance, why did you say that your face is trouble just now? Jiang Ke said, I'm just telling the truth. If I wander around the school all day, I'll play ghost stories every day. If I'm serious, I'll scare the teachers and classmates. Although I don't care, if something happens, I'll be responsible. This is one of the reasons. Moreover, the school environment is too simple, and there is no obvious sense of class between students. In this case, appearance visible to the naked eye is the indicator to judge a person's strengths and weaknesses. It's too naive and superficial. The real competition would only be played out on the cruel stage of life, and the standard to judge a person was no longer appearance, but other more important and realistic indicators. For example, wealth, ability to talk, personality, thinking, and so on. Jiang Ke said, I know very well where my advantages are, so why should I waste time in school? Niao Chunhua smacked her lips and found that she couldn't argue with this brat. She stopped talking and stopped talking. Jiang Fuyue nodded in agreement. Actually, I don't recommend you go back to school. Jiang Ke said, so, what should I do next? How should I break into society? In fact, he had a lot of ideas and was eager to speak. As long as she was willing, she could definitely help him financially. Xianxia didn't know why, but he had this intuition. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't give him a chance to speak at all. She took out a plane ticket and a business card from the drawer, stacked them together, and pushed them in front of him with one hand. Jiangku, ? This is the ticket for a direct flight to Linhui in 2 days. When you arrive, contact the person named Lu Jinzhong on the business card. He will take you to Camp A. What the hell? You'll know when you get there. This time, Jiangku was silent for a long time. When he looked up again, his eyes were calm. What do I need to do after I report? You are very talented in computer science, but your knowledge framework is still 5 years old and hasn't been updated in time. Jiangku frowned and interrupted her. When I was in the junior class, I finished the undergraduate course ahead of time and read all the relevant papers. Jiang Fuyue asked, how much do you remember now? 95%. Okay, then let me ask you, what is the SGD source code? What are the common expressions of the POK algorithm in the field of supercomputer research? SGD source code, POK algorithm, what is that? Jiangku frowned again. Niao Chunhua couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him, you can squeeze a mosquito to death if you tighten it anymore. He finally reacted and looked at Jiang Fuyue. He shook his head and said, I don't know. These two concepts were proposed 3 years ago. Even if you memorized all the papers you read before, you can't answer my question. Technology is developing, and society is progressing. And you, she said word by word, not afraid of hurting him. You are too far behind. Jiangku trembled. Okay, I'll go. Jiang Fuyue smiled. That's right. She tapped her fingers on the table. Under the light, her calmness and beauty made people think of the word powerful. Yes, only a powerful person could be so calm and composed, handling everything with ease. Camp A has world-class algorithm maniacs, undefeated imperial hackers, supercomputer developers, artificial intelligence developers. Believe me, you can learn more from them. Okay. Jiangku grabbed the plane ticket and business card and put them in his pocket. The next second, he suddenly looked up at the girl opposite him. I still don't know your name. Jiang Fuyue. You gave me a plane ticket, so I'll give you a small gift. She raised her eyebrows. No hurry, I'm not ready yet. You'll know when I give it to you. He started to keep her in suspense. He was so petty and vengeful. I'm leaving, Jiang Fuyue, but I'll be back. When that time comes, all the algorithm maniacs and imperial hackers can retire. After saying that, he strode away, leaving behind a gust of wind. Digression, the third watch, 3,000 words. The fourth watch was before 12 o'clock. The diligent fish could confidently ask for tickets again today. Hee bang, there was the sound of the door closing. Niao Chunhua got up lazily and stretched herself comfortably. That kid is a wild horse. It's easy to get out of control. Jiang Fuyue glanced at her. It's not good to talk behind people's backs. I want to ask you a question. Niao Chunhua suddenly came over. Say it. If he chooses to go back to school, how do you plan to deal with it? Just now, Jiang Fuyue's behavior clearly favored Jiangku to go out into society instead of going back to school. What do you mean by how to deal with it? Niao Chunhua was anxious. Are you playing dumb with me? Jiang Fuyue smiled. If he wants to go back to school, he can go back. I won't stop him. Really? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She opened the drawer directly and took out a document, admission notice? Niao Chunhua was shocked. She looked at the logo again. Damn, it was actually Q University, Jiang Fuyue corrected her. It's a special admission notice. Isn't it the same? What's the difference? Cough, I was thinking. Niao Chunhua rolled her eyes. Can we send our little Niao Rue to Q University for further studies? Anyway, this admission notice looks easy to get. You're his aunt. You can't just watch your child be stupider than other children due to lack of education opportunities, right? Niao Rue, who got shot without doing anything, thought, I'm stupid? Do you dare to say it again? Jiang Fuyue turned her head and looked at her eyes. It was hard to explain. Chanhua. Huh? I remember teaching you something a long time ago. If you're stupid, you should talk less. 20 years have passed. Why haven't you improved at all? Do you know what special admission is? It's a special way to recruit high-level talents under certain conditions. First of all, winning a competition is the most basic. Secondly, the applicant must have published at least 2 papers in the relevant field in international journals. Finally, you must have received a joint recommendation letter from at least 8 professors in the relevant field. Jiangke has all these. Does our Xianxia have any? Niao Chenhua. Pretend I didn't say anything. Then this admission, special admission notice, what do you plan to do with it? With a ripping sound, Jiang Fuyue tore it in half. Niao Chunhua's eyes widened as if her acceptance letter had been destroyed. She almost screamed, You. What are you doing? If Jiangke doesn't go, it will be useless. That's true, but you must have spent a lot of time and effort to get these things for him. How could you destroy them just like that? What a waste, Niao Chenhua, who had always been a bad student, said, If you don't want it, you can give it to me. It would be good to have it framed and admired. This was probably the closest she had ever been to a top 2 university in Huaxia. Yet, it was gone just like that. The key point was that Jiang Fuyue had casually thrown it into the trash can at the side. That the well-fed do not know the suffering of the starving look was really annoying. The day Jiang Ko left was the last test of NOI's collective training. After the test, the IOI national team's name list would be officially confirmed. Based on the results of the previous tests, the top 4 were Jiang Fuyue, Lin Yuan, Fan Yi, and Gao Xiaoming. Among them, Jiang Fuyue and Lin Yuan were tied for first place with full marks in all 4 tests. As long as there were no problems in the last test, she would be in the bag. Lin Yuan could not suppress her excitement at that thought. She sent a message to the person named, This is the last time. You have to guarantee that you get full marks. Money is not a problem. The person on the other end replied, Don't worry. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. She moved her fingers and habitually cleared the chat history. Then, she looked smug. She kept her cell phone and prepared to leave the washroom. Just as she turned around, she bumped into Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi. Both of them walked past her and looked straight ahead, treating her like air. Lin Yuan was unhappy. She sneered. This is the last test. You must be careful. Don't be squeezed out by me. Jiang Fuyue's eyes were calm. She did not have any other reaction. Fan Yi, on the other hand, was young and impulsive. She retorted on the spot. I'll return the same words to you. It took you so much effort to get 4 full marks. Don't screw up at the last moment. Otherwise, all your hard work will be in vain. Was it hard to cheat? Of course it was. Didn't they see Lin Yuan typing on the keyboard for a few hours every time? She didn't even take a break in the middle. She did not know how she persevered and did not doze off. There was a hint of innuendo in her words. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes flashed. Did they sense something? No, that was impossible. If they did, why didn't they tell the teacher? At that thought, Lin Yuan was relieved. She said, Don't speak too soon. We don't know who will win yet. Then, she turned and ran away. Looking at her back, she seemed to be fleeing. Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding. Ding, the bell rang. The test officially began. Lin Yuan was still the same as before. She first received the questions from the coach's computer and then waited for the computer to be controlled remotely. But 5 minutes passed, there was no movement. 10 minutes passed, still no movement. And the test time was passing silently. She panicked. She wanted to take out her phone and send a message to ask the other party what they were doing. Why didn't they help her with the questions? But this was an exam room. There were many eyes around. There were coaches on the stage. She did not dare to act rashly. 20 minutes passed. The computer in front of her was still motionless. Lin Yuan had fallen from the first level of despair to the 99th level. She was one level away from complete collapse. At that moment, the coach noticed that Lin Yuan's computer was still motionless. The progress of the questions was also zero. He walked down from the podium and asked with concern. "Miss Lin, are you okay?" The current situation was simply one disaster after another for Lin Yuan. On one hand, the test taker was missing. On the other hand, the coach kept asking her questions. "My stomach hurts a little. Stomach hurts again? My stomach is not good. It often hurts like this." The coach asked, "Can you still hold on? Do you want me to send you to the infirmary?" "No, no need." Lin Yuan had endured until today. How could she give up so easily? Like what Fanny said, if she failed this time, wouldn't the 4 perfect scores she had obtained previously go to waste? "Teacher, I'll be fine after I go to the bathroom." "Okay, come back quickly. Don't delay the test." "Okay." Lin Yuan hid in the female bathroom cubicle. She took out her phone and opened WeChat. Driven by anger, her words were quite rude. "Are you dead? Why didn't you help me with the questions? The test has been going on for almost half an hour. You liar. Pauper. You have no professional ethics at all. I'm going to report you. Your mother is dead. Your whole family is dead. She died without a complete corpse." Airport, rest area. Xianxia looked at his vibrating phone and the profanities from the other side. At first, he thought it was a joke and decided not to reply. But the words "your mother is dead. Your whole family is dead" still provoked him. Under the baseball cap, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He changed his mind. Since the other party asked about his whole family, he should return the favor. That was only fair. After the most vicious words in her life, when Lin Yuan was in despair, the other side actually replied? "Sorry, there was a problem with the network just now. The remote control failed. Now the bug has been fixed. I can help you with the questions." At that moment, Lin Yuan felt as if she had returned from hell to heaven. She immediately emphasized, "Remember. You must get a perfect score. You can't miss even 0.1%. The coach saw that Lin Yuan had returned to normal after coming back from the bathroom. The progress of answering the questions was also rapidly progressing. He was relieved and relieved. When Lin Yuan finished the first question, the sound of 2 people handing in their papers sounded behind her. It was Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. So what if she did it fast? The accuracy was the most important thing. After leaving the computer room, Fan Yi frowned and muttered, "I thought she would be honest this time. I didn't expect her to cheat again after coming back from the bathroom. Are we going to let her get away with it?" Although Jiang Fuyue didn't know why Jiang Ke wanted to help her take the test, but, "Don't worry, she won't get a perfect score this time." "Ah? Why? The person opposite is quite good. She's almost as good as you." "Because she caught the rat last time. Now the rat is playing with her." Fan Yi, ? She was confused again. "Digression, it's time for the 4th watch. There's no 5th watch today. Don't wait. See you tomorrow morning. Let's see how Lin Yuan is finished." The end of the quiz also meant that the NOI training was coming to an end. Many parents came to pick up their children. The locals packed up their things and went home. They would come back the next day to see the results. The foreigners brought their children around the capital to eat and drink. They could go home after the closing ceremony tomorrow. Fanny looked at the cars coming and going in the school and suddenly murmured, "If only my father could come." Jiang Fuyue knew that the child was homesick. She was about to say something when she was interrupted by a shrill whistle. The 2 of them subconsciously turned around and saw a black BMW driving behind them. The car was slow, like a turtle crawling. It seemed that the car was deliberately lagging behind them. The same scene happened on the first day of the camp. It was the same boulevard, the same BMW, and the same thing happened. The person in the car didn't show up last time. This time, the window of the passenger seat was lowered. Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Fuyue provocatively. The next second, she was shocked by the other party's cold stare. She quickly looked away and turned to Fanny. Hey, Sister Dwafu, didn't your family come from the countryside to pick you up? She kept saying Sister Dwafu and country bumpkin. Her eyes were filled with contempt and her tone was harsh. Fanny gritted her teeth. Listen carefully. My family is not in the countryside. It's on Dwafu Island. You haven't been there, but you must have heard of it. So you really haven't heard of it? Okay, I won't blame you. Fanny interrupted her. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. We Dwafu people are very broad-minded. The implication was that they weren't as narrow-minded as Fanny. Lin Yuan's face turned green after being reprimanded. Okay, Yuan, close the window. It's windy. A woman's voice came from inside. It was warm and gentle in the wind. Unfortunately, it hit a needle. Don't argue with strangers. Okay. I'll listen to Mom. The window was closed and the car drove away quickly. Fanny pointed at her head and looked puzzled. Is she sick? Jiang Fuyue thought about it seriously and replied seriously, it's possible. They looked at each other and then, ha 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 ha. That night, Lin Yuan did not return to the dormitory. Instead, she stayed with her parents in the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Yuan, you've scored full marks the last few times. You shouldn't have any problems this time, right? Mother Lin sat in front of the dressing table and asked gently and gracefully. Lin Yuan nodded and smiled as she moved to her mother's side and said coquettishly, Mom, you've already asked so many times. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Mother Lin also smiled. You're that confident? Of course. Our Yuan is amazing, Papa Lin nodded in agreement. Mother Lin glanced at him and continued, she's much more promising than that Lin Yao from your eldest uncle's family. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately beamed with joy. Ever since she was young, everyone had been talking about how good Lin Yao was. She could dance, play the piano, and had many certificates. She was also beautiful, while she was like an ugly duckling next to a white swan, unremarkable. After the middle school exams, Lin Yao got into number 1 middle school while she only got into number 7 middle school. Her relatives and friends looked at her with even more disdain. Even Papa Lin and Mama Lin were looked down upon. After that, Lin Yuan secretly swore that she would surpass Lin Yao in one aspect and make everyone look at her in a different light. Now, this wish was about to come true. Mother Lin also wanted to rely on her daughter's performance this time to regain face in front of her relatives and friends, especially her arrogant sister-in-law. The mother and daughter looked at each other as if they could already see the dawn of victory. However, Papa Lu subconsciously frowned. Why are you bringing Big Brother's family into this? Mother Lu sneered. Am I wrong? Isn't our Yuan more promising than Lin Yao? What 10th grade piano? That's all empty talk. Students still have to talk with their grades. I heard that ever since Lin Yao got into number 1 middle school, she has never been in the top 5. Our Yuan can even get full marks in a competition. Papa Lin, even so, you shouldn't talk about people behind their backs. It's easy to instill bad values in the child by stepping on and praising her. Hasn't their family said enough about us behind our backs? What's stepping on and praising her? Can you guarantee that they haven't stepped on us? Papa Lin was speechless. I'm not talking to you anymore. It doesn't make sense. Don't worry about your dad. He likes to stick his warm face to a cold butt. They don't even treat him as a brother. Yes. I don't like Uncle's family. Either. Especially Auntie and Lin Yao. They're so pretentious. That night, Lin Yuan had an incomparably good sleep. It was also the last good sleep before the truth was revealed. The next day, all 15 members of the NOI training camp were present. After obtaining the approval of the head instructor, the parents were also allowed to enter the classroom. Under the noise of whispers, they were actually anxious and nervous about the results. Not only were the students nervous, but the parents were also tense. Finally, the head instructor walked into the classroom with a teacup in one hand and a report card in the other. The students held their breaths and the parents straightened their necks. First of all, thank you for your cooperation during the training camp. Second, thank you for your support and trust. As the head instructor of this year's NOI training camp, I see infinite possibilities in every student here. Even if you can't enter the national team to participate in the IOI international competition this time, I believe that you will definitely stand higher and go further in the future. A few words quickly stirred up the students' emotions, but most of the parents did not think much of it. It's just polite words. What infinite possibilities? Isn't it just a form of comfort? That's right. It sounds nice. It's only real if you enter the national team. You can add a few points to the college entrance examination. That's right, that's right. These teachers are the best at making empty promises. What's the point of talking about the future if you can't even take this step now? Speaking of which, there are too few spots. Only 4, it's better if there are fewer. It's more valuable. If there are more, it's worthless. That seems to make sense. The coach. I won't say anything else. I know that everyone is concerned about the results. This is the printed results list. We'll start circulating it from the beginning. In addition, I'll also project the electronic version on the white screen. Everyone can look at it directly. After a commotion, the results list slowly passed to the back and appeared on the white screen. Ranked in the top 4 were Jiang Fuyue, Fan Yi, Gao Xiaoming, Huang Hui. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, had achieved a perfect score of 600 in each of the 5 quizzes. This caused everyone to gasp. Parent A, oh my god. This child scored full marks every time. She's amazing. Parent B, whose family is she from? There was no response. A? Her parents didn't come? Parent C, Jiang Fuyue. That's an extraordinary name. Parent D, sigh, my son can't compare. However, we don't have high expectations. It's good enough that he can participate in the summer camp. We don't expect him to enter the national team. Parent E, we think so too. The most important thing is to participate. The results are not important. Who's the parent of the second place? Fan Ye's parent? She didn't come either? Oh, that's really. Ask about the third place. Gao Jiaoming's parent? And the fourth place, Huang Hui's parent? No one responded. Fine, those whose parents didn't come all got in. Those who came all didn't get in. After the dust settled, some people were happy and some were sad. However, the most shocked people were Lin Yuan's family. Mother Lin looked at the results list and her first reaction was, is there a mistake? Father Lin was also stunned. Because on the results list, the results after Lin Yuan's name were all blank. Her total score was 0, there was a loud bang, Lin Yuan's brain exploded. Her ears were buzzing. All the sounds of the outside world were far away from her. Only her rapid breathing and rapid heartbeat were left. Why did this happen? Where were her 5 full marks? Why was her first place and the qualification to enter the national team gone? Yuan Yuan? Yuan Yuan? Mother Lin called her. No. Impossible. Lin Yuan looked at the results list and shook her head frantically. I should be the first place with full marks. Mother Lin frowned. My good daughter, calm down first. Mom and Dad are here. We won't let you suffer any grievances. Lin Yuan's body stiffened. She stopped shaking her head and looked at Mother Lin blankly. Mom. My results are gone. Mother Lin's eyes darkened. Don't panic. Let Mom deal with it. Some people actually didn't have eyes and schemed against her daughter? Heh, did they think that her family was easy to bully? Her daughter's 5 full marks were taken by someone else. This was Mother Lin's second reaction, and that person who took the blame. The woman's cold gaze fell on the first row of Jiang Fuyue, followed by a string of full marks. Digression, the first update was 3,000 words long, and the second update was about 6:30 in the evening. See the notice in the comments section at any time. The appearance of extreme would attract the most attention. Getting first place with full marks was extreme, but getting first place with 0 was even more extreme. Soon, the parents found out that one of the 15 students actually got a blank score for 5 times and a total score of 0. This sensation was no less than the impact of Jiang Fuyue getting full marks every time. She actually got 0? Did she hand in a blank paper? This child didn't even come to the training camp, right? Impossible. When the head coach spoke just now, he said that there are 15 students present. There are also 15 people on the report card. There are no absences. Is that so? Did Lin Yuan's parents come? Who is Lin Yuan's parents? They looked at each other, and they looked at each other. They didn't come? Yes, they probably didn't want to embarrass themselves, so they didn't show up. Could there be a mistake on the report card? This, no matter how hard she took the test, she can't get a 0. Who knows? Children nowadays are much smarter than we were at that time. They do whatever they want. It's hard to control them. A group of parents whispered and talked about the 0 score, belittling their daughter as worthless. Mother Lin listened and her expression became more and more gloomy. Originally, she wanted to ask the head coach after the test so that they could discuss it in private. She didn't expect that the news had already spread among the parents. According to the current situation, even if the truth was revealed and the results were restored, Lin Yuan's reputation would be ruined. Since that was the case, she could only. Mother Lin's eyes darkened and she suddenly stood up. Sorry, teacher, I may need to interrupt you for a few minutes. What can I do for you, parent? Why is my daughter's total score 0 on the report card? She clearly got full marks on the first 4 tests. She was also quite confident about the last one. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have gotten full marks as well. Then, may I ask, why did my daughter's 5 perfect scores become like this? Was there a problem when you entered the system, or did I see wrongly? The head coach was stunned and quickly reacted. You are Lin Yuan's parent? Yes. Today, you must give me an explanation in front of everyone. Otherwise, it will be a great insult and disrespect to me and my daughter. Lin Yuan's parents, please calm down. This matter, not excited? Mother Lin suddenly raised her voice as if she had been greatly offended. How can I not be excited? This is my daughter, and now she is being treated unjustly. You're not agitated because the knife didn't cut you. Please calm down, I didn't mean that. How do you expect a mother to calm down after something like this? The coach's eyes twitched. Couldn't this woman let him finish his sentence? He seemed to be well educated and reasonable, but in reality, he was even more difficult to deal with than the middle-aged woman selling eggs in the market. Mother Lin Yuan. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Of course, since you did bring it up, shouldn't you give us a chance to answer your questions? Lin Mu was stunned. You won't be able to solve anything by yelling and screaming like this. Only then did she realize that her behavior was a little undignified. Okay. She gritted her teeth and calmed down. How do you plan to explain it? At this time, the parents gathered together and began to whisper to each other. So she's Lin Yuan's parent. She's sitting right next to me. She's so close that she can definitely hear our conversation. Just now, when we asked her who was Lin Yuan's parent, she actually sat there and didn't say a word. What else can we do? How embarrassing would it be to admit it on the spot? Now she's standing up. It's very strange. It's not strange. She couldn't sit still after listening to it. Look at how powerful and reasonable she is. Could it be that she really made a mistake? She should have gotten first place with full marks? Where did so many full marks come from? Do you think they're cabbages in the market that you can pick randomly? But her tone doesn't sound like she's lying. Let's listen to what the coach has to say. Since he gave her a 0, there must be a reason. Mother Lin didn't expect that these people would still be so talkative even after she had clarified in public. She couldn't help but urge, Coach, I've given you a chance. Please say it. The head teacher's eyes flashed slightly. Mother Lin, we can discuss this matter in private after it's over. After all, it involves the students' privacy. I'm afraid, it's not very appropriate in front of so many students and parents. Mother Lin sneered. Why do you want to discuss it in private? Why can't you say it in public? The head teacher frowned. I'm doing this for Lin Yuan's own good. If a cheating scandal was exposed in public, it would be a devastating blow to the child. As teachers, they had a meeting overnight to discuss and finally decided to give this misguided child a chance to turn over a new leaf. But obviously, Mother Lin didn't think so. She sneered, and with the aggressive superiority of an upper-class person, she spat out the most malicious speculation in the softest and most beautiful tone. What a good involving the student's privacy. May I ask which student is involved and what kind of privacy is involved? And as coaches and teachers, who are you trying to cover up for? Digression, Mother Lin, let me show you a trick to court death. Before midnight, I have to finish torturing this scum tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. The head coach was dumbfounded. After a while, he understood the meaning of her words and his face darkened. Lin Yuan's parents, please pay attention to your words. There are 4 coaches here, including me. Your words of covering up directly negated our teaching ethics. Here, I want to remind you that you have to be responsible for your words. Making up nonsense is tantamount to slander. Lin Mu curled her lips. Since you can do it, why are you afraid of others talking about it? What did we do? Don't speak without thinking. Humph. How dare you exchange my daughter's results with that student called Jiang Fuyue? How bold of you. Do you think our family is easy to bully? The head coach was dumbfounded. The other parents were dumbfounded. Jiang Fuyue, who heard her name from the woman's mouth, was confused. Maybe this was the legendary, unjustly implicated, Fan Yi snorted. Sorry, I couldn't help it, but that auntie is really funny. Gao Jiaoming pondered for half a second. His white and fat face was serious. I think this auntie is suitable. Huang Hui smiled and turned to Jiang Fuyue. Be careful, you've been targeted by the Black Widow. So, a full score is a big trouble. I don't have this problem. TSK, you can't get a full score yourself, but you're saying it with pride. On the other side, Lin Mu was still going on. She didn't want to give up. Today, I'll leave my words here. No matter what kind of background that Jiang Fuyue has, the results that should belong to my daughter must belong to my daughter. No one can take the blame for her. If you're determined to protect her, then I don't mind fighting to the death. The head coach, ? He hadn't encountered such a strange thing in many years. Take the blame? How could she think of that? Did she think that the other students were blind and didn't know who had good grades and who had bad grades? Besides, they were all professors and associate professors at B University. Was there a need for them to take such a risk to protect a student? What a joke. The head coach's face was completely cold. Lin Yuan's parents, do you have any evidence? Mother Lin, my daughter's perfect score for 5 tests appeared behind Jiang Fuyue's name. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? The head preceptor laughed. It was a sneer. Can't other people get full marks? Must your daughter get full marks? There's no such coincidence in this world. My daughter got full marks for the first 4 times. Is it strange that she got full marks for the 5th time? What if I tell you that Lin Yuan's previous 4 exam results were all invalid? Mother Lin disagreed. Do you think it's invalid just because you say so? On what basis? Just because you're the head coach? Then I'm sorry, we won't acknowledge it. The veins on the head teacher's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and reminded her, Lin Yuan's parents don't always find objective reasons for everything. Most of the time, subjective factors are the cause of inevitable consequences. In other words, instead of suspecting someone else to be the scapegoat, it was better to ask his daughter what she had done. Even now, he was unwilling to expose the truth. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the woman, his sincerity was seen as evasion and quibbling. Don't say such nonsense. You have 2 choices. Either you give a suitable reason for my daughter's 0 marks, or you give my daughter the 1st place with full marks and a place in the national team. Otherwise, I'll expose all of this and let the netizens judge who's right and who's wrong. Her attitude was tough, and there was even a hint of threat in the end. The head preceptor looked at her deeply. Lin Yuan's parents, have you thought it through? Have you really decided to do this? I thought my intentions were very clear. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. Oh, what would I regret? Just as the head preceptor was about to tell the truth, Lin Yuan, who had been in a daze, suddenly reacted. Her eyes were full of panic. She grabbed Mother Lin's hand. Mom. Don't ask any more. My results weren't stolen, and the coaches didn't cover up for anyone. Really? Sit down first. I'll tell you slowly. Mother Lin looked at her with a pained expression. Darling, don't be afraid. Mom's here. No one can take away what belongs to you. Then she gave her husband a look. Look after our daughter. Father Lin, Oh. Yuan, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here. We'll definitely get justice for you. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan was not comforted after hearing this. Instead, she grabbed Mother Lin even more frantically and refused to let go. Her tone was filled with anxiety. She was visibly impatient. Mom. Listen to me. Don't ask any more. She really couldn't ask any more. When the head preceptor said that student Lin Yuan's previous 4 exam results are invalid, she knew that her actions had been discovered. At that time, her mind went blank. She was completely dumbfounded. All she could think was, what should I do? I've been caught. Will I be criticized? Will it be recorded in my personal file? Will I be banned from competitions? What if it affects the college entrance exam? Also, how would her classmates and relatives look at her? Auntie and Lin Yao would definitely be very happy. A huge panic engulfed Lin Yuan's heart. At that time, she didn't even notice what Mother Lin did or said. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. The matter had been pushed to a dead end. If she took another step forward, she would be doomed eternally. How could she let Mother Lin continue to ask? Mom. It really has nothing to do with anyone. Don't force the coaches anymore. Lin Yuan's nearly deranged appearance not only failed to persuade Mother Lin, but also made her even angrier. Look at what you've done. What did you force me to do when I gave birth to a child? What kind of professors are you? You're simply unworthy of being a teacher. You're not worthy of the respect of your classmates and parents. It's over. Lin Yuan was limp. Tears rolled down her cheeks. It was as if her spirit had been sucked out in an instant. The head preceptor suddenly felt relieved. He shouldn't be too kind to some people. He had to let them hurt and suffer before they learned their lesson. They would know what to do and what to say. It was fine. It was just a pity that the child had such a mother. Lin Yuan's parents, didn't you want to know why student Lin Yuan's previous 4 exam results were invalid? Okay, then I'll tell you clearly and clearly. As per your strong request, I'll explain it in public. Let all the students and parents here be witnesses. Let's see if our coaches are unworthy of being a teacher and whether they're worthy of everyone's respect. In the end, those words still chilled the heart of a teacher of the people. Mother Lin, who had been righteous before, suddenly felt a little scared when she met his calm and cold gaze. A bad premonition enveloped her. Before she could react, she heard the head preceptor speak in a deep voice, one word at a time. To be precise, student Lin Yuan's results weren't invalid in the first 4 quizzes, but in all 5 quizzes. This was because she found someone to remotely control the computer and complete the exam for her. She even got full marks. We refuse to accept such an unrealistic score. We'll record it as a 0. Lin Yuan's parents, do you have any other questions now? No. Mother Lin shook her head. That's impossible. How could my daughter cheat? She's always been so outstanding. She even got full marks 4 times. At this point, she couldn't continue. Suddenly, she asked, what evidence do you have? The head preceptor's tone was calm. We received a report letter. The letter detailed the entire process of Lin Yuan's cheating. It also included WeChat chat records and transfer records. The evidence is conclusive. In addition, in the last quiz, the substitute examiner deliberately cheated and switched the order of the answers. In the end, the score was 0. It matches the details mentioned in the report letter. It can also prove that she cheated. If you don't believe me, you can come to my office after the exam. I'll show you a copy. Mother Lin was stunned. Her expression was dull as if she couldn't accept what was happening in front of her. Suddenly, she turned around and grabbed Lin Yuan's hair. Is it true? Tell me, Lin Yuan screamed, Mom. It hurts. Tell me. Did you cheat? Ah? Answer me. Lin Yuan's tears fell like rain. She shook her head frantically. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to win so much. Slap, a loud slap sounded. Lin Yuan was stunned. She covered her face in disbelief as if she didn't know the woman in front of her. Mother Lin's expression was gloomy. She gritted her teeth. How did I raise a daughter like you? You're a disgrace to me. No wonder everyone says that you're not as good as Lin Yao. Would Lin Yao cheat? You don't deserve to be my child. The last sentence directly shattered all of Lin Yuan's pretense of being strong. She completely collapsed. Digression, it's time to sleep. Good night. Lin Yuan's cries were accompanied by unpleasant discussions around her. Mother Lin's temples were throbbing. Awkwardness, embarrassment, shame, resentment, all sorts of emotions surged up. The woman's face was like an overturned color palette, green and red mixed together. I knew it. There's a reason for her to score 0. She cheated in competitions. She might even cheat in normal exams. It's a good thing she was found out. Otherwise, wouldn't she be a disgrace to the national team? What's this child thinking? Now she's asking someone to take the exam on her behalf. Will she do the same in the international competition? Who cares? Let's talk about the national team first. Why bother about the international competition? At most, she'll hand in a blank paper or find some excuse to say that she didn't perform well and get away with it. What's she after? Of course it's for her pride and bonus points for the college entrance examination. Don't forget that there will be independent recruitment in the second half of the year. Anyone who participates in such an international competition, regardless of whether they win a prize or not, will have a glorious resume. She can disregard her country's honor for this? Should I say she's stupid or bad? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What kind of mother is she? Her daughter is just like that. Sigh, that woman was so aggressive the moment she came up. Great, she got what she wanted. I wonder how she feels now. This could have been resolved in a more low-key manner. The head coach tried his best to give that child a chance. Unfortunately, the mother is too good. A good situation turned into a dead end. I'm puzzled. How big is this person's imagination to come up with a plot like Scapegoat that only appears in television dramas? Please, it's already 0502. The higher the standard of the exam, the more emphasis is placed on the construction of the teaching team. There's no way for competitions like NOI and IOI to make any mistakes. After all, the selected students will be dragged to the international competition. It's obvious whether they're a mule or a horse. Even if she has this intention, it's not practical at all. The parents were discussing among themselves. The students were also whispering to each other. I was wondering why Lin Yuan would explode when it comes to exams but finish her homework badly. It turns out that she found a gunman. That gunman is quite good too. She's like Sister Yu. She gets full marks every time. No. There is a difference between full marks and full marks. Please take a look at their submission times. Thank you. She's too bold. She should be reported and criticized, right? I don't know. Let's see how the coach handles it. Because the matter had been made public and Lin Yuan's behavior was indeed vile, even if the headmaster wanted to give her a light punishment, he couldn't. Of course, he didn't want to be lenient now. Living in this world, there were some lessons that couldn't be taken lightly. One had to experience it and endure it before they could understand what it was like. Especially those mistakes of principle. Previously, they had considered Lin Yuan's young age, so they didn't want to go too far. But now, it seemed that any reservation was indulgence towards her. That wasn't love, it was harm. In the end, the coaching team discussed and decided that Lin Yuan's cheating would be reported and criticized to the whole camp. She would also be given a demerit record and be banned from competitions for 2 years. The farce came to an end. Some people relied on their strength to send them to the top of the world. Some people were happy to participate and increase their knowledge. There were also some people who fell and were smashed to pieces. It was hard to say whether they could get back up again. According to the rules, this report and punishment would be reported to Lin Yuan's high school, Lin'an No. 7 High School, in the form of a confidential letter the next day. If nothing unexpected happened, when school started in September, the whole school would know that she had cheated in the 5 NOI summer camp assessments. Because the punishment would be recorded in the file, it might even affect the college entrance examination in the future. Only then did Lin Yuan's mother realize the seriousness of the matter. Cry, cry, cry. You only know how to cry. Why didn't you think of today when you cheated? You have the guts to do it, but you don't have the ability to back it up. Lin Yuan curled up on the sofa and buried her head in her knees. She let out a burst of suppressed sobs. Until now, she didn't dare to recall how she had walked out of the classroom under everyone's gaze yesterday. The contempt in the eyes of her classmates and parents, as well as the heavy and regretful expressions on the faces of the coaches, were like sharp thorns that pierced into her heart. Lin Yuan's father patted his daughter's back and said earnestly, "Yuan, it's okay. Although we took a wrong step this time, if we learn from it, we won't." "What do you mean it's okay?" Lin Yuan's mother interrupted her husband, her eyes burning with anger. "Now that such a big thing has happened, you're still telling her it's okay? Then what's okay? Murder and arson? You've spoiled your daughter bit by bit. Lu Lan. Don't make trouble for no reason. Now that things have already happened, what's the use of hitting and scolding her? You should guide her well now and let her realize her mistakes so that she won't make them again in the future. Also, what do you mean I've spoiled my daughter? You talk nonsense all day long. One moment, you compare yourself with your sister-in-law, and the next moment, you talk about your third sister-in-law. It's because of your wrong teaching that Yuan's normal worldview has been affected." Lin Yuan's mother frowned and became even angrier. "Did you eat a leopard's guts? You dare to yell at me?" The man who had always been gentle was unexpectedly tough this time. "Lu Lan, I've had enough. If you continue to pester endlessly and hit and scold Yuan, you'll what?" The woman sneered. "I'll divorce you." He was calm and rational. He wasn't joking. The woman was stunned. From now on, I'll teach you on. Don't interfere anymore. Otherwise, I'll do what I say. Even if it's for my daughter, I'll draw a line with you." This time, the woman was quiet. That afternoon, Lin Yuan's father went to the university to meet the head coach. He apologized and promised to discipline his daughter and wife well in the future. "I accept the apology. However, since the punishment has been announced publicly, it's impossible to go back on your words and cancel it. I hope you can understand." Lin Yuan's father was sincere. "Yes, I understand. I won't make things difficult for you." That night, the family of 3 left the capital and returned to Linhui. 2 days ago, they came in high spirits. Now, they could only leave with their tails between their legs. As for what happened next, Jiang Fuyue didn't pay attention to it. Lin Yuan was just a stranger to her. There were too many passers-by in one's life. She didn't need to remember everyone. Then, am I also a passerby? Xianxia walked over and sat down opposite her. Jiang Fuyue ended the call and handed him the menu. "Pick whatever you want. It's my treat." "Oh, is this what you're doing now? Called one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions?" "I'm sorry, you're wrong about one thing." "Huh?" Jiang Fuyue said, "I'm being solicitous. I'm not a thief." "Oh?" Xianxian raised his eyebrows. "It seems that your coffee doesn't taste good. You won't know if it tastes good until you drink it. Isn't it too late?" He laughed. Jiang Fuyue said, "Don't worry. It's just a small matter. For you, it's as easy as moving your fingers." "Tisk, now you're calling me senior?" He didn't usually see such a sweet mouth. Jiang Fuyue said confidently, "Of course, I have to be nice when I ask someone to do something for me. Otherwise, why would the other party agree? Little girl, you're not bad. You have such awareness? I'll give you 100 points. I'm not afraid of you being arrogant. Senior, what do you think of my attitude now?" Xianxian nodded and said casually, "Pretty good." "Well, Then I'll take that as a yes. Xianxia exclamation point. Wait. Ahem. What did I say? Jiang Fuyue said, do something for me. Xianxia F***ck. He had been tricked. Your latte. The sweet voice of the waitress came. Soon, the coffee was placed in front of Xianxia, and the aroma hit his nose. I haven't ordered it yet. How come it's already here? Jiang Fuyue said, iced latte, 1/3 sugar cube. Xianxia's expression was strange. How do you know my habits? Attitude. I asked someone to do something for me. Ahem. Why do I feel like you're chasing me? Jiang Fuyue said expressionlessly, actually, you don't have to add sugar in the future. Huh? If you eat too much sugar, it's easy to get fat. When you get fat, your face will become very big. Xianxia. He felt that he had been caught. Okay. Since you're so attentive, ahem, and have a good attitude, tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Fuyue said, I want to borrow the key to the A1 laboratory again. Don't worry, I won't do any experiments. I'll just go in and copy 2 sets of data. It'll only take a few minutes. Originally, Jiang Fuyue did not intend to include the 2 sets of data in the thesis. However, one of the PRL reviewers questioned a conclusion in the thesis. She needed the 2 sets of data as evidence. She wrote back to the other party. But the key is no longer with me. Xianxia spread out his hands and said, I want to find Xia. Digression, 3,000 words. Check the comments section at 6 o'clock in the evening after torturing the scumbags. It's time to write about Sister Yu's male idols and male idols. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Actually, you don't have to find him. He's in the lab now. You can just go and tell him that you want to copy something. Will he agree? The man's serious face flashed in front of her eyes, and Jiang Fuyue expressed doubt. Why not? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Do you have any misunderstandings about him? Jiang Fuyue smiled and did not speak. Ahem. Although a Yuan's personality is a bit cold, he doesn't talk much, and he is particularly stubborn on some things. Xianxia may have realized that he was complaining too much, so he quickly saved the situation. Of course, these are not important, ahem. The important thing is that he is not as unreasonable as you think, but sometimes he is really a dog. How did I come back to this? Anyway, just tell him the reason, and he will agree. Seeing the other party's confidence and certainty, Jiang Fuyue thought about it and decided to give it a try. If she was rejected, she would ask Xianxia for help. When Jiang Fuyue stood at the front desk to check out, a burst of fragrant wind suddenly stopped beside her. Mocha and Americano, please. Take it away, thank you. The woman had long hair and light makeup. Her facial features were beautiful, and the most attractive thing about her was the warm and gentle fragrance of books on her body. Dr. Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time. The woman said softly, I was out of town for research and just came back. No wonder. Are you staying up late to write a paper again? You even prepared 2 cups of coffee. No, the woman smiled, I brought it for my colleague. Oh, then this professor has a lot of face. Lin Weiwei thought of that person's temper and couldn't help but shake her head. It's really quite big. A few minutes later, the coffee is ready. Thank you. The woman paid the bill and left. Jiang Fuyue withdrew her gaze, slightly bent her knuckles, and knocked on the counter, making 2 muffled sounds. You haven't printed out the list yet? I'm sorry. I didn't find the printing paper. Would you like to pay next door? Jiang Fuyue moved to the seat where the woman stood before and finally paid the bill and left. I'm really sorry. Take care. Please come again. Jiang Fuyue did not return to the dormitory. Instead, she went straight to the A1 laboratory. Just as he turned the corner, he saw a man and a woman talking at the end of the corridor. They were quite close to each other, so they should be a couple. He took a closer look. What a coincidence. Wasn't it Xia Dingyuan and the elegant beauty he saw in the coffee shop just now? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and stopped in her tracks with a faint smile on her face. She was a professional when it came to watching melons. At this distance, he could clearly see the interaction between the two of them. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the contents of their conversation. However, most of the time, the woman was the one doing the talking. Xie Dingyuan would only frown and at most say, senior brother, I bought coffee. It's hot American. Xie Dingyuan paused for a moment, then took it and thanked her politely. You don't have to be so polite. I heard from second aunt that you only drink American coffee, so. I don't know if you like the taste of this shop. Personally, I think it's not bad. In fact, compared to coffee, Xie Dingyuan preferred tea. However, there was obviously no need to tell the other party. If you don't have anything else, when Lin Weiwei heard this, she knew that he was going to tactfully drive her away. She quickly interrupted, well, I haven't been to the A1 laboratory yet. I've heard about it before. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Can you show me around? Xie Dingyuan frowned and said in a cold tone, you are also a scientific researcher. You should know that laboratories can't be entered, especially chemical and biological laboratories that are in use. A1 is an interdisciplinary laboratory, both biochemical and biological are present. I know, but there are protective suits inside. Before entering, I will also do a full body disinfection. Although my research direction is not in the field of biochemistry, I still have this common sense. You can rest assured. Xie Dingyuan, there's no need for that. Lin Weiwei, ? If you are curious, you can wait until I'm done with it and clean it up. There's no need to go in at this time and waste a protective suit. Waste a protective suit? This reason? Absolutely. Puff, Jiang Fuyue almost couldn't hold back. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand for fear of making a sound. This Xie Dingyuan is really. He has some skills. His words almost made it clear that you're not welcome to enter. Even the rejection was so insincere. Lin Weiwei's mouth twitched and her face turned blue. Senior brother, you don't welcome me? Xie Dingyuan, I'm busy. The implication is that you came at the wrong time. Who can you blame? Moreover, I thought I made it clear enough that day. Third sister should have also communicated with you, so. He looked puzzled. I don't understand what you mean by coming here today. Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed red and she almost cried. Yes, I admit, I'm not as straightforward as you. You said you would meet and you said you would no longer contact. In just 2 days, your attitude has changed 180 degrees. Since you don't want to get married, why did you come to provoke me? Do you think it's fun to leave after provoking me? Xie Dingyuan, for this problem, I have already explained it last time. I don't want to say it again. He hates people who don't understand. Again and again, it was a waste of time and energy. If you must interpret the first meeting between a man and a woman as provoking, then I have nothing to say. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Sister you, I just need a handful of melon seeds and a small stool. Before 12 o'clock. Do you have to talk like that? Lin Weiwei's expression was hurt, and her tone was mixed with a trace of resentment. Aggressive and merciless. Xie Dingyuan, I thought I was telling the truth. Haven't you liked anyone? Sorry, this is my privacy. The man's expression was cold. Lin Weiwei's eyes flashed slightly, then, do you have someone you like now? Xie Dingyuan frowned and was already impatient. If not, why don't you consider trying with me? Maybe you will slowly find my good in getting along and like me little by little. I tried, but I couldn't do it. When they first met, he was very sure of this. That's why he immediately drew a clear line to avoid too much involvement between the two. Lin Weiwei, aren't you making a conclusion too early? You don't even have an experimental process. It's not like a scientist's style. In my case, the first thing is the conclusion, and the experiment only exists to support the conclusion. The data and process are for outsiders to see. No one can know the actual situation better than myself. Lin Weiwei's eyes were red. Are you so sure? Love is not an experiment, love is not a simple conclusion. Xie Dingyuan said, no matter what it is, there is always a pattern to follow. But not all patterns can be analyzed through research. I don't think this topic is suitable for discussion now. Oh, brother, in fact, you can say it directly. You are annoyed with me and what I said. Okay, Xie Dingyuan nodded. Then I'll say it directly. I don't like you and have no feelings for you. Even if I want to analyze the law of love, I won't choose you as an experimental subject. Is that direct enough? Lin Weiwei stepped back 2 steps and trembled with anger. It's too much, the man frowned. Didn't you let me say it directly? Why shout too much? He can't understand women, so he would rather stay away from this kind of creature and spend more time doing more experiments. Isn't it good? Lin Weiwei stared at him like a monster. You don't like me, but there should be a type, right? If you don't even have the most basic likes and dislikes of a person, oh, what's the difference between you and the cold machine equipment on the experimental bench? Her favorite type? Xie Dingyuan was stunned for a moment. A face flashed across his mind, but because it was too fast, he couldn't capture it. Lin Weiwei asked with an unrelenting attitude, for example, eyes. Do you like red phoenix eyes or almond eyes? Another example would be hair. Do you prefer long hair or short hair? There's also the way you dress, the way you talk and act. Peach blossom eyes. What? Lin Weiwei was stunned. I like peach blossom eyes. After pausing for a moment, he continued, long hair, preferably in a ponytail. You. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. You have someone you like? Why do you say that? Xie Dingyuan frowned. Peach blossom eyes, long hair, and even a ponytail. When you said these things, you must have a prototype in mind. Prototype, that face flashed across Xie Dingyuan's mind again, but this time, he clearly saw who it was. Lin Weiwei saw the fear in the man's eyes, and suddenly his heart was like overturning old vinegar, sour. He still said that he didn't have anyone he liked. With this kind of behavior, it would be strange if he didn't. Okay. You lied to me. Xie Dingyuan, ? Today, you must give me an explanation. Obviously, there's already someone in your heart, so why did you come on a blind date with me? Before, you said that it wasn't provocation. Okay, I admit it, but you clearly have someone you like, and you still agreed to meet. That's provocation, that's unfair and disrespectful to me. You think too much. The man's voice was deep, faintly revealing a chill. I don't have someone I like. You do. That person must have long hair, and a ponytail, enough. Xie Dingyuan interrupted coldly, and his face was already dark like ink and unsightly to the extreme. So seeing your brother also has a time when you get angry out of embarrassment. Lin Weiwei smiled, her eyes full of sarcasm. What, I was right? You're guilty? You don't dare to admit it? Xie Dingyuan turned around coldly, not ready to talk nonsense with her. Oh, so you don't even dare to admit it. I really misjudged you. Lin Weiwei was flustered. I said, no is no. The man's tone was too firm, and his back also showed the coldness of 1,000 miles away. Lin Weiwei suddenly was not so convinced. Would a person like Xie Dingyuan really like a woman? His eyes were full of experimental equipment, his heart was full of paper materials, and his mind was full of symbols and numbers. Xie Dingyuan. You have no heart. Leaving such a sentence, Lin Weiwei turned and ran away. The man stood in place, keeping his back to her, motionless. Indifferent to the world, aloof and arrogant to the dust. Jiang Fuyue took back her sight. She didn't seem to come at the right time, but from the perspective of watching the play, it seemed to be the right time. At present, the heroine ran away, and the play was almost over. There was no need for her to stay any longer. As for the 2 sets of data, I'll copy it tomorrow. First slip away. But the next second, what, you want to run away after seeing enough? Digression reporting at the 3rd watch. Today is the duplicitous Xia 99 who deceived himself and others. Jiang Fuyue's back stiffened. She slowly turned around and forced an awkward but polite smile. Hey, what a coincidence to meet you here. Xie Dingyuan said expressionlessly, you know very well whether it's a coincidence or not. She didn't know how to continue the conversation. Seeing that the conversation was about to end, Xie Dingyuan asked again, is it fun to eavesdrop on others? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Is it fun to joke about other people's private affairs? I wouldn't dare. 5 times. What? She was stunned. The corners of your mouth rose 5 times during the entire conversation. Jiang Fuyue asked, since you already knew, why didn't you stop it? I didn't have time. Why does it sound like it's my fault? That's not what I meant. Xie Dingyuan snorted and raised his chin slightly. It's better that you didn't. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. His tone was a little strange. At first glance, it sounded a little reserved and arrogant. Professor Xia, my behavior today was inappropriate. You've already scolded me and warned me. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, stop. Jiang Fuyue silently retracted her leg and turned her head with a questioning look. Ahem. The man's tone softened a little. Why are you looking for me? Xie Dingyuan didn't simply think that Jiang Fuyue really appeared here by coincidence. If it wasn't necessary, she probably wouldn't even enter this building, let alone appear outside the laboratory. Actually, I'm here today to copy 2 sets of data. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Xie Dingyuan, on which machine? Jiang Fuyue, the infrared imager with number 04. Are you sure the number is 04? Yes, it was placed on the second shelf in the physics experiment area. Is there a problem? Ahem. There's no problem. I just took it from the physics experiment area yesterday. Jiang Fuyue's pupils shrank. The data record's inside, don't worry, I haven't had the time to delete it. She heaved a sigh of relief. Then, is it convenient for me to go in and make a copy? Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly remembered the reason Xie Dingyuan had used to reject elegant beauties. Just as she was about to say that she should come back tomorrow after making preparations, suddenly, Xie Dingyuan, sure. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. What happened to wasting the protective suit? What are you waiting for? Are you still going to cuff me? Cuff. Xie Dingyuan walked in front, followed by Jiang Fuyue. When she reached the door, she suddenly paused. Should I change into a protective suit? The man's back stiffened. No. The 2 words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue received the data. Thank you. I'll leave first. Wait. The woman you saw just now has nothing to do with me. Jiang Fuyue was confused. Why was he telling her this? However, seeing that Xie Dingyuan was so easygoing today, she still nodded. Well, it's normal for a blind date to fail, the man's face darkened. In a flash, Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood something. She immediately promised, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It was a matter of a man's dignity. No wonder Xie Dingyuan tried so hard to save his dignity. Jiang Fuyue gave him a brother, I know look. Xie Dingyuan, question mark. You know? What do you know? After leaving, Jiang Fuyue directly went back to the dormitory to analyze the questions raised by the reviewer and the 2 sets of data that she had just received. After she was done, she sent an email to the reviewer's email. On the other hand, the assistant who came to deliver food to Xie Dingyuan suddenly realized that the cold-faced maniac was not cold anymore. Instead, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. How rare. So, did something happen that he didn't know? Could it be, Professor Xia, the results of our experiment are out? Xie Dingyuan did not even raise his head. Who told you? I guessed. Aren't you in a good mood now? Other than the experiment being completed, I can't think of any other reason. Huh, which eye of yours saw that I was in a good mood? Assistant, both of my eyes saw it. So, what's the good news? The assistant asked. His heart was itching. Xie Dingyuan, nothing. Everything is normal. Eh? Where did the coffee come from? There are actually 2 cups. They're all cold. Professor, is this yours? No. Oh. Who was he kidding? Unfortunately, no one would believe him. Assistant, oh right, Mr. Shen called me half an hour ago. He said that he has a friend who wants to borrow the A1 laboratory. Like the female student, he doesn't want to bring a team and only uses the physics area. He wanted me to ask you for your opinion. Huh, do you think this is a free shelter? You just took one out and now you want to stuff another in. Tell the teacher that I don't agree. I won't allow it. Assistant, Didn't you get along quite well with the girl from before? Maybe it'll be better if you try someone else. Shut up. You're talking too much today. Assistant, ? Just a girl, can't it be someone else? If the other party was not Professor Xia, the assistant would have suspected that he had feelings for the girl. After all, she was the only exception. Digression, 2001st period, 6 o'clock in the evening. Today's writing was really good. After the end of the NOI training, the competition also ushered in the last group test. We will calculate the weighted average of the group results and individual results, calculate the comprehensive score and ranking, and finally determine the national team selection list. This is the last group test. I hope that everyone can take it seriously and draw a perfect end to the summer camp training. Okay, everyone's expression shook as they responded loudly. It was still the same old rule, 5 sets of test papers, 2 hours. Jiang Fuyue performed steadily. She had already done 3 sets of test papers before the exam time was over. After it was over, she propped her head with one hand and looked out of the window in boredom. An exam that should have been tense was in front of her, and it was as easy as a trip. Lin Shimo was very calm now. As for Ling Xian, he was as steady as an old dog, and he didn't even look in the direction of Jiang Fuyue. This was a stunt that he learned in Linhui. If I don't look, I don't know. If I don't know, I won't panic. So, even if I know, I have to pretend not to know. 2 hours later, the test papers were collected and the competition training was coming to an end. When the results were announced tomorrow and the list of the national team was confirmed, a closing ceremony would be held and it would be completely over. Ling Xian, why didn't you hand in your test paper in advance today? Jiang Fuyue, who said that I have to hand in my test paper in advance? Didn't Yan Zhenfeng say that he wanted to draw a perfect end? Then she persisted to the last second without missing. Was it perfect enough? If Yan Zhenfeng knew what she was thinking at the moment, he would probably laugh twice. Then I really have to thank you. Do you need to give me a banner? Ling Xian thought for a while and suggested, we have been temporary deskmates for half a month, and the training is about to end. Why don't we have a meal together as a commemoration? Lin Shimo, I have no problem. The two turned to look at Jiang Fuyue and waited for her to express her opinion. The latter shrugged, I'm fine with anything. In this way, the 3 of them left the classroom together and walked towards the school gate together. As soon as they left the teaching building, they heard someone shouting behind them, Jiang Fuyue, wait. The 3 of them stopped and turned around to see Ren Xinghe catching up with them while panting. Ling Xian frowned subconsciously. Although they were all from Linhui and it stood to reason that they should take care of each other, Ren Xinghe was really not likable. This could be seen from how he instigated Hua Fanjing to make things difficult for Jiang Fuyue with just a few words during the opening ceremony. Harming others without benefiting oneself was purely a clever move. The key was that his thoughts were quite vicious. Therefore, from then on, Ling Xian intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from him. At first, Ren Xinghe also took the initiative to talk to him, trying to change her image, but Ling Xian always had a cold face and ignored her. After a long time, the other party gradually lost patience and no longer used a warm face to stick a cold butt. Later, when the two met on the road, they didn't even greet each other and pretended not to see each other. Ling Xian understood what was going on. The other party had failed to make peace and was now blaming him. However, it could be seen that Ren Xinghe was narrow-minded. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Fuyue asked calmly. She didn't have a good impression of this person either. He instigated Hua Fanjing to target her on the spot at the opening ceremony. In addition, during the period when he was arranged to study in the language class, he specially came to Jiang Fuyue and asked her how she learned English. All he said was, as a fellow countryman, we are all from Linhui, so we should take care of each other. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't buy it. What was wrong with being a fellow countryman? Coming from the same place meant that he had to take care of her, then it was really miserable to be a fellow countryman. He blindly wanted to take advantage of her, but he was stingy with his efforts. All the advantages were taken by her alone. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Ling Xian didn't spoil him, and Jiang Fuyue naturally didn't indulge him. Ren Xinghe rubbed her hands, glanced at Lin Shimo and Ling Xian, and stopped talking to Jiang Fuyue. The subtext was, there are outsiders here, let's talk in private. Jiang Fuyue just pretended not to understand, since it's okay, I'll go first. Hey, wait a minute. He stopped her again. Jiang Fuyue completely lost her patience. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then get out of my way. Ren Xinghe's eyes flashed with anxiety, and she didn't care that Ling Xian and Lin Shimo were also present. She said to Jiang Fuyue, can I change to your group? This was not the first time he had shown similar thoughts. But never was it as absurd as it was now, and even a little ridiculous. Ren Xinghe, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Now the training is almost over, and you say you want to change groups? It's because it's about to end that I have to change groups. He said loudly, I probably calculated the average score of this group now, and there is no way to be selected for the national team at all. We can't even touch the threshold. That was why he wanted to change to Jiang Fuyue's group. The average score was full. Not only would it not drag him down, but it could also improve the overall score. Oh. Jiang Fuyue laughed on the spot. She didn't mean it, but she couldn't help it. Ling Xian's eyes were cold. Even Lin Shimo frowned in discomfort. Not to mention whether this person's request was reasonable or not, the group was a joint group of him, Ling Xian, and Jiang Fuyue. Why did this person only ask Jiang Fuyue? Did he think that he and Ling Xian were decorations? Digression, just before midnight. Do you want to hear the truth? Jiang Fuyue asked. Ren Xinghe said, of course. First of all, it is impossible to change the group. If we don't agree, Professor Yan won't agree either. These words were too blunt. It was so straightforward that it was a little hurtful. Ren Xinghe's face suddenly sank, and she wanted to say something, but she heard Jiang Fuyue continue, secondly, we must correct a cognitive error of yours. Suppose you are switched to our group, then the average score has to be recalculated according to your results in several exams. I remember that you don't seem to have ever gotten full marks in an exam, right? This means that you have to lower the average score of the three of us. In this case, do you think it is possible for us to agree to let you join us? Ren Xinghe was trying to put her weight on the shoulders of others. Once she succeeded, he would reduce the burden as he wished, and the people who were originally relaxed would be miserable. Do you think we are saints or fools? Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly, but the offensive power of her words was not to be underestimated. Ren Xinghe's cheeks flushed. If you don't agree, then forget it, why humiliate people? In your eyes, this is called humiliation? But I feel that I am just telling the truth. As fellow countrymen, we are all from Lin. What's wrong with fellow countrymen? Ling Xian couldn't bear it and interrupted her. Is fellow countryman your father or your mother? Since neither is, then what obligation do we have to indulge you in your nonsense? Ren Xinghe trembled with anger. Ling Xian raised his eyes coldly and said word by word, you are not tired of the word fellow countryman, but I am tired of hearing it. Can you change it to something new next time? Ren Xinghe, in the end, he walked away like a stray dog. Ling Xian was still angry. Even if he has a big face, he can't even think of such a bullshit request. What the hell is in his brain? Ren Xinghe was just a small interlude. She refused and scolded him, and the three of them continued to walk out. Ling Xian had already called in advance to book a table, and the restaurant was not far away, just near the school. However, as soon as she stepped out of the school gate, she bumped into Xianxia. He was also carrying a cloth bag with a cartoon on it. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with food. Hey, what a coincidence! Are you going out? Ling Xian's face was cold and his voice was deep. Yes. Obviously, she didn't want to see him. Her good mood was instantly ruined. Xianxia didn't seem to notice. He chuckled and asked, what are you going to do? Lin Shimo, let's eat. Sigh. That's great, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. Ling Xian's eyebrows twitched. Didn't you bring food? Oh, you mean this? Xianxia held the cloth bag in front of him and deliberately shook it twice. The sound of water came from inside. Did you hear that? There's no rice or vegetables, just a can of chicken soup. You can drink it, but it doesn't fill you up. As she said that, she gave Lin Shimo a subtle look, asking him to speak up for her. Ahem. Why don't we all eat together? It's more lively with more people. Lin Shimo looked at Jiang Fuyue inquisitively. Okay, the latter nodded. I have no objections. Ling Xian. What the hell, it was too late to stop her. In this way, the group of 3 became a group of 4. Jiang Fuyue walked in the middle. At first glance, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was quite eye-catching. At the school gate, beside the road, there was a black Mercedes-Benz with the window half lowered. Shen Qiannan retracted his gaze, and the corners of his mouth almost reached the back of his head. Junior sister is really lucky. Looking at the appearance of these boys, they were already 1 in 100. Xie Dingyuan looked over. The next second, he was stunned. Although he could only see her back, he recognized Jiang Fuyue at a glance. His gaze fell on Zhong Xiang and turned cold. Then, he glanced at the 2 boys. It's good to be young. Shen Qiannan rubbed his chin and sighed. A beautiful and outstanding girl like little Junior is always pursued by boys no matter where she goes. Even an old man like me is attracted to her. Xie Dingyuan's eyes turned cold. You're attracted to her? Shen Qiannan chuckled. Even I am attracted to beautiful girls. Ahem. This is the appreciation of beautiful things and the pursuit of beauty. Do you understand? Xie Dingyuan was expressionless. I don't understand. Tisk, let me ask you, is Jiang Fuyue beautiful? The man frowned subconsciously. Are you serious? Shen Qiannan's expression was strange. It's such a simple question and you have to think about it? If I don't think, is my brain for decoration? The man looked disdainful. Shen Qiannan was anxious. What's there to think about? There's only one word for beauty. That's it. Xie Dingyuan said seriously, you're not strict enough. Oh my god. Why do you need to be strict when it comes to aesthetics? Beauty and ugliness are things that can be distinguished at a glance. We're not doing research. Xie Dingyuan was still looking in the same direction. His eyes were deep and his expression was cold. When he heard this, he replied indifferently, everything has its own standards, including beauty and ugliness. Shen Qiannan said, everyone has different standards of beauty. How do you explain this? From Xie Dingyuan's angle, he could see half of Jiang Fuyue's face. The girl's skin was very fair. Under the sun, it was as if it was plated with porcelain, sparkling and translucent. Her ponytail was tied behind her head and swayed gently with her every step. At this moment, she was talking to the boy on her right. Her neck was stretched into a beautiful arc, her eyebrows were relaxed and there was a smile on her face. Xie Dingyuan said, everyone has different standards of beauty, but there are also similarities. The common point is the standard. Do you agree? Shen Qiannan curled his lips. You make it sound like an academic exchange. Okay, let me rephrase my question. Is Jiang Fuyue the kind of beauty that can be judged under the standard? Xie Dingyuan said indifferently, before that, you have to give me a standard. But who in the world could really make such a set of things? Therefore, there was no solution to this problem. Shen Qiannan came to his senses. Alright, you tricked me. Your question is too boring. Is it that hard for you to praise me for being beautiful? Old Xia, he patted his brother's shoulder and said earnestly, you can't be like this. We have to be more tolerant of people and things that are pleasing to the eye, and not be stingy with our praise. Xie Dingyuan, there's no connection between whether she's beautiful or not and whether I praise her. Shen Qiannan choked. Forget it. You'd better continue to be a straight man. No one can save you if you're destined to be alone. Xie Dingyuan frowned. What do you mean? A straight man? Destined to be alone? Shen Qiannan thought he was questioning him, but when he took a closer look, he found that this person's eyes were full of confusion and confusion. Don't tell me you don't know what these 2 words mean? Should I know? He asked in a serious tone. Shen Qiannan's mouth twitched. No, you shouldn't. I'm not worthy. Xie Dingyuan took out his phone, opened the browser, and typed in the search box, what was a straight man? Soon, the results came out. He glanced at it briefly and clicked on one of them. The first sentence was, straight men have always been the target of ridicule. Xie Ding Yuan, question mark. He continued to read with a cold face. But straight men can be divided into ordinary straight men and straight men of steel. There are big differences between the two, as shown by the following 7 points. The first 3 points were about appearance, clothing, and hairstyle. Straight men were sloppy, and straight men of steel were very sloppy. Xie Dingyuan knew that although he did not care about his appearance, he still tidied himself up properly and tidily. No matter what, he could not be considered sloppy. Sure enough, Shen Qiannan's words could not be trusted. Just as he was about to exit the web page, he suddenly said, "Look at this." Shen Qiannan pointed at the bottom of the page. "Aren't I talking about you?" Ha 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 ha. Xie Dingyuan frowned and looked at the page, about selfies, ordinary straight man, nostrils to the camera. Shoot as you please. No editing. Straight man of steel, selfies? Boring. About female makeup, ordinary straight man, why are you still not done, straight man of steel, is there a difference, when your girlfriend is sick, ordinary straight man, high fever of 40 degrees? Drink more hot water. Straight man, is it that bad? Xie Dingyuan's face was cold throughout. Shen Qiannan said, ha 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 ha. I think if you're sick, you'll say, the increase in body temperature caused by fever can mobilize more lymphocytes to enter the lymphatic circulation and participate in the immune response. Ha ha ha, shut up. The veins on the man's forehead were throbbing. Xie Dingyuan basically understood the meaning of destined to be alone after reading it. Because the last sentence of the article was, straight men don't have girlfriends. Straight men of steel are destined to be alone. Start the car. Ah? The driver was stunned but reacted quickly. Oh. He quickly started the engine. Shen Qiannan couldn't take it anymore. He held his stomach and leaned against the seat. Ha 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 ha. Lao Xia, do you admit it now? Laugh again and get out of the car. Ha ha. No, no, I'm telling you, you can't be like this. We've been brothers for so many years. Ha ha ha. Don't be so. Ha ha. Can't take it, Xie Dingyuan ordered the driver coldly, stop the car. Squeak, the car stopped. Shen Qiannan knew his character well and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Woo-woo, I stopped laughing. The Mercedes-Benz was back on the road. 2 minutes later, Shen Qiannan laughed again. Ha 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 ha, the driver was sweating and almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. Mr. Shen is really bold, Xie Dingyuan raised his hand and pressed his throbbing temples. He turned his head and said coldly, Shen. Qian. Nan. He quickly closed his mouth and covered it tightly. His laughter stopped abruptly and his cheeks turned red. But he couldn't control himself when he wanted to laugh. But Shen Qiannan covered his mouth so tightly that it became Xie Dingyuan, question mark. What kind of idiot is this, the driver, exclamation point. I was secretly scared. Shen Qiannan. Jiang Fuyue and the others paid the bill after dinner and were ready to go back to school. Zhongxiang didn't want to leave. He followed Jiang Fuyue like a pug and didn't hide his purpose. Let them go back first. You're not in a hurry. Let's take a walk. Lin Shimo curled his lips. Forget your friends when you see a girl. Ling Xian frowned. It's so late. It's not good. Zhongxiang looked at his watch. Is it late? It's only 6:30. It's not dark yet. Then he reached out to tug Jiang Fuyue's sleeve without touching her skin. It's the best time to watch the sunset. I know there's a park behind Q University. It's cool and has a good view. It's the best place to watch the sunset. Really? Let's go. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to go back to the dormitory so early. Plus, her stomach was full. She wanted to take a walk to digest the food. Okay. She nodded in agreement. Zhongxiang's eyes lit up. He was flattered. I know a small path. It's fast, but there are a lot of weeds. You're wearing a dress, so be careful not to cut your legs. How about this? I'll walk in front and you follow behind. You'll step in my footsteps. Considerate, thoughtful, and meticulous. He didn't look like a frivolous person at all. He looked like a gentleman. Lin Shimo looked like he had seen a ghost. Was this really Xianxia? He looked at Jiang Fuyue's back and his gaze deepened. "TSK," Ling Xian suddenly said, "it's still early. There's nothing to do at home. I also want to watch the sunset. Why don't we go together?" Jiang Fuyue didn't have any objections. Lin Shimo readily agreed. Zhongxiang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ling Xian smiled. "Student Zhong, let's go. You lead the way and we'll follow behind." Zhongxiang, ? What the F***ck? He winked at Lin Shimo again. Unfortunately, the latter didn't seem to see it. He winked harder, hoping that his good friend would take the initiative to take the big trouble Ling Xian away and create a chance for him and Jiang Fuyue to be alone. Unfortunately, Lin Shimo, who always had a high IQ, seemed to have lost it. He just couldn't understand his hints. Zhongxiang wanted to cry. My life is 2F** king difficult, digression, 3,000 words. The second period will be at 6 p.m. in the evening. In the evening, half of the sky was dyed red. A black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of a villa. The waiter stepped forward and opened the car door for them. Xianxia stood still and looked around. Old Xing really knows how to choose a place. He changed the name of a formal academic conference to something called an academic salon. The whole atmosphere changed immediately. Those who don't know would think that we're here for a business cocktail party or a private party. Look at the environment, fancy and fancy. Xie Dingyuan adjusted his cuffs and did not say anything. He stepped inside under the guidance of the waiter. Xianxian curled his lips. Then, he stepped forward and followed. Inside, the hall was bright and brightly lit. There were high and low tea tables around for boiling water and tea. There were sandalwood chairs for sitting and sipping tea. There were screens between every two tables for shelter. Porcelain and green plants were placed on the 8 treasure shelves. There were 4 incense burners at the highest point. Xianxian said, Old Xing really knows how to do things. Last time, it was the pear garden. This time, it's the tea garden. Next time, will it be the whole vegetable garden? Ha ha ha. As soon as he spoke, several eyes fell on him and then on Xie Dingyuan who was standing quietly beside him. Immediately, someone came forward with a cup of tea. Professor Xia, Professor Shen, I didn't expect you to come today. Nice to meet you, Xianxian raised his eyebrows. You are? The man was not offended. He smiled and introduced himself. A university's superconducting quantum research department. My name is Sun Shi. Oh, you're the first author of Polaron images and applications in light matter interaction systems? The man was flattered. Professor Shen knows about my thesis? Oh, this is really an honor. You're exaggerating. Xianxian waved his hand. I've been teaching graduate students recently. In fact, it was an internal discussion. The 2-qubit Rabi model, strong coupling, polaron, energy spectrum collapse, entanglement entropy. These concepts were completely illogical. Sun Shi, who had a beer belly, narrowed his eyes as he smiled. Then, he turned his gaze to Xie Dingyuan. What has Professor Xia been up to recently? I haven't seen you at an academic conference for half a year. He was older than Xie Dingyuan and Xianxian, but he greeted them with Professor and Sir without any sense of guilt. In fact, the academic world paid more attention to seniority than any other industry. On the surface, these 4 words seemed to be reflected in age. As one grew older, one's seniority would also increase. In reality, that was not the case. What really mattered was the research results, how many SCI papers were published, how many national research projects were conducted or participated in, and how many graduate students and doctoral students produced theses every year. However, in a sense, the older one was, the more research results they had accumulated. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, Xie Dingyuan and Xianxian. One of them was a scientist with the reputation of national scholar, while the other was a scientific genius who published at least 5 SCI or equivalent magazines every year. They were all stronger than these old bones. Moreover, they were so young and their futures were limitless. If he didn't flatter them now and try to curry favor with them, when they reached a higher position in the future, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach them even if he tiptoed. Usually, as long as the two of them appeared in similar situations, they would be in high demand. Everyone wanted to come up and take a bite, or even smell it. This time was no exception. Soon, the two of them were surrounded. They exchanged greetings here and there, nodded there. Just as Xie Dingyuan was beginning to get impatient and was about to find an excuse to leave, the host of today's salon arrived. Old Sing. Shen Qiannan waved his hand and motioned for him to quickly come over and help. Sing Chuan smiled and stepped forward. I was wondering why everyone gathered here. It turns out that 2 flowers in the physics world have bloomed. The number 1 flower, Shen Qiannan, lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get rid of these people. The number 2 flower, Xie Dingyuan, was expressionless. Ahem. Shouldn't everyone return to their seats first? I have an important person to introduce to everyone tonight. It's a bit impolite to stay in one place. Important person? Professor Tsing, who are you inviting this time? Everyone was looking forward to it. Xing Chuan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, allow me to keep everyone in suspense. I promise I won't let you down. Okay, then we'll go back and sit down first. Professor Xia, Professor Shen Qiannan, we haven't finished talking just now. Let's continue later. Shen Qiannan's mouth twitched. Who the F***CK wants to continue with you? Xie Dingyuan immediately shifted his gaze away, looking extremely arrogant. Xing Chuan said, it's rare for the two of you to show up today. No wonder you're surrounded by a swarm of bees. Shen Qiannan said, you still have the nerve to say that? With the venue set up like this, those people will be lazy after a few sips of tea. What's the point of discussing academia? Just lie down and take a bath. It's smoky, just nice. Xing Chuan heard this and his mouth twitched. He said, boring. Then he turned and left. Hey. Why are you leaving? I'm going out to pick up someone. Who is it? Is there really an important person? Xing Chuan waved his hand and left him with his back view. Shen Qiannan whispered, who is it? Xie Dingyuan shook his head. I'm not sure. 10 minutes later, when Xing Chuan entered again, the first thing everyone noticed was not him, but the wheelchair he was pushing. Digression, second night watch, 2,000 words. The important person still hasn't come out, but the foreshadowing has been done. The next chapter is him, before midnight, moi. Sitting in the wheelchair was a middle-aged man with a thin face and a slightly pale face. He had a pair of beautiful eyes, but his pupils were an abnormal shade of gray, as if they were covered with a layer of haze. Xing Chuan pushed the wheelchair to the center of the hall and slowly said, let me introduce you, this is Professor Ming. The surname Ming was not a common surname, let alone in the domestic physics community. The only person who could be called an important person was him. Gasp, everyone gasped. That's Professor Ming, Mingyu? So he's really in a wheelchair. I thought it was just a rumor, I didn't expect, he looks so young. Professor Ming is not old. He's only 46 years old this year, but he's already the number 1 person in the domestic nuclear physics field. I heard that he lives in the Northwest and rarely returns to the capital. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting him today. I'm so excited. A person who could make his peers look at him with admiration and excitement, one could only imagine how high his achievements were. What's wrong with his eyes? It seems like he can't focus them? I heard that he accidentally injured them during a nuclear test 20 years ago. How can he do research if he can't see? There should be a technical solution. The country can't just sit back and do nothing. After all, he's a leading nuclear physics expert and one of the top researchers in the country. That's right. Although he rarely shows up in public, his research results have been published continuously. He shouldn't be completely blind. Everyone was discussing and whispering to each other. Shen Qiannan was stunned. It took him a while to react. It's Uncle Ming? Xie Dingyuan nodded softly. Shouldn't he be in Tingzhou preparing the Crimson 7 test? Why is he in the capital now? Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. His eyes darkened slightly. It's almost mid-autumn. Huh? You mean Uncle Ming is back for the festival? Xie Dingyuan shook his head. Mingyu didn't come back for the festival, but to see that person. Since he had accepted Xing Chuan's invitation, Mingyu was not just here to show his face and leave. He used a quarter of an hour to share the progress and results of his research over the past 3 years. Due to some confidential information that could not be revealed, he spoke very lightly. Even so, everyone present benefited a lot. After it was over, Mingyu declined to exchange greetings with everyone. Xing Chuan explained with a smile, Professor Ming just came back from Tingzhou today. He must be tired from the long journey. It's not easy for him to take the time to come here. Please forgive him. Of course, Professor Ming's health is the most important. We all understand. You have to take care of yourself. Shen Qiannan and Xie Dingyuan stepped forward and greeted Uncle Ming. A ripple appeared in the man's originally still pupils. His eyes subconsciously focused. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could still vaguely make out the silhouettes of the two people in front of him. Is it Dingyuan and Qiannan? Shen Qiannan squatted down so that their eyes were level. Yes, it's us. Why are you back? A smile appeared on Mingyu's indifferent face. I'm here to do something. Do you need our help? No. He looked at the other blurry figure. Why isn't Dingyuan talking? Shen Qiannan said, it's not like you don't know that he's always been a man of few words. In recent years, he's been too lazy to speak. Xie Dingyuan also squatted down like Shen Qiannan. He looked into Mingyu's eyes and said, welcome back. His tone was serious and his expression sincere. Mingyu smiled and nodded. You're still the same as before. You haven't changed. Shen Qiannan asked, what about me? What about me? Mingyu said, you're more talkative than before. Your research results are also better than before. Shen Qiannan's sadness turned into a smile. Of course. I've been working super hard these past few years. Xing Chuan, who was sitting behind the wheelchair, couldn't help but curl his lips. This bad habit of wanting to show off hasn't changed at all. After the salon ended, Xie Dingyuan got into the car. Shen Qiannan quickly opened the door, squeezed in, and closed it with a bang. Old Zhang. We can go now. The corner of the driver's mouth twitched and he looked at Xie Dingyuan inquiringly. When the latter nodded, he started the engine. No. What do you mean by this? Shen Qiannan saw this and looked unconvinced. My words are not words. Old Xie didn't even say it. You think it's an imperial edict? The driver wiped his sweat. Mr. Shen, please don't make things difficult for me. Digression, Mingyu, you, 4 times. 3 times, 2,000 words. Xie Dingyuan said, I'll get out of the car if you continue. Shen Qiannan went quiet. Let's go, old Zhang. Okay. After a long silence, Xie Dingyuan closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Suddenly, he said, Old Xie, I still feel that something is wrong. Xie Dingyuan did not open his eyes. He asked calmly, when have you ever felt that something is right? I'm not kidding. Uncle Ming's return this time is too strange. Xie Dingyuan suddenly opened his eyes. Shen Qiannan said, he's supposed to be in charge of the Tingzhou test area and the launch site, but he actually showed up in the capital before Crimson 7's test explosion. It doesn't make sense. Mingyu had left half an hour ago. According to Xing Chuan, he went back to rest. But the car didn't go back to the city. It seemed to be going to the suburbs. Why would he go to the suburbs at this time? Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed. The suburbs, he really came back to see that person. Old Xie? I asked you a question. Why are you in a daze? You're asking me? Who should I ask? But from your secretive look, it doesn't seem like you don't know anything. Shen Qiannan was a bit flamboyant, but he was not stupid. He was good at reading people's expressions. What's going on? Xie Dingyuan said, actually, I don't know much. After Mingyu had a falling out with his family, he went to the Northwest Research Institute in a fit of anger and applied for permanent residency. Every year, he only comes back to the capital on Mid-Autumn Festival, New Year's Eve, and December 7th, but he never sets foot in the Ming family. It's Mid-Autumn Festival soon. Crimson Seven's test explosion is scheduled for that day. He can't leave then, so he came back early. Xianxia was puzzled. What's so important that he came back to the capital at this time? If I'm not wrong, he should be on his way to the cemetery now. Cemetery? Xianxia was shocked. Who is he going to worship? Xie Dingyuan was stunned. After a while, he said slowly. A legend that no one has ever surpassed. Xianxia was not a member of the 8 families and knew little about their internal situation. Confused, he asked, what legendary? Xie Dingyuan stopped talking and looked out of the car window. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Outskirts, Rose Cemetery. Madam, a bouquet of daisies and a bouquet of red roses. The woman looked up in surprise. A familiar cap came into view. She couldn't see the face under the brim of the cap, but the chin exposed was smooth and fair. It's you again, miss? She was also the one who came to buy red roses last time. Okay. Jiang. Fuyue nodded slightly. Once the results of the physics competition were released tomorrow, she probably wouldn't come back for a long time. Since she was free today, she took a taxi and came over to take a look. As for Zhongxiang and the other two, after Jiang Fuyue finished her walk and digested her food, she used the excuse of going back to the dormitory to slip away. By now, they had probably gone back to their respective homes. The madam quickly wrapped the flowers and handed them over. This is the last bouquet of red roses today. Good luck. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue paid, took the flowers, and turned to leave. The lady boss looked at her back as she walked away and couldn't help sighing. What's wrong with you? The boss came out from behind with a bundle of broken branches. You're sighing. Are you unhappy? The girl who bought red roses in the cemetery came again. When I saw her, I thought of another girl from 20 years ago. Okay. How long has it been? Why are you still talking about it? Maybe she has a son and a daughter now and a happy family. She has already walked out of the shadow of losing her family. That's true. When I first saw her, I felt that she wasn't an ordinary person. Her temperament and eyes were amazing. Are you done packing? Get ready to close. Yes. Right away. Jiang Fuyue entered the cemetery. She walked up the stairs and stopped in front of 2 tombstones. She put down the daisy and turned around to brush the dust on Zhao Chushou's tombstone seriously. Then she bent down, put down the red roses, and adjusted the angle of the flowers. The difference in treatment was not too obvious. It was deep and dewy, and the wind left no trace. Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the tombstone as if she was one with the darkness. Mom, I found Grandmaster. He's healthy, but his hair is a lot whiter. I almost didn't recognize him. He's still the same as before. He likes to play games and team up with primary school students. Every time he loses, he nags at the other party to study hard. I wanted him to stay and live with Niu Rue, but he didn't seem too willing. He carried his small school bag and left. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered yesterday that you gave him that school bag. No wonder he was reluctant to change it. Although he didn't say it, I know that he misses you very much. I'll bring him over next time when there's a chance, okay? Jiang Fuyue looked at the smiling woman in the photo. Don't worry. I'll try my best to give him a home so that he can enjoy his old age. Oh, and I have to supervise him to change his bad habit of staying up late. What if he goes bald? He also gave himself the WeChat name of the world's most handsome old man. He's narcissistic and arrogant, but every time he calls me Little Moon, he's gentle and kind. Jiang Fuyue said a lot about Yi Qianji. She knew that Zhao Chuxiu wanted to hear it. As for herself, Jiang Fuyue, I won't say it. Anyway, you know that no matter where and what identity I have, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely live a good life. So, don't worry, Mom. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Fuyue didn't stay any longer. When she went down, she happened to see 2 figures walking up, carrying something in their hands. When she brushed past them, she glanced at them and found that they were carrying a wheelchair. and a man was sitting in the wheelchair. The lights were too dim, and the night was too dark. Before she could see his face clearly, she had already passed him. She didn't stop. She left the cemetery and took a taxi. "Professor Ming, we're here." The two assistants put down the wheelchair. The man's gray eyes were blank as he reached out to touch the tombstone in front of him. He slowly went down, and his hand was covered in dust, but he didn't notice it. It wasn't until he touched the word Lu that a smile appeared on his indifferent face. Then, it was the word Ming. His smile deepened. Finally, his fingertips brushed past the moon and traced the carvings back and forth, over and over again. It was unknown what he was recalling, but the man's eyes slowly revealed gentleness, as if he was caressing the cheek of his lover. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his eyebrows were full of longing. "Mingyu. I'm here to see you." His hoarse and slightly choked voice sounded particularly sad in the quiet night. The two assistants looked at each other and consciously retreated until they couldn't hear him anymore. 3 times a year for 20 years, rain or shine, they had always accompanied Professor Ming here. "Tell me, why does our professor have to do this? She's been gone for 20 years, and he still can't forget her." "What's this? You didn't see when Professor Ming had a falling out with his family?" That was earth-shattering. It's not an exaggeration to say that he declared war on the whole world. "Ah? I don't know about that." "Senior, tell me about it." "It's all in the past." "What's there to talk about? Look at our professor's relationship with the Ming family now. You can imagine how bad it was back then. But hasn't the head of the Ming family already passed away? There's no overnight feud between father and son. What's more, a person's death is like an extinguished lamp. What's there to be unforgivable? Don't persuade others to be kind if you haven't tasted their pain. Our professor's heart was broken, and he'll never be able to let it go. Unless that woman came back to life, but how was that possible? In the end, it was a dead end." "Then, is the person buried in the tomb your wife?" "I don't know. But one year, I heard the professor touch the name on the tombstone and say, 'If you were willing to nod back then we would be very happy now. Even if we weren't husband and wife, we should have been lovers, right?' Then she's the future wife, but why did she die?" "That's not clear. I only know that she came from a noble family and was extremely talented. The professor said more than once that if that person was still alive, there would be no place for him in the physics world." Hiss. The future wife is so powerful? No wonder the professor is still alone because of her. No wife, no family, no children, no daughters. I really want to see with my own eyes how beautiful the future wife is. She actually made the professor unable to forget her. "Hey, senior, do you think this is called white moonlight?" His heart and eyes were filled with the bright moon. He couldn't see any other light, whether it was the sun or the stars, the sky or the Milky Way. Digression, the first update was 3,000 words long. The white moonlight is here. The second update is tentatively set for 6:30 p.m. See the notice in the comments section for details. What charm, they couldn't imagine it. "Hey, the professor is calling us." The two of them quickly stepped forward, only to see that Mingyu's expression had returned to normal. "Let's go." "Professor, are we leaving directly?" Mingyu pondered for a moment. "Since we're here, we should pay a visit to the elders." The two assistants looked at each other and understood. Soon, they carried Mingyu to the other 2 tombstones not far away. "Huh?" Mingyu listened, but his eyes still couldn't focus. "What's wrong?" "Professor, there are 2 bouquets of flowers here. They look fresh." "But..." "Mingyu, but what?" "It's a little strange. It's the first time I've seen someone give red roses." The man trembled and his breathing quickened. He put his elbows on the armrest and said excitedly, "What flowers?" "Rose. Roses, Mingyu, quick. See if there's anyone else around." The assistants didn't dare to delay and immediately split up. 10 minutes later. "Professor, I didn't find anyone." "I didn't find anyone here either." Mingyu's eyes were dead, and his body seemed to be covered by a layer of cold air. The disappointment after the empty joy made him not look as elegant as usual, and there was an indescribable malice in his eyes. The assistant thought that he had seen wrongly. He blinked and looked again. The professor was still the same professor, calm and composed. Sure enough, he had seen wrongly. At this time, the other assistant suddenly thought of something and said, "When we came up just now, someone happened to be walking down." "Mingyu, did you see her face clearly?" The assistant shook his head. The light was too dim, and the person was wearing a hat and covered up. But judging from the figure, it should be a woman. Mingyu's breath stagnated and his fingers subconsciously clenched the armrest of the wheelchair. "Get the surrounding surveillance footage and check." The two looked at each other and asked carefully, "Now?" "Yes. But the park staff has already gotten off work." "Where could they get the surveillance footage?" Mingyu said word by word, "At any cost." The two assistants looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Was this allowing them to use their privileges outside the cemetery? The two assistants had already contacted the person in charge of the garden. The other party politely answered the phone, saying that they had already been informed and asked them to go directly to the surveillance center to make a copy. One of the assistants left to take care of Mingyu. "Professor, it's windy outside. Why don't we wait in the car?" "No need. Is there a flower shop nearby?" "Yes, there's one across the street. It's about to close." Mingyu said, "Push me over." The assistant did as she was told. "Old Xiao, are you done yet?" The lady boss craned her neck to look inside. "Shall I pull down the shutter door first?" "Go ahead, I'm coming." Just as the woman was about to start, suddenly, "Lady boss, I'm sorry to disturb you." The lady boss looked at the young man in front of her, then lowered her head and glanced at the man in the wheelchair with a dull look in his eyes. "You. What's the matter?" The assistant asked. "I want to ask if you sell red roses in your shop." The lady boss nodded. "Yes, but red roses are only for online orders. Most people who come directly to the shop buy daisies, lilies, and the like. After all, it's for worship. Very few people buy roses." The assistant didn't know how to ask and fell silent for a moment. Mingyu said directly, "Excuse me, did anyone come to the shop to buy red roses today?" The lady boss's eyes flashed. It was this 2-second hesitation that gave the man an inkling. "It seems that there was." His tone was firm. His eyes were clearly unfocused, but it seemed like they could see through everything. The lady boss had nothing to hide. "Someone did. 40 minutes ago, the last bouquet of red roses was bought." Mingyu subconsciously sat up straight, his spine stiff like a taut string. "Was it a man or a woman?" "A girl." The assistant asked, "Was she wearing a cap?" "Yes, yes, yes. She was tall and thin." Mingyu suppressed the wild beating of his heart and tried to make his voice sound calm enough, but the faint tremor still revealed that he wasn't calm at the moment. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was a little obscure. "Can we see the surveillance in the shop?" The lady boss was a little hesitant. The assistant called her aside and said a few words. Then, he gave her 500 yuan and repeatedly assured her that they didn't mean any harm. The lady boss nodded in agreement. "Don't say that I didn't tell you in advance. That girl was wearing a cap. You can't capture her face from this direction." Mingyu thanked him, but still insisted on looking at the surveillance footage. He couldn't see anything. Sure enough, the surveillance footage was played, and only the head of a person wearing a cap could be seen. The sweater and trousers were tightly covered from head to toe. Obviously, she didn't want to be photographed and had made full preparations. She was about 1.7 meters tall. She was very thin from the back and had very long legs. The assistant described to Mingyu. The latter tilted his head and leaned his upper body slightly. This was a behavior that only appeared when he was concentrating. However, the moment he heard the words 1.7 meters, he frowned. "Are you sure her height is 1.7 meters? The assistant hesitated and took another look. "I look like," the lady boss said, "she's definitely more than 1.7 meters. My husband is 1.72 meters. She's even taller than him." The man's face suddenly darkened. 7 meters, how could she be 7 meters, the moon wasn't that high, can you tell her approximate age? He asked again. The lady boss thought for a moment. She shouldn't be more than 25 years old. She's very young. Her age didn't match either. The light in Mingyu's eyes gradually dimmed until there was silence. At this time, another assistant came back with the surveillance footage. The three of them got into the car and prepared to leave. At this moment, a few black cars suddenly rushed out from the surroundings. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of brakes, the door of the first car opened, and a long leg wrapped in suit pants appeared in front of everyone. The man bowed and stood still. Under the moonlight, his handsome features revealed a trace of sickly delicacy. There was a feminine beauty to it. The two assistants glanced at each other. They couldn't have encountered an underground organization that wanted to kidnap the professor, right? Mingyu sat in his wheelchair. His eyes were deliberately illuminated by the car's headlights. He subconsciously squinted his eyes. Who are you people? What do you want? One of the assistants stepped forward and blocked Mingyu with his body, blocking most of the light for him. The man raised his hand slightly, and the car's headlights were switched to a low beam. At least it wasn't so dazzling. He snorted. Mingyu, long time no see. Mingyu's expression changed slightly. The man took advantage of the situation and stepped forward. He pushed aside the eyesore of the assistant and stood in front of the wheelchair, looking down at him condescendingly. This action was very impolite. It could even be said that it was arrogant. Mingyu's stagnant eyes moved slightly. With the movement of looking up, it was as if he could really see the other person. He wasn't angry. In fact, his lips even rippled with a faint smile. Indeed, long time no see, Lu Mingxin. He called out his name. There seemed to be melancholy in his sigh. It was as if he was calling another person through him. His tone instantly angered the man. Shut up. Are you worthy of calling my name? What else should I call you? He was as calm as a mountain. In contrast, Lu Mingxin was malicious and mean. President Lu, Mr. Lu. Anything is fine. Do we need to be so distant? Huh. The man sneered. Are we very close? Mingxin, I told you to shut up. Mingyu sighed. He wasn't angry at all. However, the two assistants couldn't stand it anymore. Who the hell are you? How dare you yell at the professor? Do you have any manners? Professor? Oh, I almost forgot. You're now a famous physicist. You're highly respected in the country's academic community. Unfortunately, his eyes suddenly turned cold. What does it have to do with me? The assistants were so angry that their cheeks turned red. Professor, let's go. As they spoke, they pushed Mingyu away. The next second, the men in black blocked their way. Lu Mingxin stood there and smiled evilly and arrogantly. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? You're illegally imprisoning me. I'll call the police now. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Zhonghao, don't be impulsive. Put it away, Mingyu said lightly. But the professor is, my words don't count. The assistant named Zhonghao took back his phone with a sullen face. Lu Mingxin snorted. At least you know your place. Mingyu said nicely, I'm here to see Mingyu, shut up. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by the other party. The man's eyes were red, and his killing intent was biting cold. Mingyu, you don't deserve to mention my sister's name. Digression, 3,000 words. Just before midnight. There was a moment of dead silence in the air. The wind blew, but it couldn't blow away the coldness around the man. Don't think I don't know what you're here for. Mingyu didn't feel guilty at all. He looked straight ahead. In the past, you hid your whereabouts well, so I couldn't catch you. Today, I'm lucky. So? What are you going to do? Lu Mingxin went around to the back and patted his wheelchair. He said sarcastically, Professor Ming is now a key national protected person. You're a national treasure. I wouldn't dare to do anything to you even if I had 100 guts. Mingxin, I told you to change the way you address me. How dare you call me Mingxin? He was furious and slapped the wheelchair. There was a loud bang. The two assistants' faces changed. How dare you? You're out of control. Mingyu didn't move. He didn't even frown. His eyes were full of tolerance and helplessness. He said, "It's been 20 years, but your temper is still the same. Everything has changed. You're the only one who's the same. No, 20 years ago, when she left, I was no longer me." The man's eyes were sad, but it was quickly replaced by layers of darkness. Mingyu, I'm warning you. Don't disturb my sister again. If she's in heaven, the person she doesn't want to see the most is you. Mingshen. He finally showed signs of anger. What? Did I poke your sore spot? Mingyu's face was cold. He unconsciously tightened his hands on his knees. You're not her. You have no right to say such things. Doesn't she know whether she wants to see you or not? Aren't the first things you scientists learn to deceive others and be shameless? Mingyu's body swayed slightly. From the assistant's point of view, he could see his straight shoulders and his cheeks were gradually stiffening because he was clenching his teeth. He still looked so calm, steady, and peaceful, but the details betrayed his panic, helplessness, and grief. He had never seen Professor Ming like this before. In her impression, he was so strong, benevolent, calm, and peaceful, like a mountain that would never collapse, a sea that would never dry up. But now, because of that person's rhetorical question, he was as fragile as a piece of porcelain that could be easily broken. The assistant's eyes turned red. How could the person he respected the most be humiliated and wronged like this? Enough. Stop provoking the professor. Lu Mingxin didn't even look at him. His sharp eyes went straight to Mingyu. Don't challenge my patience. If I find you coming to the rose garden again, Mingyu frowned. What are you going to do about it? I'll make sure you never find her. How dare you? Lu Mingxin sneered, his eyes filled with madness. Let's see if I dare. That's your sister. Don't you dare touch her grave. Lu Yunzhong is buried in the garden. I've long wanted to find a quieter place for her. Lu Mingxin, you're crazy. Mingyu shook his head in disbelief. The man laughed. His skin was cold and pale under the moonlight. His eyes were filled with hostility and viciousness. You're all superfluous. You all deserve to die. What's the use of pretending now? She's not yours. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. What about you, Lu Mingxin? The man's gray eyes hid a bottomless abyss, deep and cold. Aren't you superfluous? Don't you deserve to die? How did your sister treat you in the past? How did you repay her? I don't need you to remind me. Outsiders don't have the right to tell me what to do with her. Mingxin, his tone softened. You're on your own. Don't do anything that will make it difficult for everyone. If you dare to touch Mingyu's grave, not to mention me, they won't let you have an easy time. Zhonghao, here, Professor. Let's go back. This time, Lu Mingxin's people didn't stop them. Mingyu and his two assistants got into the car and left. The night wind was cold. It was bone-chilling when it blew on people's faces. Mr. Lu. A bodyguard came forward, wanting to say something but stopped. Lu Mingxin stood still and ordered coldly, you all go first. Leave a car. Yes. Soon, the black car drove away, leaving only one car parked by the road. Lu Mingxin stepped into the cemetery and looked up at the stairs that extended up. He felt a trace of fear and timidity. It had been 20 years. Mingyu could still come back to see her 3 times a year, but he didn't even have the courage to step in. He only dared to park the car at the entrance of the cemetery. Under the cover of the night, he looked far into the northeast. He heard that her grave was in that direction. The sun rose in the east, and there were clouds in the north. The scenery must be beautiful. Today, he finally mustered up the courage to step into the cemetery, but he couldn't take a step closer to her. What about you, Lu Mingxin? Aren't you superfluous? Don't you deserve to die? How did your sister treat you in the past? How did you repay her? Mingyu's words echoed in his mind again and again. He was guilty, but how could he be innocent? Lu Mingxin bent his knees and knelt on the stairs. He looked at the crescent moon in the sky and laughed until his whole body trembled. Ha ha ha, digression, good night. Jiang Fuyue had no idea what was happening outside the cemetery. She went back to the dormitory, took a hot shower, and read papers for half an hour before going to bed. It was a dreamless night. The next day, the results of the final group test were announced. The head coach, Yan Jinfeng, 3 coaches led by Qin Libin, and the lifestyle teacher, Sun Kun, were all present. As the teachers in charge of the 5 groups, other than Yan Jinfeng, who was standing on the podium, the other 4 teachers sat together with the students in their groups. Sun Kun had a smile on his face ever since he entered the room. He first looked at Jiang Fuyue, then glanced at Ling Xian and Lin Shimo. His gaze was no different from a mother hen looking at her chicks. He almost had the word satisfied engraved on his face. Lin Shimo. His scalp went numb. Ling Xian. I can't take it. Yan Jinfeng, thank you all for cooperating with me during the 2-week training camp. The goal of the summer camp is to uncover the students' talent in physics and cultivate international competition players. Everyone here has worked hard. As coaches and teachers, we can see that and feel gratified. But this is a competition. Since it is a competition, there will inevitably be winners and losers. The results will determine whether you can enter the national team and participate in the IPH0, but it will not determine who you will become in the future. So, whether the results are good or bad, whether you can enter the national team or not, I hope that you can maintain your original mindset and move forward. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thunderous applause. Next up was the highlight of the day, the announcement of the results. As expected, Jiang Fuyue's group got 5 full marks. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo each get 20 points. Jiang Fuyue gets 60 points. Everyone was already used to this, and they were no longer as surprised as they were at the beginning. Although I knew this would be the result, I still feel inexplicably melancholic. She is strong, but it doesn't stop me from being jealous. Well, who isn't? Before coming to the summer camp, I was envied by others. After coming here, I started to envy Jiang Fuyue. Some people are born to crush the common people and look down on the world. The 3 of them will definitely be on the national team. After the group test results were announced, it was time to announce the overall ranking. This ranking directly determined the candidates for the national team. First place, Jiang Fuyue. There was no doubt about it. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo tied for second place, but there was a gap of nearly 200 points between them and Jiang Fuyue. Fourth place was Hua Fanjin, the girl who had publicly challenged Jiang Fuyue during the camp opening ceremony. During this period of time, she kept a low profile. She didn't compete, didn't stand out, and ignored all the commotion in the circle. There were several times when Su Qing and Chen Sicang deliberately sowed discord in front of her and instigated her to go against Jiang Fuyue. However, Miss Hua would embarrass them on the spot and they would run away. Hua Fanjin listened to classes during the day and studied at night. Finally, God did not disappoint him. His grades kept rising and he was finally selected for the national team. At that moment, Miss Hua's eyes turned red. For the first time, she felt that 4th place could be so pleasing to the eye. 5th place was also the last person to be selected for the national team, Fang Canyang. Compared to Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, and Lin Shimo, Fang Canyang's name seemed to have appeared in front of everyone for the first time. Is there such a person in our class? Of course there is. Otherwise, why would he be on the list? The point is, we don't know. We haven't heard of him. I think he's in Professor Qin's group. Who is it? Let me see. Over there, the one in red on the left? No, the one in the white shirt. Yan Jinfeng, student Fang is a hardworking and down-to-earth kid. He doesn't talk much and doesn't seem to be very active in class, so he might be unfamiliar to everyone. But it's okay, let's ask him to stand up and say hello. As he spoke, he looked at one of the seats below. A few seconds later, a boy slowly stood up from that seat. He was not tall and thin, but his skin was very white. At that moment, his head was half lowered and his hands were stiff at his sides like a piece of wood. It was obvious to the naked eye that he was nervous. Yan Jinfeng said encouragingly, Fang Canyang, raise your head and say hello to everyone. We're all classmates, so relax. The boy took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. The next second, the whole class laughed. The boy's cheeks were red, and even the bridge of his nose was dyed crimson. At first glance, it looked like he had applied red paint. Is he shy? Oh my god. It's like a special effect from an anime. Ha ha ha, he looks like a tomato. Don't say that. It's a little embarrassing, but cute. Oh please. He's a boy. He has to be manly and majestic. What the hell is cute? This time, Fang Canyang's face was even redder. His skin was very white, so it was even more obvious. Yan Zhenfeng coughed softly. Okay. Everyone be quiet. Everyone immediately stopped talking, but they couldn't help but snicker. Student Fang, please speak. Hello, everyone. My name is Fang Canyang. I don't like to talk. Because I don't speak well. I When I'm nervous, I stutter. I'm sorry. I'll start now, Yan Zhenfeng, ? Everyone, ? Then, ha 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 ha, even Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but smile. Only one person did not smile from beginning to end. When he looked at Fang Canyang, there was even a flash of malice and viciousness in his eyes. Digression, 2000 words per second. Guess who this person is? Everyone will be notified in the comments section in the afternoon. Ren Xinghe ranked 6th. She was 20 points behind Fang Canyang. But as long as she fell out of the top 5, there was no difference between the 6th place and the 26th place. She couldn't enter the national team anyway. If Fang Canyang was a stumbling block in front of him, then Jiang Fuyue was a sword hanging over his head. The former got in his way, and the latter brought him endless threats and insults. Ren Xinghe hated both of them. He had worked so hard, but his score was still lower than Fang Canyang's. Originally, if Jiang Fuyue agreed to let him join her team, these problems could be solved easily, but she didn't. Not only did she not, but she also spoke ill of him. A cold light flashed in Ren Xinghe's eyes, and it instantly returned to silence. At this point, the physics competition summer camp was successfully over. Except for Jiang Fuyue and the other 4 who needed to stay in the capital for a while, the rest could take the award, pack their things, and prepare to go home. Nearly half of the students left school that afternoon. At this time, Jiang Fuyue and others were sitting in the empty classroom, listening to Yan Zhenfeng's lecture. You are the 5 people who have been finally selected after a lot of training. Do you know what this means? Jiang Fuyue didn't speak. Ling Xian's expression was indifferent. Lin Shimo blatantly fiddled with his headphones. Hua Fanjin simply took out a small mirror and looked at it. Only Fang Canyang shook his head and said, I don't know. Yan Zhenfeng glanced at him with relief. Students should be so obedient. Ahem. This means that you are very outstanding. Hua Fanjin spread his hands and said, Isn't this the truth? Lin Shimo nodded. Ling Xian said, Agreed. Jiang Fuyue said, Oh. Yan Zhenfeng, ? This wasn't written in the script. Fang Canyang looked at the group of big shots around him and shivered. Were they so arrogant? Ahem. Although it's good to have confidence, you can't be blindly arrogant. Hua Fanjin said, It's the truth. Yan Zhenfeng, geniuses didn't seem to be easy to manage. Do you know what the national team is? He asked again. Still, no one answered. Except for Fang Canyang. A team representing the country? Yan Zhenfeng nodded. That's right. You are going to represent your country and compete with the other participating countries. Although it's not as tragic as a war, it's unavoidable. Do you know the results of the IPO last year? Hua Fanjin pursed his lips. As far as I know, there isn't a single gold medal. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Yan Zhenfeng also fell silent. After a while, he continued, I'm not saying this to increase the pressure on you, but to let you recognize reality and not underestimate the enemy. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. We'll take your words to heart. As soon as she spoke, the others also expressed their opinions. Lin Shimo, this year is different from last year. Ling Xian, I understand. Strategically, you look down on the enemy, but tactically, you value the enemy. Hua Fanjin said, well. I'm just saying. I'm actually very humble. Fang Canyang nodded vigorously. They were all right, Yan Zhenfeng finally understood. As long as he could deal with Jiang Fuyue, the rest of the people wouldn't be a problem. Ah. The geniuses didn't seem so difficult to deal with. He just had to take down the leader of the geniuses, Jiang Fuyue. I heard you want to take me down? Yan Zhenfeng. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. There's one more thing to announce. This time, Professor Qin, Professor Sun, and I will be leading the team to Country D. Does anyone have any opinions? Jiang Fuyue shrugged. She didn't have any opinions. Then the rest of the people probably wouldn't have any opinions. Sure enough, the remaining 4 shook their heads. Qin Libin and Sun Kun were originally sitting on the side, but now they stood up with a smile. Qin Libin, your Professor Yen is mainly responsible for professional questions, Professor Sun is in charge of everyone's daily life, and I'm mainly a translator. Most of the daily communication in Country D is in German. Sun Kun then added, students, please take care of us in the future. Lastly, and also the most important thing. Yan Zhenfeng looked up and glanced at the crowd. A team can't be without a leader. You need a captain. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer? Everyone looked at each other. No one spoke. Yan Zhenfeng's eyes flashed. Since there's no one, I'll directly name someone, Jiang Fuyue, you'll be the captain. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. She was just sitting in the classroom, but an official came from the sky. Ling Xian immediately said, I agree. Lin Shimo, no problem. Hua Fanjin looked past the two and glanced at Jiang Fuyue, who was as still as a mountain. Sure. But, that big sister didn't seem to want to accept this difficult task. Fang Canyang didn't have any opinions. He habitually nodded his head no matter what others said. At this moment, everyone's opinions were highly unified. It was up to Jiang Fuyue to accept. Sure. She nodded and glanced at everyone indifferently. Just don't regret it. Why did she suddenly feel a chill on the back of her neck? Yan Zhenfeng's old eyes were half closed as he smiled, like a big brown bear that had successfully stolen honey. Hee, after going around in circles, didn't I still get you as the leader? Jiang Fuyue seemed to feel something. Her eyes fell on him, and gradually became meaningful. Digression, it's time for the second watch. Before midnight Jiang Fuyue's first order as the team leader was 6 o'clock in the evening at Blissful Barbecue Restaurant at the North Campus Gate. The cost will be split equally. Hua Fanjin's eyes lit up. Barbecue? I want to go. Fang Canyang nodded. Me too. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo naturally had no objections, but, Hua Fanjin asked, what are we having a meal for? Jiang Fuyue replied, to eat, drink, and have fun. Yan Zhenfeng, who hadn't gone far yet, was confused. Qin Libin rubbed his hands and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Sun Kun really wanted to go back and ask the kids, can you count me in? But before she could say it, she remembered that she had to maintain her dignity as a teacher, so she forced herself to walk away. With that, Jiang Fuyue stood up and left. Ling Xian followed closely behind. Lin Shimo looked away and pursed his lips. Hua Fanjin caught up from behind and walked side by side with him. He teased, young Master Lin, since when did you start attending these kinds of gatherings? Lin Shimo didn't stop and walked straight ahead without even looking at her. Miss Hua, aren't you the same? I thought about it. People should be more sociable, right? Besides, it's a gathering organized by the team leader, so I have to give him some face. Lin Shimo nodded. You have a point. But as far as I know, you've never been a sociable person. Your reason for going should be different from mine, right? The young man stopped and turned to look at her. What are you trying to say? Hua Fanjin raised her eyebrows. I'm afraid you have an ulterior motive. Then what is it? Lin Shimo's tone was cold. She smiled but didn't answer. I suddenly realized that the team leader is very cool. Not only is he talented, but he's also very good-looking. He's much prettier than the prettiest girls in our grade. Lin Shimo and Hua Fanjin came from the same high school. The young man frowned slightly, as if he was wondering why she was telling him this. Hua Fanjin sighed, turned around, and walked straight ahead. As she walked, she sighed. A beautiful and smart girl like the team leader must have many suitors. I just don't know what type she likes. I think Ling Xian is quite interested in her. His eyes never left her the entire time. I don't know if the two of them will be able to. Lin Shimo was confused. Was Hua Fanjin's brain, as for Ling Xian and Jiang Fuyue, he suppressed the urge to frown and muttered softly, what does it have to do with me? The one who should have a sense of crisis was that idiot Zhong Ziang. Far away in the Xia family's mansion, Shimo SHT. Which bastards A***T. At 6 p.m. at night S clock other S Shimos, and 3 others, SSSS. After the introductions, he realized that they were members of the IOI national team. Of the two boys, the skinny one was called Huang Hui, and the fatter one was called Gao Xiaoming. The girl looked very young. After asking, Lin Shimo found out that she was only 14 years old. Hello. I am Fang. Kanyang. Half of the young man's face was red, from his nose to his ears. Hua Fanjin arrived in no time. The spoiled young lady was actually getting along well with Fanyi. We both have the word fan in our names. That's true. Speaking of which, you're from Duofu? Yes. I heard that the coastline there is very beautiful. It's very suitable for surfing. There are tides during the rainy season. The waves are the strongest then, and it's very dangerous in some of the steep canyons. Only the most skilled sailors dare to go out to sea during that time. Do they surf at sea? No, they fish. Tisk, fishing when the waves are the strongest? Hua Fanjin suspected that the young lady was lying to her. Yes. They don't need to sail, so they're not afraid of the waves. Don't sail? Do they swim? Not really. Fanny scratched her head. They will go to the island before the tide rises, and then dive into the sea when the tide rises. Isn't that too dangerous? That's why I said that only the best sailors dare to do it. The young lady puffed out her chest proudly. Her short hair was a little messy, probably because it had exploded in her sleep. A bunch of strands of hair stood up on the top of her head, swaying. Hua Fanjin's hands were itching. He really wanted to F***ck her. At that moment, Lin Shimo and Ling Xian arrived. Two groups of people, one from the IOI national team and the other from the Ipo national team, officially met. After introducing themselves, they sat down at two separate tables. Hua Fanjin, there's no need to separate, right? Since we all know each other, let's all sit together. Fanyi shook her head, looking very regretful. The table is too small. No, it's still small when two tables are put together. It can fit all 8 of us. It can fit all of us, but we brought other things. As they spoke, the 3 of them took out their laptops and placed them on the table. Suddenly, it became crowded. Hua Fanjin was confused. Why did you bring your laptops out for barbecue? The 3 of them cast their gazes at Jiang Fuyue at the same time. The latter glanced at Hua Fanjin with a cold expression. Don't worry, you have one too. Huh? Then, everyone watched as Jiang Fuyue pulled out a bulging recycle bag from under the table. She opened it, and the A3 paper printed test papers came into view. She took them out and distributed them to the Ipo team members. Everyone had a copy, and each copy was as tall as a pinky finger. You guys didn't really think that I called you out for barbecue, did you? Ding. The Demon King was online. Digression, everyone, very confused. 2,000 words, good night everyone shuddered. Hua Fanjin swallowed his saliva and mustered up his courage. What should we do if we don't eat barbecue? Jiang Fuyue glanced at the test paper in her hand and asked, what do you think? Hua Fanjin was dumbfounded. The others were not any better. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the innermost part of the barbecue shop. There were 2 tables on the left and right, and there was a passageway in the middle. Jiang Fuyue took a plastic stool and sat in the middle of the passageway. She used IOI in her left hand and Ipo in her right hand. Fan Ye's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the two boys at the same table were also focused. Gao Jiaoming was focused, and Huang Hui was focused. A plate of barbecue was placed in the middle of the table, and the aroma wafted into their nostrils. Fan Ye couldn't wait to hurry up. Finally, Sister Yu. I'm done. Check it. As he spoke, he turned the computer towards her. Jiang Fuyue quickly scanned it and tried it. No problem. Fan Ye asked, can I eat now? Her eyes lit up. Of course. Fan Ye held and pounced on the barbecue. Gao Jiaoming was anxious. His chubby face was covered in sweat, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Huang Hui sped up as well. When the people at the next table heard this, they instinctively craned their necks to take a look. Fan Ye was eating happily with a string of treasures in her left hand and a string of tofu in her right hand. Gulp, it was Fang Canyang. He looked at the half-finished test paper in his hand, and then looked at Fan Ye's satisfied face. He suddenly felt sour. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian were fine. They only glanced at the test paper and then looked away and continued to work. Other than writing faster and thinking more actively, it was not much different from before. As for Hua Fanjin, sorry, she was still in a daze. She did not write a single question, and her pen did not move. After a while, she looked at Jiang Fuyue. Are you the devil? Lin Shimo, Ling Xian, Fang Canyang, exclamation point. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue met her gaze and smiled. I'm not a devil. I'm your captain. Oh, the truth was worse than the devil. But, why aren't you doing the questions in the classroom? Or the library? Why do you want to come to a barbecue restaurant that attracts people to commit crimes, Jiang Fuyue? It's convenient. You can eat after you're done. But if you make people drool, how are you going to write the test paper? Oh, that's the problem you should consider. Rain, I have no melon. Hua Fanjin, at this time, Fan Ye had finished eating a bunch of palm treasures. She picked up the second one and put it to her mouth. Suddenly, she met Hua Fanjin's resentful eyes. She was stunned for a moment before probing, Sister Hua, do you want some? Think about it, think about it. Hua Fanjin pecked at the rice like a little chick. She was extremely touched in her heart. Look, this little girl is still thinking about me. She doesn't forget to share a bite with me when there's good food. But in fact, Fan Ye, then you have to work hard. This crispy bone was really delicious. It's fragrant, spicy, and smells like cumin. Hua Fanjin, ? I advise you to be more humane. At this time, the lady boss served the barbecued meat. Such a big plate was placed right in front of her. Hua Fanjin was about to reach out her hand when she met Jiang Fuyue's death stare. She couldn't help but cower. She quietly picked up her pen and began the first question of the first question. Heh. Lin Shimo chuckled. Hua Fanjin's face darkened. The next second, he spoke, I'm done. Hua Fanjin, ? F*CK. I haven't even started, how can you be done? Then, Ling Xian put down her pen and said, I'm done too. Fan Ye, who was sitting next to her, had already started eating chicken wings. Wow. Sister Hua, this is even better. If you don't believe me, you can try it later. Hua Fanjin was about to go crazy. Jiang Fuyue. Everyone was silent. What's the matter? Lin Shimo's cold gaze landed on her face. Hua Fanjin, you. Why did you put us together with the IOI national team? Fan Ye, that little girl, was too despicable, how dare she covet her so openly? Before Jiang Fuyue could speak, Fan Ye giggled and said, because Sister Yu is also our captain. Hua Fanjin, ? She doesn't have that much time to take care of us separately. She might as well put us together to save time and effort, right, Sister Yu? Jiang Fuyue's smile proved that Fan Ye was right. However, what did she mean by take care of us? Are we mixed hairs or weeds? How should we be taken care of? Feel offended to, smile. JPG, then, why did you ask us to do these papers? The questions on them are not within the scope of the main examination. They involve some marginal knowledge, such as this KB curve. I've never heard of it. We're going to Country D for the competition next week. Is there a need to do this now? Jiang Fuyue scanned the others. What about you guys? Do you think so too? Ling Xian shook her head. I don't think so. Since you've done it, you must have your reasons. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at Lin Shimo. Lin Shimo twirled her pen and said slowly, there's no such thing as a key point in the competition. As long as it's within the scope of mechanics, thermodynamics, molecular physics, optics, atomic and nuclear physics, and electromagnetism, it can be tested. If you only focus on the key points and ignore the details, you might get a higher score, but you'll never get a full score. Based on the results of previous competitions, not getting a full score meant losing the gold medal. Do you think it's necessary? Lin Shimo retorted. Also, just because you don't know what the KB curve is doesn't mean that others don't know. Next time, think carefully before you speak. Hua Fanjin glared at her. You. Lin Shimo's expression was indifferent. She waited for her to refute, but unfortunately, Hua Fanjin couldn't say a word. Suddenly, she turned to Fang Canyang. Do you know? Huh? The KB curve. Hua Fanjin stomped her feet. I know a little. Lin Shimo snorted, as if to say, see, you're asking for it. Hua Fanjin's face turned green and red, but she still refused to admit defeat. Then, even if it's broadening the knowledge, it doesn't have to be so difficult, right? These questions are not on the same level as the ones we usually do. Do you know where the competition venue is? Hua Fanjin, Country D, of course. Don't you know how difficult the questions are in Country D? Just because it's held in Country D, it doesn't mean that Country D will set the questions. No, Fang Canyang shook his head. The host has the right to choose the questions. They're used to setting difficult questions, so the questions they choose will be more difficult. Lin Shimo snapped her fingers. There are still smart people in our team. Hua Fanjin was completely silent now. Jiang Fuyue said, these are the questions provided by Country D over the years. 20% of them were selected for the EPO questions, and the rest were not selected. Almost all of them are here. As she spoke, she patted the stack of A3 papers beside her, like the Grim Reaper waving his scythe. Cold, iron-blooded, and decisive. Digression, 2,000 words. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Shimo pushed the test paper in front of Jiang Fuyue. Check the answers. Jiang Fuyue opened it and glanced at it. No problem. Hua Fanjin was shocked. That's it? Are you done? Where's the reference answer? She looked around but couldn't find anything that resembled the answer. Fang Canyang was also curious. There were 3 major questions, and each major question had at least 7 or 8 minor questions. How could she determine the answer with just a glance? Wasn't that too casual? Lin Shimo looked at them like, how should he put it, how should he describe it, like a city dweller looking at a country bumpkin. Ling Xian didn't know what to say either. Hua Fanjin and Fang Canyang were at a loss. This was the first time they had met the devil. Hua Fanjin, what did I say wrong? Why are they looking at me like that? Fang Canyang, I think I'm in trouble, although I don't know what I did. In the end, it was Fan Yi who answered their questions. Sister Yu never uses paper answers because all the steps and results are in her head. Hua Fanjin, is she still human? Fang Canyang, I might have met a god. At this time, Ling Xian passed the test paper to Lin Shimo. After reading his, help me check mine too. I'm hungry. Soon, Jiang Fuyue pushed the plate in front of him. Hey. Lin Shimo was dissatisfied and his handsome face was cold. What's the meaning of this? If you push it over, I won't eat it? Jiang Fuyue, question mark. You really didn't touch your chopsticks. Lin Shimo's mouth twitched. I wasn't hungry just now, but now I'm hungry again. Can't I eat? In the end, the plate was placed between Lin Shimo and Ling Xian. They looked at each other and there was a spark in their eyes. The other 2 at the same table were miserable. Fang Canyang was mesmerized by the smell of the barbecue and stole glances from time to time. He couldn't concentrate at all, let alone do the questions. Hua Fanjin wanted to do the questions properly, but she didn't pay attention at first. Besides, the questions were difficult and time-consuming, so she could only feel anxious. Both of them scratched their ears and cheeks, fidgeting uneasily. Jiang Fuyue glanced over and immediately became obedient. Ling Xian, this roasted leek is not bad. Lin Shimo, it's good for your kidneys. You can eat more. On the other side, Dao Xiaoming and Huang Hui finished their work almost at the same time. Sister Yu. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at them again. Hua Fanjin and Fang Canyang felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. Were they the only ones left in the end? Soon, Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming passed the inspection and finally pounced on their beloved barbecue. Fan Yi, on the other hand, was already full. She sat at the side, drinking a drink and watching videos on her phone. It was simply too carefree. Suddenly, she left her seat and moved closer to Hua Fanjin. Sister Hua, you haven't finished writing yet? All the meat is going to be snatched by them. You really have to hurry up. Aya. Was there a need to calculate such a simple equation? I'll tell you the answer directly. X equals 3 and Y equals 7. Little girl, are you sure you're not here to laugh at me? Sister Hua, why did you stop writing? Hurry up and continue to the next step. You can list out the formula and I'll help you calculate it. This will save more time. Think about the delicious barbecue, the crispy palms, and the golden chicken wings. Gulp, Hua Fanjin cried. She secretly glanced at Jiang Fuyue and lowered her voice. Will she flip out if we do this? Fan Yi waved her hand. She won't. Hua Fanjin, are you sure? Sister Yu said that all calculations are just a way of thinking. We should learn to think, not calculate. What do you mean? Fan Yi thought for a moment. Simply put, the brain is responsible for solving problems, and the calculator is responsible for calculating. Jiang Fuyue usually uses a calculator to solve problems? Fan Yi shook her head. Sister Yu doesn't use a calculator, nor does she need others to calculate for her. No matter how complicated the steps are, she only needs to glance at them to get the answer immediately. That's why she never uses draft paper to solve problems. The last sentence directly changed Hua Fanjin's worldview. Her eyes widened and her lips trembled. She doesn't use draft paper? Fan Yi nodded matter-of-factly. Yes. She looked at Lin Shimo and Ling Xian. Both of them looked calm. Obviously, they already knew. Perhaps, they had also been shocked by something like this before, Hua Fanjin. She was too naive and didn't know how deep the water was. Fang Canyang, who was eavesdropping, was already in a daze with his mouth wide open. Damn, another one. 20 minutes later, when Fang Canyang finally handed in his paper and was about to eat the remaining barbecue skewers, Jiang Fuyue suddenly knocked on the table. Fang Canyang looked up ? Jiang Fuyue's gaze swept past his outstretched claws. The teenager pursed his lips and silently retracted his hand. He looked nervous. There are 2 mistakes. Fang Canyang, huh? Jiang Fuyue pointed out to him. One was the missing unit, and the other was the formula mixed up. Neither of them were obvious mistakes, nor would they affect the final answer. However, Jiang Fuyue pointed them out in such a short time. Fang Canyang's eyes were filled with admiration. His relatives and friends had always said that he was a genius and a prodigy. However, today, he finally knew what a real genius was like. In the end, when Fang Canyang had eaten his fill and sat on the bench to rest, Hua Fanjin finally handed in her paper and got to eat the barbecue she had always dreamed of. It was also the most difficult, most bitter, and most difficult barbecue that Miss Hua had ever eaten in her life. She finally understood what Yan Zhenfeng meant when he asked Jiang Fuyue to be the captain. Just don't regret it. Knock, she was fooled. Digression, Hua Fanjin, is it too late to regret now? 2,000 words in the second watch. Before midnight the barbecue meal was like a competition. In addition to filling their stomachs, the Ipo team also received a stack of test papers. Do you have a problem with finishing them tomorrow? Lin Shimo shrugged nonchalantly. Ling Xian followed suit. Fang Canyang was a little hesitant at first, but seeing that both of them agreed, he nodded. No problem. I'll work hard. Only Hua Fanjin was not in the right state, huh? All of them? Finish them tomorrow? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Hua Fanjin looked at Lin Shimo and the others in a daze. Very good, they looked calm. She forced herself to shut up and put away the shock on her face. She pretended to be relaxed. Of course, no problem. Haha. However, the last two haha sounds were a little forced. It sounded like a duck being grabbed by the neck and making a scream. Then, Jiang Fuyue assigned tasks to Fan Yi, Gao Xiaoming, and Huang Hui. They did not need test papers. One computer was enough. Most of these questions are from ACM. They may not be as strict as the EPO questions, but we mainly do thinking training, so there are no requirements for the format of the questions. Feel free to do as you please. As long as the final trial runs are successful and the algorithm logic is clear, the training goal will be achieved. Fan Yi nodded and responded enthusiastically. Sister Yu, I'll do it seriously. Gao Xiaoming, me too. Me too. Follow the captain and you'll have meat to eat. Huang Hui followed closely behind. Don't worry, I'll supervise them. Hua Fanjin looked at the three bootlickers with a strange expression. Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Did it feel good to be ordered? Anyway, Miss Hua could not understand and would not agree. No matter how good Jiang Fuyue was, she, Hua Fanjin, would not be a bootlicker. The flag was set, but it was uncertain if it would be stable. The 8 of them planned to go back to school. B University and Q University were in the same direction, so the 8 of them went the same way. Fang Canyang mustered up his courage and walked to Jiang Fuyue. Yeah. It started again. Jiang Fuyue glanced at him indifferently. Straighten your tongue before you speak. Fang Canyang was like a frightened little bird, but miraculously, he actually stopped stuttering, although he was still very nervous. Sister Yu. He followed the way Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui addressed him. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? Are you sure you don't need a piece of draft paper? The teenager's eyes were filled with curiosity. Not usually. Then when is it not ordinary? Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment. Not yet. Fang Canyang's admiration and worship almost overflowed from his pores. Sister Yu. I'm honored to be your teammate. Looking into his shining eyes, Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly. You're honored already? Aren't you going to wait and see? She was referring to Hua Fanjin. Fang Canyang shook his head. I only need to know a little. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. You're very capable. It was the kind of capability that left others in the dust and unable to catch up. Only such a person could lead the entire team. Fang Canyang promised seriously. I'll obey your orders unconditionally and execute every one of your. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Fuyue's expression suddenly changed. The next second, she suddenly shouted at Fang Canyang, get out of the way. Fang Canyang wanted to turn around, but when he heard Jiang Fuyue's shout, he gave up the idea. His body had already executed the command, get out of the way, faster than his mind. In the next second, a bicycle brushed past his elbow. If he had been a fraction of a second late, just a fraction of a second, he would have been knocked over by the bicycle that was charging at him. If it was a light injury, he would fall down with bruises. If it was a serious injury, he might not be able to get up from the ground. His life might even be in danger. Fan Yi was walking in front. The moment she turned around, she saw a bicycle that almost knocked over Fang Canyang and was heading towards her. The little girl did not say anything and directly rushed forward. Yes, she did not dodge or hide. She just faced the direction of the bicycle and went straight forward. Then, she kicked the front wheel, and the impact doubled in an instant. Fan Yi moved so fast that it was too late for everyone to stop her. They could only watch her pass by like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, she lifted her leg without knowing her own strength. Just when everyone was sweating for her and thought that her little arms and legs would be broken, the meteor turned into a small steel cannon and kicked the bicycle directly. Even the front bar was broken. Broken? F***ck, Hua Fanjin couldn't help but swear. Gao Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Huang Hui stood in the wind like a wooden chicken. Lin Shimo raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed with surprise. Ling Xian looked at Fan Yi, who was standing still, and then looked at the shared bicycle that was almost falling apart on the ground, as well as the perpetrator who had fallen to the ground. He swallowed his saliva and silently spat out 2 words, awesome. Feng Canyang had been scared silly for a long time, and his elbow was still burning with pain. Suddenly, he looked at the person on the ground and blurted out, Ren Xinghe? Ling Xian took a closer look and smiled, it's really this grandson. He was about to step forward and pull the person up. Who knew that Fan Yi moved faster than him? She directly grabbed Ren Xinghe's collar with one hand and lifted him up so effortlessly. There was no live wire or post-production special effects. Ren Xinghe's feet were off the ground, and his collar was tightly gripped. He began to have difficulty breathing, and soon his cheeks turned into the color of pig liver. He struggled and wanted to ask for help, but Fan Yi held him in the air without shaking her hands. It seemed that she did not pick up a person who weighed more than 100 pounds, but a disobedient mouse. Let go, bad guy. I saw it all. You wanted to hit Sister Yu and Feng Canyang with your car. You also laughed happily, which means you did it on purpose. Do you want to murder me? Fan Ye's crisp voice was mixed with anger. She was so angry that she could only hold the culprit tightly and tighten her grip. Ren Xinghe used all his strength to try to pull the hand in front of him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it at all. It was like a huge iron clamp, clamping his life gate. It was powerful, violent, and irresistible. The air left his lungs a little bit, and he began to roll his eyes physiologically, making a hissing sound in his throat. He was scared. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have rushed up. He should have controlled himself. Originally, he just came out for a midnight snack. He was so upset that he swept a shared bicycle on the side of the road, intending to go for a ride to relieve the depression in his heart. Who knew that it was such a coincidence that he actually saw Jiang Fuyue and Feng Canyang at the same time, 2 people who he hated to the bone. And these 2 people were walking together. If he rushed up on his bicycle, could he knock these 2 people over together, even if it was investigated afterwards? As long as he insisted that he didn't control the brakes, then this would be a perfect accident. As long as the people were not dead, he would not be held criminally responsible. If they were injured, it would be better. At most, he would have to pay some money, but the anger in his heart would be vented. The more he thought about it, the crazier he became. In the end, Ren Xinghe rushed towards the backs of the 2 people with red eyes and a smile. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fuyue was so vigilant that she found out when he bumped into her when he was 5 meters away. Not only did she avoid it, but she also reminded Feng Canyang loudly. Originally, Ren Xinghe's first goal was not Jiang Fuyue. If he bumped into her, he would have made a profit. It didn't matter if he didn't bump into her, because Feng Canyang was the biggest trouble in front of him. He must solve the problem of the 5th place, so that he could be promoted as the 6th place. In fact, this idea had already emerged in Ren Xinghe's mind as early as the moment the results were announced. He couldn't touch Jiang Fuyue, he couldn't provoke Lin Shumo, Ling Xian, and Huafan Jin, but Feng Canyang was timid and had an ordinary family background. At first glance, he was the softest persimmon that could be easily crushed. As long as he couldn't participate in the international competition, then wouldn't the last place on the national team fall on his head? This was also the biggest incentive for Ren Xinghe to take risks. Unfortunately, it was all ruined now. Jiang Fuyue was safe and sound, Feng Canyang was just scratched, but he was about to be strangled. Fan Yi. That's enough. If you don't let go, he will faint. Yeah, let go quickly. A group of people surrounded her and began to persuade her. Ah? Did he faint? Fan Ye's hand was still raised high, but her head was tilted to one side, and her face was full of doubts. But she didn't use much force. It wasn't until Jiang Fuyue spoke that Fan Yi let go. She touched her nose and said, that. I'm sorry, my father often says that I don't know how to control my strength. I didn't mean it. Who told this guy to be so hateful? No, girl, is this how you use the word, don't know how to control your strength? Digression, 3,000 words. Love you, good night. Without the restraint, Ren Xinghe fell to the ground and gasped for breath. Fan Yi stood in front of him and raised her hand. Why did you hit Sister Yu and Feng Canyang? Ren Xinghe was trembling when he saw her now, and the feeling of suffocation came up again. He shrank back subconsciously. You, cough cough cough, go away, Fanyi, question mark. Hua Fanjin leaned close to her ear. This guy probably has a shadow of you. Me? Shadow? The little girl's eyes widened, as if she couldn't accept this fact. Cough. Did you grow up eating dolly vegetables? Dolly vegetables? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Hua Fanjin raised his hand and made a grabbing action. Fanyi blinked and looked puzzled. Is this difficult? Hua Fanjin. Sorry to disturb you. Ren Xinghe, do you know what you are doing? Ling Xian frowned and asked. At first, he felt that this person's heart was not right and narrow-minded, but he didn't expect that she would dare to commit murder on the street. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ren Xinghe laughed when he heard the words. He sat on the ground with his head drooping, and he didn't intend to get up. Cough 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 cough, while laughing, he coughed and trembled all over. I know. Why don't I know? Who is more stupid than who can enter the summer camp? The next second, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly at Feng Canyang with a cold gaze. Your luck is still so good. Every time in the group test, he always scored a few points higher than her. Ren Xinghe could only work hard and save time to do questions and memorize words, but what about Feng Canyang? He had a regular schedule. When it was time to eat, he would go to eat. After class, he would sit in his seat in a daze. When the teacher asked him to do the questions, he would do the questions. After class, he would turn off the lights and go to sleep after finishing his homework. Every step was according to the route planned by others. He was used to being arranged, not thinking, not taking the initiative, not fighting for it. On the same road, Ren Xinghe was running fast, but Feng Canyang was neither fast nor slow, but in the end, Feng Canyang walked ahead of her? Then what did I pay for? A joke? Feng Canyang pursed his lips. He wanted to say that he wasn't like that. He listened attentively in class and completed his homework on time after class. As long as he digested and absorbed all the knowledge he gained, he could easily complete the group test. He didn't need to spend time looking for questions to do. His first real extracurricular expansion after entering the summer camp was just now, Jiang Fuyue's set of D Country's summary test paper. Moreover, he was only spacing out during class to relax his brain and adjust his state of mind so that he could be more efficient in the next class. Feng Canyang wasn't as unhardworking as he claimed. He just had his own way of learning. Ren Xinghe couldn't see it, so she felt that he was not worthy of being selected for the national team. This was no longer prejudice, but narrow-mindedness. Prejudiced by first impressions and self-righteousness. You're right about one thing, Jiang Fuyue said calmly. Who's more stupid than anyone else in the summer camp? There's a reason for every result. You have your reasons for not being selected, and Feng Canyang also has his reasons for being selected. You can make judgments about yourself, but you can't make judgments about others. Personal value is not measured by what you see in the eyes of outsiders, but by what you have really done and how much effort you have put in. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sonorous and powerful, clear and cold. These words not only fell into Ren Xinghe's ears, but also clearly imprinted in everyone's hearts. Lin Shimo's eyebrows moved slightly. Ling Xian looked at her cold and solemn side profile with hot eyes. Fanya kept nodding to show her agreement. Sister Yu was right. Sister Yu was the best. Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui were in a trance for a moment. The former was often laughed at because he was fat, and the latter often fell into a mood of inferiority and self-loathing because of his average family conditions. But now someone told them that personal value was not measured by what you see in the eyes of outsiders, but by what you have really done and how much effort you have put in. It was a powerful sound, like a blow to the head. As for Hua Fanjin, she stared at Jiang Fuyue's back with a stunned expression. Obviously, she was not much shorter than her, but why did she suddenly feel that she was so, tall? F***ck, Hua Fanjin coughed lightly to cover up her gaffe just now. What should we do now? She subconsciously looked at Jiang Fuyue with an inquiring gaze. Maybe even she herself didn't notice how fresh and natural this reaction was. She just felt that among so many people present, it seemed that only Jiang Fuyue could make a decision. She was not afraid that there were so many boys present. Jiang Fuyue, call the police. Ren Xing's pupils shrank. He still knew how to be afraid. I was just careless just now, and the brakes failed. Hua Fanjin, nonsense. Look at your crazy way of crashing, careless? Who are you kidding? Even if the brakes failed, can't you control the direction? You crashed directly into the back of the two of them. The front of the car was straight, and there was no intention of dodging. Ling Xian said coldly. Over there, Dao Xiaoming had already taken out the phone and dialed. Ren Xinghe saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to rush up to grab the phone, but was stopped by Ling Xian and Huang Hui. Yes, the sidewalk opposite the north gate of Q University. Dao Xiaoming ended the call. Okay, the police said they would come right away. Ren Xinghe's legs softened and she fell to the ground. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression was refreshed. You don't have evidence. As long as I insist that it was an accident, even if the police come, they can't hold me accountable. They can only treat it as an accident. Digression, 2000 words, I will inform everyone in the comment section in the afternoon of the second watch. Classmate, you may have forgotten that this is on the road, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Hua Fanjin smiled and pointed up. There was just one hanging there. As for what you said just now, Jiang Fuyue took out her mobile phone and pressed the play button. I have recorded it. Ren Xinghe's face turned pale, and the sentence suddenly flashed in her mind, who was more stupid than who could enter the summer camp. About a quarter of an hour later, the police arrived and took a statement on the spot. Jiang Fuyue suspected that Ren Xing had deliberately hurt her, refused to mediate, and clearly proposed to pursue responsibility. The two policemen looked at each other and knew that this matter couldn't be settled. They couldn't help but turn their eyes to the overly young girl in front of them. There was both curiosity and doubt in their eyes, and there was also a bit of scrutiny and judgment. But the latter's eyes were cold and she didn't dodge, but they were a little embarrassed. Cough. One of the policemen cleared his throat. Are you classmates? Jiang Fuyue, we are in the same summer camp training class, but now the training is over. Although we are halfway, we can barely be considered classmates. Jiang Fuyue did not deny this point. Since we are classmates, then the two sides should negotiate well. In fact, there is no need to make things. Police comrade, Jiang Fuyue interrupted him, if you didn't hear what I said just now, then I will repeat it again, no negotiation, no mediation, no waiver of responsibility. Hey, how did this little girl, at this time, another slightly older policeman stepped forward, Xiao Lu, go to the car and take a few bottles of water to everyone. But, go ahead, I will talk to her. The young policeman who was called Xiao Lu walked away with his head lowered. Girl, don't be like this. This kid has just been assigned to our station. He is a young man with no experience. Is that so? Jiang Fuyue smiled. I think the police officer is very skilled in dealing with such disputes. The middle-aged policeman touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, cough. Hello, my surname is Zhou. Officer Zhou. Jiang Fuyue nodded and followed the good advice. With such a posture and manner, where was the childishness and innocence that a girl of this age should have? He was just like a wily old fox who had been through many hardships in society. No, she was even harder to deal with than an old fox. From the moment she opened her mouth to speak, this young lady was neither noisy nor noisy. She was gentle and refined, making it hard for others to find fault with her. Xiao Lu, oh, that young colleague of mine, he just wants to mediate the dispute and make peace between the two sides. He definitely has no intention of covering up or conniving. After all, in modern society, harmony is the most important thing. We are just following the established procedures. Of course, if one of the parties refuses to negotiate, then we will not force it. We fully respect the wishes of the parties involved. Indeed, the older, the wiser. With just a few words, he had defined the young policeman's words and actions as duty. Even if Jiang Fuyue wanted to make a fuss about it, there was nothing she could do. In addition, one would not slap a smiling person. He had already explained it nicely. If Jiang Fuyue insisted on it, she would be too unreasonable and even be suspected of being unreasonable. The girl's deep eyes looked directly at him, and her smile deepened. Since Officer Zhou understands what I mean, that's for the best. So, you still insist on not negotiating? Of course. Officer Zhou was silent for a moment. Okay, but I also want to remind you of a few things. I shouldn't be the one saying these words, but you children are young and impetuous. It's easy for you to make irrational decisions under impulse, Jiang Fuyue, I'm all ears. Officer Zhou sighed. First of all, you are still high school students and underage. It's inevitable that entering and leaving the police station will have a bad influence. If you leave a criminal record, then it will be a dark history that can't be erased for the rest of your life. That's why I advise you to be careful. Secondly, it's obvious that the student surnamed Ren was in the wrong first. If you insist on pursuing the matter, then he is likely to be held criminally responsible. Isn't this punishment too heavy for a young high school student? As the old saying goes, when it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Maybe he was just impulsive. Wouldn't it be too much to ruin the rest of his life because of this? Of course, I'm not saying that he shouldn't be held responsible for his mistakes, nor am I sympathizing with anyone. I just feel that there are some things in life that don't have to be so extreme. What do you think? Lastly, I see that Ren Baqian also has an injury on his neck. If you pursue the matter, then he can pursue the matter in turn. In the end, both parents will be implicated and even brought to court. The price to pay will be huge. Going to court means a high cost of time and money. I don't need to tell you this, you know it very well. When you think about it now, you don't have to go to that extent at all. Reason was used to persuade and emotion was used to persuade. The relationship between the two was analyzed clearly and logically by the other party. It had to be said that this old ginger was really spicy. Even Fang Canyang, the first victim, couldn't help but waver. Not to mention children from ordinary families like Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui. Subconsciously, they were used to avoiding risks. If it wasn't necessary, they didn't want to get into trouble. Stability and peace were probably their greatest pursuit. However, Ling Xian's face didn't show any signs of wavering. Lin Shimo sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Hua Fanjin closed his eyebrows thoughtfully. The growing environment and family background of these three people gave them the confidence not to cause trouble but not to be afraid of trouble. If they had encountered such a thing today, needless to say, Ren Xinghe would have been finished. But if it was just to help Fang Canyang, they couldn't help but think twice. After all, they and Fang Canyang had only known each other for a day. There was neither a deep friendship nor interests to exchange with each other. They were not even in the same class. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, it was just human nature. No matter who it was, no one would easily step forward to help a new friend that they had just met. Only Jiang Fuyue, her growing environment was not superior, and her family background was ordinary. She was not even as good as Gao Xiaoming, let alone Lin Shimo and Hua Fanjin. But she stood at the forefront and met the other party's persuasive eyes. Her back was tall and straight and could not be bent. So firm and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Even though she almost became a victim, she was not Ren Xinghe's primary goal after all, and there was no need to be relentless. But she told everyone one word at a time, since the crime can be committed regardless of age, why should the punishment be treated differently? If it was an adult who did this kind of thing today, would Officer Zhou still say these words of persuasion? I guess it also depends on the other party's situation, such as whether he is a disabled person, or whether there is a backer behind him. But isn't everyone equal in front of the law? As for the injury on Ren Xinghe's body, before Jiang Fuyue finished speaking, Fan Yi jumped out, eloquently and with a clear voice, "It was caused by me trying to subdue him. I didn't want to hit him or deliberately retaliate. I was just afraid that he would go crazy and hurt my friend again. After all, this is a dangerous person. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance video. It's the one above, and there are also videos on the left and right sides. It's clear. I called it, what was it again?" Gao Jiaoming whispered, "Legitimate self-defense." Yes. Legitimate self-defense. So, if he holds me accountable, I am not afraid. Fan Yi held her head high and her chest out, looking fearless. Officer Zhou frowned, "Little girl, why are you getting involved?" "No, the red circle on his neck was caused by me grabbing his collar and strangling him," Fan Yi said with a serious face. "Right, Sister Yu?" Jiang Fuyue nodded and smiled at her. "Officer Zhou, question mark. What was going on? Finally, about going to court. Jiang Fuyue paused for a moment. If the other party has this plan, then I will accompany him to the end. Officer Zhou laughed angrily. Little girl, accompanying him to the end is not just talking. What do you have to accompany him to the end? Do your parents know? Jiang Fuyue, they don't need to know. Even if they know, it doesn't matter because I have the final say at home. Pfft, this time, Officer Zhou was really amused. You? You have the final say? What kind of international joke was this? Jiang Fuyue frowned and didn't understand why the other party was laughing. Did she look like she was joking? How about this, you give me your parents' phone numbers. I will call them and see how they think this matter should be handled. No need, Jiang Fuyue said in a low voice. Officer Zhou thought that she was scared and rolled his eyes. Since you want to hold him accountable, then this is not a small matter. As a police officer, according to the procedure, I have to inform your guardian. Jiang Fuyue's face turned completely cold. Officer Zhou, I hope you understand one thing. I am already 18 years old and have the ability to bear civil liability independently. But you are only a high school student. You still have to inform your parents. Please give me their phone numbers, otherwise, Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Otherwise what? Officer Zhou suddenly became serious. Do you think it is difficult for the police to check a person's phone number? Jiang Fuyue sneered. Her rejection was obvious and even a little provocative. Officer Zhou was so angry that his liver hurt. He picked up the phone and waved for the young officer to send the transcript that contained Jiang Fuyue's personal information. Hello, Xiaosu, help me check a person. Her ID number is 265. Yes, a high school student. I need her parents' phone numbers. Dao Jiaoming started to panic when he saw this. He pulled Huang Hui and whispered, are we making a big deal out of this? What if Sister Yu's parents are really called? We are in the imperial capital. It should be fine. Look at Sister Yu. Does she look scared? Dao Jiaoming looked over and the next second, he felt a heartfelt disappointment. Jiang Fuyue stood at the same spot. Her expression didn't change, but the corners of her lips were curled up with a hint of mockery. She just looked at them quietly. She didn't panic and didn't give in. When Officer Zhou asked for the phone number and wrote it down in his notebook, he ended the call and went to check on Jiang Fuyue. She was still as calm as ever. This time, not only did Officer Zhou's liver hurt, but his chest also felt stuffy. What was wrong with these kids? They were so young, but they were so stubborn. Jiang Fuyue, let me ask you one more time. How do you want to solve this? Think carefully before you answer, because your answer is directly related to whether or not this call will reach your parents' cell phone. Are you threatening me? Officer Zhou sighed softly. His straightened back instantly bent down. His eyes flashed with gentleness and helplessness, as well as kindness. He didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to guide these kids on the right path. Why were they so disobedient? Little girl, don't be stubborn. Jiang Fuyue looked away and gave her decision casually, then you can make the call. Officer Zhou, ? Gao Jiaoming gasped. Sister Yu, is she serious? Even Lin Shimo and Ling Xian couldn't help but look surprised. Was she really not afraid? Fine, you're good, you're really good. Officer Zhou was furious. Do you think I'm scaring you? Jiang Fuyue, no, I'm not. She didn't panic at all. Fine, looks like you won't believe me if I don't do it for real today. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and dialed one of the numbers. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Jiang Fuyue. Dao Jiaoming walked to her side and lowered his voice. Sister Yu, why don't we just forget about it? It won't be good if Uncle and Auntie find out. Officer Zhou was also peeking at them. He thought to himself, this little fatty is quite tactful. If he could persuade Jiang Fuyue to back off, he would immediately hang up the phone. But in the next second, what did he hear? Jiang Fuyue, how can I give up halfway? If I want to be stubborn, then I'll be stubborn to the end. She actually said okay? At this moment, the call went through. Hello? Hello, who is this? Digression, 2,000 words. I have to finish writing this big story before midnight tonight. Oh. A man's slightly rough voice came from the other end. Old Zhou paused for a second and quickly responded, "Are you Jiang Fuyue's parents?" "Yeah?" The man on the other end muttered, "Yes, I'm her father." "Who are you?" "I'm a police officer from the Xianxia Road police station in the Xiqing district of the imperial capital." It's like this, old Zhou didn't hide anything, nor did he exaggerate. He told him the whole story in a neutral manner. The man on the other end listened attentively. In order to let Jiang Fuyue hear her parents' reactions, old Zhou put the call on speakerphone. "That's about it. Your child is now going to pursue the other party's responsibility. As parents, what do you think?" The man on the other end was silent for 2 seconds. "What do you think?" Jantar turned his head and asked softly, "Honey, what do you think?" It turned out that Han Yunru was also on the other end of the line. A gentle female voice deliberately lowered, "Ask him first if Yaya is next to him." "Wow. Jiang Fuyue's mother's voice is so beautiful." Hua Fanjin gasped. Lin Shimo frowned, "Is this the time to talk about this?" However, his ears twitched slightly. It was indeed beautiful. "I'm just sighing. Is Jiang Fuyue's mother a TV host? Or a voice actress? Or a voice actress?" "Lin Shimo, how am I supposed to ask? Aren't you very close to her?" "Not close enough to talk about her parents." Hua Fanjin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "What's the use of having you around?" Listening to the conversation, Ling Xian couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure in front of the pancake stall even though she was wearing an apron and standing in the smoke. He wanted to say that Jiang Fuyue's mother was neither a TV host nor a voice actress. She was just an ordinary housewife who ran a pancake stall with her husband. Gao Jiaoming couldn't help but rub his ears. Back to the phone call itself, Jantar dutifully conveyed his wife's message. Hello, officer. I would like to ask if my daughter is with you right now?" Old Zhou glanced at Jiang Fuyue and replied in a muffled voice, "Yes." Han Yunru whispered in his ear, "Put Yaya on the phone." Oh. Jantar continued to act as an emotionless mouthpiece. "Can you put my daughter on the phone?" Old Zhou. "Sure." Jiang Fuyue strolled over, still looking as relaxed as ever. She called out, "Dad." "Hey. Yaya, did the cyclist hit you?" Han Yunru came forward. She was so anxious that she didn't even bother to ask Jantar to pass the message. She said directly, "Yaya, if you're injured, you must go to the hospital, understand?" He couldn't deal with it casually. What if he got tetanus? Bicycles are made of iron, it's hard to guarantee that they won't rust. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Her smile was no longer sarcastic. Her eyes gradually became gentle. "Don't worry, I dodged quickly. I'm fine." "Jantar, that's good." Actually, he didn't know what to say. In front of his daughter, Jantar was always a little reserved and even cautious. After a while, he said, "Do you have enough money for your living expenses? Dad will give you some money?" Whenever he couldn't find a topic to talk about, he would say this. It had become a habit. Han Yunru chimed in gently, "That's right. You have to tell your dad if you're short on money." Jiang Fuyue smiled. "I really don't need money." Ling Xian was dazzled by her smile and was momentarily stunned. Lin Shimo looked away, but the girl's smile was still clearly imprinted in his mind and couldn't be erased. So this was how she looked like when she smiled from the bottom of her heart. It was just SOSO, the family of 3 was happy and harmonious. A police call became a family hotline. Old Zhou was first stunned, then confused, and finally dumbfounded. "What do you mean you don't need money? Isn't the main point that your daughter alerted the police? Then you're worried and want to discuss how to solve the problem." But the reality was that the couple talked for a long time and didn't get to the main point. Old Zhou was unhappy. He coughed heavily and reminded them. "Jiang Fuyue's parents, we need to discuss how to solve the problem now." "Huh?" Jantar reacted. Yes, how to solve it?" "No. I'm asking you how to solve it now." "Why are you asking me?" Jantar was puzzled. "Why did you call us?" Old Zhou was confused. "Huh? Doesn't the school call the parents when a student makes a mistake?" My daughter didn't do anything wrong, she's the victim. Old Joe. That seemed to be the case. But, why did it feel like something was wrong? Jantar said seriously, you can ask her how to solve it. You don't have to ask us. But you're her parents and guardians. That's right, but... Jantar was anxious. It's useless to ask us. Yaya has the final say in the family now. Han Yunru added, we listen to her too. Old Joe, ? Everyone, ! The whole world started to turn into a fantasy. What kind of family relationship was this? Digression, 2000 words. Good night. If the police didn't pull out the numbers themselves, I would have suspected that Jiang Fuyue hired 2 extras, Hua Fanjin said after recovering from his shock. Dao Jiaoming gulped and turned to ask Huang Hui with uncertainty, are they Sister Yu's parents? Their biological parents? Huang Hui recovered from his shock and said, I think so? Lao Zhou looked at Jiang Fuyue and then at the phone in his hand. It was as if he had seen a supernatural event. Other than shock, there was only horror. As parents, how can you condone your child's mischief? He questioned loudly. He did not hide his anger. The other end of the phone paused. After a while, the woman's soft voice slowly flowed out. Officer, hello. I'm Jiang Fuyue's mother. After listening to your story, as a parent, I don't think my child is at fault in this matter. At first, it sounded like a warm spring breeze in March. However, if one thought about it carefully, there were clearly many thin needles hidden in it. Since she's not at fault and was almost injured, please tell me, why can't we pursue the responsibility of the perpetrator? Lao Zhou sighed. It's not that we can't pursue the matter. I just feel that there's no need to make a big deal out of a small matter. If it can be solved through negotiation, why must both sides suffer? Han Yunru was silent. She seemed to be thinking about the reasonableness of his words. Lao Zhou continued, not to mention that once the case is filed, it will take a lot of time just to cooperate with the investigation. If we start the legal proceedings later, you'll need to hire a lawyer and go to court. All these cost money. Ordinary people like us can't afford it. I'm not saying this to take sides. We'll bring the perpetrator back to the police station for criticism and education. The reason why I'm saying this is purely from the perspective of an experienced person. I'm giving you a pertinent suggestion. Even Jiang Fuyue would want to settle the matter peacefully and minimize the problem after listening to the carrot and the stick and retreating in order to advance. However, Han Yunru said, thank you, officer. I've taken your words to heart. You're right, Lao Zhou sighed. Okay, then however, the woman changed the topic. I believe that Yaya has already considered this. Since she insists on pursuing the matter, she must have her reasons. As her parents, we're far away in Linhuai. We can't help much. We don't know enough about the legal provisions. We don't know anything about the court proceedings. The only thing I can do is to not cause trouble, not hinder her, and support her every decision. Jiang Fuyue's watery eyes rippled slightly as she was slightly moved. Everyone was stunned again. Dao Jiaoming, my mom always thinks that I'm still young, so she always makes decisions for me and never asks for my opinion. Sister Yu's mom is really nice. Admiration flashed in Huang Hui's eyes. When we have the ability to take charge of things on our own, we will naturally gain the trust of our parents. Hua Fanjin smacked his lips. Immortal parents? SSSSSSSS. Nothing. I just want to say that Jiang Fuyue's status in the family is amazing. Yes, amazing. How many families in the world respected their children so much, it was almost to the point where they obeyed her every word. Hua Fanjin didn't dare to imagine what would happen if her parents supported her every decision unconditionally. When Elder Zhou heard this, he seemed to be stunned and frightened. Even if you lose everything in the end, you'll still support her decision? Han Yunru smiled and said, my Yaya is very smart. She'll never let that happen. A mother's absolute trust in her daughter was obvious. Lao Zhou stood rooted to the ground, looking stunned. Is that so? He muttered softly. After the call, Lao Zhou looked at Jiang Fuyue again and asked seriously, are you sure you want to do this? Jiang Fuyue nodded. This time, he didn't persuade her again. He just sighed in a low voice, you children. He really couldn't understand. Jiang Fuyue, Fan Yi, and Ren Xinghe, call another witness and come with me. But let me remind you in advance that it will take a lot of time to do this according to the procedure. You should be mentally prepared. Everyone looked at each other. Then Lao Zhou turned to Fang Canyang, don't you agree to negotiate a solution? Jiang Fuyue is Jiang Fuyue. You are you. You can make different choices. Fang Canyang hesitated. Lao Zhou said, if you are willing to negotiate a solution, then you don't have to go to the police station. It's up to you. Everyone's eyes fell on him, including Jiang Fuyue. He began to blush and was at a loss. Fan Yi cheered him up, Fang Canyang, don't be afraid. Sister Yu is here. It's just the police station. We're not being arrested. We're just cooperating with the investigation. Lao Zhou frowned and scolded, don't encourage others. Let him make his own decision. Fan Yi made a face at him. Lao Zhou, after a long while, Fang Canyang took a deep breath and slowly raised his head, police. Police. I have decided. Digression, 2,000 words. What do you think Fang Canyang will choose? Everyone will be notified in the comment section later. I'm the same as Jiang Fuyue. Lao Zhou, ? Fan Yi clapped happily, Fang Canyang, you're awesome. Fang Canyang smiled at her shyly. Lao Zhou didn't understand, classmate, don't be impulsive. Think clearly before you decide. This is not a fun thing. It's not advisable to blindly follow the trend. Fang Canyang's expression was serious, and he thanked him politely. I know your painstaking efforts and concerns, but when I hesitated just now, I had already thought it through very clearly. No, what do you understand? If you really understand, you shouldn't get involved. This child and Jiang Fuyue were simply two types of people. The former was dutiful, down-to-earth, and even a little timid. At first glance, she was not the type to take the initiative to cause trouble. But what about Jiang Fuyue? Under normal circumstances, she would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but she was never afraid of trouble. If something really happened to her, it would not be good. She would only make the person who hit her feel more pain. On the surface, she was quiet and beautiful, but in fact, she was stubborn. If it was a boy, it would be fine, but it was a girl. Fang Canyang, have you really thought about it? Lao Zhou's tone was heavy, and his expression was serious. If I encountered this kind of thing alone today, you would not appear here, because I would not call the police. Lao Zhou was stunned. Fang Canyang lowered his eyes and his eyelashes fluttered, even if I am injured, as long as I can still stand up, I will walk away silently. It doesn't matter who hit me at all, and I don't care, because I don't want to cause trouble. Lao Zhou frowned. These words were clearly in line with his own meaning, but why did it sound so harsh? Fang Canyang raised his head and glanced at Ren Xinghe. What's more, the person who hit me is a classmate. I won't do anything to him because of this. No. Lao Zhou was anxious, you can't say that. Even among classmates, crime can't be tolerated. After saying this, Lao Zhou couldn't go on. Fang Canyang looked puzzled, endure for a while, calm the wind and calm the waves. Everyone values harmony. Isn't this what you have always insisted on expressing? Lao Zhou was speechless. But it's different now. He turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. There's already someone braver than me in front of me. What reason do I have to retreat? I am a coward, but I am not alone. I have friends by my side, and that is enough. Alright, all of you are right. I can't win against you. Elder Zhou waved his hand and sighed. His body was visibly hunched over, as if half of his spirit had been sucked away in an instant. Fang Canyang couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to say something, but when he moved his lips, he didn't know where to start. Old Zhou, are you okay? The young colleague asked. I'm fine. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and pulled himself together. Since you've all decided, let's go to the police station together and explain everything clearly. Dao Jiaoming, Uncle Policeman, will it take a long time? We're going to participate in a competition soon. The young policeman said, now you're concerned about these issues? Weren't you all rather arrogant when old Zhou was persuading you earlier? Gao Jiaming's neck shrank, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. Huang Hui was also anxious. Without Jiang Fuyue, both IOI and Ipo would be affected. If the international competition was delayed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Uncle Policeman, do you think you can? All right. The young policeman shouted. The four of you, get in the car. Fang Kanyang's mouth tightened, and he exchanged glances with Fan Yi. Just as they were about to get in, Jiang Fuyue suddenly spoke, no rush, wait a little longer. The young policeman had tolerated her for a long time. He walked over aggressively. What are you waiting for? Do you think this is a television drama? Who would come from the sky to save you? Just as he finished speaking, there was a creaking sound, the black Mercedes came to a sudden stop, and the backseat door opened. A middle-aged man in a suit appeared in front of him. He adjusted his tie and walked to Jiang Fuyue with a serious expression. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the road, so I'm late. Jiang Fuyue, you're not late, just in time. The young policeman was stunned. He was about to ask who he was, but the man had already taken out his name card and introduced himself. I'm a senior partner of Taihe Law Firm in Beijing, and also Jiang Fuyue's lawyer. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Qingyang. If you're in the criminal police force, you should know me well. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. If the name Taihe Law Firm was loud enough, then when the real Wang Qingyang stood in front of them, everyone could only be described as shocked. Who was Wang Qingyang? He was a famous criminal defense lawyer in the country. The Zhang Huaishu's wife-killing case that caused a sensation in the country, and the 235 serial murders case, had finally ushered in justice because of his strong arguments. Such a big shot was actually representing Jiang Fuyue, a high school student, and even making a personal trip here. Lin Shimo frowned, and he looked at Jiang Fuyue with a hint of scrutiny. Ling Xian, on the other hand, was not surprised by this situation. Looking at Jiang Fuyue's calm face, he guessed that she had a trump card, but he did not expect it to be Wang Qingyang. How many secrets did she have? How many surprises could she bring to people? Gao Xiaoming was dumbfounded. It took him a while to react, and he looked at Huang Hui in a daze. Is it the Wang Qingyang I know? It should be the Wang Qingyang that everyone in the country knows. Where did sister you get him? Huang Hui, ? Gao Xiaoming muttered, I want one too. In just a few hours, Hua Fanjin had been shocked more than she had been in the previous year. After seeing how crazy Jiang Fuyue was in her studies, and then she saw how fearless she was in dealing with big situations. She was tough and courageous, and now even her network of connections was so outstanding. How could people of the same age feel about this? One had to know that a person of Wang Qingyang's level was in existence that could speak to her parents on an equal footing. Now, he was apologizing to Jiang Fuyue for being late. Actually, this was a fantasy story, right? Hua Fanjin secretly pinched herself. Ouch, ouch. On the other side, Wang Qingyang had already begun to negotiate with Lao Zhou. The former spoke with confidence, while the latter listened silently and nodded from time to time. About 2 minutes later, Wang Qingyang returned to Jiang Fuyue and told her the results of the negotiation. It's all settled. I'll go with them to the police station. Also, I may need to trouble your 2 classmates to sign a power of attorney, so that I can deal with them together. Jiang Fuyue replied softly, thank you for your hard work. Her tone was calm, but the man almost staggered. If Fang Kanyang was not mistaken, the emotion in the other party's eyes at that moment should be called flattered. But would Wang Qingyang be flattered by Jiang Fuyue's words? Fang Kanyang felt incredulous, but he didn't think that his judgment was wrong, so he could only struggle silently in his heart. Classmate, please sign this. Ah? Okay. Fang Kanyang reacted immediately and took the pen. After Wang Qingyang and Ren Xinghe left with the police car, the black Mercedes-Benz was also driven away by the driver, and there were only 8 of them left. The thrilling scene just now seemed like an unreal dream against such tranquility. So we called the police to report him? No, at least Ren Xinghe was taken away in one wave. He is not like Sister Yu, who has a lawyer. Even if there is a lawyer, he can't be as good as Wang Qingyang. Sister Yu, are you a relative of Lawyer Wang? Gao Xiaoming blinked his big eyes curiously. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Hua Fanjin rolled his eyes and then asked, how much does it cost to hire him? I don't know, someone else helped. Why, is he very good? Gulp, everyone looked at her speechlessly. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. You can't ask a person who has just been reborn for half a year to understand the influential people in all walks of life 20 years later, right? Ren Xinghe's matter came to an end with Jiang Fuyue. Later, Wang Qingyang called to report the latest progress, saying that Ren Xinghe's parents had rushed to the capital and hired a lawyer for him. The two sides sat down and talked. His attitude had always been firm, making it clear that he preferred to resort to law and pursue criminal responsibility. Anyway, the surveillance and recording evidence were very complete, plus the testimony of the two police officers who were dispatched that day, as well as other witnesses at the scene. The probability of winning the lawsuit could be said to be as high as 99%. The final verdict was that the other party had to go to jail for at least half a year. Ren Xinghe's side was terrified, willing to apologize, compensate, accept punishment, and disqualify from the competition for 5 years, etc. Jiang Fuyue handed over the responsibility to him and had no time to pay attention to it. Because Jiang Shaodi was coming to the capital. Jiang Fuyue had promised him before that she would pick him up to play for a few days after the training ended. On the day of departure, Jiang Fuyue went to the airport to pick him up. Until the flight landed, the passengers were basically gone, but Jiang Shaodi was never seen. Digression, the second night watch, 3,000 words. Before the third night watch, moi. After waiting for another 15 minutes, she scanned every corner of the arrival hall, but there was still no sign of him. Jiang Fuyue walked to the counter and said, please help me check flight AG 856 for a passenger named Jiang Qinxing. May I know who you are? I'm his sister. He's still underage. Okay, please wait a moment. Jiang Fuyue had booked the plane ticket. Before going to bed last night, the siblings had talked on the phone. Jiang Shaodi was as excited as a little top on the other end of the line. I can see my sister tomorrow. That's great. Sister, I bought you a present. You must like it. It's okay if you don't like it. I have pocket money. I'll buy you something you like, okay? Mom and Dad miss you so much that they sent me as their representative. So, when we reach the capital, I'll definitely take a look at you. I'll also take a look at Mom and Dad's gifts. Sister, aren't you going to sleep? Don't you have classes tomorrow? If you're busy, you don't have to pick me up. I've checked online how to take the subway from the airport to Q University. It shouldn't be a problem. Sister, I missed you so much when you weren't around for half a month. Who cried? I didn't cry. My nose is just a little stuffy. Good night, sister. See you tomorrow. Jiang Shaodi's soft voice still echoed in her ears, but now he was nowhere to be found. After the third time that a mechanical voice said, sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable, the staff finally pulled up the flight information. Flight AG 856 takes off from Linhui at 8:20 a.m. There's a passenger named Jiang Qinxing in the economy class seat 31A, but the results show that he didn't board the plane. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. He didn't board the plane? Are you sure? Yes. She left the counter and called Jiang Shaodi for the 4th time. As expected, it still couldn't get through. Jiang Fuyue's expression was completely cold. She then called Jantar. After a long beeping sound, there was a cold prompt that said, no answer. She called Han Yunru and got the same result. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Jiang Fuyue's mind flashed with countless guesses, good and bad, but after 10 seconds, she forced herself to calm down. She picked up her phone and dialed Niu Rui's number. It's me. Now, set up the Skynet network in Linhui and synchronize it to my phone. This operation requires permission, let Niu Chunhua drive. Niu Rui was shocked and finally realized that something was wrong. He did not dare to delay and immediately found Niu Chunhua to give him access. It's done. Focus on monitoring the Linhui city's Linan district, especially the highways, waterways, and airports that enter and leave the province. See if there are any traces of this boy. His personal information and photos have been sent to your phone. Check them carefully. Yes. Niu Rui didn't dare to ask or say anything. He just did as he was told. A second after the call ended, Jiang Fuyue called Lu Jinzhong again. It was the same, but there was one more thing. Send people out to look for him. Focus on hospitals and clinics. Don't miss out on pharmacies. Yes. Then, Hu Ben, this is Jiang Fuyue, 6, it's me. After a few phone calls, it was as if a large net had been spread out from all directions and angles, covering the entire South Face district tightly. In the end, there was only, what's the earliest flight to Linhui now? 3:40 in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue raised her wrist and looked at her watch. In the next second, she frowned. There were still 4 hours left. Is there an earlier flight? It's best if it can take off immediately. I'll take any cabin. Sorry, the earliest flight leaves in an hour, but the tickets are sold out. Jiang Fuyue looked at her and said word by word, I have something urgent. Can you help me? I'm really sorry, what if someone refunds the ticket? What? Jiang Fuyue asked, if the passengers on that flight want a refund, can you guarantee that I'll be able to buy the ticket for the refund? This, yes, or no? It should be possible. Okay. Let me borrow your radio. Jiang Fuyue walked up and turned on the microphone. Passengers to and from the airport, please take note. You are taking flight PN 454 from the imperial capital to Linhui. If there are any passengers who have not checked in, I am willing to pay 10 times the price to buy the ticket in your hand. If you are willing, please come to the front desk of B2 immediately. You have 15 minutes from the time you hear this broadcast. After 15 minutes, the broadcast will automatically be invalid. In 20 minutes, the check-in procedures for this flight would be stopped. Even if she refunded the ticket, Jiang Fuyue could not buy it again. Therefore, she gave a 15-minute time limit. 5 minutes passed, and no one was there. 10 minutes passed, and still no one was there. In the last 3 minutes, Jiang Fuyue had already decided to give up this flight and ask for the next one. However, a pair of long legs wrapped in suit pants stopped in front of her. I'll refund it to you. The familiar voice entered her ears. She instinctively looked up and the man's cold and handsome face came into view. It was Xie Dingyuan. The man looked at the time. You have 2 minutes to complete the refund and 5 minutes to check in. Jiang Fuyue suddenly reacted. I'll do it now. Refund, repurchase, check-in, and security check. The whole process was like a war. After everything was settled, Jiang Fuyue rushed in at the last 2 minutes. She stopped and turned around. She said to the man through the gate, thank you. It was still that aloof and unapproachable face. At this moment, it was still as cold as ever. Yes. How do I pay you? Although Jiang Fuyue paid for the ticket again, Xie Dingyuan also paid for the handling fee. Moreover, she promised him 10 times the reward. Xie Dingyuan, we'll talk about it later. Jiang Fuyue, then let's add each other on WeChat? The man took out his phone, clicked on the QR code, and said calmly, scan me. Jiang Fuyue sent him a friend request. Before he accepted, she quickly put away her phone. I'm running out of time. I'll leave first. He nodded slightly, turned around, and left. At this moment, a phone call came in. It was from his assistant, Xing Yiming. Xie Dingyuan answered. Xing Yiming, I've already booked a new ticket for you, but there's only economy class left, so, okay. What time is the flight? 3:40. He frowned slightly. On the other end, Xing Yiming seemed to know what he was thinking. It's already the fastest flight. If you arrange a private jet now, you'll probably be delayed even later. A private jet had to apply for a flight route from the Aviation Administration. In addition, it had to go through a series of complicated pre-flight inspection procedures. Once a problem was found, the flight could not proceed. In contrast, it was more convenient to take a civilian flight directly. However, Xing Yiming asked uncertainly, you're late? Otherwise, why would the flight be delayed? He had to book a new ticket. However, Xing Yiming did not believe this himself. Xie Dingyuan would be late? Unless it was raining red. However, the next second, okay. He admitted it? He was actually late? On the other end, Xing Yiming held his phone. He was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Xie Dingyuan, postpone the meeting for an hour. Arrange for Professor Ge and Professor Lin to go on stage to present the recent research results. If the flight is not delayed, I'll arrive in time to complete the signing ceremony. If there's a delay, let Song Yuanzhou sign it. But they specifically asked you to attend, don't worry, I'll explain. Alright. Before the call ended, Xing Yiming suddenly remembered. Send me the information of the last ticket. I'll handle it. Xie Dingyuan, boss. No need. Oh. Today was really strange. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while Xie Dingyuan was still at the Imperial Capital Airport, Jiang Fuyue had already arrived in Linhuai. The flight landed on time. Because it was business class, Jiang Fuyue walked directly through the VIP channel. There was no obstruction all the way. Compared to the travel-worn passengers, she walked through the hall empty-handed and walked out of the airport gate. She walked like the wind with a cold expression. A business Buick stopped by the roadside. Jiang Fuyue opened the back door and got in. Hu Ben came in person, and Six sat in the front passenger seat. The two looked at each other, not daring to speak rashly. Until, Jiang Fuyue, tell me, what's the situation? Hu Ben, I went to the pancake shop in person. It closed last night and hasn't been open for business since. Six added, to be on the safe side, I even pried open the door to take a look. It's very clean, and there are no signs of fighting or bloodstains. So the location of the incident should not be at the pancake shop. Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. She looked straight ahead and asked, what about my house? Hu Ben, I went. No, but there were leftovers on the table. The lights were also on. I didn't find any signs of fighting, but there was blood on the floor and walls. Digression, it's time for the first night watch. There aren't many words in the interim chapter, so please take a look. The second night watch will be notified in the comments section. The word blood pierced Jiang Fuyue's pupils and caused her pupils to shrink. Hu Ben said. But it's not a lot, so it shouldn't be life-threatening. What did the neighbors say? Six said, the residents on the 3 floors above and below didn't hear anything strange. In the evening, they saw your mother come home to cook. That's right, the timing matched. Last night, Jiang Shaodi accidentally mentioned that Han Yunru came home to cook, and that she made his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Hu Ben said, I also asked my mom. She said that the restaurant opened and closed as usual yesterday, and there was nothing unusual. Half a month ago, Jiang Fuyue introduced Hu Ben's mother to the restaurant for a job. After a week of trial, Han Yunru was very satisfied and hired her. So now there were 3 people in the restaurant. Because of this, Han Yunru was able to find time to leave and go home in the evening. So far, nothing had happened at home until she got off the phone with Jiang Shaodi. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue's phone rang. She picked it up. Niao Rui said, as you said earlier, I checked all the surveillance cameras around the building. How was it? Because it's an old building, there are no cameras installed in the building, nor in the entire street. There's only a bus stop at the intersection of the alley and the road, and there are illegal photos taken at the traffic lights across the street. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Get to the point. I'm about to get to the point. The illegal photos were taken until 2 in the morning. A couple carrying a child rushed out of the alley in a hurry, and the photo was sent to your phone. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and opened the latest WeChat message. After a few seconds, the photo appeared, and she clicked on View Original Photo. Although the photo was taken from a distance and the image quality was high, Jiang Fuyue recognized Jantar and Han Yunru at a glance. The man carried Jiang Shaodi on his back and strode forward, while the woman ran after him and put clothes on the child. The traffic light was still red, but the couple had already rushed to the middle of the road, which showed how urgent the situation was. Jiang Fuyue suppressed the surging emotions in her eyes, picked up the phone again and put it to her ear. Which direction did they go? We only managed to capture this one shot. Where it went? Niao Rui gritted his teeth. We don't know for now. What about the other surveillance cameras? Jiang Fuyue suddenly raised her voice. Is this the only camera on the entire road? Niao Rui's scalp went numb as a chill crept up his spine, causing him to unconsciously shudder. The other cameras are all broken. It was such a coincidence. So many traffic surveillance cameras were working normally, but only this section of the road was broken. Niao Rui. I've checked one by one. It's indeed because the equipment is old and in disrepair. It's not man-made. Jiang Fuyue, okay, I got it. Niao Rui still wanted to explain, but the other end hung up. After the call ended, the car fell into a dead silence, and the suffocating atmosphere was suffocating. Hu Ben and Six exchanged glances. The former put his hand on the steering wheel and asked cautiously, Sister Yu, where are we going now? Wait a little longer. Wait for what? Hu Ben didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. Six was also confused. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue's phone rang again. Hu Ben saw her suddenly bright eyes from the rearview mirror, but there was no warmth in them, only coldness and sternness. Uncle Lu, what is it? Hu Ben's eyes flickered. Uncle Lu, Lu Jinzhong calling. Six's eyes turned and he pricked up his ears. After the two brothers took over the bar, they hadn't gotten along well with old man Lu. Which hospital? Okay, I got it. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her voice was as cold as ice. Stay where you are. I'll be there right away. Okay. After putting down the phone, Jiang Fuyue looked up at Hu Ben. The coldness in her eyes had yet to dissipate. Her stare made him shudder, and his heart turned cold. Go to Kongtai Hospital, as soon as possible. Yes. Hu Ben grabbed the steering wheel and quickly started the engine. The car shot out of the airport like an arrow leaving the bow, leaving behind a cloud of dust. In the ward on the 3rd floor of Kongtai Hospital. Aru, you rest for a while, I'll take care of him. Jantar walked to the bedside and looked at his son who was unconscious on the bed, then turned to look at his wife. His eyes flashed with distress. Han Yunru shook her head. I have to take care of him myself. Then, you should eat something. Okay. Han Yunru took the lean meat porridge from him, looked up, and was stunned. What happened to your face? Jantar hurriedly turned his head away. It's nothing. I just knocked it outside. Look at me and tell me again how it happened. Han Yunru pursed her lips. Aru. Seeing that she was angry, the man was at a loss. Is that person from the management company still outside? Did he do anything to you? Han Yunru put the porridge aside and got up to walk out. I'll talk to him. Honey. Jantar quickly stopped her. Don't be rash. It's just a scratch, nothing else. Look if you don't believe me. It's fine. He spread his hands and turned them around. It's true. Han Yunru was still angry. That won't do. It's just a scratch now, what about later? If they continue to pester you like this, who knows what they'll do to you? It's useless even if you go. Jantar blurted out angrily. Han Yunru stopped in her tracks and froze. He won't reason with us. You're a woman, you'll only be bullied if you go. How can I just watch you walk into the muzzle of the gun? Han Yunru felt helpless. Then what should I do? There has to be a solution. I don't believe that they'll dare to do anything to me in broad daylight. At least there's the law. At worst, I'll call the police. Jantar pressed her shoulders with both hands. Don't worry, I'll go. You stay here and take care of our son. Remember to drink the porridge. But, Jantar, but what? You said it yourself, they won't dare to do anything to us in broad daylight. It's easier for a man like me to communicate with them than a woman like you. After that, he turned to open the door and strode out of the ward. Han Yunru suppressed the worry in her eyes and sat back on the bed. She reached out and tucked her son in. After thinking for a while, she took out her phone. If anything happened, she could call the police in time. However, she couldn't find her phone anywhere. Only then did she remember that she had left it at home in a hurry last night. Outside the ward, in the corridor, Jantar and a man were facing each other. The former looked angry and his eyes were red. The latter looked arrogant and closed in on him. Let me tell you, if Jiangchenxing can't go live on time tonight, your family will lose money. That's not a small sum. You won't be able to earn that much even if you sell pancakes for the rest of your life. If you know what's good for you, quickly call Xianxia out and take him back to prepare for the broadcast. Jantar gritted his teeth. Do you have any conscience? Who caused my son to be like this? Don't you know? At this time, not only do you not care about him, but you also want to force him to continue the broadcast. You. Jantar was trembling with anger. He clenched his fists. You're going too far. The man thought that he was going to hit him again. He quickly took 2 steps back and looked vigilant. It's normal for children to have diarrhea when they eat. What's the fuss about? Diarrhea? Jantar was so angry that he laughed. His words sounded like he was crying. Have you ever seen someone with diarrhea need to have their stomach pumped in the middle of the night? The doctor said it, and it's written in black and white on the medical record. It's food poisoning. You gave my son meat that's expired for half a year. Do you know that it's going to kill him? Guilt flashed across the man's face, but it was quickly covered up by viciousness. Don't talk nonsense. What meat that's expired for half a year? I let him eat the best food I can. The audience in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. Oh, now that Xianxia has food poisoning, you're blaming our company? Where's the evidence? Do you think you can say whatever you want with your big mouth? What if he ate something unclean and ended up like this? Who knows? Jantar, *T, that meat stinks. You forced a teenager to eat it. Aren't you afraid of retribution? At this point, the 1.8-meter-tall man growled like a trapped beast. Hot tears rolled down from his red eyes. Jantar couldn't forget that 1 o'clock in the morning. When he heard a noise and opened the next door, he saw the scene. Little Xianxia was curled up on the cold floor, clutching his stomach. His head was covered in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Moans and cries of pain came one after another. He was like a dying kitten, as if he would die in the next second. But when he met his anxious gaze, he didn't forget to intermittently comfort him. Dad. Actually, I'm only in a little pain. Don't worry, okay? Jantar, okay, Dad isn't worried. Don't talk. Does your stomach hurt? Let Dad take a look, okay? Little Xianxia nodded. He removed his hand from his stomach. During this time, his whole body twitched in pain. He subconsciously wanted to curl up even tighter, but in order to make it easier for Jantar to look, he clenched his teeth and endured. At this time, Han Yunru also heard the noise and ran over. She was so anxious that she forgot to wear her slippers. Mom. His soft and weak voice was full of dependence. Han Yunru was already crying. She pushed Jantar's shoulder. What are you looking at? Are you a doctor? Hurry and take him to the hospital. Jantar seemed to wake up from a dream. He picked up little Xianxia. Yes, go to the hospital. Go now. Little Xianxia leaned into his father's arms, his expression resistant. I don't want to go to the hospital. Mom, what time is it? I have to go to the airport at 6 o'clock. I can get on the plane at 8:20. In a few hours, I can see my sister. You're good, Han Yunru touched his pale face. Her hands were shaking and her whole body was cold, but her tone was still gentle. Let's go to the hospital to buy some medicine first. There are still 5 hours until 6 o'clock. When your stomach doesn't hurt anymore, Mom and Dad will take you to the airport, okay? Xianxia thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. He didn't want his sister to see him like this. What if he scared her? Mom is crying. Sister will also cry, right? Han Yunru quickly put on clothes for him, took a coat, and let Jantar carry the child. Mom. At this time, little Xianxia was in so much pain that he lost consciousness. He muttered, Mom, Han Yunru cried while holding his hand. Here, Mom is here. We'll get to the hospital soon. When we get to the hospital, it won't hurt anymore, Mom, Mom is here. Mom, I'm in so much pain. It's not just a little, it's a lot, Han Yunru couldn't help but cry. Jantar, take the money and go. Okay. Mom, here. Mom, you have to wear shoes, the floor is cold, you're going to catch a cold. Han Yunru nodded again and again, tears falling like rain. Okay, Mom will wear shoes. I'll wear them now. Suddenly, little Qianxia began to twitch. Then, with a cry, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Some of it spilled on the sheets and some sprayed on the wall. Han Yunru screamed. Jantar hurriedly carried him out the door. The couple ran all the way and finally arrived at the nearest Kontai hospital at 2:20 in the morning. After the doctor's examination, he immediately arranged for a gastric lavage. It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the morning that he was transferred to the ward. He had been unconscious until now. The doctor said that a large amount of expired meat had caused serious food poisoning. The child had endured for a long time. If he had been sent half an hour later, his life might have been in danger. Han Yunru remembered that she had noticed something wrong with her son's complexion before going to bed. He should have started to hurt at that time. But later, she saw him holding his phone and hiding under the quilt to whisper to his sister. He looked excited and their laughter could be heard in the living room. She didn't take it to heart. She didn't expect, this silly child. It was so painful. How did he endure until 1 o'clock in the morning? Digression, second night watch, 4,000 words. Before midnight, Moi, I don't care what Jiang Qinxing ate, whether he was poisoned or not, he must do a live broadcast tonight. Jantar, impossible. The child is still lying in the hospital bed without any signs of waking up. How can he do a live broadcast? I don't care. This is your business. Jantar wiped his face and wiped away his tears. I don't want to talk to you. Call Wu Qian over. I'll talk to him. Wu. Huh. That person was fired a week ago. Right now, I, Zhang Kehua, am Jiang Qinxing's agent. You have to listen to my arrangements, or else. Jantar's eyes were filled with hatred. He chuckled, not only will I make you bankrupt, but I can also send you to jail for a few years. Try me if you don't believe me. You. Okay, I've said what I needed to say. Now I'm going to go in and see Jiang Qinxing. Dream on. Jantar stepped forward and stopped him. The doctor said that my son needs to rest. No one is to disturb him. I'm his agent. You think I am just because you say so? Your company didn't discuss this with us in advance. If we knew, we definitely wouldn't have agreed. In the contract that my daughter negotiated, it was written in black and white that as long as Wu Qian is Qinxing's agent, you are the one who breached the contract and should pay the compensation. Zhang Kehua's eyes darkened as if he had been stabbed in a sore spot. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed his collar, his tone arrogant. Jantar, is it? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Without another word, Jantar broke free from his grip and threw a punch. Bang! Zhang Kehua's expression turned cold, but before he could react, his opponent had already stepped forward and threw a few more punches. He was beaten until he saw stars and his ears rang. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid. Pay the compensation or go to jail, it doesn't matter. But before that, I want to get back what your black-hearted company owes my son. Jantar's eyes were bloodshot. His anger made him look like a madman, and his entire body was emitting a dangerous aura. Zhang Kehua knew in his heart that he was no match for Jantar. Moreover, Jantar's current state made his hair stand on end. If Jantar went berserk and didn't care about anything, he would be the one to suffer. He quickly begged for mercy, don't hit me. I'm not going. Really? Qinxing's health is the most important thing. I promise not to disturb him. Jantar paused in the middle of swinging his fist. His other hand grabbed his collar, almost lifting him up. Are you going to let him stream or not? Zhang Kehua quickly shook his head. No, I'll explain the situation to the company now and give him some time off so that he can have a good rest. Jantar loosened his grip and pushed him against the wall. Remember what you said, scram. Zhang Kehua ran away, scared witless. But he didn't run far. Instead, he hid in a remote corner and took out his phone. Hello, Chief Yang, I came to the hospital to see him. Jiang Qinxing's family made him pretend to be sick as an excuse to refuse the live broadcast. They also said that there was a problem with the food we provided him, causing him to be poisoned and unconscious. It seems that he already had plans to jump ship. This family is ungrateful. You made so many concessions in the contract in vain, but in the end, you raised a white-eyed wolf. A man's angry roar came from the other end, accompanied by a string of unbearable curses. Xianxia curled his lips. A sudden pain came from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with hatred. Jantar, just you wait. The other party also said that they want to sue us. It would be best if the whole company went bankrupt. Not only that, he also hit people. My face is now covered in blood, and I almost lost my life to return this call. Surname Jiang is too arrogant. If I don't give him some face, I'm afraid he will really think that you are afraid of him. Unfortunately, I'm only one person, and I'm alone. I can't even get back at him. The other end said, just you wait, I'll send someone over now. Then, he hung up angrily. Zhang Keming held the phone and smiled slyly. Chief Yang was a ruthless person when he was young, and he had many hooligans. As long as he was willing to say something, Jantar would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. In the ward, the nurse changed a new drip, took the empty bottle, and turned to leave. Han Yunru fetched some hot water for her son to wipe his face and hands. Jantar lowered his head and ate his wife's unfinished lean meat porridge. It was so quiet that it was suffocating. Honey, I've talked to the management company. Jantar threw the takeaway box into the trash can. They won't come again. Han Yunru didn't move, and her gaze didn't move away from Jiang Xiaoti's face. She wiped her right hand and continued to wipe her left hand. Okay. I won't do live broadcasts in the future. I really can't bear to. Towards the end, her voice was tinged with sobs. Jantar's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Okay, we won't broadcast. Our family doesn't want to be rich. How much money can our son and daughter make? As long as they can be safe and happy for the rest of their lives. I just realized that I left my phone at home. Give Yaya a call first. I'm afraid that she will be worried if she can't get Qinxing. Jantar realized that today was supposed to be the day that the siblings met in the capital. Okay, I'll go now. Suddenly, with a loud noise, the door of the ward was violently kicked open from the outside. 7 or 8 men in flowery shirts and black trousers rushed in. With Zhang Kehua in the lead, they immediately filled the entire ward. As they came in a hurry last night, there were no more ordinary beds in the hospital, only VIP single rooms. The couple gritted their teeth and went through the procedures for their son. Now, it was convenient for this group of people to act violently without any scruples. However, the couple could not find anyone to call for help. What do you want? Jantar stood in front of Han Yunru and stared coldly at Zhang Kehua. The latter smiled contemptuously. What, you want to hit me? Jantar clenched his fists. The other party was fearless. He narrowed his eyes and said word by word, do you think I'll give you a third chance? Then, he waved his hand and a few men in flowery shirts pounced on Jantar. What are you doing? Jantar struggled to fight back. I'm going to call the police. You're breaking the law. Huh? Call the police? You're too naive. Take away his phone. One of the men wanted to grab his collar but was pulled away by Jantar. Unexpectedly, he punched him in the stomach. Jantar grunted but quickly returned the favor with a kick. Another man wanted to strangle him from behind, but he was held back as soon as he reached out. Then, he was thrown back and fell to the ground. With the advantage of his size, Jantar immediately fought with the 3 men in the small ward. He was tall and strong to begin with, and now that he was going all out, no one could do anything to him. Zhang Kehua's expression changed slightly. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you holding him down? The remaining men immediately acted. Soon, Jantar was at a disadvantage. His hands were held behind his back and he was dragged in front of Zhang Kehua. Bah! Jantar spat on the other party's face. His eyes were filled with anger. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. What's the point of bullying with numbers? Zhang Kehua threw a backhand punch, using all of his strength. Jantar grunted and his face turned pale. One-on-one? Do you think I'm stupid? Zhang Kehua raised his hand to wipe off the saliva on his face. Suddenly, he grabbed Jantar by the neck. I told you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Han Yunru immediately rushed forward and slapped his hand away. What are you trying to do? This is a hospital, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Don't be too arrogant. Yo, Zhang Kehua rubbed the wrist that had been hit by the woman. His originally resentful expression immediately changed into one of amazement when he saw Han Yunru's beautiful face. His smile also became full of interest. I was wondering who it was. So it was Qinxing's mother. Look at this small face, it's not much different from a university student in their early 20s. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Han Yunru's face. Bastard. Jantar's eyes were bloodshot. Come at me. Don't touch my wife. Zhang Kehua paused and looked back at Jantar. Suddenly, he found something interesting. Look, you're anxious, right? No wonder. If I had such a beautiful wife, I would want to treat her like an apple of my eye and not let anyone taint her. What a pity. He reached out to grab Han Yunru's waist. The latter dodged with a panicked expression. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. No man can resist such a beautiful and flirtatious woman like you. I don't even have enough time to dote on you, so why would I hurt you? Get lost. Don't come over. Han Yunru retreated with vigilance. Jantar was clamped and could only scream in despair. Zhang Kehua. If you dare to touch her, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely kill you. Heh, you're about to die and you're still talking so harshly. Shut his mouth for me. Yes. Woo-woo, Jantar struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. Now that it was quiet, Zhang Kehua focused all his attention on the woman in front of him. He did not expect that a boorish man like Jantar could marry such a beautiful woman. Although she was already a mother, her fair and rosy cheeks, her beautiful facial features, and her slender figure were more and more alluring. Zhang Kehua had always liked young girls, and he had played with many internet streamers. He did not expect that one day, his eyes would be attracted to a middle-aged woman. This was really novel and exciting. He rubbed his hands. Yunru, right? You have such a beautiful face, but you wear the cheapest clothes, live in the oldest rented house, and spend your days with pots and pans, worrying about daily necessities. Tell me, what's the point of you being with a good-for-nothing like Jantar? Han Yunru frowned. It's none of your business. TSK, even the way you scold people is so pleasing to the eye. Zhang Kehua sighed. Why don't you be with me? I'll let you and your son live a good life. Jantar, Han Yunru's eyes flashed with disgust. In your dreams. Don't be in such a hurry to reject me. Zhang Kehua was not annoyed. Step by step, he forced her into a corner with no way out. Let's try it first. After a while, when you've tasted my goodness, you won't be able to bear to leave even if you want to. As he spoke, he raised his hand to touch Han Yunru's chin. The originally weak and unaggressive woman suddenly had a cold look in her eyes. She grabbed the hot water bottle next to her. It smashed directly onto the man's head. The entire place fell silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Until, the splinters flew everywhere, the hot water was steaming, and the man cried out in pain. Digression 1 chapter, 2000 words. Sister Yu is coming next. Look at the comments section in the afternoon. UB*TCH, Zhang Kehua raised his hand and slapped Han Yunru, throwing her against the wall. With a muffled sound, the woman's forehead hit the wall. Blood flowed down her cheeks, instantly staining her beautiful face. Zhang Kehua wasn't any better. The shards cut his scalp, and some were still stuck in his flesh. He didn't dare to touch it because it was covered in blood. The hot water splashed on half of his face, and it was burning at the moment. You, go and get her. You, he pointed to another man in a flowery shirt, go and find a nurse to treat my wound. The two men in flowery shirts looked at each other and frowned at the same time. They came here because of Brother Yang. Who did this person think he was? How dare he order them around? Go quickly, Zhang Kehua roared on the spot, looking deranged. In the end, the two men did as they were told. One went out to find a nurse, and the other brought Han Yunru to Zhang Kehua and tied her hands to prevent her from hurting people again. Slap, another slap. Han Yunru's head was slapped to the side, but Zhang Kehua's anger was still there. Woo-woo. Jantar saw this scene, and his eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. He struggled desperately, and his veins were bulging, but the two men behind him didn't move at all. Zhang Kehua clamped Han Yunru's face and turned her in Jantar's direction. Look at your useless husband. What's the use of him other than screaming? He can only watch you get beaten. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You're so stupid, Han Yunru looked up coldly. I'm still better than you, you be asterisk starred. Zhang Kehua was furious. Seeing that the third slap was about to land, the woman stretched her neck fearlessly and didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He suddenly stopped, and the corner of his mouth curled up. More malice appeared in his eyes. Han Yunru's heart suddenly sank, and a bad premonition hit her. The next second, it became reality. You, Zhang Kehua called over a man in a flowery shirt, but his eyes were fixed on the bed. Bring the child here. Han Yunru's expression changed. What are you trying to do? What do you think I'm doing? Xianxia is the company's contracted internet celebrity. He can't sleep like this. There's a live broadcast tonight. You black-hearted, rotten dog. My son is still unconscious. How could you do that? Zhang Kehua smiled. Sure enough, the child was a mother's weakness. The woman who looked indifferent just now had a temper now. I don't have a choice either. The company needs to make money. If your son broadcasts one day less, the company will lose a sum of money. Who's going to pay for that? You? Just based on the money he earned from selling pancakes? Huh. You overestimate yourself. Then, his smile abruptly vanished as he turned to the flowery shirt that had been pointed out earlier. What are you still standing there for? Get him over here. Han Yunru, don't you dare. The woman suddenly exerted force and broke free from the other party's restraints. She turned and pounced on the bed. Like a hen protecting her chick, she opened her arms and stood in front of her son. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I'll fight him to the death. Zhang Kehua, are you standing there like a block of wood? Why don't you go? The man in the flowery shirt frowned. Brother Yang sent us here to support you, not to be your hired thugs. You. Hurry up and get it done. We don't have so much time to waste with you. The man in the flowery shirt was not polite at all. There was even a trace of disdain in his eyes. What's the point of being ruthless to a woman? Zhang Kehua, however, said righteously, I'm working now. Boss Yang's money tree is lying on the bed. If you don't take him away, this trip will be in vain. The man in the flowery shirt hesitated. A woman and a child, Zhang Kehua, hurry up. Otherwise, why would Boss Yang spend money to send you here? To stand and watch the show? The man gritted his teeth and took 2 steps forward to lift Han Yunru. Then, he dug out Xianxia, who was unconscious under the quilt. There was still an infusion needle on the back of the boy's hand. He rudely pulled it off, and beads of blood emerged from the needle hole. Han Yunru screamed and rushed forward like a madwoman. Let go of my son, let go. The man in the flowery shirt pushed her down and walked to Zhang Kehua with the child in his arms. He said coldly, what do we do next? Han Yunru struggled to get up and pounced on him again, trying to snatch her son back. But how could a woman's strength be compared to a man's? Zhang Kehua kicked her down, and a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. Jantar's face was already covered in tears. Because of the struggle, his cheeks had turned purplish red. Woo-woo. Just as Zhang Kehua was about to add a second kick, bang, the door of the ward was kicked open. A group of men in suits and sunglasses rushed in and knocked over all the flowery shirts at lightning speed. Jantar was able to break free and rushed forward to snatch his son back. He then used his body to protect Han Yunru. Honey, are you okay? Huh? Let me see. The man's hands were trembling and his eyes were filled with tears. He was full of self-blame and guilt. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being useless. He hugged Xianxia with one hand but did not dare to touch his wife's face with the other. Fresh blood stung his eyes, and this one. 8-meter-tall man cried like a child. I'm fine, I'm fine. Han Yunru shook her head. Her gaze and voice were as gentle as her voice. Put our son on the bed first. He's not feeling well. Okay, okay. Jantar nodded hurriedly. Who are you? In the blink of an eye, all the flowery shirts fell to the ground. The men in black had cold expressions and a strong aura. Xianxia was shocked. What followed was fear and panic. These men looked much taller than the gangsters that Mr. Yang called over. They were all expressionless and fierce from head to toe. No matter how inexperienced he was, he knew that these men were not to be trifled with. But didn't Jantar's family sell pancakes? How did he know these people? Who are you? Xianxia asked again. He was obviously not confident. Unfortunately, he did not get any response. These men in black were like mindless machines. After subduing the flowery shirts, they did not move. Xianxia was shocked. Seeing that they did not move, he thought that they were more or less afraid. He pretended to be tough and said, I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now. Do you know who we are? Yimi Company's Mr. Yang Huaishan. If you know what's good for you, you'd better stop now, or else. He sneered, but no matter how you looked at it, it sounded like he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Clowns. Just then, a cold voice came from the door. Hu Ben and Six had arrived with the doctor. Jiang Fuyue walked in the middle. The two of them were always half a step behind her, one on her left and one on her right. They were like escorts, but the respect on their faces made them look like loyal servants. Xianxia was stunned. He saw the beautiful young girl walk straight in. The men in black made way for her. She had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, but there was no emotion in them. They were indifferent and quiet. Yeah. Han Yunru was stunned. Jantar was already stunned when Jiang Fuyue walked in. He looked at his wife in confusion, but his wife looked back at him with the same confusion. Where's the doctor? Jiang Fuyue said. Lightly. Hu Ben dragged her to the bed and said coldly, what are you waiting for? I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow if you're late for even a second. It wasn't his fault for being so rude. The doctors and nurses heard the commotion on this floor, but none of them came to stop it. They could have called the security guards or the police. But they didn't. Half an hour ago, these people had received a notice to clear the third floor. All of them had left, leaving the gangsters to do whatever they wanted. This doctor was caught by Hu Ben and Six from another floor. He spilled everything after a little threat. It turned out that this hospital had a close relationship with Mr. Yang. They allowed gangsters to do whatever they wanted in the ward. Hu Ben sneered. He looked at the group of gangsters on the ground as if he was looking at a pile of bones. Of all people, they had to provoke the devil. Jiang Fuyue walked straight to the bed. She didn't look at Xianxia at all. She didn't even look at him. Yeah, it's really you. Han Yunru murmured. Her eyes were filled with sadness and joy. She didn't cry when she was slapped and thrown to the ground. When Jiang Qinxing was taken away, she didn't have time to cry. All she thought about was how to get her son back. But at this moment, looking at her daughter who suddenly appeared, Han Yunru couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face. Mom. Jiang Fuyue's voice softened. There was a hint of gentleness in her indifferent voice. It's okay, she said. I'll take care of everything. Han Yunru nodded. Her tears didn't stop. Jiang Fuyue glanced at her bleeding forehead and the clear handprints on her cheeks. Her gaze turned cold. Hu Ben knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Bloody unlucky. Digression, 3,000 words in the second night watch, before the third night watch. Jiang Fuyue smiled and gave Jantar and Han Yunru a reassuring smile. The next second, she turned around abruptly and walked towards Xianxia. Seeing her approach, the man's eyes flashed with surprise. So she was the daughter of the Jiang family. She was much prettier than her middle-aged mother. Fresher, but the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. Hu Ben went forward and twisted his arm. Disgusting thing, don't you want your eyeballs anymore? The man screamed. Who are you? Someone who wants your life. Hu Ben said and exerted force. Xianxia's face twisted and he screamed again. You, Do you know who I am? Oh? Jiang Fuyue said indifferently. Who are you? The girl's voice was soft and gentle, but it felt like it was wrapped in a layer of ice. Not only was it cold, but it was also piercing like needles. I'm Yimi Agency's agent. Mr. Yang's right-hand man. You know Mr. Yang, right? He's a famous figure in the underworld, nicknamed Leader Yang, Yang Huaishan. Six chuckled and asked Hu Ben, brother, is there such a person in Linhui? Hu Ben, sorry, I've never heard of him. Liar. You must be afraid, that's why you're pretending not to know. I'm warning you, if you don't let me go, you'll all be finished when Mr. Yang receives the news. Ha, Little Six laughed out loud and punched him in the mouth. Your words are unpleasant to the ears. You have to teach them. Zhang Kehua tasted blood in his mouth. Suddenly, he bit into something hard. He spat out two broken teeth with a pay sound. You, Zhang Kehua was scared. Fear flashed across his eyes. Hu Ben, what, do you have something to say? Think carefully before you speak. My brother's fist doesn't have eyes. What do you want? When Jiang Fuyue heard this, her red lips curled up slightly. I also want to ask, what do you want? Zhang Kehua's gaze fell on the girl's face, and he suddenly realized that the one with the most authority here was not the group of black-robed men, nor was it the two ferocious-looking brawny men. It was this harmless little girl in front of him, the daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Qinqing's elder sister. So, she was here for revenge. Zhang Kehua shook his head in horror, ignoring the blood in his mouth. No. It's not my fault. I listened to Mr. Yang's orders. If you want to settle the score, go find him. Don't come looking for me. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand, and Six placed a square handkerchief on her palm. She clenched her fingers, and in the next second, she suddenly pressed down on Zhang Kehua's head. The shard that had been stuck in the man's scalp but had not been pulled out in time was pushed into the depths of his flesh in an irresistible manner. A pain worse than having his teeth knocked out hit him. The man was like a duck that had been grabbed by the neck, letting out a rough and unpleasant cry. Jiang Fuyue threw away the blood-stained handkerchief, and her hands were clean. Zhang Kehua suddenly raised his head and unexpectedly bumped into the girl's indifferent eyes. She was like a high and mighty deity floating in the air, untainted by even a speck of dust, coldly looking down at the puddle of mud on the ground. And he, himself, was that puddle of mud. The pain made his eyes bloodshot, and his whole body twitched. He wanted to curse, and even strangle the person in front of him. Her neck was so thin, it would definitely be broken easily. Unfortunately, all of this only existed in his imagination. The reality was that his hands were tied, his face was covered in blood, and he was battered and exhausted like a dog. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. It's not a good habit to answer questions that are not asked. Zhang Kehua was confused. What did she ask? Yes, she asked, what do you want? What do I want? Zhang Kehua himself could not remember. At first, he was just jealous of Wu Qian. Seeing that his income had skyrocketed and that he had bought a new car, he wanted to take Jiang Qinqing, the money tree, into his hands. He went to Mr. Yang to apply, but Mr. Yang rejected his proposal on the grounds that the contract stipulated that only Wu Qian could be Jiang Qinqing's agent. Zhang Kehua thought that if Wu Qian resigned or was directly fired, then wouldn't Jiang Qinqing fall into his hands. For this reason, he carefully planned and finally succeeded in framing Wu Qian, making him pack up his things and leave. After that, things developed as planned, and he took over all of Jiang Qinqing's work. Soon, Zhang Kehua realized that something was wrong. First of all, the contract Jiang Qinqing signed with the company was very loose. Not only did the streamer have a high degree of freedom to make decisions, but it also restricted many of the agent's actions. For example, the type of food and style of eating should be decided by the agent, but the contract clearly stated that the streamer's side had to agree. In other words, Jiang Qinqing's side had to agree. Secondly, Wu Qian, that idiot, actually spent a lot of the budget on food for Jiang Qinqing, and many completely unnecessary expenses suddenly increased. For example, there was no way to distinguish between artificial and imported caviar with the naked eye, and the audience could not tell at all. However, the latter cost 10 times more than the former, and Wu Qian ordered imported caviar for Jiang Qinxing without blinking an eye. If this was not a waste, then what was? It was ridiculous that he actually said that children need to pay attention to their health and pay attention to nutrition. Those who did not know better would think that he was Jiang Qinxing's biological father. Therefore, after Zhang Kehua took over, he immediately made changes in the food. Recently, it was popular to eat razor clams on the internet. Many anchors even ate them raw in order to attract attention and gain popularity. He also immediately made arrangements for Jiang Qinxing. But this kid actually did not want to do it. He even told him seriously that his sister said that he could ask for what he wanted to eat because the contract stipulated that he had the right to do so. Zhang Kehua did not think that such a young child would know about contracts and rights. He only felt that the parents were instigating the child behind his back. Since that was the case, they could not blame him for being ruthless. In the following days, Zhang Kehua deliberately wanted to teach this family a lesson. Cheap fish, shrimp, pork, beef, frozen internal organs, and expired ham were deliberately mixed in with the normal dishes for Jiang Xiaodi to eat. However, Jiang Xiaodi was not stupid. He found that the taste of the food was not right, so he did not touch those dishes and only ate the rest. Originally, he could have avoided the batch of expired pork yesterday, but Zhang Kehua said, "If you go to the capital, you will delay the live broadcast for a few days. Who will pay for the losses caused?" Jiang Xiaodi did not know what the losses were. He only remembered that his sister had told him, "I can take leave because it is stipulated in the contract." He said this to Zhang Kehua. However, the man was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He flew into a rage. "Let me tell you, Wu Qian is no longer responsible for your matters now. No matter what the contract is, it is now up to me to decide. If I don't let you go to the capital, you can't go." At that time, Jian Tar and Han Yunru were not at home, leaving only Jiang Xiaodi alone. Facing the furious Zhang Kehua, he was completely powerless. "No. I want to go to the capital. I've already told my sister. I've also booked the plane tickets." Jiang Xiaodi panicked. He was afraid that he would really not be allowed to go, so he shouted this sentence with a sobbing tone. Zhang Kehua was even angrier. His face was full of viciousness. "You want to go, right? I won't let you go. What are you crying for? Shut up. Wu Qian treats you like a treasure. He compromises and gives in to everything. I won't tolerate this bad habit of yours." Jiang Xiaodi was so scared that he was trembling all over. However, he still stubbornly insisted. "I want to go to the capital. I want to see my sister. I even brought her a gift." "Fine, it's not like you can't go." Zhang Kehua was extremely annoyed. However, he suddenly retracted the tyrannical look in his eyes and became amiable. "But you have to promise me one thing." What is it?" Jiang Xiaodi's eyes lit up. Zhang Kehua secretly scolded him for being an idiot. He smiled and said, "Didn't the book say that every grain is hard? You haven't finished the dishes on the table for 3 days in a row. Many fans are already starting to be dissatisfied. How about this, you finish all the dishes today and I'll agree to let you go to the capital to see your sister. How about it?" Jiang Xiaodi picked at his fingers and looked conflicted. "But some dishes are smelly." Zhang Kehua looked annoyed. "What do you know about smelly? Fish and prawns have always smelled like that. But I don't like fish and prawns." "Fine, then we'll eat pork today. It won't be smelly this time." Then Jiang Xiaodi began to waver. He confirmed again. "Will you really let me go to the capital?" Zhang Kehua smiled. "Of course. Okay." On the day of the live broadcast, Jiang Xiaodi finished all the dishes. Although the fish and prawns were replaced with pork, there was still a strange taste. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He tried his best to finish everything. He felt so happy when he thought about how he could go to the capital to see his sister tomorrow. He was really happy. "Damn it," Hu Ben cursed under his breath. He threw a punch. "How can you bear to do this to such a young child?" Digression, 3,000 words. My poor Jiang Xiaodi. Also, I seem to have written that an elder liked to watch Jiang Xiaodi's live broadcast. I suddenly forgot who it was. Facepalm, I couldn't find the outline of the story. So please tell me if you have any impression of this story. 6 was so angry that he broke one of his fingers. Jiang Fuyue was expressionless as the man wailed like a pig being slaughtered. However, her eyes were almost red. How dare you? She gritted her teeth and enunciated each word clearly. Xianxia, who could cook, do housework, and make the bed, who was very sensible and obedient, who would open the door for her without her knocking, who would lean against the door and call her sister, was the first person who opened her heart after her rebirth. However, he was being treated so cruelly in a place where she couldn't see. Jiang Fuyue clenched her fists and trembled all over. Suddenly, she grabbed the dagger at Hu Ben's waist and slashed it in front of the man's eyes. Blood flowed into his eyes. His screams resounded throughout the ward and could be heard all the way to the end of the floor. However, no one paid any attention to him because the ward had been cleared. However, he was the one who cleared the ward earlier. Now, it was Jiang Fuyue's turn. Zhang Kehua, my eyes? Ah, my eyes can't see? I'm going to kill you. He suddenly broke free from Hu Ben's grip and tried to grab Jiang Fuyue. In the next second, there was a dull thud and a sharp pain followed. Jiang Fuyue shut his mouth. Hu Ben did as he was told. 6 took the wrench from her. Even though he was used to seeing big scenes, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw it. Such a fair and soft hand picked up such a cold and hard wrench and knocked it down without hesitation. It turned out that Jiang Fuyue had been searching in the trunk for such a long time. 6 glanced at the man who was curled up on the ground and in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. His hands were probably crippled. Hu Ben's eyelids twitched. He caught a glimpse of Jiang Fuyue's beautiful and indifferent side profile. It was as if she wasn't the one who knocked the wrench. In that instant, he suddenly understood the gap between himself and Jiang Fuyue. When a person's ruthlessness was not expressed in any external form, such as cursing, swearing, or gnashing one's teeth, but instead erupted silently and without warning, the person would be punished without batting an eyelid. Life and death, everything in the hands of the other party, therefore, Jiang Fuyue could give orders, while he and 6 could only obey. In the end, this kind of absolute suppression and strength made them submit, admire, and even be willing to be cattle and horses and be ordered around. The scene in front of them also shocked everyone present. The flowery shirts shivered and looked at Zhang Kehua, who was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was as if they were looking at the next version of themselves. Fear, panic, horror, all kinds of emotions seemed to drown them. Someone began to beg for mercy. It's this surnamed Zhang who wants to mess around. We just came to support him because of Brother Yang. We didn't think of fighting. When a hole was torn in the stalemate, it was not far from complete collapse. As expected, that's right, we're just here to put up a show. We have no intention of going against you. Not at all. Zhang Kehua is a villain. He's using a chicken feather as an arrow. It's all his fault. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you want to take revenge, find Zhang Kehua. Let us go, I beg you. At first, it was 1 or 2 people. Soon, they were all defeated. The timid ones had already knelt down and began to kowtow. They were not people of the underworld in the real sense. At most, they could only be regarded as idle street gangsters. Usually, petty theft and fighting in 2s and 3s were already the limit. When had they ever seen such a scene? The blood was bright red and warm. The beating was to the flesh. The beating was to break bones. The girl was like a Shura from hell. The 2 men beside her had fierce eyebrows and eyes, and the men in black suits were well trained at first glance. They had a strong background. How could such a group of people be provoked by small fries like them? Zhang Kehua was an idiot. He didn't care about his own life and dragged them down with him. How hateful. Brother, I didn't do anything. I haven't moved since I came in, really. A man in a flowery shirt crawled to Hu Ben's feet. He originally wanted to go to Jiang Fuyue, but he didn't even have the courage to look at the girl's face. How could he dare to reach out and touch her? Hu Ben glanced at him condescendingly and didn't express his opinion. But it was this seemingly silent attitude that made the rest of the people see hope. They all went forward, I also didn't move. Me too. I went to find a doctor for Xianxia. I don't know what happened in the ward. In the end, there were only 3 people who didn't come forward to beg for mercy. One of them pulled Xianxia up from the hospital bed, and the other 2 held on to Jantar and refused to let go, letting Xianxia humiliate them as he wished. The 3 of them shrank in place guiltily and didn't say a word. They didn't know that the more they acted like this, the more conspicuous they were. Jiang Fuyue glanced at them coldly. 6 and the 2 men in black went straight to them and dragged them over. They bent their knees and instantly knelt in a row. You want to snatch Jiang Qinqing away? The girl looked at the first man in a flowery shirt. She was clearly smiling, but her eyes were full of frost. The man's teeth chattered and his lips trembled. Zhang Kehua asked me to do it. Smack, 6 gave him a slap. Half of the flowery shirt's body was slapped to the side. His whole face was numb. You did it just because he asked you to? Where's your brain? The flowery shirt lowered his head and didn't say a word. Smack, another slap to the face. 6 said, the child is still sick. Can't you see? It's Zhang Kehua, since you can't see, there's no use keeping this pair of eyeballs. The flowery shirt trembled. The image of Zhang Kehua's bleeding eyes flashed before his eyes. He was scared. I don't know. I really don't know. Let me go. Don't dig out my eyes, 6 sneered. Don't know what? Don't know that the Jiang family has a backer? Or don't you know that we're not to be trifled with? I didn't know. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have, so, if the Jiang family didn't have a backer and no one stood up for their family like this, then you can bully them as you wish? You can do whatever you want? No. I didn't mean that. 6 kicked him over. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the remaining 2 people. Hu Ben went forward and pinned them to the ground with 6 arms behind their backs. We were forced. Brother Yang ordered us to suppress Zhang Kehua. That's why we did it. Jiang Fuyue only looked at them for 2 seconds and then looked away. She had lost all interest. Hu Ben waved his hand and asked the men in black to take this group of good-for-nothings out so that they wouldn't be an eyesore. As for how to deal with them, Lu Jinzhong was still waiting outside. That old man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Sister Yu, this Zhang Kehua. Hu Ben glanced at the bloodstains on the ground with disgust. This kind of person wouldn't even let a child go. He didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. Even if he died, it wouldn't be a pity. Jiang Fuyue said, leave it to Uncle Lu. Keep an eye on him. There's still a score to settle. Hu Ben thought of the brother Yang these people were talking about. TSK, there's going to be another unlucky person. Soon, only Jiang Fuyue, Hu Ben, 6, Jantar, his wife, and the unconscious Jiang Shaodi were left in the ward. And, the doctor who was preparing to re-inject Jiang Shaodi with trembling hands. Hu Ben said, you did it wrong. You don't have to do it again in the future. Thinking of the bandit-like behavior of this group of people and the pool of blood on the ground that hadn't dried yet, the doctor didn't doubt the authenticity of the other party's words. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging fear in his heart, and inserted the needle. Soon, the infusion bottle was reattached. After the doctor finished all this, he stood uneasily in the same place. Can you let me go now? Hu Ben sneered, I heard that you were the one who evacuated all the medical staff on this floor. His body trembled, and his eyes were weak. No. In the next second, he met Hu Ben's cold and determined gaze. The denial was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say another word. Sorry, I also received a call from the director, and according to his instructions, looking at your familiar posture, you must have done this many times before, right? The doctor lowered his head even more. The life-saving camp has become a martial arts practice field. You Putian scammers have done many immoral things under the guise of a legitimate hospital. I'm afraid you can't even count how many immoral things you've done. Before coming, Niao Rui's people had thoroughly investigated the background of this hospital. Hu Ben didn't expect that a seemingly legitimate hospital would hide so many tricks. It was an eye-opener. Jiang Fuyue, give him the phone. Doctor, ? Hu Ben, since you can receive a call from the director, you must at least be a trusted subordinate. Find a reason to call your bullshit director out, and we'll have a good chat. The last 3 words were almost squeezed out from Hu Ben's teeth. The doctor could only do as he was told. According to the time and place given by Hu Ben, he made an appointment to meet with the director. Jiang Fuyue, 6, you go there personally. Understood. 6 left and took the doctor with him. Hu Ben also found an excuse to leave the ward. In an instant, only the family of 4 was left. Han Yunru looked at her daughter, her eyes full of unfamiliarity and complexity. Digression, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Finally, I finished torturing that scumbag Zhang in one breath. I'll notify you again in the comment section during the second period. Love you. For a moment, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Why would her quiet and well-behaved daughter rush in with a group of strong men, and those people were obviously following her lead. There were also the 2 men following behind her. Han Yunru obviously knew them because they often hung around the pancake shop. At first, Han Yunru was very vigilant, thinking that they were being targeted by gangsters. But as time passed, not only did the 2 men not do anything bad, they even helped drive away the gangsters who came looking for trouble. Han Yunru treated them to pancakes, and after that, the 2 men often came to the shop to take care of business. Half a month ago, Auntie Lu came to apply for a waitress position. After she became a full-time employee, Han Yunru found out by chance that the tall and bulky one of the 2 men was Auntie Lu's son. His name was Jing Yonghua, and he was nicknamed Hu Ben. And the good brother who often came to eat pancakes with him was called 6. Han Yunru didn't expect that she would see the 2 of them under such circumstances, and that they would faintly respect her daughter. Logically speaking, the 3 of them had no relationship at all, so how could they have crossed paths? If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what did she see next? Zhang Kehua was easily subdued, and Hu Ben and 6 beat him up. And all of this was obviously done under Ye's tacit approval. Han Yunru clearly saw that before the 2 men started fighting, their eyes revealed a look of inquiry and request for instructions, and during the process, they subconsciously observed Ye's words and expressions. If this didn't prove anything, then Hu Ben and 6 strictly followed every word Ye said, as if the way they obeyed orders had already exposed everything. But the shock was far more than she had imagined. Zhang Kehua's face was covered in blood, and Han Yunru could only desperately cover her mouth to suppress the urge to scream. Then, a wrench appeared, and in the blink of an eye, both of Zhang Kehua's arms were broken, and he fell to the ground. And the person who did all this wasn't Hu Ben, or 6, or any of the men in black present, but her weak and obedient daughter. How could Han Yunru accept this? Jiang Fuyue also knew that there was no way she could fool them with today's act. But she didn't intend to fool them. If she really wanted to keep them in the dark, she could have let Hu Ben or 6 come forward and take Zhang Kehua outside to deal with him. Why see blood on the spot? Since it was going to happen sooner or later, it would be harder to explain in the future. As for whether they could accept it or not, Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. To be honest, she was also very nervous. But no matter what the outcome, she was prepared to face of it. Mom. Han Yunru stared at her daughter in a daze. Her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. Jantar was already dumbfounded, and his eyes didn't move normally for a long time. The light in Jiang Fuyue's eyes dimmed little by little. In this life, was the relationship between parents something that couldn't be forced? Fine. Suddenly, yeah, what you did just now, were you serious? Isn't that blood syrup? Jantar stammered. Jiang Fuyue looked down and shook her head gently. No. Good. That's so satisfying. Jantar clapped his hands loudly, as if he was venting all his anger and frustration. Huh? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Jantar gritted his teeth, his eyes scarlet. That thing is worse than a beast. He's lucky to have a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. Jiang Fuyue, ? Why didn't she see that Jantar had this kind of awareness before? Yeah, when you waved the dagger just now, it looked like a gentle stroke. Was it effective? Jiang Fuyue swallowed her saliva and only reacted after a while. I think so. The RS Army knife, which Hu Ben carried around his waist, should be his last life-saving trump card. One could imagine its lethality. Jantar nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Where did you get that wrench? I picked it up from Hu Ben's trunk. I see. Is it an ordinary wrench? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Jantar seemed to be deep in thought. Not long after, an identical wrench appeared in the drawer of the shop's cashier. Of course, that was a story for another time. Han Yunru, on the other hand, almost fainted after hearing the conversation between her husband and daughter. She immediately grabbed the most tender piece of meat on Jiang Da's leg and refused to let go. What nonsense are you talking about? Is this how you teach your daughter? Ouch, ouch. What's wrong with me? The man felt wronged. It's obvious that I'm not the one teaching my daughter now. It's my daughter teaching me, right, yeah? Jiang Fuyue nodded quickly. Han Yunru gave him a warning look. Don't make a fuss. I haven't settled your score yet. Wait for me to deal with your father first. Jiang Fuyue touched her nose guiltily, but she heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. If Han Yunru didn't say anything and didn't show any emotion, that would be the worst. Honey, stop pinching me. It really hurts. Jantar twisted his body, but he didn't dare to push Han Yunru's hand away. He grimaced in pain. Unexpectedly, he met his daughter's smiling eyes and winked at Jiang Fuyue. The tacit understanding between the father and daughter was perfect at that moment. Mom, Jiang Fuyue's heart warmed. She quickly said, stop pinching. Dad is still injured. Han Yunru paused. Her gaze fell on Jantar's bruised lips and swollen cheekbones. She couldn't bear to hit him anymore. Tears quickly gathered in the woman's eyes. Does it hurt? Jantar held her hand and smiled foolishly. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Han Yunru still cried. The man's smile disappeared and he was flustered. Honey, don't cry. It really doesn't hurt. If you don't believe me, you can try hitting me a few times. As he spoke, he used her hand to hit his chest. That stupid look of his was definitely a fool. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She couldn't bear to look at him. Han Yunru withdrew her hand and didn't let him hold it. She cried and scolded, Are you an idiot? There were so many people at that time. If they didn't beat you up, who would they beat up? Well, I didn't think so much at that time. I couldn't just stand there and let them bully me, right? Jantar explained dryly. Don't do that again, do you hear me? Huh? Han Yunru, what are you for? Learn to be smart. If you can't beat them, avoid them. Judge the situation, understand? But if I hide, what will you do? Han Yunru's tears fell even more fiercely as a wave of lingering fear welled up in her heart. She did not dare to imagine what would have happened to her family if Yu had not arrived in time today. So, what was she blaming him for, Jantar for being stupid, or Yaya for hanging out with a bunch of gangsters? Honey, don't cry. Our daughter is watching. Jantar whispered in her ear. Han Yunru pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at Jiang Fuyue. However, she inadvertently met her daughter's teasing gaze. Whoosh, her face quickly turned red. Jantar's rough fingertips wiped away her tears. His movements were gentle and his tone was gentle. Okay, I won't fight next time. I'll take you with me. Is that okay? Han Yunru added, and our daughter and son. Yes, yes, yes. You even brought your son along. As for you. Jiangda coughed lightly, looking embarrassed. She might not need me to bring her along. Do you believe that she can beat up a group of people? Is this how you're a father? Han Yunru glared at him. You let your daughter take the lead? I also want to take the lead, but I don't have that ability. I can't find so many men in suits and sunglasses, good for you. However, I can learn how Yaya pulled Xianxia's eyes. It shouldn't be difficult. Jiang Fuyue nodded quickly. It's very simple. Han Yunru's gaze fell on her face. She felt complicated and distressed. There was also a trace of worry that could not be ignored. Yaya. You and those people, Mom. Jiang Fuyue held her hand. Their eyes met, and she enunciated each word clearly. Do you trust me? Han Yunru pursed her lips. Why wouldn't she believe her? In the past 6 months, her daughter had become more sensible and outstanding day by day. However, the problem was that she was too outstanding, those things were beyond the scope of her age. Yeah, I'm afraid that you're going the wrong way. Those people look. Han Yunru did not know how to describe it. Mom, I'll protect you and not let you get hurt. Jiang Fuyue's eyes were firm and her tone was serious. Okay. Han Yunru held her hand gently. There was a familiar warmth in her palm. Mom won't ask anymore. I believe that you know what to do and what not to do. Jantar nodded and added with a chuckle, Dad too. Suddenly, she said, Sister, me too, digression, 3,000 words in the second watch, before the third watch. On the bed, Jiang Shaodi had woken up at some point. At this moment, he opened his big black eyes and smiled softly at Jiang Fuyue. Sister, did you come back just to see me? Han Yunru pushed Jantar to sit on the chair and gave the seat to her daughter. Jiang Fuyue sat on the bed and reached out to touch the little guy's hair. Yes, you didn't go to the capital, so I had to come back to see you. Jiang Shaodi's pale cheeks were quickly covered with a layer of blush. He felt a little guilty and a little happy. Sorry, I didn't go and wasted the plane ticket. But now that I see you, I'm so happy. Yes, you must be so happy in the future. I'll always be happy as long as you're here. Jiang Fuyue's eyes were soft. Jiang Shaodi rubbed her palm like a lazy cat that had just woken up. Sister, you were so powerful just now. I want to be as powerful as you in the future and beat those bad guys away. You saw it? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. No, I heard it. Although my eyes were closed, I knew that they were bullying Mom and Dad. I wanted to wake up, but I was so sleepy and had no strength at all. How about now? Are you feeling better? Yes. I'm awake, and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. Jiang Fuyue got up. A small hand suddenly pulled her sleeve. The force was very light, and she could get rid of it if she struggled. But she didn't. She asked slowly, What's wrong? Jiang Shaodi was a little nervous. Sister, where are you going? I'm going to get you some water. I'm not thirsty. He shook his head. Jiang Fuyue sat back down, but Jiang Shaodi didn't let go of her. He was like a glutinous rice ball, soft and sticky. Sister, I prepared a gift for you. His little face was solemn and serious. What gift? Mom, can you give me your coat? Han Yunru handed it to him, not forgetting to remind him, be careful of the needle in your hand. I know. Jiang Shaodi found the pouch and put his hand inside. Soon, he pulled out a small square box. It was a pair of wireless headphones. Branded goods cost about 2,000 yuan. Based on Jiang Shaodi's 500 yuan monthly pocket money, it would take him 4 months at most. However, it had only been 2 months since he started streaming. In other words, he had been saving money long before he started live streaming. Moreover, this pair of earphones cost him all his money. Jiang Fuyue had mixed feelings. Sister, you can use it to listen to news, research papers, and speeches in the future. You don't have to worry about the wires getting tangled. His eyes lit up, and he stammered, Do you like it? Thank you. I like it very much. Jiang Fuyue pinched his chubby cheeks. Actually, you don't have to buy something so expensive. There are cheaper ones online, and they're also very useful. She knew better than anyone else how stingy Jiang Shaodi was. Now that she had used up all his pocket money, what if the little guy felt bad about it? However, Jiang Shaodi shook his head firmly. It's not expensive. It's not expensive at all. Jiang Fuyue was confused. Was this still her stingy little brother? The next second, of course, it has to be the best for my sister. When I have more money in the future, I'll buy more expensive ones for you. Han Yunru laughed when she heard this. You're not old, but you talk big. Jiang Shaodi kept a straight face and said seriously, Mom, I'll definitely make a lot of money in the future. Why? You're only buying for your sister and not for your dad and me? Jiang Shaodi hesitated for a moment. His brows furrowed tightly, and then he shrank into the quilt, only revealing his head. He said softly, I'll buy for my sister first, then for you guys. Han Yunru was confused. Jantar was confused. Was this really his biological son? After all, Xianxia had just woken up. After being alert for a while, he began to feel drowsy again. Jiang Fuyue waited until he fell asleep, then gently removed his hand, put it under the quilt, and tucked him in. Jiang Xiaodi mumbled twice. If one listened carefully, it was not difficult to tell that he was saying, "Sister." Jiang Fuyue got up and left the bed. "Dad, Mom, I still have something to deal with. The people from the city hospital will arrange for a transfer later. I'll leave 2 people here to take care of you. Call me if you need anything." After that, 2 men in black pushed the door open and handed Han Yunru and Janter's cell phones. The couple looked at each other and reached out to take the phones. Their expressions were quite complicated. Before they left, they looked at Jiang Fuyue and hesitated a few times. In the end, they did not say anything and only said, "Be careful." "Okay." Jiang Fuyue walked out of the hospital. Hu Ben was already waiting in the car. "Sister Yu. How's Six doing?" "We're waiting for him." As expected, the director came. As soon as he entered, he was caught by our people. "We're going to take him to Uncle Lu now." "No need. Let Six take him directly to Yimi's agency. Also, don't leave out Zhang Kehua. Since we're going to settle accounts, of course we have to settle accounts together." Hu Ben's expression turned cold. He immediately called Six. "Yes, go directly to the agency." Then he called Uncle Lu. "Bring Zhang Kehua." Hu Ben turned to Jiang Fuyue and asked, "Do you want to bring those hooligans in flowery shirts with us?" "No need. Make arrangements and send them directly to the police station." "Okay." After the call, everything was ready. A good show was about to begin. Jiang Fuyue said, "Let's go to Yimi's agency to meet President Yang." Hu Ben started the engine. The black Buick was like a sharp sword unsheathed from its scabbard. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. During the event, I'm begging everyone for monthly tickets. I'll continue tomorrow. Yimi Management Company. Knock knock. Come in. Boss Yang, these are the marketing plans for the streamer after the second revision. Please take a look. The tall and beautiful young secretary walked gracefully to the desk in her high heels and stood still. Yang Huaishan raised his head, and the woman's beautiful face came into view. He immediately felt relaxed and happy. He put down his pen and waved. "Come, Xiaomei." The secretary's red lips curled as she walked to the back of the desk and sat on the man's lap. But she complained coquettishly. "It's broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Who dares to come in without my permission? Besides, it's not the first time. Why are you still so clingy? Stupid. You're so indecent. Ha ha ha." The woman's coquettishness made the man laugh happily. "By the way, were the bosses satisfied with yesterday's dinner?" "Satisfied? It's not like you don't know how good Jasmine and Xiaoxia are at serving people." "But Juju." The woman stopped. Yang Huaishan heard this and frowned. "She still won't cooperate?" Not only did he not cooperate, the woman played with her nails and said leisurely, he even humiliated Boss Wang on the spot. If it weren't for Jasmine's quick reaction, smiling and drinking with him, who knows how much trouble he would have caused. Mr. Wang is not to be trifled with. That idiot. Yang Huaishan cursed. The woman squinted. "You're spoiling Juju too much. Although she's a university student and looks pure and cute, she can't always act like this in our industry. Once or twice can be considered fun, but if it happens too many times, not only will men be annoyed, even women will find it pretentious. Don't worry, I'll deal with her when I come down." Yang Huaishan gritted his teeth. The woman heard this and her eyes flashed with ridicule. Deal with her, huh? Once the little vixen coaxes someone and serves them well, they'll probably forget everything. Deal with her, deal with my ass. However, this was not the main point of her visit. The woman rolled her eyes. "I heard Zhang Kehua asked you for someone?" "You're well informed." The meaning was unclear. The woman's heart trembled slightly, but she still smiled like a flower. "I care about your news." "Why? Can't I?" Yang Huaishan put his arm around her waist and chuckled. "Of course, I couldn't ask for more." Then what does he want them for? I think he had some conflicts with Jiang Qinxing, the man said vaguely. Humph. I knew that Zhang Kehua wasn't reliable. When Wu Qian was still in charge, things didn't escalate to the point of having to use manpower. It's only been a few days since he took over, and he's already falling out with him? Yang Huaishan did not say anything. The more the woman thought about it, the more she felt that it was inappropriate. Brother Yang, Zhang Kehua is a restless person. Don't believe everything he says. Oh? The man raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Previously, he had always been jealous of Jiang Qinxing, his money tree, and tried to get him from Wu Qian. Didn't he come to you several times to apply for a change of manager? Yes, there was such a thing, but I didn't agree. Then, Wu Qian was caught embezzling fans' rewards. Although the evidence was conclusive, it wasn't without doubts. In this way, Jiang Qinxing was rightfully under him. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Yes, it is. Based on his temper, after taking over Jiang Qinxing, he would have taken them down a notch and intimidated them. I guess that's how the conflicts came about. Maybe he would have created some conflicts even if there weren't any, so that he could use your influence as a pretext to make a fuss. Yang Huaishan nodded. Xiao Zhang has always done things this way. Yes, you've always cleaned up for him in the past. The woman paused and looked up abruptly. That's not right. Why are you so calm? Yang Huaishan smiled calmly. The woman blinked. Are you hiding something from me? Tell me. She poked his chest as she acted coquettishly. Yang Huaishan enjoyed it. Do you really think I can't see through Zhang Kehua's little scheme? What do you mean? Do you know that Wu Qian was wronged? Wu Qian? Huh. Yang Huaishan sneered. He's just an insignificant ant. He was tricked by Zhang Kehua because he was stupid. It doesn't make a difference whether he has a manager or not. Besides, he got such a lucrative contract for Jiang Qinxing. Where did he put the interests of the entire company? If he continues to be in charge, I'm afraid the entire company will have to work for a kid like Jiang Qinxing. He even forgot who his father is. What's the point of keeping such a person? The woman pursed her lips and thought to herself, you were the one who agreed to that contract. Now, Jiang Qinxing's popularity was increasing day by day, and he was earning more and more money. He was like a rising star in the live streaming industry. If he planned it carefully and marketed it properly, his future would be limitless. Now that she remembered that she had signed the contract, she pushed all the blame to Wu Qian. TSK, the woman said, if you want to keep Jiang Qinxing and promote him to the next level, you should get a manager with a better temper. Why did you have to let Zhang Kehua cause trouble? Yang Huaishan sneered. I want to keep Jiang Qinxing, but promote him? Why should I promote him? The woman didn't understand and looked puzzled. The 1-year contract period. He can leave whenever he wants. Also, the penalty for breach of contract will be reduced by 60%. There's also an additional clause for compensation. If the company breaches the contract, he can pursue it according to the law. Listen to these clauses. I don't know how Wu Qian negotiated it in the first place. He's treating the company's interests like child's play. Under such circumstances, how do you expect me to promote Jiang Qinxing? How would I dare to? He had given him the resources and invested the money. If he suddenly ran away one day, the company would lose everything. Yang Huaishan wasn't a fool. How could he take such a risk? At present, I know that there are 6 management companies that want to poach Jiang Qinxing. The ratio is half of ours. Money moves people's hearts. With the Jiang family's poor conditions, it's only a matter of time before they're tempted. The woman looked thoughtful. Then what do you plan to do? It's good to let Zhang Kehua dampen the spirit of the Jiang family. Otherwise, they'll take advantage of Jiang Qinxing. Do they really think that a big company like ours is afraid of them? But the woman looked hesitant. If the relationship between the two parties is really strained by Zhang Kehua, I'm afraid that the Jiang family will resent us and refuse to cooperate. It'll be more troublesome then. Yang Huaishan narrowed his eyes and said confidently, what did I do? What did the company do? It's all Zhang Kehua's fault. When the time is right, I'll personally apologize and fire Xianxia, the black sheep. Do you think the Jiang family will resent me or be grateful? Hiss. The woman suddenly realized. Brother Yang is so smart. However, Xianxia was in trouble. He thought that he was awesome, but in fact, he had unknowingly become a stepping stone. He only needed to stabilize the Jiang family before he could kick him away. Yang Huaishan stroked the woman's chin, feeling the tender and smooth touch. He said with a faint smile, "This is called giving a sweet date after a slap. Have you learned it? With such a powerful master like you, what can't I learn?" The woman giggled. Yang Huaishan sighed softly, as if he could see Jiang Qinxing's grateful face in the near future. When that time comes, I'll take the opportunity to ask them to sign a new contract and keep Jiang Qinxing for 8 to 10 years. The woman's compliments were about to come out of her mouth, but before she could say it, she heard a loud bang. The door was pushed open from the outside and another secretary rushed in. President Yang, no, she was stunned when she saw the two people entangled together. President Yang and Xiaomei, the two of them actually. Ah, the woman exclaimed and hurriedly got up from the man's lap. She hurriedly adjusted her loosened collar, embarrassment and anger flashing in her eyes. Yang Huaishan's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He roared at the secretary who was stunned. Get out. Is this your first day here? Don't you know how to knock? President Yang, don't quibble. Go to the finance department and get this month's company. Pack your things and get out of here immediately. The secretary finally reacted. President Yang, please listen to me. There's a group of people outside, what's there to explain? Don't you understand? Get out as far as you can. President Yang, you have such a big temper. A clear voice came from the entrance. A young girl walked in slowly with a smile on her face, but it did not enter her eyes. Yang Huaishan was stunned. Who are you? The secretary lowered her head and whispered, I'm here to tell you that someone has broken into the company. Digression, Sister Yu is about to perform again. Barging in, Yang Huaishan glanced at the girl who was all alone and found it funny. The next second, he glanced at her face and was stunned. She was prettier than Juju. If he could sign her to the company, then, the man rubbed his fingertips and smiled again. He waved to the secretary. Okay, you can leave first. The secretary was confused. What's your name, miss? Jiang. The girl smiled. Oh, Miss Jiang. Please sit. Xiaomei, get me a drink. Xiaomei was confused. You were flirting with me just a second ago, and now you're trying to please another woman? Yang Huaishan's face darkened. He saw the dissatisfaction in her eyes, but so what? Could it be that she still wanted to interfere with him? He gave her face. What are you waiting for? Xiaomei gritted her teeth and had to do as she was told. Before she left, she glared at Jiang Fuyue. Suddenly, only Yang Huaishan and Jiang Fuyue were left in the huge office. Cough. Miss Jiang, do you want to sign a contract to be a streamer? With your looks, it shouldn't be a problem. Sit, why are you still standing? Jiang Fuyue glanced at the leather chair in front of her. I'm afraid I'll be stained with something dirty. Yang Huaishan frowned. What are you talking about? Didn't Mr. Yang and that lady perform on the spot just now? The man was embarrassed. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyes and scanned her surroundings. She paced around as if she didn't treat herself as an outsider at all, which made Yang Huaishan's face turn slightly gloomy. Suddenly, Mr. Yang, don't you remember me? Jiang Fuyue turned around and looked at him. Her beautiful eyes glowed brightly. The man's heart raced. Have we met? No. Then how did you? Through a phone call. Yang Huaishan tried to recall, but he had no idea. Logically speaking, anyone who had come into contact with such a beautiful woman would never forget her. Even her voice was so pleasant to the ears, so how could he not have any impression of her? I'm Jiang Qinxing's elder sister. She enunciated each word clearly. Before we signed the contract, we discussed the details of the contract over the phone. Mr. Yang's generosity at that time was still fresh in my memory. Yang Huaishan was startled at first, and then a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Then, an undercurrent surged, and finally everything calmed down. He was still smiling and amiable. So it was elder sister Xianxia. He leaned back in his chair. This was a rather relaxed posture, revealing a kind of calmness of having a card up his sleeve. Compared to when Jiang Fuyue was just a beautiful woman who had come to him, Yang Huaishan seemed to have more confidence in her now that she had the identity of Jiang Qianxing's elder sister. And this kind of confidence made men unconsciously look down on her. After all, he needed to test the waters step by step before he could get close to a beautiful woman. As for Jiang Qianxing's elder sister, it was only natural that she would be in his grasp just like her younger brother. Since that was the case, what was there to be polite about? Why are you looking for me today? Yes, it's mainly to settle accounts. You probably don't know, but in our line of work, settling accounts has more than one meaning. Jiang Fuyue smiled, then what I meant was that it has more than one meaning. Yang Huaishan's smile suddenly disappeared. What do you want to say? Since Mr. Yang agreed to the terms of the contract, you shouldn't violate the spirit of the contract. The man was stunned and suddenly felt surprised. Is there a misunderstanding between us? What are you talking about, violating the spirit of the contract? I don't understand at all. Oh? You don't understand? Jiang Fuyue's cold gaze fell on his face. Then who hired the group of people that Zhang Kehua brought to the ward? They kept calling him Brother Yang. Could it be they weren't calling you? What's wrong with Xiaozhang? Ward? Who's in the ward? Jiang Fuyue calmly watched the performance and slightly smiled. It's a pity that Mr. Yang didn't go to the set to play a small role. Little girl, you have to pay the price for speaking nonsense. His tone suddenly sank. He didn't hide his fierceness and all of it was directed at Jiang Fuyue. But the latter didn't move at all. She didn't even blink, let alone show any signs of panic. That beautiful face was so calm and composed from beginning to end. Then, Mr. Yang, do you know that you have to pay the price for violating the rules and not being honest? How dare you? Jiang Fuyue's tone suddenly turned cold. I can't compare to your shamelessness. If there's nothing else, please leave. Mr. Yang, are you angry out of humiliation? Seeing that you're Jiang Qianxing's sister, I've been patient. I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. If you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences. Is this a threat? Jiang Fuyue smiled. I also want to know what the consequences will be. Her tone was light, but it couldn't hide her arrogance. Yang Huaishan sneered and directly dialed the internal line. Where's the security? Call the security in. Unfortunately, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and no one came. Jiang Fuyue shrugged. It seems that Mr. Yang's words don't have much effect. You wait. Yang Huaishan dialed the internal line again. This time, the other end hung up. It was so awkward. This bunch of trash. Jiang, what are you trying to do? Didn't I say just now? Settle the score. She said nicely. But in return, the other party sneered. With just you? You want to stand up for your brother? Don't you know what you're worth? So, you admit it? Yang Huaishan's eyes flashed. When he met the girl's piercing gaze, he suddenly changed his mind. What was he trying to achieve by putting on such a show? She was just a little girl. Even if she knew, what could she do? That's right. I sent someone to Zhang Kehua. He was beaten up. As his boss, I can't just sit by and watch, right? You tacitly agreed that he was bullying the Jiang family. When the time was right, you jumped out and pretended to be the good guy. It was just to re-sign the contract. Mr. Yang, you've got a good plan. But you still have to ask if our family is willing to do it. Yang Huaishan was shocked. He didn't expect that the little girl would see through his meticulous plan. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. What does it matter if you're willing or not? Don't forget that Jiang Qianxing's contract is in my hands now. Jiang Fuyue didn't miss the flash of ruthlessness in the other party's eyes. Mr. Yang, don't forget that the contract clearly states that if the management company breaches the contract, we have the right to pursue legal action. Legal? The man's eyes were full of disdain. Why do you want to go to court with me? Jiang Fuyue said, "It's not impossible. Do you believe that I can make it so that no lawyer in Linhui will dare to take your case?" The girl narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Yang, since you can't use soft tactics, you're going to take it by force?" "Huh." The man laughed exaggeratedly. "So what if I take it by force? What can you do to me? What about sending someone to the ward?" "What did Zhang Kehua do?" "It has nothing to do with me. Even if you call the police now, it won't be my fault." Jiang Fuyue nodded. "That's true. Since the legal procedures won't be able to punish you, we can only use some special means." Before Yang Huaishan could react to what she meant, he heard the girl clapping her hands twice. Soon, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Two men escorted Zhang Kehua, who was covered in blood, and Director Shi, whose face was bruised and swollen, into the office. Behind them, there were three men in black escorting them. Their aura was amazing. Yang Huaishan's expression changed dramatically. He looked at Jiang Fuyue. "You, who are you?" His tone was no longer calm as before. Under panic, there was a hint of fear. "Brother Yang." Director Shi suddenly looked up. His hair was messy and his glasses were crooked. He no longer had the dignity of a director of a hospital. Only panic was left on his face. This group of people came with ill intentions. "I was caught because of you. You have to save me." Zhang Kehua was still conscious. When he heard that, his survival instinct took over his brain. He nodded, but his mouth was gagged and he couldn't speak. He could only look at Yang Huaishan pleadingly. Brother Yang was famous in the underworld. This group of people would definitely be afraid. As long as he was willing, he could definitely save himself, but the reality was far crueler than imagined. Yang Huaishan only glanced at the two of them briefly and did not look at them anymore. He let out a cold laugh stiffly, thinking that he was full of vigor. However, in the ears of Jiang Fuyue and the others, it was only a show of strength and a show of strength. "What do you mean? You want to threaten me with them?" I, Yang Huaishan, am not scared." Hu Ben couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. "Threaten you? You think highly of yourself. What do you have to threaten us? Our brothers are here today for nothing else but revenge. Don't you know what you've done? Come on." Hu Ben waved his hand. "Arrest him." Two men in black came forward and twisted Yang Huaishan into a fried dough twist in the blink of an eye. Digression: the second night watch was 3,000 words long. I'll send it after I'm done. I don't want to keep everyone waiting. The third night watch was just before midnight. What are you doing? Why did you tie me up? Do you know who I am? Yang Huaishan finally panicked. How was this a weak little white lotus? She was clearly a tyrannical flower that ate people without spitting out their bones, but that wasn't right. He had investigated the Jiang family's background. They had no backing and no connections. Where did these people come from? They were all well-trained and obviously had a powerful background. "Sister Yu, look at this." Six suddenly walked forward and handed her a document. Streamer marketing plan, and this just so happened to be Jiang Qinxing's. Yang Huaishan's expression changed drastically. Jiang Fuyue flipped open the document. The more she read, the colder her eyes became. Yang Huaishan not only planned to use gratitude to trick the Jiang family into resigning the contract, but he also planned out Jiang Shaodi's future development. If Jiang Shaodi's popularity could steadily increase, the company would give him the best recommendation resources, but at the same time, he would need to attend dinners and wine parties with special hobbies. If Jiang Shaodi's popularity declined, the company would arrange for him to not lose viewers and continue to attract the public's attention. They wouldn't limit it to a large scale, such as swallowing a turtle's head and eating live earthworms. Jiang Fuyue looked at the bloody proposal in front of her. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Jiang Shaodi was really treated like this one day. Bastard. The document landed heavily on Yang Huaishan's head with a bang. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. The next few proposals Six handed over were all targeted at the female streamers under Yimi. They were truly unsightly and inhumane. Six turned around and kicked the man's knee. The sound of bone dislocating could be heard clearly. Yang Huaishan screamed and wailed, rolling on the ground in pain. all of you, will die a horrible death. Just you wait. Just you wait. Hu Ben stepped forward and dislocated his chin. How dare you speak so harshly after doing so many bad things? Seems like you forgot that you have to pay for what you've done. Ugh. Yang Huaishan's eyes were bloodshot. Hu Ben crushed his other knee. Try calling for another one? Yang Huaishan's eyes were glazed over and he almost fainted. Sister Yu, what should we do now? Jiang Fuyue glanced around. Leave Yang Huaishan and Zhang Kehua to Uncle Liu. He knows what to do. As for the dean, I beg you, spare me, I've never done anything bad. I cleared the area because Yang Huaishan asked me to. I thought nothing major would happen. At most, he would just bring people to intimidate. Hu Ben, you seem to be very experienced. Looks like this isn't the first time. The director's face turned pale and his body trembled. I didn't want to do this, but I had no choice. Yang Huaishan threatened me and threatened my family. I had no choice but to become his accomplice. This wasn't my intention. I'm a doctor, and a doctor's duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. How could I take the initiative to harm others? Bullshit. Lu Jinzhong strode past the crowd and went straight to Jiang Fuyue's side. Miss, take a look at this. As he spoke, he handed over a document. Jiang Fuyue took it. Although she expected that it wouldn't be anything good, she didn't expect it to be more shocking than the previous few proposals. Kongtai Hospital was a third-rate hospital without any qualifications. Hu Ben had received news that it was from the Putian department. Although the Putian department liked to cheat patients, it was still licensed by the state. However, this hospital didn't have any approval. It had been more than 20 years since its establishment, and its scale had been constantly expanding. In fact, it was a black nest for illegal surrogacy and organ trafficking. In front of her, Director Shi, who claimed that saving lives and healing the wounded was his duty, accepted bribes from pharmaceutical companies and used unlisted new drugs without patients' permission. In 5 years, he had caused more than 100 patients to die directly or indirectly. Uncle Liu. Jiang Fuyue closed the document and turned to look at him. Don't show mercy. Lu Jinzhong looked into her eyes and understood. I got it. Hu Ben and Six quickly exchanged glances, but they were both confused. What kind of riddles were these two playing? They knew the next day. Digression, it's midnight. Kongtai Hospital was reported for operating without a license. The relevant departments jointly conducted a surprise inspection and found many problems. They immediately arranged for all the patients to be transferred to other hospitals, emptied the entire building, and sealed it. Other than the director's whereabouts unknown, the 3 deputy directors, 18 department directors, and a number of ordinary medical staff were taken away for investigation. The commotion was not small. Soon, there were 3 layers of onlookers who came to watch the fun. What's going on? Are they going to seal the place? Even the public security organs are here. Looking at the situation, it's probably not a small matter. The ambulances just transferred all the patients. It's empty now. Did someone die from the treatment again? Let me tell you, people often die in this hospital. Really? Why would I lie to you? My family lives in the opposite building. The balcony in the living room faces the entrance of the hospital. I often see patients' family members coming to make trouble and ask for compensation. Isn't it normal for people to die in the hospital? Other hospitals have it too. The point is, other hospitals don't do it so often. 7 or 8 people died in this hospital, and they were all in the same ward. It's the same disease. Don't you think it's strange? So strange? Yeah, those family members also felt that there was a problem, so they joined forces and went to the hospital. They called their relatives, so dozens of people came that day and blocked the entrance. And then? How did they solve it? And then there's nothing. The hospital came forward to negotiate in private. They should have paid. Anyway, there was no more trouble after that. That's it? They didn't call the police? Why would they call the police? It was quietly suppressed. After all, people are dead. The family members are definitely more willing to ask for money. Who would investigate the cause of death? It's a waste of effort and might even get into trouble. Then why is it happening again now? It must be something bigger than 7 or 8 people dying at once. Previously, my relative had appendicitis and had surgery in Kong Tai. The stitches were not removed properly, and the incision could not heal properly. The flesh at the back was rotten, and they had to pay for debridement and stay in the hospital. In the end, it cost nearly 100,000 yuan. No way? 100,000 yuan for an appendicitis case? That's too much. My husband came to Kong Tai for a fracture last year. It was because the fees were too high that we transferred to another hospital. Fortunately, we transferred at that time. Otherwise, we would have been cheated to death. Everyone was talking at once. The local media also took action upon hearing the news. The cameraman carried the camera and the reporter held the microphone. It is reported that Kong Tai Hospital was closed at 10 a.m. this morning. All the patients were transferred to C City General Hospital and C City Third People's Hospital. A large number of medical staff were taken away for investigation. The reason is still unknown. Never underestimate the curiosity of the masses, and never underestimate the ability of netizens to expose the truth. Soon, the topic of #Kong Tai Hospital being investigated became a hot search, and the reason was revealed by many internet celebrities. At 6:03 p.m., the Linhuai police force released an online notice detailing the 8 crimes committed by Kong Tai Hospital. Operating without a license, using illegal drugs, illegally testing drugs on human bodies, cheating the national medical insurance, using expired vaccines, illegal surrogacy, trafficking in human organs, and profiteering under the guise of giving up newborns for adoption, one after another. It was a ghastly sight. Now, the police are looking for victims from all walks of life in order to obtain more clues and evidence. As soon as the announcement was made, the family members of the patients who had been harmed by Kong Tai Hospital swarmed over. Coupled with the opening of the Internet Rights Protection Channel, Kong Tai Hospital's numerous crimes were completely exposed and had nowhere to hide. None of the senior officials who were taken away were innocent. They acted as the most crucial link in this black industry chain, knew all the inside stories, and unscrupulously stretched out their hands. Among the many reports, one attracted the special attention of the society and the police. A netizen named "A Long Night Will Eventually Dawn" published a long Weibo post of thousands of words, in which she described in detail her boyfriend, Mr. K, who had entered Kong Tai Hospital's cardiac surgery department as an intern after graduating from university. At first, Mr. K was very happy because Kong Tai Hospital's medical staff were well known in the industry for their high income. As an outstanding graduate of a university's medical school, he was very confident that he could accumulate his first bucket of gold through his professional ability. Then, he would buy a house in Linhuai, take root, and marry his girlfriend of 6 years. But 2 months later, Mr. K began to become taciturn. He often looked at the cases alone in a daze. He often had nightmares at night and often woke up in the middle of the night. His girlfriend did not understand and even suspected that he had fallen in love with someone else. But Mr. K told her, "Baby, I'm standing at the crossroads of life, and I'm making a difficult choice. Sometimes, I'd rather be a little darker, narrower, and muddle-headed, but I can't do it. So, I've decided to take that path. If I can't reach the end, you have to be strong and live on. Because only in this way can you see for me what that path looks like when it's finally conquered by those who come after me. My soul will also be able to rest in peace." 3 months later, Mr. K fell from the hospital's rooftop and died on the spot. The hospital insisted that he had slipped and fell, and refused to provide any surveillance footage. That night, his girlfriend found 3 envelopes in the closet partition of the rented house according to the clues left by Mr. K. They were her boyfriend's farewell letter, photos of the scene of the director of Kong Tai Hospital and the manager of the pharmaceutical factory accepting bribes, and conclusive evidence of Kong Tai's illegal trafficking of human organs. His girlfriend took these things and hid in the countryside for half a year. When Kong Tai's people finally gave up looking for her, she returned to Linhuai and waited for the opportunity to make a move. Just 1 day before she was about to submit the report, Kong Tai was suddenly investigated, and the truth came out. At the end of the long post, she wrote, "Frowny face, dear KK, you've finally set foot on that path. You won't be lying on the ground alone anymore. You are a hero, a lover that I will always worship. In this life, I will always chase after the light, so that I won't let you down. Every word was weeping blood, as if he was complaining. The netizens were in tears. They felt sorry for ordinary people like Mr. K who stood for justice and fought against the darkness, and they were in awe of him. He's not a hero. He just held the belief of being a doctor and the bottom line of being a person. Even if the night is long and dark, there are still people who sacrifice their lives to light the lamp. It's so good to cry. There are many people like Mr. K in our society, but in the end, they don't have a good ending. It's ridiculous that Kong Tai Hospital is still a cancer. Please give Mr. K justice, give the truth to society, and give the law dignity. Investigate. If you pull out the radish, you'll bring out the mud. There might be some dirty people and things behind this. That night, the police contacted the female netizen who posted the post and got the 3 envelopes from Mr. K. At 2:00 in the morning, the director of Kong Tai Hospital, Shi Yumin, officially issued an arrest warrant with a reward of 100,000 yuan. At 7:00 in the morning, Shi Yumin's body was found in the closed Kong Tai Hospital. Cause of death, fall. The surveillance video of the entire building that night mysteriously disappeared and was replaced by a video of Mr. K on the day of his fall. The video clearly recorded that Shi Yumin found out that Mr. K was secretly collecting criminal evidence in the hospital. He invited him to the rooftop during lunch break and the two had a quarrel. After Mr. K refused to hand over the collected evidence, Shi Yumin killed him and pushed him off the rooftop. Heaven is right, retribution is not good. It's Mr. K who came back to take his life. Heaven sent justice to get rid of evil for the people. But why did the surveillance video of the hospital that night disappear into thin air? The video of Mr. K being pushed off the building inexplicably appeared again? Don't you think it's strange? There must be someone behind this. It's not strange, thank you. I only know that this is the truth. I don't care if there's someone behind this or not. Friend, you're thinking too much. Raise the flag high and protect the messenger of justice behind this. Shoo. Just as the netizens said, when you pull out the radish, you'll find the mud. Kong Tai Hospital was investigated and one of the other protective forces, Yimi Corporation, was also shut down. The person in charge, Yang Huaishan, committed suicide by jumping into the river. When his body was salvaged, it was already unrecognizable. His mistress, Hime, and 6 others were prosecuted for the crime of forced prostitution. The minimum sentence for them was 5 years. In addition, a group of thugs under Yang Huaishan, who wore flowery shirts all year round as a symbol, were arrested and brought to justice. At this point, the Kong Tai Hospital incident that caused a sensation in Linhui and shocked the whole country were all arrested and brought to justice. Jiangde and Han Yunru had already found out about everything that was happening in the outside world through the news. The way they looked at their daughter became more and more complicated, but it was also difficult to hide the pride in their eyes. 2 days later, Jiang Shaodi was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, "Dad, Mom, let me change your residence." The unit that the Jiang family was living in was one of the oldest staircases in Linan district. Not only was the environment bad, but it was also difficult to guarantee basic safety. The couple looked at each other and did not immediately express their opinion. Han Yunru said, "Let's discuss it tonight and decide tomorrow." Jiang Fuyue nodded. Okay. Jantar and Han Yunru prepared a table full of delicious food to celebrate Jiang Shaodi's recovery and discharge from the hospital. There was Jiang Fuyue's favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes and Jiang Shaodi's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Yeah, will your sudden departure from Beijing affect the competition? Han Yunru looked worried. That day, Jiang Fuyue had appeared in the ward without warning. Before that, the couple had never thought that they would one day be protected by their daughter's wings. Jiang Fuyue said, "It won't affect it. The training has ended, and the national team roster has been decided. We're staying in Beijing mainly to wait for the international competition. We'll set off together as a team." The couple knew that their daughter had been selected for the Ipoh and IOI national teams. They also knew that the competition would be held soon. Jantar asked, "When exactly? Are we going overseas?" Jiang Fuyue said, "We'll set off for D country the day after tomorrow." Both husband and wife were shocked. Han Yunru asked nervously, "Can we make it in time? Do you want to return to Beijing first? Or do you want to set off directly from Linhui? I'll have to pack your luggage quickly." She put down her chopsticks and went into the house. They could not be blamed for being so surprised. Jiang Fuyue was not in a hurry at all. She did not seem to be in a hurry to go overseas for the competition. If they had not asked her today, she would probably have taken the initiative to tell them on the day she left. Their daughter was too independent. As parents, they felt disappointed and guilty when they thought about it occasionally. "Mom, there's no hurry." Jiang Fuyue pulled her back and sat down. "Let's eat first." Han Yunru sighed. Jiang Shaodi picked up a piece of the tender pork ribs and placed it in her bowl. "Mom, eat." "I." Then, she picked up some for Jiang Fuyue. "Sister, have some too." Jiantar waited for a long time, but his son did not do anything. "What about me?" After dinner, Jiang Shaodi took the initiative to wash the dishes. Jiang Fuyue went in to help. She said she would help, but Jiang Shaodi didn't want her to do anything. As long as Jiang Fuyue reached out to touch him, he would pout. "Sister, don't move. I'll do it." On TV, it was said that girls' hands were used for calligraphy, painting, drawing eyebrows, wiping their faces, applying lipstick, and playing games on their phones. Washing dishes, washing clothes, sweeping and mopping the floor are not allowed because their hands will become rough. "Pfft, you're so young, but you're pretty smart." Jiang Shaodi pursed his lips and smiled, his face bright red. Jiang Fuyue deliberately teased him, "Then why am I still standing here if I don't do anything? I'll go out first." "No." Jiang Shaodi quickly grabbed the corner of her clothes. He didn't dare to use too much force, so he just gently pulled her away. Sister, don't go." He was so anxious that he walked in circles. I want you to stay with me." Jiang Fuyue smiled and didn't say anything. The slow-witted subordinate finally reacted. "Sister, you're bad. You only know how to tease me." However, Jiang Fuyue still stayed in the kitchen. She watched him quickly wash the dishes and clean up the kitchen. Finally, he even peeled a fruit platter for her. In the living room, Jiantar and Han Yunru were talking. "What do you think about the change of residence?" "Jiantar, I didn't think much about it. Anyway, I'll listen to you. If you don't want to change, we'll continue to stay here." "Whatever." Han Yunru's mouth twitched. "Why don't you have any ideas at such a critical moment? Haven't you always been the one in charge in our family?" Jiantar scratched his head. "I'm used to it." Listening to his wife was his number one principle, and it hadn't changed for more than 20 years. Han Yunru thought for a moment. Yaya has a point. This building is too old. Although it's close to Yizhong and the pancake shop, the environment is too bad. We couldn't change in the past, and we couldn't afford it. However, the pancake shop's income has been okay for the past 6 months. It shouldn't be a problem to rent a better place. Jiantar, okay, then let's change. But we might not be able to move in a short period of time. After all, it's not easy to find a suitable house. Even if we find one, it's hard to say if we can negotiate the price. Okay. I'll discuss it with Yaya tomorrow and see what she thinks. Jiantar was a little hesitant. Can't we decide on our own? Our daughter is about to go abroad to participate in a competition. We can't let her be distracted at this time. Han Yunru nodded. Then I'll just let her know so that she can rest assured. As for choosing a house and moving, we'll do it ourselves. After the couple had discussed it, and Jiang Qinxing had recovered from his illness, Jiantar and Han Yunru finally had a good night's sleep. The next day, Han Yunru went to Jiang Fuyue. "I've discussed it with your dad. The condition of this house is indeed too bad, so we've decided to move. We'll go find an agent this afternoon, you agreed?" Before Han Yunru could finish, Jiang Fuyue interrupted her in surprise. We agreed." What was there to disagree about? The mother was a little confused. "Then let's go now." "Go? Where to?" "To look at a house." Just like that, the family of 4 went out. Xianxia was in high spirits, while the couple looked at each other in confusion. As for Jiang Fuyue, it was obvious that she already had a plan. She led the family straight to their destination. Half an hour later, when the family of four arrived at the sales center of Imperial Heavenhua Mansion, the couple was still in a daze. Yeah, why did you bring us here? Jantar swallowed. The magnificent decorations in front of him made him feel uneasy and embarrassed. He didn't even know where to put his hands and feet. In comparison, Han Yunru was much calmer, but she still couldn't hide her amazement. First, she was dazzled by the dazzling decorations, and second, she was surprised that she would appear in such a place one day. Yeah? You're buying a house. Haven't we already decided to move? Before the couple could recover from the shock brought by this sentence, the saleswoman had already noticed the family of four standing there with her sharp eyes. She hesitated for 2 seconds. Could it be that they were here to rest for a drink again? The thought flashed through her mind, and she already had the intention to retreat. However, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the manager who was lecturing the newcomers. In order to avoid being implicated, she finally decided to put on a smile and walked forward. Are you here to look at a house? Before Jiang Fuyue could speak, Jantar hurriedly waved his hand. No, we can't afford it. Han Yunru also shook her head awkwardly. I'm sorry, the child doesn't know any better and insisted on coming in. The smile on the saleswoman's face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was also a hint of disdain in her eyes. I'm sorry, we don't serve visitors who check in. Imperial Heavenhua Mansion was a famous luxury residential area in Linhuai. They sold single-family villas with a beautiful environment and complete facilities. Even the sales center was built by a professional designer who spent tens of millions. It was famous for its luxury, taste, atmosphere, and enjoyment. It was popular on the internet for a period of time and attracted many visitors to check in. At first, they would still receive them warmly. After all, this was also a form of advertising and could increase their popularity. However, as more and more people came to check in, it even reached a point where the atmosphere was foul. In addition, the fame of the entire building had spread and there was no need to use this method to attract attention. Hence, visitors were banned from taking photos. It had been a long time since someone came to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, there were 4 of them today, both big and small. Jantar explained, you're mistaken, we're not here to check in, everyone says that, but in the end, they still take out their phones to take photos. The saleswoman pursed her lips. I've seen many people like you. Hurry up and leave. Don't affect our work. Jantar's face turned red and green. He apologized profusely. I'm really sorry, we'll leave now, but we're really not here to cite dash. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up if you want to leave. If you're not here to sightsee or buy a house, then what are you doing here? You even brought your family with you. Are you here to freeload? Do you really think we're a relief center? Her words were so harsh that Jantar could no longer maintain his expression. However, he was in the wrong first. At this moment, other than embarrassment, there was only shame left. He did not dare to show any temper. Han Yunru also frowned uncomfortably, but did not say anything. Hubby, let's go. No one thought that Xianxia would speak at this time. Auntie, you're so pretty, why do you speak so harshly? Qingqing. Han Yunru hurriedly called her son. Don't speak nonsense. However, the saleswoman had already heard it. How could he let it go? Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. 12 o'clock, third watch. Happy double day. She was already in a bad mood today, and now that the manager was scolding her, she could be implicated at any time. She was still holding back her anger, but it was all ignited by this little brat. Brat, what did you say? Do you have any manners? How did your parents teach you? You have no manners at all. This time, she scolded the whole family. Han Yunru had wanted to bear with it for a while and leave, but the woman's words had touched her bottom line. Miss, do you know how to speak properly? Since we can't look around, let's just leave. Why do you have to say such hurtful words? I'm hurtful? If you ask me, don't come out and embarrass yourselves. If you can't afford a house in Imperial Heaven Palace, don't step into the sales center. Since you're here, be prepared to be mocked. Han Yunru's tone was cold. Which law says that only those who can afford a house can look around? I can't afford it, but I can't come in and look around? If this is how you do business, then you're already breaking the law. You. The sales lady was so angry that her eyes were round and her breathing was unstable. Han Yunru knew when to stop. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she called out to Jantar and her children. Let's go. Yo. Weren't you speaking loudly just now? Why are you running away now? The woman's voice was sharp and piercing. Poor country bumpkins who can't afford a house. Why don't you have the face to continue arguing? Are you in the wrong? Or are you guilty? Han Yunru's eyes turned red. Jantar gritted his teeth and tightened his muscles. Although they were angry, their rationality told them not to argue with the other party. In the end, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. All these years, life had already smoothed out the edges of the couple. Or it could be said that many years ago, after experiencing the hardships of life, they no longer knew what edges were. At this moment, who said we can't afford it? Jiang Fuyue said indifferently. The woman's gaze fell on her face. Cheap clothes, cheap shoes, and a bag. Other than her pretty face, she didn't look like someone who could afford a villa. Not to mention the villa in the Imperial Heaven Palace. Huh? The woman laughed exaggeratedly. You? This little girl had learned how to brag at such a young age. She was really, well, each one of them was better than the other. The big one came to visit, but the small one actually said that he could afford it? It's too funny. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to talk nonsense with her and directly called out, "Manager." When the manager heard the sound, he turned around and quickly glanced at Jiang Fuyue. Then, he sized up the couple behind her without batting an eyelid. Then, he put on a sincere smile and walked over. Finally, he stopped half a step away from Jiang Fuyue. He lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "How may I help you? This sales lady's attitude is not good, please help us change her." The sales lady was so angry that her mouth was crooked. Just as she was about to curse, she was pinned to the ground by the manager's warning gaze. She was so angry that her cheeks turned red. "Yiling. Come here." The manager waved his hand and called over the nearest young girl. "Manager. Come and greet these distinguished guests." In fact, Yiling had already noticed the movement here. However, she was a newcomer and Sister Qian was usually arrogant and domineering in the sales center. She didn't dare to provoke them easily. Therefore, she didn't go forward. Yiling's heart ached when she heard the words poor and country bumpkin. How could she say that? Yiling smiled and stepped to the side. "You can go inside and take a look at our sand table and building model. It will be more intuitive." Jantar subconsciously wanted to refuse. They weren't going to buy it. What were they going to look at? Han Yunru was somewhat hesitant. It wasn't that she wanted to buy it. However, she had already spoken. Now that they were generously inviting them in, if she didn't go, it would seem that she was stingy. Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed with a smile. She held on to Han Yunru and urged, "Mom, we're already here. We've already argued. If we don't go in and take a look, wouldn't it be bad?" "You still dare to say that," Han Yunru rebuked. "Don't you know what kind of place this is? How can our family afford to live in this kind of house?" However, she didn't have any intention of blaming her. Instead, she sighed, "In the end, it's Mom and Dad who don't have the ability to let you two live comfortably. Other people's children were born with a separate room." However, Yaya and Xinxing were still using a bunk bed. When she thought of this, Han Yunru became more and more determined to change her house. Although she couldn't afford to live in a villa, it was still possible to give each of them a room. At worst, she would just have to pay a few hundred yuan a month. She could earn it back by closing half an hour later. With her thoughts clear, she felt relieved. "Okay, then let's go in and take a look." Just as she had said, if they couldn't afford it, then should they look down on it? Han Yunru immediately puffed out her chest and her conflicted expression returned to normal. She once again looked calm and composed. Jiang Shaodi blinked his eyes. His pupils were sparkling. Who didn't like beautiful things? He couldn't touch it. He couldn't touch it. He couldn't live on it. However, looking at it was fine too. Jantar looked at the mother and son trio, ? Sorry, I'm not flirtatious enough. Yiling saw the interaction between the family of four. His first reaction was, this mother and daughter were too good looking. Sorry, the world of superficial people was just that simple and straightforward. His second reaction was, what kind of little cutie was his brother? And finally, it was just that this father was a bit silly. This way please. Yiling led them all the way inside. Then, he politely poured some tea for them. Uncle, auntie, have some water. Jantar took it uneasily. You don't have to go through so much trouble. It's no trouble at all, Yiling said with a smile as she took out a floor plan and placed it on the table one by one. It's just a matter of convenience. Anyway, we're not busy at work. Let me show you the most unique things we have here. Jiang. Shouty was curious. What's so special about it? Yiling looked at the fair and tender face in front of her. She almost couldn't hold herself back. Ahem. Of course it's the house. After all, we're selling houses. Then, she turned the first picture around and placed it in front of Jantar. Look, this is the new batch of villas that we're about to open. Jiang Shouty, what is stacking? Stacking is a villa that's between a villa and an apartment. It's a villa that's stacked on top of a multi-story duplex. Generally, there are 4 to 7 floors. Each unit has 2 to 3 floors. Our batch of villas has 7 floors. Jiang Shouty looked at the picture with great interest. He couldn't help but exclaim, it's so beautiful. Han Yunru was also stunned for a moment. Jantar saw the reaction of his wife and children. A flash of guilt appeared on his face. At this time, Xianxia, who had been left behind by the manager at the front desk, also came in. When she saw the situation, she didn't even look at the family of 4. Instead, she sneered at Yiling, what's the difference between introducing villas to the poor and selling umbrellas in front of a temple or selling cotton-padded clothes in Africa? When Yiling heard this, her smile didn't change. She took out the second picture and pushed it in front of the couple. Uncle, auntie, this one is different. This is called a townhouse. Its biggest feature is that it has its own entrance and courtyard. It's made up of a few 3-story single-family villas in parallel. A row of 2-story to 4-story villas is connected together. Every 2 units share the same outer wall. It has a unified graphic design and an independent entrance. The building area is about 250 square meters. It's also one of our main properties this season. Xianxia was ignored as if she didn't exist. She was furious. Yiling usually looked like an honest person. She didn't expect her to be so ignorant. Ah, Sister Qian, are you talking to me? Yiling seemed to have just noticed her presence. Xianxia sneered, if I don't talk to you, am I supposed to talk to a ghost? Yiling frowned. Jiang Shouty suddenly understood. He whispered into Han Yunru's ear, no wonder I didn't understand a single word that she said. She was talking nonsense. Pfft. Yiling couldn't help but laugh out loud, little D, why are you so cute? Jiang Shouty said in a serious tone, actually, you can say that I'm handsome. Haha. Yiling said, okay. You're handsome. You're the most handsome. Jiang Shouty's cheeks instantly turned red. He buried his chin in his collar. Ah, Yiling's face turned red. Inside her heart, she was screaming, little brother, kill me. On the other hand, Xianxia's face had already turned green and purple. Her face was like an overturned color palette. You, ahem. Yiling coughed and looked up at her. She said in a gentle voice, Sister Qian, I'll take care of things here. You can go and do your work. What? You want to kick me out? You've only been here for a few days and you're already so arrogant. Who do you think you are? Yiling was at a loss. I didn't. Aren't you going to take care of these poor people? Okay, I'll see how you're going to do it today. It'll be good for the newcomers to teach us seniors a lesson. We'll experience what it's like to be the new generation surpassing the old. Yiling pursed her lips. In fact, she didn't want to provoke Xianxia at all. Ever since she joined the company, she had always tolerated Xianxia. However, this time, Xianxia had gone too far. She couldn't take it anymore. Continue. Why aren't you talking anymore? Weren't you talking so enthusiastically just now? That's right, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, continue. Miss, the layering and townships that you mentioned just now don't seem to be very private. Huh? Yiling was stunned. Jiang Fuyue smiled, is there anything else? Yes. Yes. Yiling snapped out of her daze and quickly flipped open the other two pictures. This time, she didn't place them in front of Jantar. Instead, she tilted them slightly and pointed them at Jiang Fuyue. Yiling didn't know why, but this girl who looked about the same age as her had a magical power that made people believe her. It was as if every word she said was true and trustworthy. Every word she said would be fulfilled. Yiling had a strong premonition that if she did this job well, her entire life would be different. She took a deep breath and smiled again. Yes, whether it's a layering or townships, there's a certain flaw in privacy. If you have higher standards for living quality and personal space, then I strongly recommend that you take a look at our Imperial Heaven Residence's main property. It's also the trump card series, detached villas. When Xianxia heard this, she almost laughed out loud. One dared to ask, and the other dared to push, she didn't like the layering and townships. Was this family of four here to be funny? Yiling, that idiot, actually cooperated with Xianxia and began to introduce. Our detached villas are separated by greenery from the front, back, left, and right. We also guarantee that there's an independent space above, a private garden below, and a pavilion in the middle. The Chinese style's atmosphere and the Western style's simplicity perfectly blend together. You can say that we have the best detached villas in Linhui. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it in person. No. Xianxia interrupted, do you think that the detached villas are public gardens? That you can enter whenever you want? That you can see it whenever you want? Yiling, Sister Qian, prospective buyers can be taken to see the house by the sales department. The terms and conditions are clearly stated. Why can't we? So you also know that they're prospective buyers? Are they worthy? If they don't have the money, what's the point of buying a house? Since they can't afford it, what's the point of looking at it? Can't you grow a brain for once? Don't do these useless things. You can't say that. What if they really want to buy? Who doesn't want to buy a detached villa in the Imperial Palace? I want to buy one too. But what about the money? The cheapest one is 50 million. This family. The woman pointed her finger at Jiang Fuyue's family, look at them. Do they look like they have 50 million? But, no buts. Even if you apply, the manager won't agree. If these people offend the owners, who's going to take responsibility? You? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy? Yiling was so angry that her eyes turned red. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue, there's no need to look. Xianxia, did you see that? You've wasted so much time and effort to introduce him, but he still left without a word. You. Jiang Fuyue didn't even look at her. She took out her bank card and said, I'll buy it. It's best if we sign the contract now. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. Today was a festive day. The update time was a little late. However, the update time was still the same. P.S. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, the way they took out their bank cards was so handsome. The double festival is coming. I hope everyone can be like Sister Yu. Be invincible in your studies and be as rich as a country. As soon as she said this, the entire room fell silent. Yiling was dumbfounded. Jantar and his wife were stunned. However, Jiang Shaodi's eyes lit up. As for Xianxia, ha ha ha. The woman laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. What did you say? You want to buy it? Do you think you have 50 million in your bank account? Ha 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 ha. I've seen people who pretend to be rich. However, you're the first one to make your face so swollen. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. Although Yiling was hoping that the woman would buy it, what if she really bought it? However, when it came to this moment, she couldn't believe it. She was even at a loss. She looked at the bank card in front of her. However, she didn't reach out to take it. Coincidentally, Xianxia's sarcastic words rang in his ears again. The truth was mixed with falsehood, and the hope was extinguished. Yiling froze on the spot. Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and asked, "Is there a problem?" Huh? Yiling was still in a daze. Jiang Fuyue suddenly felt that it was funny. Her red lips curled up. "I said that I want to buy a detached villa. Is there a problem?" Yiling gulped. "You. No, you really want to buy it? Do I look like I'm joking? But detached villas are very expensive. The cheapest one is 50 million, Jiang Fuyue shook her head. "I don't want the cheapest one. I want a detached villa that has a good view. It's easy to get in and out. It's also safe." Ha ha ha. Xianxia's laughter became even louder. She was so happy that she couldn't stand up straight. "Good view? Do you know how much it costs? People like you can't even afford a toilet in your lifetime. Keep bragging. I want to see if you can break the sky with your bragging." Ha ha ha. Jiang Fuyue glanced at her coldly. "You're really noisy." The woman's expression froze. Her laughter also stopped abruptly. She felt a chill run down her spine. Jiang Fuyue looked at Yiling again. "If you don't have a detached villa that meets my requirements, then I'm sorry. I'll have to go elsewhere." As she spoke, she put away the bank card. Yiling snapped out of her daze. "Yes, yes, yes. We can fulfill all of your requests." She brought Jiang Fuyue to the sand table. "This area, A3, has the best view of the entire building. It's backed by Fengling Mountain and facing Rosy Cloud Lake. You can also see Linjiang from afar without any obstructions. The terrain is high, the air is good, and the greenery area is the largest among all the single-family buildings. There's a free backyard at the back, which can be converted into a thermostatic swimming pool, or you can raise fish and vegetables. It's worth mentioning that we only have 3 of these detached houses. One of them is reserved by the developer, and someone has already moved in. As for the remaining 2, the price is too high, so we haven't been able to sell them." On this point, Yiling spoke the truth. But the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Back then, the developer even designated these single-family houses as the king of the buildings. "Okay, that's it." Jiang Fuyue made the final decision. Xiaoling's mouth was wide open. The introduction that he had prepared was completely useless. "You. Aren't you going to ask about the price?" "Oh, how much is it?" Jiang Fuyue had actually forgotten. After the Yufeng group returned to her hands, she would not be short of money for the rest of her life. Not to mention the detached houses, she could even buy the entire Imperial Heaven Palace if she wanted to. Xiaoling, 60 million. It's well renovated. It has all the furniture and appliances. You can even move in with your luggage. She was afraid that her guest would be scared away by the sky-high price, so she spoke very carefully. "Okay." Jiang Fuyue handed over the card. Xiaoling took the card with trembling hands. Can I swipe it now?" "Yes." Xianxia saw that Yiling was really going to swipe the card. She did not seem to be joking or guilty at all. Her heart sank. She forced out a dry laugh. "Your acting is pretty good. You want to do a full set, right? Don't tell me that you don't have enough money after swiping the card. That would be really embarrassing. That would be so embarrassing." Yiling ignored Xianxia and took the card to the finance department. Jiang Fuyue looked at the sand table thoughtfully. Suddenly, she said, "Wait a minute." She called out to Yiling. "What's wrong?" Xianxia smiled again. "See? You're going back on your word. I knew that some people." "Jiang Fuyue, you said that there are 3 detached houses. The developer will keep one for himself. Does that mean that there are 2 left?" "Yes." "Then we'll buy both of them together." What? Yiling was dumbfounded. Was it what she understood, was it? Jiang Fuyue patiently repeated, "We'll buy the remaining 2 detached houses together." Xianxia! Exclamation point. Yiling swallowed her saliva, then. "Can the 4 of you go to the VIP room and wait for a while? Currently, there's only 1 unit for sale." If you want to buy the other one, you need to apply to the management. Jiang Fuyue frowned. How long will it take? Yiling, very soon. It won't take more than 15 minutes. Okay. Just like that, the family of 4 was invited into the VIP room. Yiling ran to find the manager. Until this moment, Jantar and his wife were still unable to react. Wifey. Wifey, what is our Yaya doing? Buy a villa? Han Yunru said the last 2 words faintly and unrealistically. Pinch me. Let's see if I'm dreaming. Han Yunru decisively pinched the pinch. Ouch. 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 Jantar almost jumped up in shock. So. Han Yunru took a deep breath. It's real. Jantar mumbled, if the pain is real, then buying a villa should also be real, right? The couple looked at each other. Then, they both looked at Jiang Fuyue. Yiling rubbed her nose and blinked innocently. Is it not worth being happy about? Jantar, ? Han Yunru, Jiang Shaodi was the only one who gave face to Yiling. I'm happy. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Fuyue in front of him was like a shining lighthouse in his heart. Not only did she bring light, but she also showed him the way. In the past, Jiang Shaodi always told himself that he had to work hard to change and become better. However, he had no idea how good he should be and how good he should be. But now, he knew. Yeah, you can't joke about this. Han Yunru's expression became serious. She bought 2 sets of things that cost tens of millions. It felt like the whole world was turning upside down. She couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. Jantar quickly nodded and agreed with his wife. Yes, you can't joke about this. Is it too late for us to leave now? Jiang Fuyue met the couple's gaze and said word by word, I'm not joking. Han Yunru, then, how did you get the money to buy the villa? It's legal and the source is clean. Jantar frowned, but, the next second, his wife grabbed his hand and shook her head at him, indicating that he should not ask any more. Jantar swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Yeah. Han Yunru looked up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness and seriousness. I promised you before that I wouldn't ask about some things. However, you have to reassure us. Do these words count? It's legal and the source is clean. Jiang Fuyue looked into her eyes. Yes. Han Yunru breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Shaodi tugged at her sleeve. Mom, are we going to live in the villa? Yes. Han Yunru held his face. It's because of your sister. We'll benefit from her. Then I'll do the same. Okay. Han Yunru's eyes flashed with relief. However, there was also a hint of melancholy. At this moment, Xianxia walked in with a tray with tea on it. I'm really sorry for the wait. Come drink some tea and moisten your mouth. This Yiling is really unreliable. How could she leave you here? Her tone was sweet and coquettish. Compared to the cold and harsh saleswoman from before, she was like a completely different person. Jiang Shaodi was stunned for 2 seconds. He quickly hid behind Han Yunru and timidly revealed his eyes. Mom, this auntie can change her face. Xianxia, Han Yunru patted her son's hand. Don't be afraid. I'm really sorry about before. The woman lowered her eyes. Her posture was soft and gentle. I've been in a bad mood for the past few days. That's why my temper is a bit bad. I hope that you won't lower yourself to my level. Jantar frowned. Han Yunru didn't say anything. Jiang Shaodi hid even further away. His silence made Xianxia think that she had been forgiven. She rolled her eyes and smiled sweetly. Yiling has been gone for so long. Why don't I help you with the paperwork so that you can go and see the house? What should we do? Here it comes. Han Yunru changed into a more dignified sitting position. She didn't touch the tea that Xianxia handed her. Miss, the commission from selling these 2 villas should be quite a lot, right? Xianxia's smile froze. She even felt a bit guilty. Digression, 3,000 words in the second night watch. Just before midnight. Han Yunru, you can change your mind, but we can't go back on our words. Humans live by their faces, just as trees live by their skins, don't you think so? Xianxia's eyes darkened. However, she smiled apologetically, yes. I will definitely learn my lesson in the future. Then, about the procedures. Let's wait for Yiling to come back. Don't. Xianxia said anxiously. 2 detached villas. The total price was 120 million. If they were to take a 1% commission, they would receive 1,200,000. That was enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Linhui. There was also the year-end bonus. It was at least 1 or 200,000. It was like a pie falling from the sky. If she didn't accept it now, when would she? She didn't expect this family to be able to afford it. Moreover, they bought 2 units at once. If she had known earlier, she would have. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. This family was quite strange. They could afford such a luxurious villa. However, they were dressed in rags. They didn't have any style at all. If that wasn't the case, how could an experienced salesperson like her make a mistake? How could she let someone else get such a great deal? She had to get this family to sign the contract before Yiling came back. Actually, there's no difference between signing the contract with me and Yiling. It's the same property. You won't lose anything. Han Yunru turned her head away. This person was treating them like fools. Even Jantar, who had always been slow, couldn't help but curl his lips. Miss, since you still want to pretend that you understand, then let's be clear. You will get a commission from selling the property. This is for sure. Because of Yiling's hospitality, we want her to earn this commission. Do you understand what I mean? Do you need me to say it again? In all honesty, Jantar's words weren't sarcastic at all. He just wanted the other party to understand their thoughts so that they would stop pestering them. Didn't she see that his wife was almost annoyed to death by her? Jantar's heart ached. That was why he said so much in one breath. He asked himself if he had good intentions. However, when his words fell into the other party's ears, it was no different from humiliation and ridicule. It turned out that an honest person's confession was so hurtful. Xianxia's beautiful face turned red, then white, then green. In the end, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. She gritted her teeth and decided to give it one last try. How about this? As long as you agree to let me do these 2 orders, I'll take half of the 2 million commission and return you 600,000? Jantar and Han Yunru looked at each other, then turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. Their daughter was so calm and collected. She didn't look like she was short of 600,000 yuan. Besides, they should be rewarded for their hard work. How could they cheat him like this? I'm sorry, but we've decided to wait for Yiling, Han Yunru insisted. Xianxia gritted her teeth. You guys are simply ungrateful. Sister Qian. What are you doing? Yiling had finally arrived. As soon as she reached the door, she heard this sentence. Xianxia sneered, don't be so smug. So what if you succeed in these 2 orders? We still have a long way to go. Let's wait and see. After saying that, she stomped her high heels and ran out. I'm sorry. I've made a fool of myself. The manager stepped forward and apologized politely. Yiling retreated to the side. The manager, I heard that you guys want to buy 2 detached houses. They're the ones in the A3 area? Jiang Fuyue nodded. The manager's gaze moved away from Jantar and landed on the overly young girl. He was surprised that such a young girl was in charge of this. However, he didn't show it on his face. It's like this. The other detached house hasn't been opened yet. If you guys aren't in a hurry, you can come to me in 2 days. I'm the manager here. You can rest assured. The key point was, come to me, money could move people's hearts. Even the manager couldn't resist this temptation. Sure enough, Yiling's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect the manager to do something like this. She was a little anxious. However, she didn't dare to say anything. She could only hold on to her clothes with a panicked expression on her face. Jiang Fuyue calmly glanced at the 2 of them. If we can't buy it today, then we don't want the second one. The manager's smile froze. Then, he heard Jiang Fuyue say, also, give these 2 orders to Yiling. She named Yiling. In the end, Jiang Fuyue bought 2 detached villas. Yiling was in charge of signing the contracts. She wrote her name on one of the villas and Jantar and his wife on the other villas. The manager stood at the side. His eyes were wide open when he saw 120 million instantly transferred into his account. Xianxia had already hidden herself somewhere and was nowhere to be seen. Yiling. This is the key. We'll send a cleaner over tonight. You can move in at any time. It will take about a month to get the real estate certificate. At that time, we'll have to trouble you to come to the sales center to get it. Jiang Fuyue paid the property management fees for 3 years in one go. By the time everything was done, 2 hours had already passed. Yiling suggested, "Uncle, Auntie, should I take you guys to see the house?" Jantar looked at his wife inquisitively. Han Yunru looked at her expectant daughter and curious son. She nodded and agreed, "Okay. Okay." As expected of Linhui's famous wealthy district, the main entrance was made of 128 pieces of marble. The carvings and decorations made it look extraordinary. Yiling, actually, the Imperial Heaven Palace is very big. Currently, there are 5 completed phases. I heard that there are 12 more phases waiting to be built. All of them are villas. We have 3 phases here. It's located in the middle and has the best view. Therefore, we've developed all of them into detached villas. For example, Phase 1 and Phase 2 are mainly stacked units. Phase 4 and 5 are townhouses. Of course, the prices are also much higher. Jiang Fuyue was more concerned about the security. You can rest assured about that. The security of the Imperial Heaven Palace is never outsourced. It's all done by a security company under the head office. They don't do anything else other than security. For example, stacked units and townhouses, they patrol every 3 hours. For detached villas, it's even more frequent. There's a group patrol every 40 minutes. During that time, they'll randomly select people to patrol. Here. Yiling pointed out to her. This team just came back from Phase A1. At the same time, the next team is already preparing to leave. They can be seen throughout the day. Jiang Fuyue observed the security guards. Their footsteps were steady and orderly. They didn't joke around. She couldn't help but feel satisfied. When Yiling saw this, she added, "The owners of the detached houses are either rich or powerful. The developers wouldn't dare to joke around with their personal and property safety." Back then, the main selling point of these villas was their safety and privacy. Many celebrities bought properties here. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. The electric scooter is here. Let's go. Jantar was a little confused from the moment he came in, and now he was even more confused. We still have to take the electric scooter. Yes. Xiaoling invited the family of 4 to go upstairs. After everyone had sat down, she slowly explained, because the demand for personal space is very high, the villas are quite far apart from each other, so the residential area is very large. The 2 apartments in A3 that you bought are already in the best location. It will only take 5 minutes by electric car. If you drive in directly, it will be even faster. It will take about 3 minutes. Jantar, then, what about people like us who don't drive? If it took 3 minutes to drive, wouldn't it take even longer to walk? That would be too inconvenient. If they really moved in, what would they do when they opened the shop every day? From the beginning to the end, Jantar never thought that he would be able to stay at home and do nothing just because his daughter was rich. The money that his daughter earned belonged to her. He had hands and feet and was in the prime of his life. How could he be a leech? Furthermore, he had been mediocre his entire life. There were only 3 things that he was good at. First, he married an excellent wife. Second, he gave birth to an excellent daughter. Third, he knew how to make pancakes and they tasted okay. If he didn't open the shop, what would happen to his old customers? His sense of fun and accomplishment would be greatly reduced. Absolutely not, Yiling, you don't have to worry about transportation at all. Every detached house comes with 2 sedans, 5 electric scooters, and 12 mountain bikes. If you feel that it's not enough, you can tell the property management. They will increase the ratio appropriately. When Jantar heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. You can use all of these for free? Of course. These facilities came with the detached houses. When you bought the house, it already belonged to you. Of course, you can use it whenever you want. If you don't like it and feel that it takes up space, you can ask the property management to recycle it. No, no, no. There's no need to recycle it. Jantar hurriedly waved his hands. Xianxia sat in the scooter and looked at the scenery around him. Was such a beautiful place going to be his home in the future? Soon, the electric scooter stopped in front of the villa. If the scenery along the way was enough to dazzle one's eyes, when one actually entered the villa, it was truly shocking to both the senses and the soul. There was a spacious and bright living room. There was a large floor-to-ceiling window that faced the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with lush flowers and exquisite pavilions. The guest rooms were also distributed on the first floor. The second floor was the master bedroom. Every bedroom had a large bay window and a washroom. The lighting was excellent. The third floor was the movie room, gym, piano room, game room, and other entertainment areas. The top floor was divided into two parts. One side was a greenhouse and the other side was an open-air cafe. There was also a barbecue area and a small kitchen. The first floor is the basement. It has been renovated into a living room. The second floor is directly connected to the garage. It can be used to store sundries. After reading it, Jiang Da's legs were still trembling. He walked all the way home and still could not wake up from the shock. Jiang Shaodi asked, "Mom, what's wrong with Dad?" Han Yunru laughed, "The sparrow is not used to living in a big city." "I know what you mean. Dad is a sparrow." Han Yunru scratched his nose, "You're so smart." "Then what are my sister and I? Little sparrows?" Han Yunru, question mark. "What about Mom? Mother Sparrow?" After dinner, Jiang Fuyue took out the keys to the villa and placed it on the table. "Dad, Mom, we're moving tomorrow." Han Yunru was silent for a moment. Then, she turned to look at Jantar. This guy was still in a daze. "Forget it. Let's not bother with him." "Okay." She agreed. That night, Han Yunru went upstairs to find the landlady and told her about the cancellation of the lease. "Ah. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen?" the landlady asked anxiously. "Nope. It's just that Jantar and I thought that since the two kids are already big, it wouldn't be appropriate to squeeze into the same room. Plus, Chinching is sick. We thought about it for a long time and decided to change houses." "That's true. Have you found one?" Han Yunru smiled and nodded, "I found one." "Where is it?" The landlady was stunned. "What? You can't tell sisterly?" "No." Han Yunru revealed a difficult expression. The landlady thought that the house she found wasn't good. She rolled her eyes and said, "Xiao Han, don't go looking for a cheap house just to get an extra room. Although the environment here isn't very good, the price is cheap. You've rented here for so many years. Have I ever cheated you? Sister, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I'll remember it. Then this house, why don't you continue renting it? As for Chinching and Yaya, why don't you just let them live on campus?" Han Yunru, don't do this and that. It's decided. You can continue renting the house. I won't have to find a new tenant. I really can't, sisterly. The landlady's smile faded a little. "Xiao Han, this is no fun. We've known each other for so many years. You'd rather rent another house than stay here with sister. This isn't right, right?" Han Yunru, "It's not renting, then could it be that you bought it?" Han Yunru braced herself and nodded. Sister Li's eyes widened. What do you mean? You bought a house?" "Yes." She originally didn't want to say it, but if she didn't say it, she wouldn't be able to leave. "How is that possible?" Sister Li blurted out, "Your pancake shop doesn't earn more than 2,000 a day, right? How did you buy a house? Where did you buy it? Don't tell me it's a remote and far place? Did you spend all your savings? Did he borrow money from her? Let me tell you, it's not worth it. It's such a remote house. The transportation costs to and fro every day would be a huge sum over the years." Sister Li saw that she was stubborn and sighed. She sourly said, "It seems like you're determined to move. Alright, then I won't stop you. However, I won't refund the remaining 2 months of rent." Han Yunru frowned. "Sisterly, we had an agreement before, what's there to say? You're already someone who buys a house. Do you still lack rent?" Digression, 3,000 words per update. Second watch notification in the comments section. It's the beginning of another month. A new beginning, a new atmosphere. I'm begging my sisters for monthly votes. Huge. Han Yunru frowned. The contract says that the rent will be paid on a monthly basis. How about this? I don't want the rest of this month's rent. Can you give me back the rest of next month's rent? Xiaohan, why are you so stubborn? Han Yunru, question mark. Sisterly, we've been living together for so many years and we've never argued. You're making things difficult for me. What's there to be troubled about? You're not even renting my apartment and you're about to move out. Why are you still talking about this? Our friendship was in the past. In a few months, I'm afraid you won't even be able to recognize me. How is that possible? That won't happen. Alright, if you want to move out, then move out. I've already tried to persuade you, but you can't ask for money. Sisterly, it's not easy for everyone. Jantar and I wake up early and work late every day too. Earn so little. You have to understand us. Even now, Han Yunru was still trying to communicate with the other party. The monthly rent was more than 1,000 yuan. Her heart ached. If I understand you, then who's going to understand me? You're moving out without giving me a heads up. How am I going to find a new tenant in such a short time? We also didn't expect it to be so soon. Han Yunru tried to explain. Sisterly sneered and interrupted, Xiaohan, I've always thought that you were very sincere. I didn't expect you to be so good at lying. Is buying a house something that can be done overnight? You kept it a secret and only told me now that you're moving out. It's as if I'm trying to steal your house. I have 2 houses in my hands, but I'm not as careful as you are. No, sisterly. I just decided to buy a house today. Oh, you're moving out now? Han Yunru slowly nodded under the other party's mocking gaze. That was the truth. A new house? Yes. Ha ha ha. Sisterly suddenly laughed. A new house? You're moving in right after you bought it? Don't tell me that the house you bought is expensive. Han Yunru nodded hesitantly. A villa should be expensive, right? It was indeed renovated, and it could be said to be exquisite. Pfft, Xiaohan, shouldn't you at least prepare a draft for your bragging? Just like that? Other than the 4th Ring Road, there aren't any hardcover houses in Linhuai. Since you said that your house is hardcover, does that mean that your house is within the 4th Ring Road? Yeah. Han Yunru didn't understand why she was laughing. The Imperial Heaven Palace was located at the intersection of the 3rd and 3rd rings, not far from No. 1 high school. Right my ass. Do you know how much it costs to buy a house within the 4th Ring Road? At least 30,000. There are 2 children in your family. No matter what, you need at least 3 rooms, right? Just the surface area alone was more than 100 square meters, which was a few million yuan. Not to mention the full payment, you won't even be able to afford the down payment for a loan. Sisterly clicked her tongue and said, if you don't want to rent my apartment, just say so. Why are you making up all these nonsensical reasons? Big Sisterly, listen to me, enough, there's no point in talking anymore. You want to move, right? Let's move out by tomorrow. I'm looking for other tenants. Han Yunru didn't even have a chance to speak. Sisterly said, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I'll remind you one last time. Think carefully about whether you want to rent or not. If you go back on your word, I won't rent to you again. You have no integrity at all. No matter how good-tempered Han Yunru was, she couldn't help but get angry. She raised her chin slightly and puffed out her chest. Don't worry, we don't plan to move back after we move out. Who would give up their new apartment to squeeze into a rented apartment? That's not necessarily true. Some people have bragged too much, and it'll be exposed. Han Yunru said, we know whether or not it'll be exposed. You don't have to worry about it. I don't want the rent for next month either. Just treat it as a payment for our many years of friendship. If we meet in the future, it'll be like what you said just now. We'll just be strangers. But, Sister Lee's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Han Yunru said, it's fine if you don't refund the rent, but you'll have to return us the deposit of 3,000 yuan, right? Sister Lee subconsciously wanted to refuse. What a joke. Why should she give back the money that was already in her hands? However, Han Yunru suddenly became aggressive. If you don't return it, then we'll have to call the police. No matter how black-hearted the landlord is, he won't swallow the deposit. No matter where you put this matter, I won't be afraid. If calling the police doesn't work, then tell the reporters to expose it and let the public judge. When Sister Lee heard that she was going to call the police, she immediately cowered. Deposit, right? Fine, just you wait. After saying that, she took out her phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to Han Yunru on the spot. Are you satisfied now? Han Yunru didn't look happy. On the contrary, she looked a little disappointed and sighed. She knew that what Sister Lee was really unhappy about was not that she didn't want to rent her apartment, but that they bought a new apartment. The warmth in the past was just the pity the strong had for the weak. Once the situation of the weak improved, or even surpassed the strong, then this bit of pity would disappear and be replaced by jealousy and hatred. Forget it, indifferent human relationships can't be forced. Han Yunru said, no matter what, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Humph. Hypocrite. I'll wait and see if you can live in a luxurious house. That night, the family of 4 packed the things they were going to move. Jiang Fuyue also packed a suitcase. She had to fly back to the capital early in the morning the day after tomorrow and then depart to Country D for the Ipoh. She might as well pack everything now and bring it to the villa. At 7 o'clock in the morning the next day, the moving car arranged by Imperial Heaven residents arrived downstairs and waited quietly. Jantar couldn't sleep the whole night. He tossed and turned, and Han Yunru also couldn't sleep well because of the noise. What are you doing? Don't you think it's annoying to keep moving around? Jantar paused and said in a muffled voice, I'm afraid that after I fall asleep, I'll wake up and find out that it's just a dream. I think you haven't been pinched enough. As she spoke, she started to pinch him. Ouch. Don't. Wife, it hurts. Can we sleep now? 15 minutes later. Jantar said, Wife, I still can't sleep. Han Yunru, the couple stayed up until 5 o'clock in the morning. When Jantar finally felt a little sleepy, the car arrived. Han Yunru said, Why are you still lying down? I thought you couldn't sleep? Get up and move your things. Ah? Oh. Upstairs, at the Lee residence. Hey, wife, wake up. The Jiang family is moving things downstairs. Sister Lee, who had been sleeping soundly like a pig, immediately sat up. Where are you? Let me see. The man pointed outside the window. Sister Lee immediately got out of bed and leaned on the windowsill. They're really moving? No, I have to go and take a look. With that, she quickly changed her clothes. The man's mouth twitched. What are you doing? It's early in the morning. What does it have to do with you? Humph, Han Yunru said that they bought a new house and it's well renovated. I don't believe it. Then what are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to follow them and see where they're moving to. I reckon that outside the 6th Ring Road, there are rural self-built houses everywhere. That's the only house they can afford. No. You're just messing around. It's meaningless. Who says it's meaningless? I just can't stand Han Yunru's ugly face when she comes to ask for money. If she can really afford a well-renovated house within the 4th Ring Road, I'll wring my head off and let her sit on it. Do whatever you want. I'll sleep for a while more. No. Hurry up and get up. What for? Sister Lee picked up her clothes and threw them to her husband. They have a car. If you don't give me a ride, how can I catch up with them? Hurry up. They'll leave soon. At 7:40, the car was loaded. The family of 4 sat in the front. Han Yunru said, Sir, let's go. Hey, a black Volkswagen quietly followed behind them. Sister Lee said, Be careful. Don't get caught. Her husband was speechless. It's early in the morning and you're not sleeping at home. You're sneakily following us. I really don't know what you women are thinking about all day. Whether they live in a villa or a cottage, what does it have to do with you? Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to follow, just follow. If you continue to talk nonsense, Sisterly made a pinching action. Her husband shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak again. However, his face was full of complaints. When they turned the corner, the man's gaze paused. There's something wrong with this car, Sisterly asked. What's wrong? What's wrong? The design on the car seems to be the logo of a building. What building is it? Digression, 3,000 words. At midnight, I'm ready to slap your face. Also, I'm calling for the monthly ticket. Moi Imperial Heaven Palace, this name suddenly flashed through the man's mind. Huh? Sisterly didn't hear it clearly. Or rather, she heard it clearly but couldn't believe it. It's the famous wealthy district in Linhuai. It's the building filled with villas. Do you remember? Villas? Sisterly had a strange expression on her face. They can't even afford a house. How can they afford a villa? Are you kidding me? Anyway, the moving van has the Imperial Heaven Palace's logo on it. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Sisterly, then, there are advertisements for other buildings on the bus. What's so surprising about that? So what if there's a logo for that building? It doesn't mean that the people in the van have to move into that building, right? Haha. Her husband laughed perfunctorily. What kind of attitude is that? After 10 minutes or so, the moving van drove straight through the main entrance of the Imperial Heaven Palace without stopping at all. Sisterly laughed. See? I knew it. How could their family move into such a luxurious place? That's why people who ride BMWs don't necessarily have to be rich. They might be lucky enough to hitch a ride. However, 2 minutes later, when the moving van stopped at the back entrance of the Imperial Heaven Palace, a group of people came up to help Han Yunru's family move their belongings. Sisterly and her husband were dumbfounded. Yiling had also come over from the real estate sales center. She had even bought some water and was waiting for them. We're finally here. This is a good time. I'll get someone to calculate the time. It's an auspicious time. Come, uncle and auntie have worked hard. Have a bottle of mineral water. Jantar, thank you. Han Yunru, thank you for your hard work too. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Yiling handed a bottle of yogurt to Jiang Qinxing. Brother, can you drink this? It's aloe vera flavored. Sure. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Good boy. As she spoke, she gently nuzzled his cheek. It was smoother and smoother than he had imagined. Knock, his HP bar was empty. On the other hand, she handed Jiang Fuyue a bottle of soda water. I like to drink this. I don't know if you like it. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue reached out to take it. Yiling pursed her lips and stuttered, yesterday. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for Jiang Fuyue's words, half of the commission that should have belonged to her would have been taken away by the manager. A total of 600,000 yuan, enough for her parents to build a beautiful small bungalow in the countryside. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. You deserve it. Actually, I didn't do anything. You clearly know that we can't afford it, but you still warmly received us. Just based on this, you're worth it. It wasn't charity, nor was it benevolence. It was worth it. This was what she had earned through her diligent and down-to-earth work attitude and good work ethics. Yiling's eyes reddened. As a real estate salesperson, this was the first time she had felt the respect of a customer. It turned out to be such a sense of accomplishment. Soon, everything was moved out of the car. Yiling said, Uncle, Auntie, let's take the battery-powered car first. They'll bring the things over later. There are surveillance cameras throughout the whole process. So, we don't have to worry about losing things. Han Yunru nodded her head. Okay. The few of them left. Soon, the battery-powered car drove into the hinterland of the residential area and disappeared. Sisterly and her husband were still sitting in the back of the Volkswagen for a long time. Sisterly swallowed her saliva. Am I seeing things? Her husband replied, I don't think so. In the next second, Sisterly suddenly opened the car door and rushed in front of a mover. Let me ask you. What are those people doing here? Who are you? I'm just passing by. Those people looked like acquaintances. So, I came over to ask them. Acquaintances? Then you must have mistaken them. They're rich people who live in detached villas. How could they not be acquaintances with a Volkswagen and a Volkswagen? A standalone villa, Sisterly stood rooted to the ground, unable to react for a long time. Until, excuse me, I'm moving some things. No, did you see it clearly? That family just now, the man is honest and strong, and the woman is good-looking. They're living in a villa? Are you kidding me? I'm kidding? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Look, what we're moving now is that family's things. As he spoke, he weighed the cardboard box in his hand and held it firmly. You'd better leave quickly. They're definitely not your acquaintances. No. Sisterly gritted her teeth. I have to go in and take a look. As she spoke, she was about to rush in, but before she reached the door, she was stopped by the security guard. What are you doing? I'm going in to take a look. Do you think this is a park? You can go in and take a look whenever you want? Sisterly looked inside anxiously and changed her words. My acquaintances just went in. I have something urgent to talk to them about. Then please give the owner a call. We can only let them in if they agree. It's really urgent. I don't have time to call them. Sorry. Sisterly was so angry that her cheeks were red. In the end, she returned to the car in a daze. Her eyes were dull and her expression was blank. What's wrong? What did you say to the movers and the security guard? Hubby, Sisterly suddenly looked up and grabbed the man's sleeve. How can Janter's family live in a villa? Who knows? Maybe they've made a fortune. Impossible. Sisterly immediately interrupted. How can they make a fortune? Jantar is far worse than you. Han Yunru is not as virtuous and capable as me. Besides pancakes, what else can they do? There's nothing else. The more Sisterly spoke, the angrier she became. We haven't even lived in a villa, and they're already paying for it. Bah. No. I say, why do you care so much about it? It's none of our business where they live. How is it none of our business? It's none of our business. Anyway, I don't feel comfortable. Then what do you want? The man was helpless. Sisterly rolled her eyes. Unless I can live in a villa too. Oh, then we can only divorce. You can find a new one. Perhaps there's still hope. Sisterly, ? Imperial Heaven Palace, Jiang family. Yes, they were now the rightful Jiang family. Yiling, yesterday, I sent a cleaning lady over to clean the place. Every corner is clean. Han Yunru said politely, sorry to trouble you. Auntie, what are you saying? This is what we should do. It's not troublesome at all. Soon, the items arrived one after another. After Jantar checked, he said, everything's here. No problem. Uncle, Auntie, you guys go ahead. I'll go back to the sales center. Congratulations on your move. Everything is to your satisfaction. After sending Yiling away, Jantar and his wife began to unpack their suitcase. They took out everything and slowly organized them. The siblings were also helping from the side. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue's phone rang. Dad, Mom, let me take this call. Well, if you have something to do, go ahead. Your dad and I are enough here. Jiang Shaodi raised his hand. Me too. Me too. Han Yunru scratched his nose. Yes. You too. Jiang Fuyue walked out of the courtyard. As she walked, she picked up the call. Niao Rue, what's the matter? Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Han Yunru could see her daughter's serious expression. She couldn't help but purse her lips. When Jantar saw his wife suddenly stop, he looked at her. Honey, why are you staring at Yaya? Han Yunru immediately looked away. She lowered her eyes and continued with what she was doing. Nothing. Hurry up and clean up. It's time to make lunch. Okay. Jantar scratched his head. In the courtyard, under an osmanthus tree. Jiang Fuyue frowned. After talking for so long, what do you mean? On the other end, Niao Rui took a deep breath. I mean that I've been targeted. The other party is tracking you down. They're about to find you. Jiang Fuyue's expression suddenly turned serious. She immediately left the courtyard and went out of the villa. As she walked, her long hair fluttered in the wind. Protecting her family was the first thought that flashed through her mind. After that, she almost jogged until there was a sufficient distance between them. She then gritted her teeth. How dare you call me when you're not targeting me? No. Niao Rui was slightly confused. Shouldn't you be concerned about who's targeting me first? Why am I being targeted? Is my life in danger? Her. Sis, you'll lose me if you continue like this. Jiang Fuyue slowed down and stopped in front of another villa. She looked around vigilantly and then asked, who's targeting you? A hacker in Linhui. No, to be precise, it should be a police officer with good hacking skills from the Linhui Criminal Investigation Unit. Jiang Fuyue frowned. How did you get targeted? It's because of the video recording at Kongtai Hospital. The netizens believe that justice has fallen from the sky. He's the only one who's still investigating. Mr. K's spirit is in heaven. Can't evil be repaid with evil? It's so annoying. Who was the one who came up with such a stupid idea? Jiang Fuyue sneered. The surveillance video of Shi Yumin committing suicide inexplicably turned into the video of Mr. K being pushed down the building. The netizens didn't pursue the matter. Do you think the police are stupid too? Sorry, it's my fault. Niao Rui regretted it now. If he knew that he would be targeted, he wouldn't have done that. Digression, 2000 words, 11 o'clock in the morning. What do we do now? Niao Rui was listless. You. Jiang Fuyue suddenly paused. Just now, a black shadow flashed past her eyes. Based on the direction of the sunlight, if her judgment was correct, that person should not be far behind her. The other party probably realized that the sunlight would leave a shadow, so they quickly dodged and hid. Unfortunately, she still caught a glimpse of the shadow. You idiot, the other party is already here. Jiang Fuyue cursed under her breath and quickly hung up. Niao Rui! Exclamation point. Without much hesitation, Jiang Fuyue broke into a run. Seeing that she had been discovered, the other party stopped hiding and came out from behind the rockery, chasing after her relentlessly. After bypassing the pavilion and passing through a man-made bamboo forest, Jiang Fuyue hid in a corner. The other party had not caught up yet. She raised her head and looked up. It was the balcony of the master bedroom of a villa. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she erased the footprints as fast as she could. Then, she placed her hands on the stone platform and leaped up. She flipped over the balcony and hid in the bedroom. Zhu Qifeng chased until here. Suddenly, he stopped and looked around. Where is he? He studied criminal investigation and had strong and sharp observation skills. He squatted down and searched for a long time, but he did not find any footprints. Something's not right. The man frowned. He was very sure that he had chased in the right direction, and that the girl had indeed escaped in this direction. In addition, the surrounding terrain was open and there were no rockery, trees, or pavilions. There was almost nowhere to hide. Where did she go? He took out his phone and dialed a number. The other party quickly picked up. Hello. Captain Zhu. Xiao Lu, help me check the surveillance cameras of the Imperial Heaven Palace's residential area, the area around A3. Do you have a specific CCTV number? If I remember correctly, the area starting with A in the Imperial Heaven Palace is full of villas. It covers a large area and has many surveillance cameras. It will take at least 40 minutes to check them one by one. By that time, it would be too late. Zhu Qifeng, where can I find the CCTV number? This? I think only the residential area management knows. Zhu Qifeng, however, there is a pattern to the arrangement of surveillance cameras in residential areas. Generally speaking, to ensure full coverage, there must be at least one camera installed every 20 meters. That way, with any random camera as the center, its surveillance range can overlap with the surveillance range of the neighboring cameras. Two cameras intersecting, and counting clockwise, that's the closed-circuit numbering. Zhu Qifeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the two red cameras opposite him. 15 seconds later, 36, 37. That's right. These are the two cameras. Captain Zhu, I can already see you. Hurry up and check if there was a girl who passed by 2 minutes ago. Which direction did she run off in that direction? Yes, sir. In the dedicated computer room of the Criminal Investigation Unit, the sound of typing on the keyboard could be heard. There were also two young uniformed policemen standing next to him. They were staring at the screen in amazement. Captain is amazing. In such a short time, he was able to calculate the number of the closed circuit. You calculated it, right? The policeman who was operating the computer gave an affirmative answer. This can only be calculated. Awesome. I didn't waste my time learning with the team. Our Captain Zhu knows a lot more. These are all small cases. You'll know soon enough. The two policemen were surprised again. Suddenly, the sound of tapping on the keyboard stopped. Xiaolu stared at the screen and frowned. He asked into the Bluetooth headset, Captain Zhu, how many minutes ago did you say you wanted to check? Zhu Qifeng, 2 minutes. What's wrong? Xiaolu, I fast-forwarded through the first 10 minutes of the surveillance footage. Other than you, no one else appeared. Impossible. She must have run in this direction. Xiaolu's frown deepened. Are you sure? I'm sure. But... Xiaolu watched it again. This time, he also watched the first 15 minutes. She really didn't. Zhu Qifeng's eyes darkened. I got it. I'll hang up first. Hello? Captain Zhu, Hello? Xiaolu took off his Bluetooth headset and slammed it on the table. What's wrong, Brother Liu? The young policeman, little A, was puzzled. Nothing. It's just that Captain Zhu didn't find anything. Little B thought for a moment and guessed, could it be that Captain Zhu made a mistake in his judgment, so? Xiaolu shook his head. Captain Zhu said she ran in that direction, so she must have gone in that direction. There can't be a mistake. Why? From the surveillance just now, that neighborhood covers a large area. She could have run in any direction. As long as the other party has a little brain, they wouldn't have run into a dead corner. The place where Captain Zhu was standing just now was obviously a dead corner. There was no way to escape forward, and there was no cover on the left or right. They would have been discovered at a glance. That's true, but I believe in Captain Zhu's judgment more. The two young policemen looked at each other, not understanding. Let's put it this way. Xiaolu clapped his hands. The surveillance can be wrong, and the human eye can be confused, but Captain Zhu's judgment will never be wrong. I've been with him for 7 years and have handled hundreds of cases, if not thousands, and he has never made a mistake in judgment. Wow, he's that good? Are you serious? Xiaolu snorted. Otherwise, how do you think the title detective came about? Brother Liu, I actually have a question that I've been holding back for a long time, but I've never dared to ask. Little A scratched his head. What question? Let's hear it. Hasn't the Kong Tai hospital case already been handed over to the procuratorate? The evidence and information that we should hand in have already been sent over. Strictly speaking, this case should be closed here. But why does Captain Zhu still want to continue investigating the surveillance? Xiaolu spread his hands and shrugged. It can't be helped. Our Captain Zhu is as famous for his curiosity as for his ability to investigate cases. A curious heart? Yes, aren't you curious? Why was all the surveillance still working when the hospital was closed down, but it just had to break on the night Shi Yumin jumped off the building? Didn't the investigation results say that the voltage was too high and caused a short circuit and blew out the fuse? Xiaolu snapped his fingers. That's right, the fuse blew out. Then shouldn't the 2 cameras that should have captured Shi Yumin jumping off the building also malfunction? Didn't they? Little A swallowed. Of course they didn't. Did you know? Xiao Lu suddenly lowered his voice and leaned forward. The surveillance footage that those two cameras finally pulled out was the entire process of K-Jun being pushed off the rooftop by Shi Yumin. Ah? Wasn't that a year ago? Bingo. It was a year ago, but it appeared in the surveillance footage of that night. Isn't it strange? Lu, brother Lu, don't say any more. I'm getting goosebumps. Coward. Littleby was thoughtful. But it doesn't seem to be the case online. Do we dare to publish the specific details online? Wouldn't that turn the sky upside down? Would the entire nation come to see a paranormal event? But, isn't that a good thing? Otherwise, with so much time having passed, where would I find evidence of K-Jun being killed by Shi Yumin? Xiao Lu nodded. It's a good thing. Then why did Captain Zhu, didn't I just say it? Our Captain Zhu is very curious. He wants to meet the expert behind this, so he's been investigating since the incident. Expert? What expert? Xiao Lu sighed. You're really pretending to be an idiot? Use your brain. Would the surveillance footage be changed for no reason? Then what? Someone must have tampered with it. And the other party didn't clean it up properly, so our Captain Zhu caught them red-handed. But what does this have to do with Captain Zhu and the Imperial Heaven Palace? Xiao Lu, Captain Zhu found an intruder's IP from the hospital's computer. Although the traces have been erased, who is our Captain Zhu? There's nothing in the world that he doesn't know. He restored the IP and found that the other party's IP address was in the capital. The capital? How does it have anything to do with the capital? Who knows? Captain Zhu deduced that the other party must have helpers in Linhuai to be able to get hold of the information so quickly. So he followed the clues. How did it go? Cough. Captain Zhu monitored the other party's mobile phone and immediately took action when he found that he contacted Linhuai. Didn't he find the Imperial Heaven Palace? But aren't the people living in the Imperial Heaven Palace all rich? Yes. Rich people also become chivalrous heroes? Seeing injustice on the road, they lend a helping hand and take care of that directorshire? At this moment, the chivalrous hero Jiang Fuyue was hiding in someone's master bedroom, cursing the person on the other end of the phone for being an idiot. Digression, 3,000 words, before midnight, thank you 99. She looked aggrieved. Jiang Fuyue, help me? You still have the cheek to say that? If you hadn't been so sloppy when you switched the surveillance cameras back then, would the other party have found out your IP address? It was even monitored one way. How did Chanji Pavilion produce a loser like you? I don't know either. 262, what a coincidence. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The man's chest was bare, and a towel was wrapped around his waist. His abdominal muscles were well proportioned, and there were still water droplets on them. The water droplets slid down his muscles and eventually disappeared. Xie Dingyuan did not expect a burglar to break into his house, and the burglar was someone he knew. What a coincidence, he blurted out with a faint smile on his face. When Jiang Fuyue heard this, her eyes moved away from his abdominal muscles and landed on the man's face. Naturally, she saw the playful smile on his lips. It was the first time she saw this iceberg smile. He was good-looking and handsome, but a little ruffian and naughty. When she took a second look, there was nothing but coldness in his eyes. What a coincidence. Jiang Fuyue smiled sincerely. I didn't expect to see you here. Actually, there's nothing else. I'll make a move first. As she spoke, she pretended to walk to the balcony and left the way she had come. However, she had to pass by the bathroom to get to the balcony. At this moment, the man was leaning against the door frame and staring at her with his dark eyes. It was as if he was saying, continue acting. Jiang Fuyue was embarrassed, but she could only bite the bullet and walk forward. Just as they walked past each other, Xie Dingyuan suddenly stretched out his hand. Jiang Fuyue's reaction was even faster. She dodged to the side and avoided the attack perfectly. There was a distance of half a meter between the two of them. They looked at each other. One was indifferent, while the other was calm. Professor Xia, it's not appropriate for you to hit me just like that, right? Xie Dingyuan's eyes landed on her right shoulder. His fingertips moved slightly and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I'm not going to hit you, Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Cough. There's grass on your right shoulder. She turned her head sideways and saw that there was indeed grass. She must have accidentally brushed against it when she climbed up. I'm sorry. Although there's a reason for this, it's my fault for barging in. Hug, well, Xie Dingyuan interrupted her. His eyes were still fixed on Jiang Fuyue's shoulder. He frowned and said, can you remove the grass first? Xie Dingyuan, I feel uncomfortable just looking at it. Do you have OCD? She blurted out. The man was silent for a moment. After a while, he nodded honestly, seriously, and a little awkwardly. A little. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Fine, she raised her hand to brush away the grass on her shoulder. Unexpectedly, Xie Dingyuan's gaze fell on the floor again. Instead of relaxing, his frown deepened. Jiang Fuyue looked over, and the next second, the corner of her mouth twitched, because the 2 stalks of grass that she had just brushed off were lying on the floor. Xie Dingyuan walked to the head of the bed and pulled out a napkin. Then, he bent down to pick up the weeds and wrap them up. As he bent over, Jiang Fuyue caught sight of the well-proportioned muscles on his back. The man's skin was fair, and he was tall. He looked thin, but he was muscular when he took off his clothes. The visual impact of that moment caused her pupils to shrink. Mysophobia? Jiang Fuyue coughed softly and looked away. A little. Then, I'll leave now? Wait. Jiang Fuyue turned around and asked. Xie Dingyuan, from the front door. Oh, thank you. Jiang Fuyue turned back and was about to step out of the bedroom when she heard a soft sound from the balcony outside. Her expression froze, and from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a figure through the white curtains. It was the police officer. At the same time, she had already rushed to Xie Dingyuan, hugged his neck, and both of them fell on the big bed. Then, she hid herself under him and pressed her face against his neck. She tilted her head slightly and whispered in his ear. Hug me. Xie Dingyuan was stunned from the moment Jiang Fuyue pounced on him. His smart brain seemed to have stopped working, and everything in front of him turned into nothingness. Only his senses were clear and sharp, and infinitely magnified. He could smell the sweet scent of the woman. It was like the fragrance of chamomile, with the sweetness of oranges, and the freshness of spring water. The moment the woman leaned on him, their skin touched, and her breath was close. The hand that she casually placed on the back of his neck was like an invisible shackle. It was obviously weightless, and he could break free without a key. However, he seemed to have lost all his instincts to resist and was willing to fall under the shackle. He was even more caught off guard when he fell towards the bed. At this moment, the woman's sweet and dry breaths were all around his ears. Her red lips opened and closed, sending out the most touching invitation. She said, "Hug me." Xie Dingyuan subconsciously stretched out his hand, but he did not know whether to place it on the woman's shoulder or her waist. Jiang Fuyue directly told him, waist. He followed her advice and gently placed his palms on both sides. Only then did he realize that the woman's waist was actually so thin. If he used a little more strength, his hands might be able to squeeze it. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Jiang Fuyue did not notice any of this. She was paying attention to the movements on the balcony. When she heard the rustling sound of the other party approaching, she quietly stopped in front of the curtain and used her hand to open a gap. Jiang Fuyue's gaze was slightly gloomy. Her voice was hoarse, and her lips were almost touching the man's earlobe. "Darling, don't play anymore. Move a little." Xie Dingyuan's scalp went numb, his spine was stiff, and his whole body seemed to have been electrified. Darling, was she calling him? Don't play anymore? Was he playing with something? Probably not. As for moving, bam. The man's cheeks were red as if blood was about to drip out. Zhu Qifeng stood on the balcony, separated by the curtain. He had just opened a gap when he saw such a scene. He seemed to hear the woman's hoarse reproach beside his ears. He felt awkward and subconsciously let go of the curtain. It was broad daylight. Zhu Qifeng gritted his teeth. Initially, he had pretended to leave, and the phone call that he did not make was also purposely said to Jiang Fuyue, who might be hiding nearby. He only needed to hide far away and wait for her. But 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, then 5 minutes, now, more than 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of her. Zhu Qifeng did not believe it. He looked at the balcony of the villa opposite. If the girl wanted to hide, she could only go up there. After some hesitation, he decided to go up and take a look. But unexpectedly, the owner of the villa was, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and opened the curtain again. Good heavens, the quilt was already covered, and there were waves under it. Zhu Qifeng finally decided to give up. He turned around and quietly went down the balcony. This time, he really left. Inside the villa, under the quilt, Jiang Fuyue was stirring up some movements with her hands. The man was as stiff as a rock, and it was all thanks to her. She was too soft. Do they look alike? She asked softly. Xie Dingyuan only reacted after a while. Ah? Did I say they look alike? The man was confused. Like what? Like that. Xie Dingyuan was stunned for 2 seconds, then he suddenly understood. His face was as red as blood. I don't know. How can you not know? Why should I know? The man gritted his teeth. He was annoyed and angry at her suspicious eyes. There was also a hint of embarrassment that he wanted to hide. Jiang Fuyue glanced at him from head to toe. 28 years old? Xie Dingyuan's face darkened. Is there a problem? There's no problem with the matter itself, but I suspect that there's a problem with you. She didn't say the second half of the sentence. She didn't know if the other party could understand. After Jiang Fuyue finished teasing. It seemed. She ignored Xie Dingyuan and listened carefully to the movements outside. They seemed to have left. Lift the quilt and help me take a look. Xie Dingyuan didn't move. Jiang Fuyue looked at him questioningly. Why did they chase you? Help me take a look first, then I'll tell you. Liar. Xie Dingyuan dared to guarantee that if the person had really left, Jiang Fuyue wouldn't care about him. However, the word liar didn't sound like a scolding. There was a hint of helplessness in it. Jiang Fuyue didn't feel it at all. After Xie Dingyuan said it, he suddenly realized that those words really came out of his mouth. Well, actually I don't know why the person chased me. Maybe it's a gangster or a kidnapper? The man was obviously not satisfied with this perfunctory answer. You don't know who you have a feud with? That's too many. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Her eyes moved slightly. Didn't I have a feud with you in the past? Her tone was light, and she was smiling. Her voice rose unconsciously. Xie Dingyuan's heart shrank, as if it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. The numbness spread from inside to outside, and spread to his limbs. Hey! Do I smell good? Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked. Xie Dingyuan met the girl's smiling eyes, which were full of charm. He was unprepared. His brain was in a daze, and he didn't know how to answer. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. 11 o'clock. Xia 99, don't ask anything. If you ask, your wife is too tough. It smells good, doesn't it? The girl probed further. The man looked at her blankly. So, you're not going to help me see if she's gone because you want to maintain this posture? So that you can take advantage of me? Jiang Fuyue's words were shocking. Xie Dingyuan's gaze seemed to have been scalded. He quickly looked away from her face and denied. I didn't. Then take a look. If you don't take a look, then you're up to no good. You. The man was so angry that his cheeks were stiff. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, was full of smiles. She purposely raised her voice and said, My dear, you're amazing, Xie Dingyuan, ! I'm so tired, please get up. I want to drink some water again, ! In the end, the man didn't manage to get any information out of her. He had no choice but to lift the blanket and sit up. He glanced at the balcony from the corner of his eye. It was empty. Jiang Fuyue was lying on the bed. She looked nervous. How is it? Has she left? Xie Dingyuan's eyes flickered and his voice was low and hoarse. Not yet. The next second, the girl's soft arms wrapped around him again. The numb feeling as if he had been electrocuted swept over him again. The man was stunned again and was pulled to the front of the girl without any resistance. His whole body was lying down. Both of them looked at each other and breathed deeply. You. Xie Dingyuan swallowed his saliva. Although Jiang Fuyue was looking at him, all her attention was focused on the balcony. She didn't notice the man's increasingly turbid breathing and gradually blurred eyes. Jiang Fuyue listened carefully. There was no sound. There wasn't even the slight rustling of clothes. She focused again but still couldn't find anything. She wondered if Officer Zhu had practiced the turtle-breathing divine skill before. She gently pulled the man's head to her lips and asked softly, "Why is there no sound at all?" Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched. She's hiding. She should be. Jiang Fuyue didn't suspect anything. She only felt that this Officer Zhu was difficult to deal with. He must have some real skills. The man's Adam's apple moved. So, what should we do now? Jiang Fuyue, I'm going soft. I can't move the quilt, so I have to ask Professor Xie to do it for me. You won't? Then I will teach you. Pull the blanket over first. Xie Dingyuan, ? Jiang Fuyue loosened her grip and lifted her chin slightly, indicating for him to do as he was told. The corners of the man's mouth tightened into a straight line. His face was dark and he looked reluctant. The quilt covered the two of them again, separating them from the outside world in a narrow and cramped space. Jiang Fuyue, let's start the push-ups now. Xie Dingyuan was stunned. What did you say? Push-ups, I'll count for you. 1. Xie Dingyuan felt that his brain must still be on strike. Otherwise, why would he listen to Jiang Fuyue's instructions like an idiot and really start doing push-ups? 2. A steady stream of heat accumulated under the blanket. A thin layer of sweat formed on the man's forehead, and his breathing quickened. Jiang Fuyue's cheeks were flushed from the heat. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were dark and bright, filled with tears. Xie Dingyuan was caught off guard and looked into her eyes. His movements suddenly stiffened. The next second, he suddenly lifted the blanket and sat up. He turned to look at the balcony. She's gone. Jiang Fuyue quickly got up and looked over. Sure enough, there was no one behind the curtain when the breeze blew. She heaved a sigh of relief and quickly rolled off the bed. Xie Dingyuan was still in his kneeling position. Sweat slid down his sunken spine. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal if I have the chance. The girl rushed to the balcony and jumped. The man's expression changed slightly. He quickly chased after her and looked down. However, he could only see the back of a person running away, her long hair flying in the wind. She never looked back. Xie Dingyuan turned around and leaned against the railing. He was in a daze. Suddenly, he raised his hand and placed it over his heart. Thump, thump, on Jiang Fuyue's end, she immediately took out her phone and dialed Miao Rui's number. It rang for more than 10 seconds before the call was answered. Hello, he sounded weak. Jiang Fuyue frowned. What's wrong with you? I'm being punished. TSK, he was full of resentment. The corner of her mouth twitched. I climbed out of the balcony. Remember to erase the CCTV footage for safety reasons. Other than that, there are also closed-circuit cameras 29, 30, 32, and 34. You can take care of them too. Oh. Suddenly, Miao Rui reacted. That's not right. Why did you stay in someone's house for half an hour before coming out? You weren't discovered? Jiang Fuyue, not only was she discovered, but she also made a play with the owner of the house. Why didn't you say anything? Were you really discovered? Didn't they call the police? Is the owner male or female? Did you meet them head-on? Jiang Fuyue, you're asking too many questions. After that, she hung up the phone. Jiang Fuyue cautiously walked around a few times before returning home. Han Yunru was cooking in the kitchen with Jantar helping her. Sister, you're back. Jiang Xiaodi was originally sitting on the sofa watching TV. When he heard some noise from the entrance, he ran over. Jiang Fuyue changed her shoes. Sister, where did you go? I went to the property management office to settle the paperwork. Dinner will be ready soon. After that, he ran to the kitchen. Mom. Mom. Sister is back. Jantar came out from the kitchen. Yeah, wash your hands and eat. Okay, coming. The whole family had a happy lunch. At the same time, in the engine room of the Linhuai Criminal Investigation Unit, Zhu Qifeng pushed the door open and strode in. Captain Zhu. Little Lu got up. The other two young policemen also greeted him. Captain Zhu, you're back. Zhu Qifeng nodded slightly, pulled out a chair, and sat in front of the computer. He put his hands on the keyboard and listened to the typing. Little Lu was originally a cyber police and claimed to be a computer expert. However, when he saw Zhu Qifeng's actions, he was dazzled. For the past 7 years, every time Captain Zhu did something personally, he wished he could kneel under his suit pants. As for the other two policemen who learned from Zhu Qifeng, they had heard of Zhu Qifeng's reputation as an almighty detective before coming here. Especially his hacking skills, they were superb. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were already dumbfounded. If it were not for their image, they would have drooled by now. Zhu Qifeng, Little Lu, where's the CCTV footage that you pulled up today? Little Lu, D drive, detection folder. Zhu Qifeng found it and clicked on it. His gaze fell on the screen, and his eyes were like torches. Suddenly, he clicked on the mouse to pause the video. Little Lu took a few more looks and hesitated. Is there a problem? Zhu Qifeng had directly applied a coding, and Little Lu could not see clearly what other functions he had done. When he could see clearly, the video was already in slow motion. At 3 minutes and 7 seconds, he could clearly see that there was a slight tremor in the video. In the video, when the leaves of the osmanthus tree were being blown by the wind, there was a pause. This meant that someone tampered with it? Little Lu exclaimed, but on second thought, he felt that something was not right. How did the other party do it in such a short time? Zhu Qifeng sneered. I've underestimated them. Little Lu keenly caught a word, them, it was not just one person. Captain Zhu, then, do we still need to continue investigating? Investigate. Of course, we have to investigate. Why not investigate such an interesting person? But the deputy bureau chief said that this case has been closed. Even if they found out, it would be meaningless. Zhu Qifeng spread his hands. A case is a case, and I'll investigate it myself. What's the relationship between the two? Fine, Little Lu understood now. His strong curiosity was starting to get in the way again. Jiang Fuyue was completely unaware that she was being targeted as prey. In the afternoon, she had a good sleep in her new bedroom. When she woke up, the sun was already setting outside the window. She opened the glass door and walked to the balcony. Facing the evening breeze, she stretched herself comfortably. Sure enough, a big house was still the most comfortable. Dinner was still prepared by Han Yunru. Jantar was in charge of washing the dishes, and Xianxia was in charge of peeling the fruit platter. Jiang Fuyue went back to her room to pack her luggage. She would be returning to the capital at 8 o'clock the next morning. Knock, 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 sis, can I come in? Come in, the door is not locked. After moving in, the siblings had their own bedrooms and no longer had to squeeze in the same room. However, Xianxia felt a sense of loss. Nevertheless, he was still sensible. He knew that as he grew older, it was no longer appropriate for him to stay in the same room with his sister. Sis, have an apple. Jiang Fuyue took a bite from his hand. Thank you. Xianxia obediently fed her the whole apple. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue had finished packing her luggage. She closed her luggage and sat by the bed. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Digression, I'd like to ask for a monthly ticket. Here's the mini-drama Xia 99, she left just like that? Sister you, what else can I do, Xia 99, you have to be responsible for me. Sister you? Xianxia stammered, can I still stream? Yimi had collapsed, but Xianxia's stream account was still there, which meant that his fans were still there. Jiang Fuyue asked calmly, why? If it's to make money, as you can see, our family isn't short of money now. Xianxia, I haven't streamed for the past few days. I saw a lot of people leaving comments saying that they missed me. At this point, the little guy's cheeks turned red. Because the real situation was far from being summed up by the words "missed you." Xianxia's fans were mainly female, and mom fans and sister fans were the main force. The comments from the mom fans were like, "This frowny face goose, where did you go? Are you okay? Mommy is so worried. Are you sick? You must eat well and sleep well, Yimi, that heartless company, deserves to collapse. They actually forced Goose to eat expired food. Mommy's heart hurts, protect the best Goose, crusade against the unscrupulous agent. Where's Wuge? Why didn't he continue to take care of Goose? Why did you let that dog Xianxia take over? I heard that Xianxia was in a car accident and his life is unknown. I'm begging Wuge to come back." Most of the comments from the sister fans were like, "This frowny face, come back, D. We miss you. Without D, I can't even eat well. I'm online every night at 8 o'clock sharp, but I haven't seen D stream for 4 days. This is the first time I feel that being thin is such a simple thing. If D doesn't stream, my weight will drop below 100. D is sick. Have a good rest. I'll always wait for you. Goodly. JPG, I have anorexia. You cured me. Every video is in my collection. Every stream is recorded. Whether you come back or not, I wish my brother well and will always be grateful. Sister above, if your brother really doesn't come back, can you share your collection and videos?" After Xianxia was discharged from the hospital, he never talked about streaming. Jantar and Han Yunru were also afraid of triggering his bad memories, so they never mentioned it. However, he did not expect that he would use his phone to log into the back end every day to secretly read the comments. Jiang Fuyue said, "But there are also negative things in it." "I know." Jiang Xiaodi nodded. Some said that he had pretended to eat his whole family to death, while others asked him if he had stopped streaming because he was dead. His words were vicious, and his thoughts were sinister. At first, it was not that little brother Jiang had never been sad, but when Uncle Wu was still around, he comforted him again and again tirelessly. Later, he slowly learned to ignore these bad comments. Uncle Wu is right. I'm not RMB. It's impossible for everyone to like me. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Wu Qian taught you? Yes. Jiang Xiaodi nodded. Uncle Wu also said that although I can earn money from live streaming now, I still have to study hard because that's the foundation of my future. Jiang Fuyue fell into deep thought. Sister, can I continue streaming? Night had just fallen. In an old residential area outside the 4th Ring Road. The street lights flickered and flickered. Wu Qian rode his electric bike through the intersection, waited for the traffic light, and then drove into the residential area. Half a month ago, he was framed by Zhang Kehua. Mr. Yang actually believed the so-called evidence and he was forced to leave Yimi. However, after losing his job, what he was most worried about was not his livelihood, but whether Jiang Qinxing would be able to eat well under Zhang Kehua. Thinking of this, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. Why did he think of that kid again? Suddenly, the bike braked. He stared blankly at the person who should not be there. Sister Qinxing? Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow. What, are you surprised to see me? What a coincidence. Wu Qian got off the bicycle and steadied himself with both hands. He was both surprised and at a loss. Unfortunately, she said, I came specifically to find you. Wu Qian's eyes were blank, question mark. Let's talk somewhere else. I'm tired of standing. Oh. There's a convenience store nearby. Outside the convenience store, there were several tables and chairs. Wu Qian locked his bicycle and went in to buy 2 bottles of mineral water. He placed one in Jiang Fuyue's hand and one for himself before sitting down. Sorry, there aren't any coffee shops or tea houses nearby. I can only make do. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand and retracted her gaze from the locked bicycle. I remember you have a scooter. The man was surprised, I sold it last week. Jiang Fuyue did not ask him why, only saying, did you find a job? I work as an administrator in a small company. Or in the broadcasting industry? Wu Qian shook his head and laughed at himself, I might not be suited for this industry. Every time I change jobs, I think I can advance further, but in reality, the more I mix, the worse I get. This time I was directly fired. Speaking to this point, he paused. Sorry, I let you hear these negative things. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Your evaluation of yourself is the opposite of Jiang Qinxing's. Qinxing. The man was stunned. I saw his broadcast stop. Is he okay? Did Yimi's bankruptcy affect him? I knew it. Wu Qian clenched his teeth and angrily punched his own leg. Zhang Kehua, that villain, must have tricked you into resigning the contract. You're still paying attention to this industry. Jiang Fuyue used a declarative sentence. Wu Qian's eyes flashed. I occasionally go online. It's the era of big data. Pushing and such might be related to my previous industry, so. This is normal. His expression was serious and his words were sincere. It was unclear whether he was telling Jiang Fuyue or convincing himself. Is that so? The girl asked. The big data push told you that Jiang Qinxing has stopped broadcasting? Wu Qian, since you've watched his live stream, you should have noticed the fans' comments. The man frowned. What are you trying to say? Jiang Fuyue, almost 1/3 of the comments are asking Brother Wu to go back. What do you think about this? Wu Qian's eyes flashed with embarrassment. He lowered his eyes and slowly shook his head. I'm a failure. When I was young, I didn't have the drive and courage. I couldn't walk out of my comfort zone. When I was middle-aged, I chose to jump ship. Oh, actually, it's not really jumping ship. Strictly speaking, it's called being forced to jump ship. If I didn't jump ship, my employer would have fired me sooner or later. The man sat on a cheap plastic chair. Behind him was the thick darkness of the night. His face was dispirited and depressed, like a tree bent under the weight of a snowstorm. He could no longer straighten his back. Wu Qian was just an inconspicuous person in the huge group of middle-aged men. He was quiet and unheard of. He was content with the status quo. He wanted to be successful, but he didn't have the drive to go against the flow. He was even worse. The failure of his career directly led to the breakup of his marriage. Overnight, his wife, children, car, house, and money were all gone. His first 20 years of struggle had become a joke. Half of his life's efforts had turned into bubbles. I'm not worth it, he said. Not at all. So you're resigned to your fate just like that? The girl's voice didn't change. There was no sympathy or sadness. It was as if she was just asking a simple question. Was he resigned? Wu Qian held his head in his hands. But now, what else could he do but resign to his fate? I'm 40 years old. I'm not 14 or 20. Jiang Fuyue, is age important? Wu Qian, at least it's easier to succeed. Then did you succeed when you were 14 or 20? No. Is age still important now? I don't know. The man looked confused. Jiang Fuyue looked at his dejected look and frowned slightly. Pretend that I didn't come today. After that, she got up and left. At this moment, she was disappointed. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, no matter what difficulties and hardships she encountered, the word give up was not in her dictionary. Wu Qian's half-dead attitude really disgusted her. Even if a man fell down, even if he lost an arm or a leg, as long as he was still alive, he shouldn't be so cowardly. Jiang Fuyue was not a psychologist. She shouldn't be the one to point out the wrong path. If Wu Qian could figure it out, she didn't mind helping him. If he couldn't figure it out, it only proved that he was a hopeless person and not worth the trouble. Wait a minute, at this moment, the man who was still feeling sorry for himself suddenly stood up and shouted at the girl's back. Jiang Fuyue stopped but didn't look back. Wu Qian knew that this was his last chance. In his 40 years of life, he had never been more clear-headed than at this moment. Can you help me? He said word by word, his eyes burning with passion. Jiang Fuyue turned around. Okay. Half a minute later, the two of them returned to their original seats. Wu Qian, what should I do? Jiang Fuyue, go back and continue to be Jiang Qinxing's agent. I'll prepare a separate contract. As usual, you can only manage him. Also, here's 500,000 yuan. She pushed a check in front of the man. Yimi has fallen, but Linghui's broadcasting industry won't be empty. Take this money and see how many fish you can fish in this muddy water. Whether it's a big fish or a small fish depends on your ability. Wu Qian looked at the bold 500,000 yuan in front of him and inevitably fell into a daze. You. He swallowed. There was no surprise at suddenly becoming rich, only fear in his eyes. Where did you get so much money? Didn't the Jiang family run a pancake shop? How could a child casually take out 500,000 yuan? Yes, in Wu Qian's opinion, Jiang Fuyue was a child. Although she was mature, smart, and had the foresight and courage that even adults didn't have. But she was only 18 years old. So young. She was still studying and had to rely on her parents to support her. I can't take this money. Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. Do you know why you lost? Wu Qian, ? The young girl didn't give the middle-aged man any face. She said, your cautiousness made you miss the opportunity. Your overcautious attitude made it difficult for you to show off your skills. Meddling in other people's business and getting to the bottom of it was completely unnecessary. Wu Qian's eyebrows drooped, but he couldn't refute. Because what she said was right, he was such a person. Courage, killing intent, and decisiveness, he had none of them. Then why did you choose me? He suddenly looked up with a burning gaze. Jiang Fuyue was rich. She could choose anyone, but why him? And why was it him? The girl smiled. Although you have many shortcomings, your strengths are equally outstanding. Strengths? Wu Qian was slightly stunned. Did he have any? Jiang Fuyue, you're kind and have a bottom line. Wu Qian, isn't it cowardly, soft-hearted, and not courageous? Jiang Fuyue nodded. A little. But these are not important. Wu Qian, ? Jiang Fuyue, your concern and seriousness for Jiangqinxing is the main reason why you were chosen. Lord Jiu, there's a traffic jam in front, the driver said carefully in the quiet car. Xie Dingyuan opened his eyes and looked out of the window. The driver, I know a small road that can bypass the traffic jam after passing through the residential area opposite. What do you think? Then let's take a detour. Aye. The driver immediately turned around and drove into the residential area. The black Bentley drove through the dilapidated streets. Outside the window, there were old residential buildings that kept moving backward. Everything seemed so out of place. Lord Jiu. Can I stop by the side for a while? There's a convenience store in front. I promised to buy candy for Nan. Sure. The driver heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stepped on the brakes to stop the Bentley. Then, he pushed the door open, crossed the road, and plunged into the convenience store that was still open. As his steps were too big, his jacket lifted and fell on the arm of a middle-aged man who was sitting at the entrance of the store. I'm sorry, brother. Are you hurt? The driver immediately apologized. Wu Qian waved his hand. I'm fine. Then, he bent down to pick up the check that had been thrown to the ground. The driver apologized again and went into the store. Wu Qian continued to talk to Jiang Fuyue. At this moment, in the Bentley across the street, Xie Dingyuan lowered the window and wanted to take a breather. Digression, 2,000 words per night, 11 o'clock at night. Xie 99. Today is another day where I have a sense of presence. There was a leak in a biological laboratory outside the 4th Ring Road. Although the release of the toxic gas had been controlled, Xie Dingyuan still went there personally just to be safe. He had been busy since 2 o'clock in the afternoon until now. His eyes were filled with fatigue. His gaze casually swept over, and in the next second, he suddenly paused. Across the street, outside the convenience store, a girl was sitting on a chair and talking to a middle-aged man. Although only the side of her face was visible, Xie Dingyuan recognized her immediately. Jiang Fu. You. The driver came out of the store after buying the candy and quickly crossed the road. He sat in the driver's seat and saw that the backseat window was open. He quickly pressed the button and the window slowly rolled up and finally closed. He started the engine and skillfully turned the steering wheel. Soon, the Bentley drove out of the residential area and returned to the main road. During this time, the driver looked at the back seat through the rearview mirror many times and saw that Xie Dingyuan had his eyes closed as if he was asleep. He looked away and focused on driving. Half an hour later, the Bentley drove into the Imperial Heaven Palace. "Ninth Master, we're here." Xie Dingyuan nodded and opened his eyes. He then pushed the door open and got out of the car. When he got home, he took out his phone and called Xing Yiming. "Book a ticket to the capital tomorrow." "Xing Yiming, what time?" "Xie Dingyuan, the sooner the better." "Yes." After the call ended, Xie Dingyuan went upstairs, packed his luggage, and prepared to take a shower. Just as he walked to the bathroom door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A few fragments flashed through his mind and the same woman's face appeared. He frowned and forced his mind to blank out. This method was effective. Soon, he got rid of all distracting thoughts and started walking again. Soon, he heard the sound of water. 10 minutes later, he came out wrapped in a bath towel. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and changed the towel into a bathrobe. He then tied the robe tightly. He went to the balcony immediately and looked around. Then, he closed the sliding glass door between the balcony and the master bedroom. There was a whoosh, the curtains were drawn and everything in the room was blocked. Xie Dingyuan looked around with satisfaction. After making sure that everything was blocked, he lay on the bed. He reached for his earphones in the drawer and put them on. He was ready to listen to an SCI paper. Suddenly, a few scenes popped up in his mind without warning. This time, it was not at the bathroom door, but on the bed with Jiang Fuyue. The closed and stuffy quilt, the warmth and softness within. Reach, the quiet and serene breath, and the pair of peach blossom eyes that reflected his own appearance, torment, forbearance, unbearable. Xie Dingyuan's breathing quickened as he raised his hand to remove his earphones. Why did he think of her? Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. He simply gave up on listening to the thesis. He turned off the lights, lay down, and began to feel sleepy. 10 minutes passed, Xie Dingyuan tossed and turned 8 times, his eyes were filled with the dim light of the night, he could not fall asleep for a long time. He continued to brew. Another 10 minutes passed. The man turned over and sat up. With a click, he turned on the light. Not only did he not fall asleep, he seemed to be even more irritable. When she thought of where he was lying now, and where Jiang Fuyue had also been lying this morning, there was an indescribable awkwardness in her heart. Was he disgusted? It didn't seem to be the case. As if he didn't hate or like her, then what was it? Xie Dingyuan didn't know either. He lifted the quilt and stood in front of the bed, deep in thought for a long time. Then, he took out a new set of bedsheets from the cabinet and began to change them. 20 minutes later, the original bedsheets were piled on the floor and Xie Dingyuan threw them into the laundry room. Looking at the brand new bed in front of him, he could finally lie down in peace. Half an hour later, the lights in the master bedroom were turned on again. Xie Dingyuan sat up from the bed with a gloomy face. He hugged the pillow and walked out of the room, intending to make do with the guest room for the night. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. As if he had been scalded, he threw the pillow back onto the bed and walked away without looking back. This time, lying on the bed in the bedroom, his mind was no longer filled with those strange judgments. Xie Dingyuan quickly fell asleep. However, the situation seemed to be getting worse. In his dream, there was a pair of peach blossom eyes looking at him, and a sweet citrus fragrance lingering around him, tempting him to get closer, and take a breath, and another breath. Xie Dingyuan did it subconsciously. Then, he suddenly touched something warm and soft in the fog. He looked up in horror, but his eyes met with the girl's beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow, and her cheeks were delicate and beautiful. At this moment, she was looking at him, and her red lips were slightly moving. "Do I smell good?" Xie Dingyuan pushed her away and quickly retreated. At this moment, the surrounding environment changed, and a sea of fire appeared. His body temperature began to rise uncontrollably. There was no way to retreat, but the girl was still approaching. "Do I smell good?" she asked again. Xie Dingyuan opened his mouth to deny it, but the moment he opened his mouth, it became, yes. He was awakened by his own insincerity. He opened his eyes abruptly and sat up. His back was already drenched in sweat. The scene in the dream was so clear. The girl's every frown and smile, every step she took, and he couldn't control himself and kept retreating. Every detail could be replayed. Xie Dingyuan cursed under his breath and got out of bed to enter the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water could be heard. It was destined to be a sleepless night. In the same neighborhood, in another standalone villa, Jiang Fuyue was sleeping soundly. At 6 o'clock the next morning, she carried her luggage downstairs. Han Yunru had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for her in the dining room. Eat before you go to the airport. There are still a few hours left. You can't wait on an empty stomach. Thank you, Mom. Han Yunru touched her face. The look in her eyes clearly told her that she had a lot to say, but in the end, she didn't say a word. Yeah, be safe. In the end, Han Yunru sent her out and only said these 5 words. That was all. At 7 o'clock, Jantar came downstairs. He was wearing a sweatshirt, shorts, and plastic slippers. When he woke up and saw the magnificent surroundings, he was still a little dazed. He walked to the kitchen in a daze and looked at his busy wife. Only then did he feel a sense of familiarity. Honey, you're awake? Yes. Hurry up and tidy up. After breakfast, we'll open the shop. Jantar was stunned. Didn't you say that you want to rest for 2 more days? Han Yunru rolled her eyes at him. Yaya is already gone. What rest is there? Besides, are we still making money? Don't think that we can just sit around and eat after we live in the villa. Yes. Of course, we have to make money. We still have to save up for Yaya's dowry, right? At least you still have some awareness. By the way, call Mrs. Liu and ask her to remember to come to the shop today. Okay. I'll go now. At 7:30, Jiang Fuyue arrived at the airport. She checked in and checked in. The time was just right. At 8 o'clock, the flight attendants began to check each seat. A man arrived late and boarded the plane through a special passage. He walked with the wind and the corners of his clothes were sharp. At the same time, he was talking on the phone. His tone was very unpleasant. The flight is at 8:20. You called me at 7:30? Xing Yiming, is this how you act as an assistant? Your performance will be penalized for half a year. The man on the other end of the line wailed. One could imagine how damaging the half a year's performance was. Xing Yiming looked at his phone. F***ck, he had hung up, he was really wronged. He called at 7:30 not to wake Xie Dingyuan up but to ask him how to deal with the toxic gas leak. How did he wake him up too late? He was Professor Xia, a self-disciplined maniac with OCD. When did he need an assistant to wake him up? Was he kidding? Or, Xing Yiming rubbed his chin. Did he offend this big shot recently? It shouldn't be. They had only met twice since Xie Dingyuan came back from the capital. Once, they were separated by the glass door of the laboratory. So, what did he do wrong? Xing Yiming covered his face. Blue skinny, mushroom, Xie Dingyuan kept his phone and found his seat by the window. There was already someone sitting outside. Excuse me, please let me, Jiang Fuyue said. Professor Xia, what a coincidence. The man suddenly looked up. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue actually saw a trace of horror in his eyes, but when she took a closer look, there was nothing. Xie Dingyuan stood in the aisle. His face was still expressionless, and his eyes were indifferent and untainted by a trace of anger. He was high and mighty, cold and arrogant. What a coincidence, he replied. Jiang Fuyue retracted her legs to make it easier for him to enter. The man walked past her, and the pleasant smell of aftershave drifted into her nostrils. Xie Dingyuan calmly sat down and fastened his seatbelt. But only he knew how stiff his whole body was. Why was she here? Did she run out from a dream, or was he still in a dream? It's coming, that sweet citrus scent is coming again. Digression, 3,000 words. Sleepless Xie Jojo. It was 12:30 p.m. The flight took off at 8:20 a.m. Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to talk to him. Are you going to the capital too? Yes. Yesterday. Jiang Fuyue wanted to solemnly thank him again, but she was interrupted before she could even begin. Sorry, I want to rest. The man turned his head away and leveled the cabin, leaving only the back of his head visible. Jiang Fuyue, ? Fortunately, her doubts only lasted for 2 seconds. She didn't try to ask him again. Instead, she took out the test paper that she had printed yesterday. The document was sent by Xianxia. He had put together the questions that the EPO team had failed to answer in the collection of questions from Country D. He wanted her to read it so that she could come back and comment on it. Yes. Comment. Everything that the coach did was now given to Jiang Fuyue. For those that the coach could not do, such as the 2 questions in the document, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin shook their heads in unison after reading them. They were given to Jiang Fuyue. The 2 of them were still very confident. Look for her. She knows. She can solve it in several different ways. In that case, we won't waste our time. Lin Shimo, Ling Xian, while Jiang Fuyue was away, the remaining 4 members of the EPO team were focused on solving the collection of questions from Country D. Now, the captain was finally coming back. Hua Fanjin suggested, why don't we go to the airport to pick her up? Lin Shimo turned and left. I'll get the car. Ling Xian. He was bullying him because he didn't have a car in the capital. Fang Canyang, okay. Jiang Fuyue didn't know any of this. At this moment, she was writing and drawing on the test paper. The document sent by Ling Xian was 5 pages long and had a total of 12 questions. After meeting Wu Qian last night, she had printed it out at a copy shop and brought it with her on the plane. The morning sun shone in through the window and shone on Jiang Fuyue's face. Her whole body was covered with a layer of golden light. Beautiful, focused, noble, and holy. Xie Dingyuan turned over and saw this scene when he turned his head. His expression was palpitating with palpitations, almost lifeless. In the next second, he fiercely shut his eyes. However, the sound of the pen tip scratching the paper was infinitely magnified. Along with the girl's light breathing and the faint orange fragrance in the air, it stimulated his hearing and smell. Therefore, even if he closed his eyes, it was useless. Those who should be attracted would still be attracted. Jiang Fuyue finished 1 page, then turned to the next, and then the next. She was very fast because she didn't need to complete the process. After reading the question, an idea had already appeared in her mind. She only needed to write down the final result that Xiao Mo calculated. Half an hour later, he had finished flipping through 5 pages and all 12 major questions had been answered. Jiang Fuyue was hungry. She called the flight attendant over. Can I have a bowl of beef noodles with onion, ginger, garlic, and lots of coriander? Okay, please wait a moment. The flight attendant was a young man. Not to mention that he was handsome. Presumably, if his appearance didn't pass, they wouldn't dare to send him to be in charge of business class. Handsome men weren't rare, but what was surprising was that this young man had a good voice. When he opened his mouth, it was crisp and magnetic. It was the kind that made people's ears pregnant. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but look at him again. At this moment, Xie Dingyuan sat up in his seat and said expressionlessly, "Order." His tone was cold. It was obvious that he wasn't easy to please. The flight attendant bowed and his attitude became more respectful. "Hello, what do you want?" "Same as her." "Okay, please wait for a moment." After speaking, he turned and left. Under the uniform, he had a perfect inverted triangle figure with long legs, wide shoulders, and narrow hips. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and followed his line of sight. For a long time, she didn't look back. Suddenly, cough. Digression, 3rd watch, 1,000 words. Xie Go, after all, it's my own suffering. Burp begging for a monthly ticket. Xie Dingyuan coughed heavily. Jiang Fuyue retracted her gaze and looked at his face. However, the man looked away and refused to look at her. What was wrong with him? Soon, the beef noodles were served. It was the same stewardess. "Please enjoy your meal." Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, "Your voice is very special." The stewardess was stunned. "Thank you." "Professional?" The stewardess shook her head. "I've never learned it." "Are you from Linhuai?" "Yes." Jiang Fuyue was deep in thought. Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened. The stewardess had already left when the beef noodles entered her mouth. The 2 of them ate separately and did not talk at all. This state of silence lasted until the flight landed. Jiang Fuyue left her seat and stood in the aisle. Professor Xia. The man frowned. This time, he had to look at her. I left in a hurry yesterday and did not have time to thank you properly. Since we met today, I'd like to say thank you sincerely. You don't have to. It's nothing. His voice was stiff, cold, and somewhat unreasonable. Jiang Fuyue did not take it to heart. Firstly, there were thousands of people with thousands of temperaments. Xie Dingyuan had helped her twice. This was a fact. Secondly, she was not familiar with him. There might not be a next time if they met once. Why should she care? I'll leave first. Jiang Fuyue turned around and left. On the way, she took out her phone, opened Xie Dingyuan's WeChat and transferred 30,000 yuan to him. Previously, he took the initiative to give her the ticket back to Linhuai. Jiang Fuyue promised to pay him 10 times the price. Now, she had paid him in full. Xie Dingyuan was 2 steps behind. When he went out, the girl was long gone. He looked straight ahead and strode forward. When he reached the arrival hall, Xing Yiming sent a message that the car to pick him up was already parked outside. Xie Dingyuan walked through the crowd. Suddenly, he paused and looked in a certain direction. In an inconspicuous corner, Jiang Fuyue was talking to a man. The man was taller than her, so his head was lowered and his eyes were narrowed. There was a hint of gentleness in his docile posture. The man was none other than the stewardess from the plane. His neat uniform made him look even more handsome. Xie Dingyuan's breathing suddenly became heavy, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This is... Young Master Kong was at a loss. Jiang Fuyue waved the business card in her hand and motioned for him to take it. Your voice is very special. You can consider doing self-media. If you are interested, contact this person. The stewardess took it and looked down. There was only one name on it, Wu Qian. Below was a row of phone numbers. There was no other information. He felt like a scammer. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up and saw that the girl had already walked far away. Captain. Sister Yu, Jiang Fuyue paused and looked up to see a group of people rushing towards her. There was Lin Shimo, Ling Xian, Hua Fanjin, and Fang Canyang from the Ipo team. There was also Fan Yi, Gao Xiaoming, and Huang Hui from the IOI team. Did you guys make an appointment? She raised her eyebrows. Hua Fanjin, no. Gao Xiaoming shook his head as well. The two teams coincidentally met at the entrance. The moment they entered, they saw Jiang Fuyue. Ling Xian stepped forward and took the suitcase from her hands. Fan Yi and Hua Fanjin stood on the left and right like two female vitras. Fan Yi grinned, her almond-shaped eyes round and bright. Sister Yu, you are finally back. Hua Fanjin was a little awkward. Well, welcome back. You were not around for a few days. Everyone did not do their homework well. A group of people surrounded Jiang Fuyue as she walked out. There were both men and women, and they were all laughing happily. In comparison, Xie Dingyuan's side seemed particularly deserted. He walked out of the door, bent over, and got into the car. Hugh University. With that, he closed his eyes and rested without saying anything else. Linhuai, Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes. Old Jiang, you are finally back. It was the owner of the wine shop opposite. Quick. It's still the same 3. I have been craving your pancakes for the past few days when you closed the shop. Jantar immediately put on gloves and a mask, pounded the batter, and began to make pancakes for him. Are you exaggerating? You know that I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't eat your pancakes for a day. Just because of that sentence, I will eat 2 eggs today. Yo. So generous? Did something good happen? Jantar smiled foolishly. There really is something? We have been neighbors for so many years. Share it. Let me be happy for you too. Actually, it's nothing much. Jantar wrapped the pancakes and handed it to him. I just changed my place. You don't live there anymore? The wine shop owner couldn't wait to take a bite. He grimaced in pain from the heat, but his face was full of satisfaction. Oh my God, it's delicious. This is the taste. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Eat slowly. Let me tell you, I can't slow down, and I can't. He took a few big bites and sweated profusely. Then where did you move to? Why did you change so suddenly? Why did you close the shop a few days ago? Jantar took off his gloves and scratched his head. My child fell sick and was hospitalized for a few days. Is he okay now? He's fine. That's good, that's good. How's the new place? Jantar remembered his wife's advice and only said, the environment is okay. It must be a lot of rent, right? Was there such a thing as rent in Imperial Heavenhua Mansion? After dealing with them with a few words, Jiangda went in to mix the batter. Aunt Lu was cleaning up the bowls, chopsticks, and rubbish left behind by the previous wave of customers. At this time, Han Yunru came out of the kitchen. Seeing that there were no more customers, she suddenly said, Aunt Lu, come in, I have something to ask you. Hey. Aunt Lu quickly put down the work in her hands and opened the curtain to enter. Yunru, what's wrong? Come, Aunt Lu, let's sit down and talk. I haven't finished cleaning up outside. It's okay, there aren't many customers at this time. It's okay. Aunt Lu sat down. Han Yunru pursed her lips and then smiled. She asked casually, why haven't I seen your son bring his little brother to the shop recently? You mean Younghua and Six? What kind of job did they find? They're so busy that they don't even have time to sleep. How can they have time to stroll around the streets? Han Yunru's eyes darkened. They found a job? Yes, they finally stopped idling around. Recently, they even came back to read some management books. Every night, they would flip through a few pages. They even told me that if I don't study, I'll fall behind. I was so shocked that I thought the sun rose from the west. But this brat finally knows how to make progress. Han Yunru listened and nodded. That's good. What kind of job do they do? I think they're in charge of a bar. I don't remember which bar it is. Anyway, it's in English. I see. Han Yunru was thoughtful. Then, have they done anything strange recently? Aunt Lu was puzzled. For example, they suddenly became very generous? Or emotionally unstable? Or yawning and having a runny nose? Although Younghua and Six found new jobs, they're still on probation, so they don't earn much. They can't be generous even if they want to. But these two brats have always been very filial to me. Even if they don't have money, they're willing to buy me this and that. Emotionally unstable. That's not true. Don't be fooled by the fact that my son is big and fierce, but he never loses his temper at home. He only occasionally quarrels with his younger brother, but it's all just for fun. As for the runny nose and yawning, the weather hasn't been very good recently. I've already reminded them to wear more clothes. They shouldn't catch a cold. Han Yunru nodded. That's good. If one listened carefully, there was a hint of relief in this sentence. If they didn't get rich suddenly, it meant that they weren't involved in illegal activities that made quick money. They were emotionally stable and healthy, which meant that they didn't use drugs. As long as these 2 points were confirmed, Han Yunru's anxious heart was greatly relieved. Yunru, you haven't told me why you're looking for me. Oh, the production date of 3 packets of flour that were shipped in yesterday is not right. 10 minutes later, Aunt Lu left the kitchen. She thought it was something serious. Fortunately, it was just a small problem. Jantar saw her coming out and immediately went in. As expected, he saw his wife standing in front of the basin in a daze. The water was still running. Honey. Jantar called her. Yes? Han Yunru reacted. Oh. It's overflowing. She quickly turned off the tap. She couldn't count how many times she had been in a daze these days when she was alone. No one knew what she was thinking. When he asked her, she would always shake her head. Today, when Jantar saw Aunt Lu being called in, he finally understood. Honey, are you worried about Yaya? Han Yunru's eyes narrowed. You, don't hide it from me. I'm just a little slow on the uptake. I'm not stupid. When Yaya was still around, you pretended so well that I couldn't tell. Now that Yaya is gone, you don't even bother to pretend. You're just short of writing the word worry on your face. Han Yunru pursed her lips. Since you're worried, why don't you ask me directly? Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. It was midnight. Do you think Yaya will tell us everything? At least, she'll hide the part that worries us. Jantar didn't understand. Didn't you say that you trust her? Why are you? Trusting her and worrying about her are not contradictory. Okay, I'll call her now so that we won't be worried. Jantar pretended to take out his phone. Don't. Han Yunru stopped him immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? The man wiped his face and said, I'm not in a hurry, but seeing you like this. My heart aches. You can't call her. Don't you want to ask her? Han Yunru shook her head. The couple fell into a short silence. Suddenly, she said, Honey, we can't stop Yaya, right? Jantar was stunned for a moment and then sighed. She is a child with her own ideas. Whether it was supporting them to rent the shop or sign up for the competition, as parents, they didn't lead and promote their daughter. Instead, they needed their daughter to think for them. They didn't know when it started, but Jiang Fuyue became the pillar of the family. Since we can't stop her, why do we have to make things difficult for her? Han Yunru smiled. She was a little disappointed and helpless, but there was an unconcealable light in her eyes. She's our pride. Since we can't tie her down, we'll support her bravely and fly forward. We'll be her support forever. When Yaya gets tired and wants to stop, at least we'll have a place to rest. Jantar scratched his head. Aren't you worried? I was a little worried before, but after asking Auntie Lu, I figured it out. What did you figure out? Han Yunru said word by word, what we need to do is not to pursue the matter, but to achieve it. To achieve Yaya's dreams and ambitions, to see her fly higher and soar into the sky. Worry wasn't a reason for parents to restrain their children. The only thing they could do was to make sure she didn't have to worry about anything. That was more useful than anything else. So, Han Yunru took a deep breath and said, let's live in the villa peacefully and run the store seriously. Jantar grinned. Alright, I'll listen to you. At the same time, below the old and shabby unit that the Jiang family used to rent, a few people were looking around. Second brother, are you sure it's here? Are you sure? Jiang Ting looked around with disdain and kicked away a plastic bottle by his feet. His tone wasn't very good. Jiang Hua looked at the map on his phone and carefully checked the address left by Jantar at the birthday banquet last time. He said with certainty, it's here. Oh my god, can people live in this kind of place? Lu Shooting covered her nose and pulled Jiang Ting's sleeve. She whispered, honey, let's go. There's a strange smell in here. My rhinitis is going to attack. Jiang Ting patted his wife's hand and gave her a comforting look. Big brother, big sister-in-law, why don't you go ahead and look for her? Cough, I'll go to the convenience store with Shooting to buy some water for everyone. Then he was about to slip away. Wait, third brother. We agreed to find big brother and big sister-in-law together. How can you run away halfway? Jiang Qin glanced at him and sneered. Sister, what are you talking about? I'm going to buy water for everyone. Jiang Qin said, one person is enough to buy water. How heavy is it that you can't carry it? Do you have to ask your wife to help you? You. Jiang Ting gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Shooting rolled her eyes. I have rhinitis. Can't I go out for some fresh air? Jiang Qin said, then my chest feels tight. I'm going out for some fresh air too. You guys can look for it slowly. Who is more delicate than anyone else these days? Second sister-in-law, don't you think so? Yang Jinqiu nodded. Third sister-in-law, since you're already here, just bear with it for a while. Lu Shooting pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. But she didn't say that she wanted to leave. She just cursed, big brother and big sister-in-law are too much. Of all the places to live, why do they have to live in this shabby place? It's disgusting. Now, everyone seemed to have found a target to vent their anger. Jiang Qin said, anyway, it's a small business selling pancakes. I think it's not a problem for them to make thousands of yuan a day. How come Big Brother doesn't even have a decent place to live? Yang Jinqiu rolled her eyes. I heard that this house is rented. Looking at the surroundings, it should be very cheap. Lu Shooting curled her lips. It's not just cheap. Second sister-in-law's words are too civilized. It's cheap. Sure enough, a dog deserves a dog's nest. Jianghua, who hadn't spoken much, frowned slightly. Stop talking. Don't forget why we're here today. Yang Jinqiu didn't say anything to save her husband's face. Lu Shooting and Jiang Qin also kept quiet. Jiang Ting said, "Second brother, what do you think we should do? We've looked around several times, but we still haven't found Unit 241. Big brother didn't leave an address casually to fool us, did he?" Jianghua pondered for a moment. "Let's split up and look around. If we meet someone, we can ask. These old houses should be familiar with the neighbors." Okay. 15 minutes later, I can't take it anymore. I can't stand the smell. Lu Shooting covered her nose and turned to run away. Hey, Jiang Ting reached out his hand and rolled his eyes. Wife, don't run around. What if something happens? Second brother, I'll go and have a look. Then, she ran away too. Jiang Qin's eyes flashed. She wanted to find an excuse to leave too. Yang Jinqiu said coldly, third brother and his wife left. What? You don't want to look for big brother and sister-in-law? Mom's medical expenses will be shared by the three of us? Jiang Qin heard that. How could she do that? Second sister-in-law. Don't make such arrangements. Let's not talk about third brother and sister-in-law first. As a married daughter, I should be filial to them. But why should I pay the same amount as you? I don't agree. Okay, I'll talk to big brother later. Jiang Qin didn't want to leave anymore. I'll call third brother and ask them to come back now. She, Lu Shooting, was not going to slack off. Outside the alley, Jiang Teng and his wife didn't go far. Lu Shooting covered her nose with tears in her eyes. Honey, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Not even for a second. Jiang Ting said, let's go back then. Anyway, we're already out. I don't want to go back in. Okay, let's hurry up. Where's the car key? Wait. Let me answer a call. It's from Yao. Lu Shooting said, don't answer it. They must be asking us to go back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Ting had already answered the call. Hey. Third sister-in-law, you don't want to come back? You even instigated third brother not to answer my call. Lu Shooting, Jiang Ting looked at her comfortingly. Cough. Yao, what's the matter? Third brother, you guys have been holding your breath for too long. It's about time to go back. It's related to the issue of our mother's hospitalization fees. If you can't find big brother, do you plan to pay for big brother's share? Lu Shooting said, why should we pay for it? Why don't you do it? Why didn't second brother and sister-in-law do it? Because you've left. Second brother, second sister-in-law, and I didn't. Jiang Tang and his wife quickly exchanged glances. Who said we've left? We're at the entrance of the alley. Let's go back now. Ah. Don't forget to buy water. Anyway, you've all gone out. I want a sports drink. I'm tired after standing for so long. After the call ended, Lu Shooting was furious. Look at Jiang Qin. What's with her attitude? Does she treat me as her second sister-in-law? Jiang Ting quickly comforted her. Don't be angry. Is your nose better now? No. It's still uncomfortable. Jiang Ting gritted his teeth. Why don't we go back? Are you stupid? If we go back, what if they really want us to pay for big brother's share? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. But big brother can't earn much by living in this kind of place. Besides, he has 2 kids to raise, I don't care. Anyway, we'll pay for it. Big brother is poor because he's useless and can't earn much. But he has to pay for mom's share. You're our son, and he's our son. Logically speaking, he should pay more. We're already giving him face by agreeing to share. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Ting nodded quickly. My wife is right. We'll listen to you. So, now? Let's go in. We can't let second brother and second sister-in-law cheat us. Do we still buy the water? Of course not. If Jiangqin wants to drink, let her buy it herself. Sports drink. Dream on. Jiang Tang and his wife joined the battle again. Finally, after searching for half an hour, they found someone who knew what was going on. Sisterly, Jantar? Digression, at 12:40 p.m. Who are you? Why are you looking for him? The woman's tone was unpleasant. Ever since she saw Han Yunru and her family enter the Imperial Heavenhua residence, the anger in her chest had not dissipated. Last night, she even dreamed that Han Yunru appeared in front of her, dressed in gold and silver, and said arrogantly, "Who cares about your lousy house?" She was so scared that she woke up. No one in the family dared to mention the word Jiang in front of her. Just as she was about to calm down, she bumped into this group of ignorant people who came to ask Jantar. Lu Shooting frowned. Why are you so rude? We're just asking. If you know, just say it. If you don't know, then forget it. Why do you have to be so uptight? Sisterly laughed. She thought that she was rude enough, but she didn't expect someone to be more rude than her. Hey, are you sick in the head? Lu Shooting was confused. Question mark. What does my tone have to do with you? Why are you trying to control me? Who do you think you are? A pig's nose? Why are you acting like a nobody? You, what about me? Don't ask me if you have the guts. You asked me with such a tone. If you don't, then get lost. Who do you think you are? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you dress up and put on makeup. You can't throw a tantrum at me. Lu Shooting was used to being arrogant and domineering. Jiang Ting usually gave in to her, and Yang Jinqiu didn't argue with her because she was a teacher. Jiang Qin was the only one who could talk to her, but she was not as eloquent as Lu Shooting. Lu Shooting thought that she was invincible, but she didn't expect to be scolded by a middle-aged woman. She was shocked and aggrieved. Then, she said, "Hubby. She scolded me." Sisterly shivered. Asao is acting coy. It's all fake. Yang Jinqiu smiled subtly. It was a mocking smile. Jiang Qin burst out laughing. Lu Shooting screamed even louder. You're too much. Hubby. Alright, I'm fine now. Jiang Ting said anxiously. He quickly brought Zhang Xian to the side, fearing that Zhang Xian would go crazy again. Ahem. Jiang Hua coughed softly and stepped forward, putting on the appearance of a nice gentleman. This big sister, who are you calling big sister? The woman's face was full of disdain. She squinted her eyes and said, You're not young anymore. How dare you call me big sister? Do you know how to speak? Jiang Hua, Yang Jinqiu said, Sis, I'm sorry. They're not good with words. We're Jantar's younger brother and sister-in-law. We're here today to look for him. Do you know how to get to Unit 2, 4-1? Sister Li's expression turned even uglier. Unit 2, 4-1 was the apartment that had been refunded, however, the woman rolled her eyes. I know, but is this how you ask people for information? Yang Jinqiu was puzzled. Sister Li gently rubbed her thumb and index finger together. This was the gesture of asking for money. Yang Jinqiu's expression immediately calmed down. In the end, Jiang Hua took out 300 yuan and gave it to her. Sister Li was satisfied and said with a smile, Jantar, they just moved out the day before yesterday. What? Moved out? Where did they move to? Sister Li rubbed her fingers again. Yang Jinqiu couldn't stand it anymore. Don't push your luck. Heh, give it to me if you don't want to. Jiang Hua pulled his wife back and took out another 300 yuan. Tell me, where did they move to? Imperial Heaven Mansion. 3 seconds of silence. What did you say? Where? Imperial Heaven Mansion? That villa area? Is there a second property called Imperial Heaven Mansion in Linhui? Sister Li snorted and said in a sour tone, That's right. They've moved to a big villa. You poor relatives should go and bask in their glory. The family looked at each other in shock. After some time, Sister Li had already left. Only then did they react. Second brother, should we go and take a look? Jiang Hua frowned. Let's go. Jiang Fuyue had no idea what was happening in Linhui. She was currently on a flight to D country and was about to head to the Ipoh International Battlefield. Digression, 3 chapters, 1,000 words. In response to everyone's request, Sister Yu started to organize a competition. Ask for monthly tickets while you're at it. Thank you, beautiful sisters. Country D was already showing signs of autumn. As soon as they got off the plane, Sun Kun reminded everyone to put on their coats. Take out your coats and put them on. It'll be colder when we go out later. Don't catch a cold. Jiang Fuyue had already prepared a coat before boarding the plane. She didn't wear it earlier because it was too hot. Now, she just put it on. Done, therefore, while the others were busy opening their suitcases and taking out their clothes, she had already bought water and handed it to everyone. Sun Kun was speechless. Someone stole my job. What should I do? Soon, the car to pick them up arrived, accompanied by a translator and tour guide. My name is Kong Lu. You can call me Lulu. Are you mixed race? She shook her head. No, I'm an international student. My parents are both from Xianxia. I'll be responsible for receiving you this time. If you have any questions or need a translator in the next few days, you can look for me. Hua Fanjin asked, what language is usually used here? Kong Lu said, communication between the participating countries is basically in English. If you're strolling around the streets, asking for directions, buying things, etc., you'll usually use German. Very few local residents speak English. I see. Does that mean we have to bring a translator with us when we go out? Kong Lu nodded. If you don't speak German, that's probably the only way. Hua Fanjin was stunned. He glanced at Fang Canyang, who was quietly looking at his phone. Little Yang Yang, do you speak German? Fang Canyang looked up blankly. Huh? What are you doing? You've been staring at your phone since you got into the car. Hua Fanjin leaned over and peeked openly. His phone was on the WeChat interface. A long line of photos was waiting to be sent. Fang Canyang didn't hide. Instead, he openly showed it to her. My parents have never been abroad, so I took photos and sent them to them. Hua Fanjin nodded and praised him. Good boy. Fang Canyang smiled shyly. He didn't feel that he was being taken advantage of. Did you ask me if I spoke German? He suddenly remembered. Yes, do you? Hua Fanjin asked again. Fang Canyang shook his head. I don't, but Captain does. Hua Fanjin's eyes fell on Jiang Fuyue. Captain, Jiang Fuyue asked, what are you doing? No, hee hee. She giggled. Please take care of me for the next few days. Fang Canyang kindly said, if you need a translator, you can ask Kong Lu for help. Hua Fanjin waved his hand. How could a tour guide he had just met compare to Jiang Fuyue, who he had already spent some time with? She could already tell that her captain was the kind of person who would do big things in silence. If he didn't agree, then so be it. As long as he agreed, then it would be absolutely safe. Moreover, she wasn't gossipy or talkative. As long as she didn't step on her bottom line, everything was negotiable. Hua Fanjin took out his phone and replied to a series of messages. He curled his lips in satisfaction and started to doze off. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Kong Lu led everyone to check in and then sent everyone to the elevator. I wish you a wonderful experience in D country. If you need anything, feel free to call me. The accommodation was all standard rooms from the 12th to the 16th floor, which were all for the participants. Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin shared a room, Lin Shumo and Ling Xian shared a room, Fang Canyang and Sun Kun shared a room, and Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin shared a room. I heard that there are more than 200 countries and regions participating in the competition this time. Hua Fanjin put down his luggage and sat down on the bed. Jiang Fuyue replied with an emotionless "oh," took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, she saw Hua Fanjin lying on the bed and giggling at his phone. I'm going to sleep for 2 hours before going downstairs to eat. What about you? Huh? Hua Fanjin was stunned. He didn't think that Jiang Fuyue would tell him the plan, unless, is there anything I can do for you? Miss Hua readily accepted her advice, as if she was ready to do anything she asked. Her attitude was so good that it was strange. Jiang Fuyue said, if you want to take a shower, it's best to do it within half an hour, including the time to blow-dry your hair. I close the windows when I sleep. You can turn on the bedside lamp and the lights in the office, but not the one on my head. You don't need to mute your phone, but it's best to set it to vibrate. Do you have a problem with that? Hua Fanjin shook his head. No. I'm going to take a shower now. Then I'll sleep to get rid of the jet lag. I promise I won't make a sound. Jiang Fuyue nodded and started to blow-dry her hair. When Hua Fanjin came out of the shower, she was already lying on the bed and calling Han Yunru, who was far away in Linhui. Yes, I'm here. I just finished blow-drying my hair. I'm not tired. Okay, you guys should rest. It's already very late. Hua Fanjin didn't wash his hair, so he didn't need to blow-dry it. Jiang Fuyue fell asleep as soon as she put down her phone. 2 hours later, she opened her eyes and saw Hua Fanjin lying on the bed playing with his phone. His fingers were typing quickly, and there was a smile on his face. It seemed that after coming to Country D, that smitten smile often appeared on her face. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. She sat up from the bed and started to change her clothes. Hey, Captain, where are you going? Downstairs to eat. Now? Is it strange? Look at the time in Country D. Hua Fanjin changed the time in a daze and then changed his clothes in a hurry. I'll go with you. When the two of them went out, they met Lin Shumo and Ling Xian. The four of them went together. Where's Fang Canyang? Should we call him? Ling Xian, he went down with teacher Sun first. Okay, let's go then. It was dinner time, and there were indeed many people in the restaurant. Fortunately, the place was big enough and not crowded. Teams from all over the world came out in full force. In the noise, they could hear different languages mixing and colliding, and finally, it became chatter. The restaurant was a buffet, and each participating country had its own private dining table. When Jiang Fuyue and the others went over, Yan Zhenfeng, Qin Libin, Sun Kun, and Fang Canyang were already eating. Jiang Fuyue took a steak for herself. She passed on the egg fried rice, which didn't look very authentic, and took a sandwich as the main dish. On the way back to the table, she was very careful and tried to avoid the crowd. But a blonde foreigner still bumped into her as if he didn't have eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue reacted quickly and dodged. The foreigner fell straight to the wall, holding his nose and twisting in pain. She said sorry softly and prepared to leave. Stop! The foreigner shouted. Following this shout, another 4 people surrounded her. 3 of them had blonde hair, and 1 had brown hair. Jiang Fuyue turned around, raised her eyebrows, and asked him in English, "What do you want?" The boy put down his hand that was covering his nose and smiled in a way that he thought was handsome. He then made a strange gentleman's salute. "Nice to meet you, beautiful lady. My name is Edmund." "Nice to meet you." As he spoke, he was about to take Jiang Fuyue's hand and kiss it. Unfortunately, she was holding the plate with both hands and had no intention of letting go. Edmund was a little embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted. "Are you from Country H?" Seeing that Jiang Fuyue didn't respond, he continued to probe. "Country R? Country T?" Jiang Fuyue still didn't say anything. She just looked at him with a strange expression. Edmund finally couldn't maintain the smile on his face. He turned his head and said to his companions in their native language, "She can't understand English, right? That's too bad. I thought she was a beautiful girl, but I didn't expect her to be a stupid pig." His 4 companions roared with laughter. He didn't look at Jiang Fuyue again and left. Jiang Fuyue returned to the dining area. "Hua Fanjin, what took you so long? Teacher Sun was looking for you." "Oh, I met a few pigs from Country F. Hua Fanjin, ? Everything went smoothly. After dinner, they went back to their own rooms. Before they left, Sun Kun didn't forget to remind them, "Don't run around. If you want to leave the hotel, remember to report to me. Even if you want to buy a bottle of water outside, report to me. Do you hear me?" "Got it. Then everyone should rest early tonight. We have plans tomorrow." Night fell. It was 8 o'clock in the evening here, but it was morning in Xianxia. Jiang Fuyue received a call from Wu Qian. The two discussed opening a management company. That's right. Wu Qian was going to use the 500,000 yuan she gave him to open a management company. To be precise, it should be called a management company. Due to the lack of funds, they could only simplify it and only sign 2 anchors at most. Jiang Qinxing was one, and they were still looking for the other anchors. If they couldn't find one, it didn't matter. They could just focus on Jiang Qinxing. Most of the time, it was Wu Qian talking while Jiang Fuyue listened quietly. She would only speak when there was a disagreement. The two communicated smoothly and ended the call half an hour later. Jiang Fuyue then called Xianxia. The call was picked up in less than a second. Sister, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Her voice was soft and sweet. Digression, 3,000 words. Yes, our sister Yu was called a stupid pig. 12 o'clock. At 9:15 p.m., the siblings ended the call. Before hanging up, Jiang Xiaoti's eyes were filled with reluctance, but he still obediently said goodbye. Sis, you have to eat well, rest well, and do well in your exams. If you have any spare time, remember to think of me. Okay. At 9:30 p.m., Jiang Fuyue lay down to rest. Hua Fanjin saw this and put down his phone before turning off the lights. In the dark, the two of them were still not ready to sleep. Hua Fanjin gently asked, "Are you asleep?" "No." "Captain," Hua Yao turned around and faced Jiang Fuyue, "do you think online dating is reliable?" "Why, you're dating online?" "Ahem. It's not me. It's a friend of mine." "Oh, it's you, I understand." "Hua Fanjin, do you have to be so sharp? Can't you save some face? Then do you think it's reliable?" "Jiang Fuyue, it depends on the situation and the specific analysis. You only talked about online dating, there's too little information to judge." Hua Fanjin went silent for a moment. It's a foreign country, there's a cultural difference. The guy is 2 years older than the girl, precocious, smokes, drinks, and has tattoos. But he's a genius, the super awesome kind. Miss Hua spoke intermittently for a long time before she finally asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Fuyue's steady breathing was the only response she got. F***ck. He's asleep? No way. Then I'll sleep too. Just like that, the first day passed by peacefully. The next morning, the teams from all the participating countries gathered at the Milan University auditorium for the opening ceremony. However, the team leaders were not there. Fang Canyong, where did Professor Yan and Professor Qin go? Lin Shumo, the authority of the IPO is the international committee formed by the team leaders and deputy team leaders of each country. Don't underestimate this committee. Not only did it have the right to propose changes to the competition rules and exam syllabus, but it also had the power to propose changes to the specific exam questions and grading standards, as well as determine the ranking of the competition results. So? Ling Xian's mouth twitched. Professor Yan and Professor Qin were called to a team leader meeting. They probably won't appear again until tomorrow morning. Hua Fanjin asked, "Why won't it appear again?" Ling Xian glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. "That's the rule." After the opening ceremony, everyone was sent back to the hotel for dinner. Jiang Fuyue met the blonde man from yesterday again. He was standing beside the long table with his companions. His eyes fell on her unabashedly, and he was talking loudly in his mother tongue. "Her figure is really amazing. Her waist is slender, and her legs are long enough. Oh, my God, I really want to touch them. I heard that Asian women have very good skin." "Oh, Edmund, you're being nasty again. It's not gentlemanly." F***ck being a gentleman. I love beauties. It's my nature. It's a pity that the beauty doesn't understand what we're saying, and turns a blind eye to your love. Edmund smirked. Watch carefully. As he spoke, he adjusted his collar and stepped forward with a smile. "Hello." Jiang Fuyue did not respond. It seemed that he was not from country R. Edmund continued. "Hello," still no response. Excluding the people from country H. Sawadika, hello. He was also not from country T. Then it could only be, hello? Edmund asked with a stiff Chinese accent. Jiang Fuyue was still the same. Suddenly, she said, at #yen%, Edmund, ? What was she saying? Which language? Why? Couldn't he understand a single word? Jiang Fuyue lifted her chin and continued, at #yen%, and then she frowned, looked down, and said, and yen %. She didn't know what she was saying, but she managed her expression well. She vividly portrayed the surprise of a girl receiving attention, the confusion and doubt of a boy's words, and finally the regret in her eyes. When they left, Jiang Fuyue even thought that she could enroll in a film school to study acting. It would not be too difficult for her to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Hey, Edmund, what's wrong with you? What did the beauty say? You seem a little strange. Edmund, at #yen%, and his friend, ? Edmund, what do you mean? Huh? At #yen%, and what do you mean? Oh my god, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I feel like the monkeys in the zoo are fighting. Ah, I guess this must be a translator. Edmund, you don't know? Oh. God. Why should we know? Are you kidding us? But actually, this joke is a little cold, really. Edmund frowned. What about this sentence? And yen %. Oh my god. Are you crazy? This language is a headache. Ah, is it a language? Another friend took out his phone and turned on the translation function. Edmund, repeat what you said into the microphone. Edmund, and yen %, at #yen%, and let me see what the result is. The 5 heads gathered together and looked at the pile of messy characters, looking at each other in dismay. Edmund, did you repeat it wrong? Absolutely impossible. But the translation result is in front of us. It's so unbelievable. Edmund covered his face. F***K. So which country was she from? Jiang Fuyue returned to the dining area with a smile. Hua Fanjin, why were you gone for so long? Lin Shimo already finished eating and left. Oh, I ran into those French pigs again. Huh? I just played with them for a while. Hua Fanjin, ? Jiang Fuyue began to cut the steak. Why aren't you eating? It doesn't taste good. Ahem. It's a little raw. It's not cooked yet. But aren't you afraid of getting fat if you eat steak every day? I don't get fat if I eat the right amount of nutrients. Is that so? Hua Fanjin swallowed. Then I'll go get a piece too. Eat slowly. Wait for me. Jiang Fuyue lowered her head and started eating. In the afternoon, all the contestants visited the Milan University under the guidance of the host country. The team leaders went to the auditorium for the official meeting of the International Committee and discussed tomorrow's theory questions. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin were among them. After the two sat down, they whispered to each other. This year, France's little Frank is still participating. That kid got first place last year. I'm afraid he'll be even harder to deal with this year. I heard that there's a young genius in the French team called Edmund. He has a strong memory and can remember everything he sees. He's a popular candidate for the gold medal. Yan Zhenfeng sighed. Last year, our team's total score ranked outside of the top 5, and we only got 1 gold medal. We didn't get anything else. It can be said that this is the worst result in history. So this time, the higher-ups gave us a strict order. If we don't get 3 gold medals, it'll be hard for us to explain. Qin Libin was not worried. With Jiang Fuyue around, what's there to be afraid of? Everyone had seen her ability. Had she ever missed a question when she was doing the questions? Has she ever scored less than full marks in an exam? That's true, but the competition is like a battlefield. It's constantly changing. If she doesn't perform well, Jiang Fuyue's ability is not only reflected in the problem solving. She also has the ability to adapt and draw inferences. You're thinking too much. TSK, old Qin, I've never seen you so cocky in the past. Yan Zhenfeng squinted and crossed his arms. Cocky? How am I cocky? This is called having confidence. We've been leading teams for so many years. You should know better than me what Jiang Fuyue's ability is like. That Frank, Edmund, they're not a problem at all. We've met Frank before, so we know what he's like. But this Edmund? Yan Zhenfeng frowned. It's hard to say. Okay. You're already worried before the competition starts. What's wrong with you? Soon, the meeting began. The representative of the host country spoke. Unsurprisingly, he was the executive chairman of the organizing committee for this year. Then, the host country sent the text and solutions of the 3 theoretical questions, as well as the German version of the scoring criteria, to the team leaders of each country. An hour later, the representative of the question setter introduced the propositions and solutions of the 3 questions in English to everyone. Then, the meeting discussed whether to make changes. If one of the 3 questions was rejected, the organizing committee would release the 4th question as a backup. Usually, there was no objection. It was just a process. After all, if it could be released, it meant that it had been thoroughly tested and impeccable. Sure enough, in the end, no one proposed any changes. Digression, 3,000 words. The competition schedule was based on the IPO process in real life. The details were slightly changed, so there was no need to think too much about it. 12:05 p.m. That night, the team leaders and deputy team leaders from each country were ordered to hand in all their communication devices and stay in a hotel a few kilometers away from the other contestants. They were not allowed to step out of their rooms until the end of the theory test the next morning. They were also not allowed to contact their own contestants. Therefore, Sun Kun was the only one left to look after Jiang Fuyue. Kong Lu also came over and asked if they needed any help. Sun Kun, thank you, but not for the time being. I can handle it. Okay, I'll stay here tonight, room 1209. You can call or knock on the door if you need anything. Then, she turned and left. Hua Fanjin opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She could only watch Kong Lu leave. When she returned to her room, she looked listless and listless. She could not go to the exam tomorrow in this state. Jiang Fuyue walked up to her. What's wrong? Huh? Why are you looking for Kong Lu? Hua Fanjin saw her and her eyes lit up. It's the same. Captain, do me a favor. Jiang Fuyue had a hunch that it was not something good. 10 minutes later, when the 2 of them appeared in the small garden downstairs of the hotel, her hunch came true. We have been pen pals for 3 years and have always kept in touch by email. He is also participating in the IPO this time. Isn't it a coincidence? Hua Fanjin talked about how she met her foreign friend as they walked. Jiang Fuyue listened expressionlessly. Suddenly, she said, "This is your online dating partner?" Hua Fanjin, exclamation point. We haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Don't talk nonsense. But looking at her blushing cheeks, she might have such a plan. Okay, I admit that I quite like him. If this meeting goes well, we should be able to confirm our relationship. Hua Fanjin could not help but smile. Jiang Fuyue reminded her coldly, you have an exam tomorrow. I know, don't worry. The happier I am, the better I will do. It has been like this since I was young. On the contrary, if I am in a bad mood, I will definitely do badly. Jiang Fuyue frowned. In her opinion, one's ability that could be affected by one's emotions could not be called ability. If he didn't know how to adjust, it would be extremely dangerous when he was faced with a real examination. This was because as long as a competitor could break through your emotions, they could easily break through all your defenses. However, Hua Fanjin obviously didn't realize this. She was still immersed in the sweetness of meeting her crush and couldn't extricate herself. Frank is very handsome and very smart. He's a real physics genius. He's very familiar with many papers that I don't understand at all. He even recommended me to read them, Jiang Fuyue, oh. Only then did Hua Fanjin realize that he had gone overboard. Cough. Of course, you're also a genius. But in my heart, he is the most powerful. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. So, why did you bring me here to meet your pen pal? Hua Fanjin, be my translator. He was from Germany, and I didn't speak German. I wanted to ask Kong Lu for help, but I didn't think it was very reliable. Hee hee. Thank goodness we have you, Captain. Sister you're really a treasure. You even know German. This was the first time she called her Sister Yu. Previously, when Fang Canyang called her that, she had a look of disdain. Now, Huafanjin, oh my god, it smells so good. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue was unmoved and remained rational. You can use English. No, he said his English pronunciation is very strange, so he doesn't usually speak it. For a genius who pursues perfection, this is simply unbearable, okay? Huafanjin spread out his hands. I can't help it. He has such high standards for himself. Because of this, he rejected my request for a video call. He said that I don't speak German, and even if I video call him, I wouldn't understand what he said. Otherwise, we would have met through the screen long ago, and we would have known what he looked like. Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow. You don't know what he looks like? Yes. What about his photos? He posted a few, but they were all full-body photos, so I couldn't see his face clearly. Sometimes he was skiing, sometimes he was rock climbing, and he even knows how to drive a motorboat. I can tell that he's a sunny and handsome sportsman. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Did he take the initiative to ask you to meet tonight? Huafanjin pursed his lips and stammered, actually, I asked him out. I was too curious about what he looked like. At first, I thought that since he was in Country D's team, I would be able to meet him at the restaurant during dinner, right? But there were too many people, and I couldn't go to every restaurant in Country D, so I arranged to meet him tonight. Jiang Fuyue looked thoughtful. He agreed? He didn't agree at first because he has an exam tomorrow, but under my strong request, he agreed. See, he dotes on me a lot, doesn't he? Huafanjin blinked with a happy expression. The more Jiang Fuyue listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Later, don't say that you're my teammate. Just say that you're the translator I invited, okay? I'm afraid that he'll feel uncomfortable, so I'm begging Sister Yu. Okay. Jiang Fuyue agreed immediately. Huafanjin, ? So easy to talk to. Before she could dwell on it for too long, she heard footsteps behind her. Digression, 3rd watch, 2000 words. The official competition is tomorrow. Good night. Huafanjin turned around in surprise. Frank, the next second, his smile froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The person who came was short and round. Even among the men in Xianxia, he could only be considered short, not to mention the generally superior height of Europeans and Americans. His skin was very white, and the blue capillaries could be seen, but it was also because of this that the red and swollen acne on his face looked even more frightening. The only redeeming feature was his dense and soft blonde hair, which was like a beach covered in sunshine. Hello. Who are you? Huafanjin asked in English. The boy was stunned. Hello. He spoke with a heavy D-Nation accent. Huafanjin was stunned, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. Oh, my god. Don't tell me you're Frank, I'll have a breakdown on the spot. No, I'm not. The boy quickly denied and shook his head. I'm Frank's teammate. He has something to do now and can't leave, so he asked me to come over and tell you. Huafanjin breathed a sigh of relief, and then disappointment followed. Is that so? When will he be free? I can wait for him. Sorry, I don't know. Okay. Huafanjin quickly adjusted his mood. Anyway, there are still so many days left. We'll see each other eventually. Thank you. You're welcome. What's your name? Jonas. Jonas left, as if he really had just come to inform him. Huafanjin picked up a small flower and held it in his hand. He turned around and complained to Jiang Fuyue, that was close. I almost peed my pants. What? Fortunately, Frank doesn't look like that. Huafanjin looked in the direction Jonas left and muttered softly, he's not even as tall as me. Jiang Fuyue said, our teacher taught us from a young age not to judge a book by its cover. Huafanjin stuck out his tongue. I'm not looking down on him. I just like handsome guys more. Don't you like him? I'm just average. After saying that, he turned and walked inside. Hey! Hua Fanjin chased after him. What do you mean by average? Do you like him or not? Tell me clearly. The second day passed by peacefully. At 7:40 a.m. on the third day, contestants from various countries entered the venue one after another. At 8 o'clock, the theory exam officially began. It would last for 5 hours. The exam environment was relatively relaxed. Students could go to the washroom or the rest area to relax. There were drinks and snacks available. However, other than the washroom, every corner was under surveillance. There were 3 theoretical questions. Jiang Fuyue didn't start immediately after receiving them. She read through them as usual. This process took her 10 minutes, which was much longer than usual. After reading it, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but click her tongue. It could only be said that Country D was indeed Country D. The difficulty of these 3 questions could be said to be death level. Perhaps it was because they were the host country this year, so they didn't try to hide their arrogance. Are you saying that I'm difficult? Alright, then I'll do it without holding anything back. There was no such thing as the hardest, only harder. Ling Xian had developed the habit of looking at the questions first before starting. When he finished reading all 3 questions, his heart sank to the bottom. However, his eyes flashed as he carefully analyzed the questions. He realized that it wasn't impossible. Among the 3 questions, 2 of them looked very familiar. Although the given materials and backgrounds were different, the train of thought was obvious. Ling Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. He remembered, in the compilation of Country D's IPO questions over the years compiled by Jiang Fuyue, there were 2 similar questions. At that time, he and Lin Shimo had both solved the questions. However, because the answers were different, they argued for a long time. Until Jiang Fuyue came back from Linhuai. Both are wrong. 2 bright red forks. Ling Xian still remembered Lin Shimo's shocked and disbelieving look. Before that, he was so sure that his answers were absolutely correct. TSK, then, Jiang Fuyue finished explaining her train of thought and method. She also pointed out where the 2 of them had made mistakes. Lin Shimo was convinced. As for Ling Xian, before that, he had already been convinced. Now, sitting in the IPO International Exam Hall, he looked at the 2 familiar questions. Even the trap settings were similar. He suddenly had a complicated expression. Lin Shimo also had a complicated expression. When he saw the 2 questions, he immediately remembered. He didn't even need to think about it. That day, when Jiang Fuyue had just gotten off the plane, they picked her up and went straight to Q University. They found a classroom and started to explain the questions. They finished all 12 questions in one go without a break. Lin Shimo was given a few red forks and received a few wrong comments. While he was shocked to the point of doubting his life, he also admired the girl on the podium. That was the first time he admired someone of the same age in his field of expertise. And this person of the same age was a girl. After thinking about it, he felt strange. Originally, he thought that this feeling would slowly fade with time. In fact, it did fade quite a bit. After all, Jiang Fuyue's overwhelming talent didn't always explode. However, at this moment, looking at the 2 familiar questions, Lin Shimo surrendered. It couldn't fade. Every question reminded him of how awesome Jiang Fuyue was. Fang Canyang muttered to himself, "Sister Yu is the best." Then, he focused on the questions. Hua Fanjin's eyes were wide open. He stared at the 2 questions and swallowed his saliva. Because of the commotion, it attracted the attention of the invigilators. "Hey, candidate, do you need help?" "Yes, I need help. Please pinch me." "What?" "Beautiful lady, you didn't hear wrong. Pinch me. Can you?" "Thank you." "Oh, if this is what you want, then I will cooperate. Although I don't know why you want to do this. I feel pain, please tell me. If you feel pain, please tell me." The next second, ouch. Hua Fanjin screamed in pain. "Okay, it seems that you feel pain." The other party let go of his hand and smiled apologetically. Hua Fanjin quickly thanked him and then muttered in Chinese, "So it's not a dream." When Ling Xian saw this, he curled his lips in disdain. Lin Shimo said, "Idiot." Jiang Fuyue didn't know what the other 4 people were thinking. At this moment, she was answering the questions quickly without any distractions. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo had just started, but she had already finished the first question. Then, she easily solved the second question. They were all practiced, so there was no obstacle in her thinking. The only difference was that the number of calculations had doubled. However, to her, it didn't make much of a difference. Finally, there was the third question left. According to the practice of Ipo over the years, the last question was usually the last question. It was more difficult than the previous 2 questions. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't find anything difficult after reading it. First of all, this question tested the zero-length spring Sansling Kaikoil's zero-length springs and coils. It wasn't anything fancy. On the contrary, it was very ordinary. It could be said that the spring problem was something that appeared in the Ipo training courses in every country. It only reflected the beginner level. Looking at the question, it was also very ordinary. Azuro effective length spring, ZLS, ISA spring for which the force is proportional to spring S length, zero effective length spring, ZLS, was a spring whose reaction force was proportional to its length. Then, combined with seismology knowledge, ZLS useful in seismography and allows for accurate measurement of changes in the gravitational acceleration. Jiang Fuyue answered the first question directly. Force causes the spring to change its length from L0 toll, we get, done. The second question was also very easy, but the number of calculations was abnormally large. Jiang Fuyue was prepared to use a calculator for the third question, but she didn't expect it to be a proof question? What the hell? At this time, only 25 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. Jiang Fuyue stared at the third question like an old monk in meditation. Her pen was also rooted to the ground. 5 minutes later, she replayed the steps of the first 2 questions in her mind. She was very sure that there was no problem, whether it was the thinking or the calculations. But why was the third question a proof question? It didn't make any sense. The conclusion that the question required to prove was used in the first 2 questions. Proving it again was tantamount to drawing legs on a snake. Just when Jiang Fuyue was about to draw legs on a snake according to the requirements of the question, her eyes suddenly froze. She looked at the second question, then back to the first question, and finally turned back to the question and looked at it carefully again. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on a certain line, and something suddenly flashed in her mind. She understood. The next second, Jiang Fuyue rang the bell and called the invigilator. Please give me a brand new answer sheet, thank you. Then, Jiang Fuyue directly brushed out all the answers to the first and second questions of the third question on the original answer sheet. This move shocked the invigilator. Oh my god. What are you doing? Digression, 3,000 words. 12 o'clock. Jiang Fuyue didn't answer. She only said, I need a brand new answer sheet. The invigilator immediately gave it to her and took back the old answer sheet that she had crossed out. Are you sure? The answers to the first 2 questions are still on there. I have to remind you. Jiang Fuyue took the new one and handed in the old one. So what? Young and arrogant. Oh, may God bless you and all the best. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue received the new answer sheet. She didn't care about the first 2 questions and directly started with the third one. The spring problem was simple and the question itself wasn't complicated, but it couldn't withstand the traps that came one after another. If there wasn't a third question, many people would ignore that there was a prerequisite missing in the question. In English, it was just a matter of a few words, but it was enough to affect the results of the first and second questions. Therefore, everything that she had done before couldn't be used. No matter how clear her thinking was and how accurate her calculations were, if the premise was wrong, everything would be wasted. Jiang Fuyue could only start from the beginning. After the first and second questions, she looked at the third question. The logic was completely clear. Not only was it not superfluous, but the more she looked at it, the more exquisite it felt. Jiang Fuyue used 15 minutes to prove the final result. She then looked back at the steps written down, then turned back to the questions, combined with the comparison, and looked at the whole thing. For the first time, she realized that the spring problem could give rise to such a complex and deep physics discussion. Yes, Jiang Fuyue called it a discussion and not just a simple question. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the essence of the theory section's 3 major questions and a total of 10 questions was concentrated on the last question, and the essence of the essence was in the last question, the third question. Jiang Fuyue was suddenly very curious about the person who came up with this question. It could be seen that the other party had an extremely active mind, a strong imagination, and an amazing talent for adaptability. This was a genius, and she should be very young. She could even see through the question's macrostructure of the physics world, magnificent, gorgeous, and mysterious. After finishing the third question, Jiang Fuyue rewrote the first 2 questions as fast as she could, and then, she handed in the paper. At that moment, the air in the entire exam room seemed to stop flowing. Everyone's breathing became lighter and slower, and their eyes widened even more. It turned out that dumbfounded had no boundaries. Jiang Fuyue left the examination hall and went to the resting area, leaving the crowd with a calm back view. Oh. Oh my God. Did she hand in her paper? I feel like she abandoned the exam. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, which country? Oh, I think she's beautiful all of a sudden. I may be mad, but that's the truth. It's China. I saw her in the dining area of China. Edmund frowned. Although he was far away, he recognized the figure at a glance. So, she was from Xianxia, but what she said yesterday was clearly not Chinese. In the next second, he suddenly came to his senses. CK. He had been tricked. As for Ling Xian and Lin Shimo, they seemed to have expected this. They didn't raise their heads and just quietly sped up. As for Jiang Fuyue's action of changing the answer sheet, their eyes fell on the third question and they seemed to be deep in thought. Fang Kanyang's mouth opened in surprise. He knew that Jiang Fuyue was amazing, but this was China after all. Not to mention the difference in the difficulty of the training, the atmosphere of the exam was different, and in a situation where physics geniuses from all over the world gathered, it would be more or less affected, right? But she was the first one to hand in her paper. Physics geniuses from all over the world were all trash in front of Sister Yu. Fang Kanyang took a deep breath, lowered his head, and focused back on the question. Captain was so amazing, he couldn't drag him down. Hua Fanjin was completely dumbfounded. She wasn't like Ling Xian and Lin Shimo, who were in the same group as Jiang Fuyue and had long known about her perverted and terrifying nature. She also wasn't like Fang Kanyang, who worshipped Jiang Fuyue blindly. Due to the conflict she had with Jiang Fuyue at the opening ceremony of the summer camp, she had deliberately avoided any news about her during training. Therefore, her understanding of Jiang Fuyue was still at the level of preliminary contact. She knew that this person was amazing, or else she wouldn't have been able to come up with the set of questions from Country D. She also knew how many languages she knew, but that was it. As for how amazing she was, she didn't have a specific idea in her mind. But at this moment, she had an idea. It was the kind of amazing method that left all the geniuses in the world behind her. Ahem. Lin Shimo coughed loudly to remind her not to be in a daze and to do the questions quickly. Hua Fanjin suddenly reacted and swallowed the saliva at the corner of her mouth. Then, she held the pen tightly and began to write quickly. Do it, she had to do it well. Her captain had defeated all the geniuses in the world, so she couldn't be too bad. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin were finally released. They rushed to the examination hall immediately, but when they passed by the resting area, they suddenly braked. Old Yan, what are you doing? I almost crashed into it. Qin Libin touched his nose. Yan Zhenfeng swallowed. Look over there, what are you looking at? Hurry up and go outside the examination hall. No, you look first. Qin Libin looked over. The next second, he was stunned. In the empty resting area, Jiang Fuyue was sitting on a bionic massage chair, playing with her phone and listening to music. There was even a plate of macarons on the small table in front of her. That little look of his was as pleasant as it could get. Qin Libin asked, what's going on? Yan Zhenfeng replied, why don't you ask? After that, he strode forward. Qin Libin hurriedly followed. Jiang Fuyue was looking at the Yufeng Group's financial report for this month when a shadow suddenly covered her head. Then another shadow covered her, and the light instantly dimmed. She subconsciously looked up and sat up straight. Professor Yin, Professor Qin. Why are you here? Resting. Where are they? Jiang Fuyue looked in the direction of the answer room. They should still be doing the questions. Then you? I handed in my paper. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin looked at each other. They weren't surprised because they had expected it. However, cough. It's an international competition after all. Didn't you think of checking it twice? Jiang Fuyue replied, I don't have that habit. Yan Zhenfeng, then slowed down and checked the questions carefully. You must have done it, right? Qin Libin probed. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Otherwise, I could have come out earlier. Pretend he didn't say anything. Jiang Fuyue invited them to sit. This massage chair is not bad. The snacks are okay too. The corners of their mouths twitched. Do you think everyone is as leisurely as you? What about the international competition? It's fine if you handed in your paper early, but you're enjoying it so much. Jiang Fuyue didn't feel pressured at all. She even told the two of them, even if you wait at the door, you still have to wait for them to finish. But they will come to the resting area directly after the exam. We made an appointment last night. Yan Zhenfeng rolled his eyes. Cough. Then let's take a break. Qin Libin nodded. I'm tired too. The two of them anxiously stayed. 5 minutes later. TSK, this massage chair is really good. It's just that the macarons are a bit sweet. I'll go get a sandwich. This side was relaxed and comfortable, but the people in the examination hall didn't dare to relax for a moment. After Jiang Fuyue, Edmund was the second to finish. Then came Frank, Lin Shumo, and Ling Xian. Feng Canyang was only 20 minutes early, but at least he was early. In the past, he was not like this. He would work as long as he had the time. Even if he finished early, he would work until the end of the exam. But now, he felt like he didn't deserve to be in the same group as Jiang Fuyue if he didn't advance. Bang, he quietly wiped his sweat. As for Hua Fanjin, she had used up all 5 hours. She even said confidently, let me tell you, it's a loss if you don't stay until the last second. Ling Xian, Feng Canyang. He didn't know what to say. Lin Shumo, idiot. Don't think that you're awesome just because you handed in your papers in advance. This is called long-term, sustainable development. Then, shouldn't we go for lunch? Lin Shumo, sorry, we've already eaten. Hua Fanjin turned to look at Feng Canyang. The latter, yes, we've also eaten. Then, Captain, Ling Xian, she woke up after her afternoon nap. Hua Fanjin. Oh, she was awesome. Oh. She was the worst. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin didn't ask about their exams, mainly because they didn't want to affect the upcoming experiment. In the afternoon, the organizing committee arranged a tour of the museum. The team leaders and their team members could finally move together. At 3 o'clock, the bus set off from the hotel on time. Jiang Fuyue and her team were on the same bus with the Continent F national team. The few yellow-skinned people in the bus naturally stood out. In addition, the friends of Continent F were especially enthusiastic. Jiang Fuyue and her team were gloriously surrounded. Blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah, an incomprehensible language filled their ears. Yan Zhenfeng was already dizzy and began to play dead. Qin Libin's glasses were almost squeezed out, but he didn't give up. He still tried to communicate with them in English or German, but they couldn't understand him. He couldn't understand them either. Oh my God, I'm going to be a deserter. After saying that, he took out his phone and pretended to talk on the phone. The polite friends of Continent F didn't bother him anymore. They turned their attention to the remaining people of the same age. Ling Xian's lips were pale. Like Qin Libin, he wanted to communicate in English, but he realized that the other party's friends were indeed speaking English. The accent was really heavy, most people couldn't tell that it was English at all. They would only occasionally say a few standard words. Lin Shumo wasn't any better. After realizing that they couldn't communicate at all, he completely shut up and didn't speak anymore. He sat in his seat with a cold face, quietly like an Asian monkey surrounded by the friends of Continent F. As for Feng Canyang, he was already shocked by the sudden enthusiasm of the group of tanned friends. His eyes were dull and he was dumbstruck. Hua Fanjin hid in Jiang Fuyue's seat, wrapped in a shawl, and shivered. This formation is too terrifying. Can't you let them calm down first? Feng Canyang, but they can't understand what we're saying. What about the translator? I heard that the organizers didn't arrange for a translator for Continent F because they have too many languages and too many languages. Also, they're too niche. Until the start of the competition, they couldn't find a suitable translator. F*CK. What should we do? I feel like someone's spitting at me. Bear with it, they should be here soon. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly spoke. A string of #yen% and asterisk came out of her mouth in an unknown language. Everyone, ? Digression, 2,000 words in the third watch. Jiang Fuyue, when I start saying #yen%, I'm either lying or super cool. However, the Continent F friends were pleasantly surprised. Ah. You know how to speak our language. Jiang Fuyue greeted everyone first and then tactfully reminded them to keep their voices down. Soon, the car quieted down. Hua Fanjin turned his head and stared at Jiang Fuyue. What? What are you talking about? Lin Shumo, Arabic. Although he couldn't speak or understand, he still had the ability to distinguish between languages. Ling Xian shook his head and said, not only that. In addition to Arabic, there should be one or two other Semitic languages. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Hua Fanjin was confused. What's a Semitic language? Ling Xian, Semito-Hamitic. Languages, the full name of the Semitic language family, also known as the Afroasiatic language family, is a major language family in West Asia and North Africa. There are 375 languages in it, including major languages such as Arabic, Hebrew, Hausa, and Amhara. The population is close to 200 million. Hua Fanjin smacked his lips. Sorry, I've never heard of it. What did you just say? Ling Xian spread out his hands. I only heard Arabic. There's also Hebrew, Aramaic, Maltese, and Amharic. Qin Libin adjusted his glasses and stopped talking on the phone. Feng Canyang, Professor Qin, do you know all these languages? Qin Libin coughed. No. Then how do you know? You haven't eaten pork, but you've seen pigs run. These are all Semitic languages with a strong stop Q. I've studied them for a while. So, even Professor Qin, the most talented physicist in Q University, didn't know how to speak, but Jiang Fuyue knew. At this moment, there was only one word in Feng Canyang's mind, awesome. Hua Fanjin swallowed and said, Captain, is there any language you don't know? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. There are more than 5,600 languages in the world. I don't know a lot of them. Then what you said just now, they're just a few insignificant languages in the vast language system of Continent F. Are there any other languages in Continent F? Of course, there are 4 language families in Continent F. Semitic is only one of them, and the rest are Khoisan, Niger-Congo, and Nilo-Saharan. The rest of the car ride passed peacefully with Jiang Fuyue's explanation. We're here. After getting out of the car, several friends from Continent F took the initiative to give Jiang Fuyue a big hug. Hua Fanjin tugged at Feng Canyang's sleeve. What are they talking about? I don't know. Why don't you ask who the person beside you is? Idiot. Feng Canyang nodded and turned to Lin Shumo. Lin Shumo asked Qin Libin. The latter pondered for a moment. He seems to be expressing his gratitude, Hua Fanjin asked, for what? Had Jiang Fuyue ever helped them? Qin Libin said, thank you for her respect for Continent F's culture and for inviting her to Continent F as a guest. Did the captain agree? She said she would go when she's free. Oh. Hua Fanjin nodded and looked in that direction enviously. If only she could speak so many languages. Then, she began to wonder how Jiang Fuyue's brain worked. How could there be such a smart person in the world? Had she taken an elixir before? Knock, At 3 in the afternoon, the teams from various countries arrived one after another. They were divided into 10 groups and 10 routes for the tour. Each group had about 20 countries and about 100 people. At first glance, it was a grand scene. "Hey, friend, we meet again." It was the friend from Continent F who was in the same car as them. They were grouped together again. Hua Fanjin squeezed to the front and could not hide her disappointment after seeing the results of the groups. Fang Canyang asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Why didn't they arrange for us to be with Country D's team?" Country D is the host country, and they're the ones who arranged the groups. They would definitely be more willing to interact with the European and American teams. "Look, most of our group is from Asian and African countries, and only Country F was assigned." At 3:30, the tour officially began. Fang Canyang turned into a photo-taking maniac. He held up his phone the whole time and wanted to capture every corner of the tour. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian were not very interested. After all, they had been here before and nothing was new to them. Hua Fanjin looked around. His mind was obviously not on the scenery. He was only interested in looking for people. On the other hand, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin were more like real tourists. They listened carefully and took pictures of each other. As for Jiang Fuyue, she was originally dealing with several urgent emails from Lu Jinzhong when Jiang Shaodi video called her. "Sister. So it's really daytime over there?" Jiang Shaodi was surprised. He was lying in bed with a bedside lamp on. There was some faint light, but it was still dark outside the window. "You're not sleeping and secretly playing with your phone in the middle of the night?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "No. I woke up to go to the toilet and couldn't sleep. Then, I'll take you online to visit the Sky Garden and Open Air Museum in Germany?" "Okay." Jiang Shaodi was so happy that his eyes were sparkling and his cheeks were pink. Then, Jiang Fuyue held up her phone and switched to the rear camera. She put on her headphones and explained to Jiang Shaodi as they walked. "This is called cornflower. It's the national flower of Germany and symbolizes the excellent character of the Germanic people. Legend has it that Queen Louise, the mother of the Prussian Emperor Wilhelm I, was forced to leave Berlin during a civil war. During the escape, her car broke down. She and her 2 children stopped by the roadside and waited. Then, they saw blue cornflowers blooming on the roadside. The girl's voice was cold and indifferent, but it was pleasant to listen to. It was like the summer wind and the autumn dew, relaxing and refreshing." Jiang Shaodi was fascinated by her words. He smacked his lips from time to time and looked satisfied. Suddenly, the camera shook and the image was reversed. It fell to the ground with a clang. "Sister?" Jiang Shaodi suddenly became nervous. "What's wrong with you?" 5 seconds later, Jiang Fuyue's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Nothing." She picked up the phone. "Today's tour is over. You should go to bed." "Okay." Jiang Shaodi was disappointed, but he still hung up obediently. "Sister, come back soon. I'll miss you." Jiang Fuyue put away her phone and turned around. She looked at the burly, blonde boy in front of her expressionlessly. Edmund rubbed his hands awkwardly. That. He just wanted to pat her on the shoulder and call her. He didn't expect to scare her so much that she dropped her phone. "Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone." He shrugged, but the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't look like an apology. Jiang Fuyue turned around and was about to leave. "Hey, wait," he caught up with her and blocked her way. Jiang Fuyue looked up. Her eyes were dark and cold. Edmund felt as if he had been thrown into ice water. His hands and feet were cold. He thought, so she's a cold beauty. Why are you talking? Jiang Fuyue gave him a look that said, "You don't deserve it." Edmund rubbed his chin and smiled. Then he said in strangely pronounced Chinese, "Are you afraid that I'll recognize you as a Huaxia citizen?" He had already asked around. This girl was in the Huaxia team and was said to be very strong. Jiang Fuyue said in Chinese, "Get out of my way." Her pronunciation was perfect. "Oh, you're finally willing to talk. Your pronunciation is so beautiful and the quality of your voice is so clear. You're like the moon at night. Although it's cold, it's also very beautiful." The young boy began to sing in a self-righteous manner. It was as if he was reciting an English poem. His movements were exaggerated and full of emotions. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. What's the matter? Oh, beautiful princess, you've interrupted my confession, what are you trying to do? His patience had run out, and he spoke word by word. Edmund stopped smiling and ended his so-called confession song. That day at the restaurant, did you do it on purpose? He asked. You said that on purpose to avoid talking to me. Jiang Fuyue said, so what? What if I didn't? If you did, then you were very impolite. If you didn't, then please give me an explanation. Impolite? Jiang Fuyue smiled. We have an old saying in Huaxia. It goes like this, pay someone back in their own coin. Pay back in one coin? Pay back the wall god? Edmund repeated in a strange tone. What do you mean? Figure it out yourself. Then she strode away. Hey! Edmund shouted at her back. You're not lying to me again, are you? Jiang Fuyue didn't even look back. The boy continued, I heard that you're very good at physics. Are you better than me? I'll definitely get the gold medal. The girl's response was to disappear around the corner. Edmund was suddenly annoyed. He didn't know that there was a Chinese saying, he punched the cotton. Pay back in one coin? Pay back the wall god? He took out his phone and opened the translation app, digression, first update, 3,000 words, looking for monthly votes 11:00 p.m. Jiang Fuyue turned back and was less than 20 meters away from the main group when she suddenly heard a commotion. There was even Chinese mixed in the commotion. Her gaze suddenly turned cold as she quickened her pace and raised her hand to push the crowd aside. She saw a cut on Fang Canyang's left palm with blood flowing out. Hua Fanjin stood in front of him to protect him as he coldly confronted a few Asian boys. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin were nowhere to be seen. Ling Xian and Lin Shumo were not there either. Hua Fanjin was alone, but his back was straight, and his fearless appearance was so beautiful that it was frightening. I demand that you apologize to my teammates now, immediately, immediately. She said it in Chinese and repeated it in English. Her voice was sonorous and forceful. Huh? Apologize? The Huaxia men can't help but bump into each other. No wonder they call him the sick man of East Asia. He's sick. Ha ha ha. The moment he opened his mouth, Jiang Fuyue could tell that he was from country or with a strong accent. She walked up to Hua Fanjin and asked calmly, what happened? When Hua Fanjin saw her, his tough expression collapsed instantly. He was like a child who had been fighting with his parents. His fierce expression immediately changed to one of grievance. His eyes were red as he complained loudly. These stinky men from country are bullied Fang Canyang. It turned out that this was not a big group. Yan Zhenfeng and his team had already walked to the front. Fang Canyang and Hua Fanjin were left alone. They turned around and bumped into a few country R contestants. There was no physical contact at all, but these country R people insisted that Fang Canyang bumped into them and forced him to apologize. Fang Canyang naturally did not agree. Not only did they want him to apologize, but they also wanted him to bow at a 90-degree angle for a minute before they were willing to let them go. Although Fang Canyang was a coward and a little afraid of trouble, he was not a coward. How could he bow down when it was not his fault, especially in front of the country R people? Hua Fanjin wasn't someone to be trifled with either. His little mouth had an extraordinary lethality. The four country R people were instantly enraged. The two sides clashed and Fang Canyang was pushed to the ground. His palm brushed against the stone and cut a bloody wound. Hua Fanjin screamed loudly, which attracted the attention of the crowd. However, none of them stepped forward to stop him. Who said that Huaxia people were the only ones who liked to watch a show? The whole world was the same. If it did not concern them, they would not care. Fang Canyang was injured, but they did not want us to apologize. They said that if we don't apologize, they will let us know the power of Huaxia people. Under the signal of Zhang's eyes, Hua Fanjin's. The onlookers also understood the gist of the story and began to point at the few people from country R. It's already 0502, yet something like this can still happen. This is simply unbelievable. These people as robbers. Their accent. This is crazy. Country. Everyone was talking at once, and there was no end to their discussions. The four country R people ignored them and continued to demand an apology from Feng Canyang. If you refuse, don't blame us for being rude. Oh? Jiang Fuyue stood in front of them. How do you want to be rude? Of course, we want to beat you. Just like how country R beat China back then. You want to bow down to us and grovel before us? Bull*T. Hua Fanjin blurted out. It was country R who was beaten by China and raised the flag to surrender. It turns out that your textbooks have been changed like this. You have embarrassed yourself in front of the whole world. It is ridiculous. Shut up. You are the ridiculous ones. Country R is powerful. China can't compare at all. Ha ha ha. Country R is powerful? Isn't it just a lackey eating leftovers? Even your master doesn't dare to say such things. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Damn it. The burly country R man cursed under his breath and raised his hand to slap Hua Fanjin. The latter was stunned and had no time to react. Hua Fanjin was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly when he saw that the man's fierce slap was about to land on his face. However, the expected pain did not come. His eyelashes fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the man's hand was clamped in the air by Jiang Fuyue. He tried to break free, but it was in vain. The Huaxia girl in front of him did not move at all. If it was not for the sharp pain in his wrist, he would have thought that she did not use any strength at all. Hua Fanjin laughed. Aren't you very powerful? Who is the sick man now? Who is sick? You bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. Who gave you the courage to fight when you can't win? You want us to bow and apologize? Heh, I will tell you today. Listen carefully, Huaxia people don't buy it. Huaxia's spine will never bend. Well said. The people from Continent F who heard the news stepped forward. China is our friend. We support China. Then, another group of people with brown skin stood up. We support China. Soon, someone with white skin also said, to be honest, the Japanese player is deliberately provoking and causing a dispute. Jiang Fuyue twisted his hand and pushed him away. The burly man lost his balance and staggered to the ground. Her palm scraped the ground and scraped off a large piece of skin, revealing the red flesh inside. Look, she's the one who hit him. It's her. The remaining 3 Japanese men began to clamor. That's right. Everyone saw it. I want to complain to the organizing committee and disqualify them from the competition. The onlookers began to shake their heads and blame. No, she was just defending herself. You were the ones who attacked first. The Japanese are too shameless. They are twisting the facts to cover up the truth. The situation was out of control, and the onlookers became more and more agitated. In the chaos, several Japanese people wanted to attack Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin, but in the end, the two of them nimbly avoided them. Instead, the onlookers took photos with their mobile phones. Hua Fanjin lowered her voice and asked, "Aren't we going to fight back?" Jiang Fuyue said, "Focus on defense. Don't attack for the time being?" Hua Fanjin didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from doing as she was told. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "The Secretary General of the Organizing Committee is here." The situation was quickly under control. The 4 Japanese were separated by a distance and confronted Jiang Fuyue and the other 2 with cold eyes. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue and the others were very calm. Even the injured Feng Canyang was calm. The Secretary General began to ask about the incident. Both sides gave their statements, and with the addition of witnesses, the facts were fully restored. When it came to the issue of fighting, the onlookers immediately submitted a video of Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin being chased and beaten by 4 Japanese men. The Secretary General was angry. This is ridiculous. They are not gentlemanly at all. Shameless. It was only then that Hua Fanjin understood the true meaning behind Jiang Fuyue's words of prioritizing defense. Brilliant, the 2 of them didn't suffer at all. They screamed a few times and ran away a few times, and the public opinion completely changed. The Secretary General was a middle-aged man with gray hair and glasses. He looked gentle and elegant. He walked up to Jiang Fuyue and the other two and bowed deeply. His expression and tone were sincere. I apologize to the 3 young friends from China for the negligence of management and for not stopping such bad behavior in time. I hope you can forgive the organizing committee's dereliction of duty. The 3 of them tacitly agreed that it was okay. They knew that the organizing committee's apology was just the appetizer. The real highlight was the punishment for the 4 Japanese contestants. The Secretary General stood up straight. Thank you for your generosity. The 4 Japanese contestants are suspected of intentional injury. According to the laws of Country D, the 3 of you have the right to pursue the matter. May I ask if you want to transfer them to custody and initiate legal proceedings? Hua Fanjin and Fang Canyang looked at each other and turned to Jiang Fuyue at the same time. The Secretary General also looked at the excessively beautiful Asian girl. It turned out that she was the backbone of the Huaxia team. No wonder she was so calm from the beginning to the end, just like the impression China left on the world. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on her, including the 4 Japanese, Yan Zhenfeng, Qin Libin, Ling Xian, and Lin Shimo, who had rushed over. At that moment, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was the center of attention. Jiang Fuyue was as calm as ever, as if no amount of attention could make her afraid. Her cold eyes slowly swept across the crowd and finally fell on the 4 Japanese. She slowly opened her mouth, digression, 3,000 words. 12:30 p.m. Confucius has a saying, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Country R also has a Confucius Institute. You should know what it means, right? The 4 people frowned. Jiang Fuyue, translated into English, down to their Seijia would have them down to you. And what you are encountering now is exactly what you want to inflict on us. How does it feel? Objection. Huaxia can reserve the right to pursue the matter, but you can't insult us verbally. The Secretary General was about to speak, but Jiang Fuyue took the lead and asked, do you think this is an insult? Isn't it? I think this is called a fact, and there is no swear word in the wording. The Secretary General nodded and agreed with what Jiang Fuyue said. Even if there was a needle hidden in cotton, it was still cotton. If you want to sue, just sue. Don't be long-winded. Someone shouted. No. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. On the contrary, I won't sue. Everyone was stunned. Sister Yu. Hua Fanjin whispered to her, as if he had doubts. Fang Canyang also felt that this was not like Jiang Fuyue's style of tough to the end. After all, she had just dealt with Ren Xinghe not long ago. Her ruthless means were still vivid in his mind. How come now? The Secretary General confirmed, has Huaxia really decided not to sue? Jiang Fuyue said word by word, there is a saying in Huaxia, although you are not benevolent, I can't be unjust. China has always maintained a friendly relationship with all countries in the world. Even Country R, which had once hurt us, is also tolerant, friendly, and magnanimous. It is the same today. Huaxia is a country of etiquette. How can we lower ourselves to the same level as a scoundrel? Jiang Fuyue's pronunciation was perfect and her wording was precise. When the sentence Huaxia is a country of etiquette came out of her mouth, it was magnificent and spread to everyone's ears. It was deafening, just like that, she stood in the middle. Under the gaze of people from all over the world, she spoke her words, reasoned her reasons, spoke her truth, and displayed her sincerity. At that moment, everyone seemed to see the image of China in her, magnanimous, dignified, and solemn. Under such a contrast, the 4 people from Country R looked even more shifty and filthy. It was clear at a glance who was superior and who was inferior. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin mixed in the crowd, as if this was the first time they had met the student. Other than shock in their eyes, there was only indescribable pride and pride. For his breadth of mind, for his vision, and most importantly, for his vision of the big picture, Lin Shimo was stunned. If he were in the same situation, he might not be able to have Jiang Fuyue's magnanimity. In his impression, this woman was calculative and vengeful. But now, he felt that she was upright and magnanimous. What a contradictory combination, both positive and negative sides were present. Ling Xian looked at the girl's arrogant side profile through the crowd. She could always refresh his understanding of her again and again, making him step by step fall deeper and deeper. Such a dazzling and stunning Jiang Fuyue, who wouldn't be moved by her, wouldn't fall, wouldn't be obsessed with her. The Secretary General was also stunned by the girl's words. He had never been to Xianxia. He only knew that it was a country with an ancient civilization, a huge population, strict laws, and a friendly appearance to the world. But at this moment, he felt the extraordinary greatness of that country from this girl. He cleared his throat and raised his voice, as if this was the only way he could stand next to the girl and receive the attention of the crowd. Although Xianxia did not pursue the matter, the organizing committee cannot pretend that they did not find anything and allow such a team to continue to exist in the Ipo competition. According to the rules of the competition, I, as the Secretary General of the organizing committee, withdraw the team from country or from the competition. If you have any objections, you can submit an appeal to the executive chairman of the organizing committee within 3 days. But most of the decisions made by the Secretary General, as long as they were not outrageous, the executive chairman would usually support them. Therefore, Country R's trip to the Ipo competition was completely over. The farce ended when the Country R team arrived late and angrily took away the 4 contestants. Now, everyone knew that Jiang Fuyue was from Xianxia and that China had such an amazing female student. Amazing? Hey, compared to amazing, I prefer the adjective beautiful. You're right, she is indeed very beautiful. She was the first to hand in the theory exam, more than 4 hours early. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh. So that's the strange girl. I suddenly want to go to China. Oh my God. So you haven't been there, then you're really outdated. Have you been there? What kind of country is it? I can only say that it is an amazing miracle. Only when you see it with your own eyes, you can understand its magic and greatness. I took a video and posted it. It will be very interesting. I took a video too. What's that saying? All kinds of shrimp? The magnificent Xianxia, the land of etiquette. Yes. That's it. Although I don't know what it means, I think it will be very shocking. Because I saw Zhang's eyes shining when he was talking about her. That night, there was an accompanying article. Great Country of Chinese Etiquette, with a Chinese translation of The Magnificent Xianxia, the Land of Etiquette, went viral on foreign social media. Digression, third watch, 2,000 words. My sister used patriotic fanatic and Xianxia braggart attributes could no longer be hidden. In the video, the girl's figure was slim and her long black hair was draped behind her back. Her thin shoulders were stretched into a straight line, and her back was always straight. There were many people gathered around her, and they were talking loudly. The subtitles began to explain what had happened. It turned out that there was a dispute between the Xianxia team and the Japanese team in this year's international physics competition. The girl stood up to argue, but she and 2 other teammates were chased and beaten by 4 Japanese men. The video was clear, and the evidence was irrefutable. At the critical moment, the secretary of the organizing committee arrived and stopped the conflict from escalating. He angrily reprimanded the Japanese team. Ungentlemanly. Shameless. Then, he politely apologized to the Xianxia team. This series of actions earned him a good impression. But this was not the main point. The most exciting part of the video started at the 1st minute and 29 seconds. When the secretary asked the Xianxia girl if she wanted to file a lawsuit, the person who took the video moved to the opposite side. The camera, which was originally aimed at the girl's back, suddenly focused on her face. In an instant, 99% of the netizens who saw the video could not help but gasp. Oh. My God. She's so beautiful. I'm envious of her straight shoulders and swan neck. I'm jealous of her figure. This is a member of the Xianxia team in the international physics competition. That means she's not only good-looking, but also has a high IQ. Does she have a social media account? Please tell me. Exquisite oriental doll with European and American lines. Her facial features are all in my taste. What should I do? Almost all of them praised her appearance until she opened her mouth to speak. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You may be heartless, but I can't be heartless. Even Country R, which once caused us great pain and suffering, is still tolerant, friendly, and magnanimous. Our great Xianxia is a country of etiquette. How can we lower ourselves to the same level as a scoundrel? His voice was sonorous and resolute, powerful and resonating. Several of the sentences were in Chinese, and there was an English translation at the bottom of the video. When she spoke, I felt like her whole body was glowing. No wonder Xianxia is getting stronger and stronger. How can it not prosper with such a descendant? The Chinese nation is a united nation. I've only seen this sentence in books and the news before, but now I'm experiencing it from her. I'm suddenly curious about what Xianxia is like. It must be very good for its people to risk their lives. I promise I'll visit Xianxia once before I turn 30. She's very beautiful and very brave. She's like a flower blooming among thorns. It's amazing. It turns out to be the old enemies of country are in China. I'm not surprised at all. Wherever they go, there's drama. At first, the video was only broadcast on YouTube. Unexpectedly, after a night of fermenting, short video websites in the country also began to appear in large numbers. Countless netizens liked and left comments, almost like a virus. This wave of popularity spread all the way to Weibo, and finally, it became a trending topic the next morning. The number of views and discussions continued to rise. 50 minutes later, it surpassed the celebrity gossip and topped the list. Children of Xianxia, never fall into the wind of generosity. Show off our country's prestige. Good job, little sister. When she said that Xianxia is a country of etiquette, my eyes turned red and I wanted to cry. Little sister standing in front of those 4 scoundrels from country R is so tall that it makes people feel like dust. Country R's economy can't catch up to Xianxia's. Even the quality of the people is a lot worse. There's no harm without comparison. Country R's stinky people only ask you if you're ashamed or not. Everyone is talking about the country and its people. The mood is so high. Am I the only one secretly licking their skin? Sister above, you're not alone. Me too. +1, plus ID number. When the camera focused on her face, I felt like I stopped breathing. Her facial features are 360 degrees without any blind spots. Even the high resolution and trembling hands can't stop her beauty from overflowing from the screen. Where did this fairy come from? I'm so cute. Do you know what it means for a domestic student to enter the national team and participate in the IPO? It's an understatement to say that she's one in a million. She's one of 5 chosen from all the provinces and autonomous regions of Xianxia. A genius among geniuses. A genius among geniuses. Are you guys scared? Sure enough, those with good looks and high IQ have all submitted to the country. I'm not worthy. I feel ashamed when I click on this. I want to know all the information about this genius beauty in 1 minute. I know. She's from our school. Which school is it? Leave a message and we won't kill you. Linhui City's Linan First High School. Never underestimate the ability of netizens to dig up information. Soon, Jiang Fuyue's personal information spread all over the internet. The photos that were originally left on the school forum were also thoroughly dug up. The girl was wearing a school uniform and looking up at the blackboard with a serious expression and focused eyes. In the next photo, the girl was captured the moment she jumped for the basket. Her black hair was flying and her eyes were bright. In the last photo, the girl was leaning against the railing. The black suspenders accentuated her slender frame and fair skin. Her long legs were casually crossed. The moment the shutter was pressed, she tilted her head in the wind. Her hair was flying and her collarbones were clearly defined. In the distance, the setting sun was like fire and red clouds filled the sky. God is shark 100 times. Are you sure this isn't the effect of a poster? A celebrity portrait? I'm dead. How can there be such a beautiful and excellent girl in the world? Some students from the same school are already posting her report card. The legendary genius who scored full marks in all subjects does exist. She and I are probably only 1 brain apart. Full subjects? Full marks in Chinese? I'm dumbfounded. She's the only one I'm convinced of. Even her name is so nice, Jiang Fuyue. Rising to the sky, grabbing the moon from the 9 heavens. The reason I can't be a genius is probably because I lack a domineering name. Miss, you're so righteous. You've protected the glory of the country and the dignity of the people. Like. The VIPs who heard the news also forwarded it. Xianxia V, the backbone of my Huaxia is unbending. He Biwing V, studying for the rise of China. Today, 100 years later, it has finally come true. Lu Chonggong V, if the youth is strong, the country will be strong. If the youth is wise, the country will be wise. If the youth is strong, the country will be strong. Everyone found that these VIPs were not ordinary self-media bloggers, but some old artists who were rarely active. For example, Xianxia was the old Mount Tai of Huaxia's mountain ink painting school. Another example was He Biwing, the president of the National Calligraphy Association. He was now 90 years old, and his calligraphy was superb. He was respected as a national treasure calligraphy master. The netizens were stunned, but there was more to come. The official media forwarded it with the caption, "Young people of my generation should be like this." Since the Big Brother had spoken, other official media naturally heard the news and sang praises. For a time, #JiangFuyue and #Huaxia's backbone were sent to the hot search. Jiang Han was woken up by her father early in the morning. He said that he was going to take her to collect rent. She could learn and observe, and at the same time, get familiar with the other tenants. From today onwards, she would be a little landlady with the old landlord stamp. She was still sleepy, but when she heard that, she immediately sat up and got dressed and washed up at the fastest speed in her life. The father and daughter finished their breakfast like a whirlwind, leaving a confused stepmother behind. They swaggered out of the house. Listen carefully, there are 62 keys in this bunch, and they belong to Building A. This bunch of 107 keys belong to Building B. Jiang Han shuffled her slippers, carried the snakeskin bag full of keys, and followed her father to collect rent. At noon, she was exhausted. She sat on the curb, wiping her sweat and scrolling through her phone. There were 2 bottles of Baisuyushan by her feet. One was empty, and the other was half empty. Her father was still upstairs counting money, so she came down to rest. She opened Weibo and was stunned the next second. She scrolled down to refresh the hot search list, blinked, and looked again. Damn. That familiar name was still on it, and it hadn't changed. She quickly called Gamang. Yeah, sister. You. Did you see that? Or did I count the money wrongly? You didn't. It's hanging up this morning. When I woke up, my sister Yu is already famous all over the world. Damn. Gamang turned on the hands-free mode. While talking to Jiang Han, she also commented on Tuan Tuan's Weibo. This is my sister Yu. My boss's boss. The light of Lin Hui. The goddess of the academic world. Digression, 3,000 words per update. 12 o'clock. Someone immediately replied to Gamang, Sister Yu? Is that a nickname? Do you know her? Gamang typed quickly, Of course I know her. She replied, I'm curious about the relationship between you and Goddess Jiang. Please enlighten me, she replied, don't ask. She's obviously trying to get a reply. She replied, I've clicked on the OP's homepage. She's from Lin Hui and a student from Linan First High School. Gamang snorted and replied coldly, I've been lectured and tutored by her. What kind of relationship do you think we have? Although there were some who said that she was trying to gain popularity, most of them believed her. I want to be lectured by the goddess too. Is the goddess as beautiful when lecturing others? Case solved. I couldn't get first place in the level because I lacked a goddess to tutor me. Gamang was elated. This feeling was as if she had something that others didn't. It was awesome. Gamang? Are you listening to me? Jiang Han called out to her from the other end. Yes. Why is there a keyboard sound? It's tapping. Oh, I'm replying to the comments. A bunch of people are envious that I was tutored by Sister Yu. Hee. Jiang Han hung up immediately and joined the Jiang boasting army. 20 minutes later, Jiang Guohui came down with a big belly. The originally dry gunny sack was now full. He looked up and saw his chubby daughter sitting by the roadside. The sun was shining on her body and her back was drenched in sweat. However, she didn't seem to notice it. She was focused on staring at her mobile phone and typing quickly. Jiang Guohui sighed and walked over. Why are you playing games again? Didn't you quit? I'm not playing. Jiang Han didn't even look up. I'm doing something serious. Hey. Jiang Guohui was so angry that he laughed. He put the gunny sack on the ground and sat beside her. He stretched his round head over. Let me see. Jiang Han really let him see. Not only that, she even passed her mobile phone to him so that he could see more clearly. Jiang Guohui, ? Sweetheart, what are you doing? He asked if he didn't understand. He was a good father. I'm calling sister you. Stingy? What was there to be stingy about? Let me tell you, even though the rent isn't much, you can't just take it out casually. If one family takes it out a little, the other family will take it out. Jiang Han was dumbfounded after hearing this. Jiang Guohui blinked. Did he say something wrong? The father and daughter stared at each other. After a while, Jiang Han resisted the urge to laugh wildly. Cough. Dad, I'm telling you, that's not what it means. Don't get nervous when you hear the word stingy. What does that mean? Don't worry, let me show you a video first. Of course, she spared no effort in promoting Sister Yu's treasure. Soon, the video was played. Jiang Guohui stared at it, and his expression became more and more serious. 2 minutes later, his chubby hands clenched into fists. Well done. Japan was full of shameless scoundrels. Who's this little girl? She's so eloquent. How satisfying. Ahem. Jiang Han cleared his throat. My boss. Huh? Jiang Fuyue. Have you forgotten? The one who tutored me and whose parents rented our shop to open a pancake stall. Oh. I remember now. It's really her? Jiang Han nodded calmly. So good? Of course. If she wasn't good, why would I follow her? No, I mean, study with her? Good. Jiang Guohui laughed immediately and held his round belly. My dear daughter, let me tell you, you should make more friends like her. As the saying goes, one who learns from good people is marked by the company one keeps. Of course. Jiang Han lifted his chin proudly. Jiang Guohui was afraid that his daughter would be led astray. Even in his dreams, he wanted her to be sensible. He had tried all kinds of methods, but in the end, it was not as good as Jiang Fuyue's homework tutoring. This Jiang Fuyue was really amazing. If his chubby daughter followed her in the future, she would definitely not go astray. Jiang Guohui could finally rest assured and was in a good mood. My dear, your classmate has made our country proud. How about I give her a year of free rent? Just 1 year? Then, 2 years? Jiang Han shook his head and made an okay gesture. At least this much. Okay. 3 years it is. Jiang Han was satisfied. Jiang Guohui still felt that it was not enough. The landlord was so happy that he could not help but give her a house. My dear, how about I give you 2 more apartments? Jiang Han swallowed her saliva. Really? You're not lying to me? More real than real gold. But why? Jiang Han's small eyes were blank. She scratched her head, puzzled. Of course, it's because you have such an excellent friend. Jiang Han, ? That's it, Jiang Guohui, and you will be excellent too. He immediately called the real estate agent and completed the procedures in the afternoon. Jiang Han was confused. She picked up 2 more apartments for free. Sure enough, Sister Xianxia and you, the real estate, there's no mistake. In Wan Shoutong's house. Father Wan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Suddenly, there was a sound from the bedroom. Ah. Sister Yu is awesome. Long live Jiang. Goddess Tianxiao. Father Wan had lost count of the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Father Wan's face darkened. Suddenly, he stood up and walked to the bedroom door. Clang, clang, clang. Tong tong, what are you doing? The came to an abrupt stop. After more than 10 seconds, the door opened. His quiet and well-behaved daughter stood behind the door. She opened the door slightly and asked timidly, Dad, what's the matter? The fire in Father Wan's heart was completely extinguished. Ahem. What are you doing in the house? Why are you shouting? Wan Shoutong's eyes lit up. She's cheering for my deskmate. Deskmate? Deskmate again, yeah. Ahem. Father Wan coughed and asked, whose sister you? She's my deskmate. Jiang? Wan Shoutong, she's also my deskmate. Goddess? She's also my deskmate. Father Wan was confused. How many deskmates do you have? Wan Shoutong, just one. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Dad, don't go. Watch a video with me. Super explosive. Wan Shoutong opened the door and invited him in with a smile. Father Wan was skeptical. Is it as explosive as fighting the Japanese? Is it even more explosive than the Yunlan's Italian cannon? That's just a play. It's been artificially modified. Mine really happened. It's pure and natural. I'm not exaggerating. Really? Let me see. 2 minutes later, well said. Father Wan punched his thigh. That's how you should deal with kids. Hee, she's my deskmate. She raised her chin and wagged her tail. Father Wan said, wow, my daughter, you're really something. Then I'll cheer for my goddess later. Will I disturb your TV viewing? Absolutely not. Go ahead. You should cheer for the glory of the country. Wan Shoutong, yes. Lu Bowen had just returned home from playing basketball when he heard WeChat messages coming in from his phone. The sound kept ringing. He thought something had happened and hurriedly scrolled through his phone without even taking a shower. But they were all asking about Jiang Fuyue. Even his parents' colleagues, elementary school classmates whom he hadn't contacted in a long time, and neighbors who had moved away 800 years ago all sent him messages asking about Jiang Fuyue. Even the way they asked questions was similar. First, a video, a photo, or a GIF. Then, they asked, is she from Linan High School? Do you know him? She was so awesome, Lu Bowen was dumbfounded. What's going on? After he finished reading the chat history in the class group, he clicked on the YouTube video that almost blew up his phone. Only then did he understand what had happened. Before he could recover from his shock and amazement, the door to his house opened. Mom? Why are you back at this hour? Aren't you at work? Sigh, you didn't pick up my calls or reply to my messages, so I had no choice but to make a trip here myself. Mother Lu spoke quickly while fanning herself with her hand. You called me? Lu Bowen scratched his head. I didn't pay attention to it. There were too many messages and I didn't have time to reply. Is there anything urgent? Yes. It's very urgent. Mrs. Lu grabbed her son's hand and asked anxiously, tell me, what's the name of the girl who got first place in your class? Is it Jiang Fuyue? Lu Bowen, ? If I remember correctly, that's her name, right? I told her she was in the same class as you, but your Auntie Zhang didn't believe me. She was so stubborn. So, you came all the way back just for this? I have to ask, right? I'll tell your Auntie Zhang this afternoon. Let's see if she can still be stubborn. Lu Bowen's eyes twitched. This middle-aged woman had nothing better to do. Son, let me tell you, that classmate of yours is amazing. She's really making us Xianxia people proud. A few people from country were stunned by her words. Lu Bowen. Oh. Why don't you have any reaction at all? I'm used to it. Huh? She's always so arrogant at school. I've been taught a lot of lessons by her. Live with a smile. JPG Mrs. Lu, that girl has quite a character. I like it. By the way, how's your relationship with her? It's okay. He wasn't confident. Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up. Do you have a picture together? Lu Bowen, what? Send it to me. I'll show it to everyone at work. If they know that my son is sitting in front of Jiang Fuyue, it'll be so glorious. Your son got first place in the exam and won a prize in the competition. You don't think it's glorious? You think it's glorious to be sitting in front of Jiang Fuyue? Damn, I'm so angry, no. Are you done? I said I'm busy. Don't call me again. This was the nth time Su Jing had hung up on him for an interview. This was because he was Jiang Fuyue's homeroom teacher. Su Jing looked at the afternoon news on TV. The screen switched from the live broadcast to the YouTube video. Then, the host's eloquent explanation: the International Physics Olympiad was in full swing. Our country sent 5 outstanding high school students to participate. However, on the third day of the competition, something interesting happened. Then, the host talked about Jiang Fuyue's behavior and what she said in the video. The host: just as Jiang Fuyue said, Xianxia is a country of etiquette. How can it be compared to small things? Su Jing sighed. Then, she picked up the remote control and turned up the volume of the TV. Mrs. Su happened to pass by the living room wearing an apron. Hey, he stopped his wife. Look, this is my student. No matter how calm he pretended to be, he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. Mrs. Su curled her lips. Who in this building doesn't know that Jiang Fuyue is your student? It's been repeated hundreds of times since this morning. Why isn't it stopping? My ears are getting calluses from hearing it. Su Jing smiled and said confidently, she's my student. I'm not talking nonsense. Did you just call for an interview again? Yes, I don't know where this small media came from. The school has already agreed to an exclusive interview with the local station, but they still kept pestering me. Ahem. As Jiang Fuyue's homeroom teacher, do you think I'm that easy to interview? Humph. TSK, old Su, I think you're a little arrogant. Oh, that's because of Jiang Fuyue. Suddenly, her phone rang again. Su Jing was about to hang up when she saw that it was Meng Zhijian. Hello, old Su, what happened? I went fishing with my friends in the mountains and my phone ran out of battery. When I got home to charge it, I found hundreds of messages and missed calls. I was so scared that I almost kicked the fish bucket. It's just a day without signal. Why do I feel like I'm out of touch with society? Ahem. Su Jing cleared her throat. Listen to me slowly. It's like this. 5 minutes later, Meng Zhijian said, she really said that? Yes. She's full of energy and has a bright voice. No wonder she usually talks back to us. She's so bold. We can't afford to offend her. Although she said that, she couldn't hide her pride. Su Jing sighed. She's really my student. TSK, she's my student. Don't just talk about yourself. Bullshit, you're in charge of grade 12 class 7. Don't pretend to be my student. I'm Jiang Fuyue's real homeroom teacher. You should be more self-aware. Hee. Meng Zhijian said calmly, I'm the class director of her competitive physics class. That's also called homeroom teacher. Su Jing, it doesn't count. Meng Zhijian, it does. It doesn't count. The two middle-aged men actually quarreled like children. You fight and I snatch, it was extremely childish. Madame Su's mouth twitched. Forget it, she couldn't do anything about it. If she had taught such an outstanding child, she would also want to tell the world and let everyone know. As for Yu Wenzhou, who hadn't picked up his phone, he was busy. He had 4 phones in front of him and was surfing the internet. 2 of them were used to fight a battle of wits and courage against Jiang Fuyue's comments. The other 2 were used to praise him. That's right, he was such a mediocre surfing prodigy and a calling giant. Yay, Jiangji Restaurant's pancake shop. Jantar and Han Yunru were sweating profusely. They had been working continuously for 4 hours, but the line of customers had not decreased. In fact, it had increased. Most of the customers would say to them in a friendly manner after taking their pancakes, "Thank you for your hard work." Or they would say, "You're really great." Jantar was dumbfounded. Han Yunru was also confused. In the end, the bar owner took out his phone and played the video for the couple to see. "Brother Jiang, your daughter is amazing." Jantar smiled foolishly. A sense of pride rose spontaneously. Imperial capital, Xia Mansion. Zhongxiang had a chicken coop on his head. He didn't even have time to wash up before he ran down from the 2nd floor with his phone in his hand. Ha ha ha. My wife, she's on the hot search list. Old Madame Su immediately sat up straight and said excitedly, "Let me see." Xie Dingyuan, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks and quietly turned back. Digression, third watch, 3,000 words. Super hot sister you is canvassing for votes online. Don't miss out, vote for a duck. This bearing, this attitude, this style, I just want to ask you if you are valiant or not. After the video ended, Zhong Xiang's face was full of pride. Old Mrs. Han nodded and said sincerely, yes. Hee, she's my wife, he said. You haven't caught up with her yet, right? Well, it's just a matter of time. If it was in the past, I'd believe you. But now. Old Mrs. Han looked at the video again. I don't know. Why? Zhong Xiang was not convinced. How can you shock someone like that? Shock is good. Old Mrs. Han sighed. Shock makes people sober. Zhong Xiang, Xiaojiao, aren't you going out? Old Mrs. Han asked when she saw her son. Zhong Xiang followed her. Didn't his uncle leave just now? I forgot something. He walked upstairs. Old Mrs. Han did not think much of it and asked him, are you coming back for dinner? No, I have something to do. Xie Dingyuan went back to his room. He did not look for the forgotten thing. Instead, he took out his phone and downloaded Weibo. Then, he clumsily found the trending topic that Zhong Xiang mentioned. The 3 words #JiangFuyue hashtag caught him off guard. He clicked on it and the video loaded. Then, it started playing. 15 minutes later, Xie Dingyuan went downstairs again. Zhong Xiang was still buzzing around old Mrs. Han. Do you have so little confidence in your biological grandson? I'm a talented young man, aren't I? Why don't you like me? Old Mrs. Han, although you're my biological grandson, I have to be realistic. That girl is good-looking and has a high IQ. She also has good values. Children like her are the most opinionated. She probably won't like you. Xie Dingyuan smiled. Old Mrs. Han's judgment was amazing. Zhong Xiang was annoyed. Then, I have my advantages too. For example? I'm handsome. Old Mrs. Han had to admit this. What else? I'm rich. Come on, that's because your father is rich. Zhong Xiang, reincarnating is also an advantage. In short, Jiangfu and I are a perfect match. I won't accept any rebuttal. The old madam pursed her lips. I won't talk about other things. Just talking about brains, can you catch up to him? Brain? It's IQ. You just had to force me to expose you. See, I've dealt you another blow. Zhong Xiang clutched his chest and took 2 steps back, looking like he couldn't bear it. Grandma, so love will disappear, right? Old Madame Fu coughed lightly and reflected on whether she had spoken too harshly. Look at how scared the child was, cough. Actually, you're quite outstanding. Zhong Xiang smiled again, but the next second, but there's a gap between excellence and excellence. You're not on the same level as that girl. This time, she was tactful enough, right? What kind of teapot needs a lid? Do you know what I mean? The old lady asked carefully. Zhong Xiang's face darkened. You can just say that I'm not good enough for her. What teapot, lid, the old Madame Fu, I've said it before, but you can't accept it, so I can only say it in a more subtle way. Thank you so much. I know someone who's quite compatible with this girl. The old Madame Fu held the phone and looked around, nodding continuously. The more I look at him, the better he looks. He's so exquisite. Zhong Xiang didn't think much of it. Who? He didn't believe that other than him, there was no one else in the world who was good enough for Jiang Fuyue. Of course it's our little nine. The old Madame Fu said confidently. Xie Dingyuan was standing in a blind spot around the corner. When he heard that, his body stiffened. The first thought that came to his mind was, ridiculous. Pfft. Zhong Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Are you serious? The old Madame Fu was puzzled. What's so funny? Is your uncle not good enough? Cough. My uncle. Zhong Xiang smacked his lips. He's good enough. This is something that the whole country has to admit. He was such a great scientist, thinking back to when the Nova virus was conquered and the C99 vaccine was developed, his uncle was the biggest contributor. He saved countless lives and was even known as the backbone of the country. But Xianxia changed the topic. No matter how good my uncle is, he can't be compared to Jiang Fuyue. The old Madame Fu raised her eyebrows and sat up straight. What do you mean? Xianxia explained to her point by point. First of all, their ages don't match. Jiang Fuyue just turned 18. What about my uncle? 28. 3 years is a generation gap. They're separated by 3 1/3 of a generation gap. What my uncle is interested in, Jiang Fuyue will definitely think it's old-fashioned. What Jiang Fuyue is interested in, my uncle doesn't know. The old Madame Fu felt that her son was not that bad. She subconsciously retorted, he can learn if he doesn't know. Your uncle is smart and has a strong learning ability. Xianxia shook his head heavily. It's not about learning. It's about age. Let me give you a simple example. Does my uncle know what PYQ and XSWL mean? The old Madame Fu was confused. PYQ? XSWL. What's that? Xie Dingyuan, who was in the corner, also had a dark face. He was also lost in thought. Xianxia had an expression that said, I knew he wouldn't know. Moreover, when the age gap is big, it's easy to have problems. What problems? Look, 20 years later, Jiang Fuyue will be 38, and my uncle will be 48. He'll be 50 soon. It's time for them to sleep separately. Isn't this harsh on her? The old Madame Fu gasped. You dare to say that your uncle can't? I didn't say that. You said it. The old Madame Fu was speechless. Cough. Who knows the future? My uncle looks very abstinent now. He might not even reach 50. Secondly, Xianxia didn't finish. Even if age isn't a problem, you know my uncle's temper. He's been single for almost 30 years. He doesn't even have a female fly by his side. I suspect that he might not be interested in women. The old Madame Fu was speechless. Even if he's interested in women, it can't be Jiang Fuyue. Xianxia looked confident and said with certainty. Why? You didn't see how badly he treated her before. He picked her up and threw her away. It's obvious that he doesn't like Jiang Fuyue. Is that so? The old Madame Fu gulped. Xiaojiu had contact with her before? Yes, and it was very unpleasant. Let me tell you, my uncle didn't agree to let me pursue Jiang Fuyue. He warned me many times about it. You can imagine how much prejudice he has against women. I don't know, Xianxia, he doesn't even care about you. His prejudice is real. The old Madame Fu was stunned. Zhong. Z. Ong. An angry shout was heard and a tall figure appeared from the corner. F***ck, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Xie Dingyuan took 2 steps forward and pulled him up by the back of his collar. I'm old. Can't I? Grandma said so. The old Madame Fu quickly left the scene. I didn't say anything. He's the only one here. Xianxia? Soon, only the nephew and uncle were left in the living room. Xie Dingyuan, you're not interested in women? No. I'm joking. Xie Dingyuan, prejudice? Xianxia. You really don't treat Jiang Fuyue well. You're even against me dating her, bastard. Who did I throw her to the ground because of? Which idiot was almost choked to death by me? Xianxia. He didn't dare to say anything. Xie Dingyuan pushed him to the sofa as if he was throwing a chick. When he retracted his hand, he looked at him with disdain. If I hear these words again, don't even think about entering the Xie family's house. After that, he walked away. Xianxia suddenly reacted and chased after him. He shouted at the man's back, do you dare to say that you don't have prejudice against Jiang Fuyue? Xie Dingyuan stopped in his tracks but didn't stop. In the past, maybe he did, but he was wrong. But now, he wasn't wrong at all. The moment he saw the video and heard what she said, Xie Dingyuan had never been as shocked as he was at that moment. It was like someone had hammered into his soul. Every drop of blood and every cell resonated strongly. Let's not talk about the public opinion in China for now. Back to Country D. As the Tai and the deputy team leader, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin naturally supported Jiang Fuyue's actions unconditionally. In retrospect, they had to admit that there was no better way to deal with it than Jiang Fuyue. Everyone knew that transnational lawsuits weren't easy to fight. Jiang Fuyue also knew that. That was why she chose not to sue. However, she couldn't let the 4 people from Country R off so easily. That was why everything that happened next happened. There's only one contestant left in Country R's team. You have to be careful. Yan Zhenfeng looked serious. Digression, 3,000 words. Midnight of the second watch. Every country had 5 contestants, and it was the same for Country R. At that time, there were only 4 people who had a dispute with Jiang Fuyue. After the Country R team leader fought for it, the last person was allowed to participate. Hua Fanjin didn't think much of it. Who is it? Is he very good? In her opinion, Jiang Fuyue was omnipotent. She defeated all the geniuses in the world, had full points in language skills, and was even a professional in quarreling and cheating. What was there to be afraid of? She could kill him in minutes. However, Yan Zhenfeng wasn't so optimistic. He turned to look at Qin Libin and answered Hua Fanjin's question. Yes, he's very good. Lin Shimo frowned. What's his background? Have you heard of the Hamasaki family? Ling Xian raised his eyebrows. The family that has produced many scientific experts? Yes. Chiba Hamasaki is from that family. Her father is a well-known genetic expert, psychiatrist, pediatrician, and mathematician in Country R. He is the winner of the 2010 Lasker Prize in Medicine. Her brother is a mathematics professor at Unripe Rice University. He is famous for the concept of non-diagonal long programs. He mainly studies superfluids and superconductors. He also covers the more abstract understanding of time and quantum mechanics. He is an internationally renowned theoretical physicist. Hua Fanjin swallowed. Yan Zhenfeng continued, her younger brother is a chess master. He showed his talent at the age of 12 and is regarded as the top chess player in Country R. He won the chess championship in his first game. Just 2 years ago, he won the first place in the International Masters Tournament and surpassed the achievements of Henry Atkins, a chess legend in Country R. He set a new world record. His sister is also a well-known medical scientist and geneticist in Country R. Going back to their ancestors, they have produced many scientists. Are they that good? Hua Fanjin stuttered. Qin Libin said, it is said that Chiba Hamasaki is the most talented child in the Hamasaki family. Her IQ is higher than her brother's. She has participated in many competitions in Country R. She got full marks in every competition and has never lost. Wow. Full marks? Hua Fanjin's eyes widened. Isn't that the same as the captain? Jiang Fuyue did not react. She was thinking about Yan Zhenfeng's words, you have to be careful. If the other party was simply strong, Yan Zhenfeng should have told her to do your best instead of be careful. Therefore, what's so strange about this Hamasaki Chiba? Qin Libin didn't expect her to react so quickly. 8 out of 10 games with him in the competition, something happens. Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened. For example? Last year, at the finals of Country R's Giant Field Cup physics competition, a ceiling lamp suddenly fell and killed one of the contestants. This contestant was the most likely to compete with Hamasaki Chiba. Hua Fanjin covered his mouth. Are you saying that Hamasaki Chiba killed her competitor in order to win? Not just once or twice. You can't say that. After the police investigated, they found that the ceiling light fell off because of wear and tear over time. They ruled out the possibility of it being man-made and treated it as an accident in the end. No one knows if it was Hamasaki Chiba or not. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm telling you to be more careful, especially Jiang Fuyue. Before this, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin had argued about whether to tell them about Hamasaki Chiba. If they didn't tell them, they were afraid that they would be unprepared. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they told them, they were worried that they would be too afraid or be too cautious, giving them too much pressure and affecting their performance in the exam. In the end, Yan Zhenfeng decided to tell them, no matter how important the exam was, it couldn't be compared to the safety of the children. Tomorrow, Professor Qin and I will attend the second team meeting to review and discuss the experimental questions. After that, we will be quarantined. If there's anything, remember to look for Professor Sun. Try to work as a group and don't leave the team. If you have to leave the team, you must report it first. Do you hear me? The few of them nodded. Understood. Okay, that's all for now. Everyone, go back and rest. Old Qin, come with me to see Fang Canyong. Hey, Sun Kun took him to the hospital for treatment. I don't know if he's back yet. Let me make a call first. Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin returned to their room. Hua Fanjin seemed a little uneasy. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Captain, is Hamasaki Chiba really that scary? I don't know. Then, aren't you afraid? No. Why? She's born brave. But she was afraid. Hua Fanjin asked, do you think he'll smash us to death? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She turned off her bedside lamp. No. Why are you so sure? A smart person wouldn't use the same method to commit a second crime. Why? It's not fresh. Hua Fanjin said. Oh. She lay down and covered herself with the blanket. Patter, the lights went out. Just as Jiang Fuyue was about to fall asleep, Hua Fanjin asked. Timidly, we'll be fine, right? After a while, a voice came from the darkness. Yes. Hua Fanjin didn't know why, but her anxious heart suddenly calmed down. She said, Captain, good night. Jiang Fuyue, good night. Just like that, the third day, which had caused quite a commotion, passed. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. There are 3 updates. Routine request for monthly votes on the morning of the 4th day. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin went to a meeting. All the teams were free to move around, which meant that they were off today. Hua Fanjin had been absent-minded ever since she got up and checked her phone. She even ate her breakfast more carelessly than usual. Even Lin Shimo could not compare to Hua Yao in terms of pickiness. But today, she suddenly changed. Jiang Fuyue saw it but did not say anything. At lunchtime, the 5 of them and Sun Kun went to the restaurant together. Hua Fanjin began to look around. Of course, no one found it strange that she looked around every time she came to the restaurant. When Jiang Fuyue went to get food, she ran into Edmund and his 4 teammates again. Hi, we meet again. Why do we always run into each other in the restaurant? He spoke fluent English. Jiang Fuyue wanted to tell him that it was because he only had a chance in the restaurant. If they were upstairs, the contestants were not allowed to share rooms with each other. Beautiful lady, why don't you talk to me? Your English is very fluent. He was also among the spectators during the argument yesterday, so he knew Jiang Fuyue's English level. Sure enough, he had been fooled by her before. I'll be hurt if you do this. The young man's blue eyes were full of melancholy. It was easy to trigger a girl's maternal instincts. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue was an exception. She walked past him expressionlessly. Edmund was confused. His 4 teammates laughed out loud. Oh, my friend, you can't do it. The beautiful lady didn't even look at you from beginning to end. You're too lame. Edmund was embarrassed and a little angry. Jiang Fuyue. Stop right there. He shouted Jiang Fuyue's name in Mandarin with a strange accent. She still ignored him and walked to the long table opposite him. She picked up a grilled sausage and put it on a plate. Edmund left his teammates and chased after her. You're arrogant, he said. Thank you, Jiang Fuyue replied. Don't get in my way. Edmund finally heard her speak, but her words were not pleasant. Hey. The theoretical results will be out this afternoon. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Eh? Why wasn't this person following the script? When Edmund was depressed, Jiang Fuyue walked past him and left. My score will definitely be higher than yours, he roared. Perhaps it was because he was too emotional that he subconsciously used his mother tongue. This instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Edmund didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he enjoyed the attention because he had the strength and confidence to do so. Originally, he thought that Jiang Fuyue would ignore him. Unexpectedly, she stopped in her tracks, suddenly turned around, and spoke to him in standard French. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Edmund was stupefied. She speaks French? In other words, when the two of them met for the first time, she understood everything he said to his teammates? F*K. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin returned to their room. The latter stared at his phone from time to time. However, it didn't seem like he was looking forward to the results. Yes, the theoretical results would be out today. Although it wasn't officially announced, it was still an advance notice. After all, the team leaders from each country were in the organizing committee. It was easy to know. However, some team leaders would choose to tell the students, while others wouldn't. They were afraid that it would affect the performance of the experiment. Captain. Hua Fanjin pursed his lips. His eyes flickered as he stammered, I asked Frank to meet me again. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and waited for him to continue. He didn't agree. I sent him an email asking why, but he didn't reply. Why do you think this is? Before Jiang Fuyue could say anything, a series of WeChat notifications came from her phone. In the group chat, Sun Kun, the results are out. After 10 seconds of silence, Lin Shimo, how is it? Ling Xian, I want to know. Fang Canyang, can you tell me? Hua Fanjin also grabbed his phone and looked at it. His heart pounded. It's out. Sister Yu, the results are out. Jiang Fuyue held her phone and said, I'm looking at it. He was as calm as the clouds and the wind. Sun Kun sent a leisurely emoticon but didn't say how much she got. It was obvious that she was keeping them in suspense. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian weren't in a hurry. They already knew how they got when they handed in their papers. Fang Canyang wasn't an impatient person. He was calm and collected. Hua Fanjin was the only one who was the most anxious and curious. Hua Fanjin, Professor Sun, how much did I get? Can you tell me? Hua Fanjin, please, JPG Sun Kun didn't keep them in suspense anymore. She directly sent a message to the group chat, congratulations, everyone. Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, Lin Shimo, and Fang Canyang got full 30 marks. Hua Fanjin was slightly worse. She only got 25 marks. However, she was already very satisfied. I thought I wouldn't get a single mark for the last question. I didn't expect to get 5 marks. That's good enough. I'm very satisfied. Fine. She didn't need to be comforted. Sun Kun saved her a lot of trouble, but she still sent a private message to her. Do your best for the experiment tomorrow. Okay. Do your best. I'm in a good mood, so I'll do my best. Don't worry. Sun Kun muttered, I hope I'll be in a good mood all the time, otherwise, the marks would change according to one's mood. The uncertainty would be too great. The representatives from other countries also found out about their results. Not only did they know about their own results, but they also knew about Huaxia's results. That was because there were a total of 7 full marks in the theory section. Huaxia had 4. The remaining 3 were Chiba Hamasaki from country R, Edmund from country F, and Frank from country D. In a room, Edmund looked at the screenshot of the results on his phone. *T. She actually got full marks? Jiang Fuyue didn't show much emotion after seeing the results. Obviously, this result was within her expectations. At this moment, Hua Fanjin suddenly exclaimed, Captain. Frank agreed to meet me. Can you come with me? Digression, 2,000 words. Good night, okay. Jiang Fuyue agreed as readily as last time. Hua Fanjin wanted to pounce on her and give her a big kiss on the spot. However, Jiang Fuyue evaded him mercilessly. Don't mess around. Okay. Hua Fanjin changed his clothes as quickly as possible. Why was he the fastest? Because he had already prepared. For this meeting, Missy had put in a lot of effort and even chose several makeup styles before she finally decided. Half an hour later, when Hua Fanjin picked up his bag and went to look for Jiang Fuyue, he exclaimed, "Why are you dressed like this?" Jiang Fuyue had changed into a loose gray casual suit. Not only did it look old-fashioned, but it also covered up her excellent figure. Finally, she tied her hair up and put on a woolen hat that covered her entire forehead and eyebrows. She was barefaced and her eyes were dull. At first glance, Hua Fanjin almost didn't recognize her. Jiang Fuyue looked at herself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Then, she grabbed the sunglasses on the table, put them on, and straightened them. This time, she looked even more unfamiliar. Hua Fanjin was confused. "Captain, are you going to act in Mission Impossible 9? Wrong, you should call me Lisa or Judy now, or Kel." "Huh? Didn't you want me to be a translator?" "Since I'm going to be a translator, I should look like one." "Do I look like one?" "Yes, a little." "That's good." Jiang Fuyue snapped her fingers. "Let's go." "Hua Fanjin, ? She chased after her. "What do you mean? Cosplay? We've been in the same examination hall before. If I don't disguise myself, how are you going to explain it?" "Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? I told Frank that I hired a German translator and he was quite happy. He felt that I respected him." Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. "Oh." Hua Fanjin didn't feel anything. His eyes were full of joy as he was about to meet his crush. In the same garden, the two of them ordered drinks and waited at the outdoor cafe. Hua Fanjin took out a small mirror to touch up his makeup. Jiang Fuyue took a sip of coffee. She had only applied a little lipstick, and her lips, which looked so light that they were almost non-existent, became even lighter after washing them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a tall young man with blonde hair and blue eyes not far away from them through his sunglasses. He was approaching the two of them. Jiang Fuyue reminded him in a low voice, "He's coming." Hua Fanjin's eyes went blank. Then, he began to pack up her things in a flurry. Lipstick, loose powder, makeup, Greta. The young man's gaze wandered between Hua Fanjin and Jiang Fuyue, who were sitting side by side. When he looked at Hua Fanjin, there was an obvious preference. After all, Jiang Fuyue was neither beautiful nor cute. She was dressed like a middle-aged woman. Hua Fanjin stood up when he heard his pen name. "You're Frank?" She subconsciously used English and apologized before looking at Jiang Fuyue. And began to translated on English. And began translation. Her German pronunciation was very authentic, and she didn't have any accent, so Frank didn't suspect her identity at all. The two of them first caught up and talked about the contents of the emails. However, most of the time, Hua Fanjin was the only one talking non-stop. Frank would occasionally chime in with a few words, so it was quite harmonious. "Hua Fanjin, why are you so quiet? Every time you send an email, you'll write many pages and share the small things in your life with me. I always thought you were outgoing and talkative." Jiang Fuyue translated for him. After hearing this, Frank shrugged. Actually, people often show different states in real life and in the social world. "Hua Fanjin, is it because you want to obtain things that you don't have in real life?" Frank shook his head, and his blue eyes flashed with amorous light. "You are not virtual. I know this very well. You are a girl who truly exists in my eyes and heart." Jiang Fuyue almost couldn't hold it in. What kind of cheesy romantic talk was this? But she was now an emotionless translation machine. After she translated it to Hua Fanjin in Chinese, the girl's cheeks instantly turned red and her eyes were watery. After that, Frank blatantly flirted with her. Plus, he was quite good-looking, with fair skin and a high nose bridge, and looked like he had been in love for a long time. Hua Fanjin was no match for him at all. On one hand, she was delighted that her crush had confessed, but on the other hand, she was embarrassed because Jiang Fuyue was present. So, the blush on her pretty face didn't fade. Seeing this, Frank naturally felt a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Fuyue could clearly see the sense of superiority on the other party's face through the lens. When Frank finished reciting the third love poem and requested for her to translate, Jiang Fuyue's nausea reached its peak. Yes, hold it in, the other party hadn't revealed his true purpose yet. If she left now, all her efforts would be for naught. Then, she wouldn't gain anything this time. She might even alert the other party and attract his attention. He said that you are the most beautiful blue cornflower, your smile is like bathing in the sun, and your voice is like the breeze in the fields, blarg. Finally, when Jiang Fuyue was about to lose her patience completely, Frank finally made a move. There is a small stream less than 10 kilometers away from the hotel. The grass is green and the flowers are fragrant. It's very beautiful. Do you want to go with me to take a look? How about we take it as our first date? Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed, and she translated for Huafanjin. He said that he wants to go to the bathroom because he can't hold it in anymore after talking to you for so long. Huafanjin's expression was strange. If he wanted to go to the bathroom, he could just say so. There was no need to describe it in such detail, right? He can't hold it in anymore, of course. She maintained her smile, but it was obvious that she was a little reluctant. Frank's heart sank. Sure enough, he heard the translator say, she doesn't agree. Why? Jiang Fuyue translated for Huafanjin, he really can't hold it in anymore. Huafanjin said, no. If he can't hold it in, he can go to the bathroom. I didn't ask him not to go. Jiang Fuyue translated for Frank, she said that there are rules in the team that forbid us from going out without permission. Is that so? The man's face flashed with disappointment. This was not an act, but a genuine regret. He frowned as if Huafanjin's absence had become a difficult problem. Huafanjin said, hurry up and go. Jiang Fuyue translated for Frank, she said that she wants to go back. What? The man was shocked. How can that be? No, I mean that we haven't talked for long. Jiang Fuyue translated for Huafanjin, he said that he can't find the bathroom and wants you to show him the way. Huafanjin said, huh? Why did the conversation sound so strange? Jiang Fuyue said, because I'm the translator. Alright, I'll show him the way. After saying that, she got up and walked in front. Frank was shocked and thought that she was going to leave. Jiang Fuyue translated, she wants to go to the bathroom and asked if you want to go with her. Frank breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. Then, the two of them walked towards the bathroom in a strange way. Huafanjin thought that since she was already here, she might as well go to the bathroom, so she took the lead and went into the ladies' room. Frank was just accompanying her and did not really need to go to the bathroom, so he told Jiang Fuyue, I'll wait outside. Jiang Fuyue readily agreed and replied in German, okay. After Frank went out, he found a remote corner. After making sure that there was no one around, he took out his phone and dialed a number. She didn't agree to go out and said that the team leader didn't allow it. What should we do now? It's almost dinner time. The whole conversation was in German and she brought a translator. Okay, I got it. After ending the call, he put away his phone and turned around. Jiang Fuyue walked out from a blind spot in a corner not far away. Sure enough, there was something fishy. If she had heard correctly, Frank had spoken in English to the other end of the phone, and it had been quite fluent. He did not have a heavy accent or embarrassment like Huafanjin had said. Either he was lying and deliberately coaxing Huafanjin. Or, this Frank was not the Frank who had been exchanging emails with Huafanjin. On the first day, Jiang Fuyue had asked Miao Rui to investigate the specific situation of the 5 members of the D-country team. That person was indeed called Frank, but he did not have an accent in English, which was confirmed just now. The other 3 members of the team did not have an accent either. Only Jonas, who had appeared in the small garden that day and said that he was there to deliver a letter to Frank, had a very heavy accent. Things were getting more and more interesting. Digression, 3,000 words. 12 o'clock. Sister, you don't ask. If you ask, it'll just be a messy. Translation. Anyway, no one knows except for me. Since Frank had no problem communicating in English, why did he say that he had a serious accent in the email? Moreover, he had said that when they had just met. At that time, he and Huafanjin probably did not expect to meet at Ipoh, right? That ruled out the possibility that this lie was fabricated to achieve some purpose in the competition. After all, no matter how powerful a person was, they could not predict what would happen in the future. Even if they planned ahead, it would not be so far in advance. Therefore, if the pen pal Frank did not speak English well and had a heavy accent, it was very likely that it was true and not a lie. However, this Frank clearly did not have an accent, but he still asked for a translator. Perhaps he did not want to, but he had to do so because he had to match the characteristics of the pen pal Frank. Then, these two Franks were very likely not the same person. Thinking of this, Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. The other party did not hesitate to go through so much trouble and impersonate someone else. She was afraid that he was up to no good. When Frank returned to the washroom, Jiang Fuyue had already taken a shortcut and returned before him. Both of them nodded at each other. Frank was not interested in a translator, especially one who was so old-fashioned and conservative. She should be around 40 years old, right? Her hat covered her eyebrows, and her sunglasses covered her eyes. She was also wearing a dull casual outfit with an outdated design. She did not have any curves at all. Frank only took a glance at her. He thought of Hua Fanjin's bright and beautiful appearance. She was really a beautiful Asian doll. However, this was not the best. The best was the girl in her team named Jiang Fuyue. She had long legs and a slim waist. She had an outstanding bearing. She was a combination of hot and cold. She was perfect. Frank's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and it was 100 times more intense than when he was with Hua Fanjin. Jiang Fuyue did not know that the person beside her was fantasizing about her at that moment. However, she was sharp enough to notice the ambiguous and hormonal smell. She quietly took 2 steps away from him. After a while, Hua Fanjin came out. Frank looked at the time and suggested, "Since you are not going to Shaoxi, let me treat you to dinner, okay?" Jiang Fuyue did not look at him. Hua Fanjin nodded immediately. "Okay. Sorry for the expense." Jiang Fuyue told Frank, "Sorry for the expense." She changed it to, "As long as you don't leave the hotel." She really broke the heart of an old mother. Frank seemed to have expected this and immediately said, "Don't worry, we won't go out. It's in another restaurant in this hotel." Of course, there was more than one restaurant in a 5-star hotel. The place where the participating teams from various countries ate was called a buffet restaurant, which usually served the lowest standard dishes. However, Frank brought the two of them to a paid restaurant where they could order their own food. Since he was so generous, it was obvious that he came from a well-to-do family. When he asked Hua Fanjin what he wanted to eat, he was gentle and gentlemanly. He even took care of Jiang Fuyue, the ugly interpreter. His performance was not bad. At first, Hua Fanjin was quite satisfied, but when she accidentally saw the price on the menu, she couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that Miss Hua couldn't afford it, but, Captain. She turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. "I feel a little strange." "What's strange?" Frank didn't understand Chinese, so the two of them chatted casually without hiding anything. Hua Fanjin said, "Frank mentioned in his email before that he works at a fast food restaurant every long vacation. His family doesn't seem to be very well-to-do. But now, he's not puffing himself up at his own cost, is he? If that's the case, I'm too embarrassed to spend his hard-earned money. But I don't think Frank is a vain person. Could it be that he's doing this to show off in front of me? Look at that plate of foie gras, it costs 3 digits in euros." Jiang Fuyue said, "If he's willing to treat you, just eat in peace. Is that really okay? Don't worry, we won't go broke." Oh. Although Hua Fanjin's judgment wasn't good enough, she was obedient. Jiang Fuyue was quite satisfied with this. Frank asked, "What are you talking about?" Jiang Fuyue replied, "Miss Greta hasn't eaten our food, so I'm explaining it to her." No wonder Greta nodded in confusion. The man was relieved. Soon, the dining cart was pushed up. The restaurant staff served the 3 of them enthusiastically. After accepting Frank's tip, they said, "Enjoy your meal," and tactfully left. At the dining table, the 2 of them chatted a lot. Frank realized that Hua Fanjin knew how to eat German cuisine and knew table manners. It was as if she had received professional training. And such training in Huaxia wasn't something that every family could afford. Therefore, Hua Fanjin's background shouldn't be simple. This made him sweat a little and he couldn't help but become more cautious. The peppermint dew here is very famous. I ordered a cup for you. I'll get it myself. Wait a moment. The man's eyes were smiling and gentle. Jiang Fuyue heard this and subconsciously sat up straight. Here it comes. The food served by the waiter wasn't easy to eat, and all three of them had to eat it. How could it be easier to eat than personally serving a drink for Huafanjin? Jiang Fuyue translated for Huafanjin. He said he wanted to go to the toilet. Huafanjin was confused. Why did he want to go to the toilet again? Could it be constipation? That was what he thought, but on the surface, he still smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Jiang Fuyue translated for Frank. She said, okay, thank you. Frank left his seat and soon came back with a glass of blue and green drink. He placed it in Huafanjin's hand. It looked a little like a cocktail. It was accompanied by a long paragraph of German explanation. Huafanjin couldn't understand and could only smile, but the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. Actually, the feeling of meeting was worse than exchanging emails. Although Frank couldn't speak English, he had no problem writing. At least Huafanjin wouldn't find it difficult to communicate. Now, she couldn't even understand what he was saying, and he didn't know Chinese. They could ask for a translator once or twice, but if they really had an international relationship in the future, would they have to ask for an online translator every day? Not only would it be troublesome, but it would also be very embarrassing. After all, dating was a matter between two people. Having an extra translator would feel like there was a third party. Today, Huafanjin only let go a little because she knew Jiang Fuyue and they were familiar with each other. In the future, if it was someone unfamiliar, the scene was too beautiful. She couldn't help but scratch the ground with her toes when she thought about it. Frank said a lot, which was finally translated by Jiang Fuyue. He said his digestive system isn't good. Every time he eats or drinks, he wants to poop. Moreover, he poops a lot. Because the poop is too hard, it can't be washed away after a long time. That's why it took so much time. He asked you not to mind. Also, he washed his hands for a long time. This glass of blue cleaning water is proof. Huafanjin was dumbfounded when he heard this. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Was he sick in the head? He even told her that his poop was too hard? He even put the hand-washing water in a glass? Suddenly, the last bite of the top-grade steak on the plate was no longer fragrant. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch. Please vote for me, Huafanjin. Put down his cutlery quietly. I'm full. Actually, he was disgusted. Jiang Fuyue translated to Frank. She said she doesn't have the habit of drinking cold drinks after meals. Frank replied, this is not cold. It's room temperature. Try it if you don't believe me. Then, he brought the cup to her. Jiang Fuyue translated honestly this time. He wants you to have a sip. Huafanjin's expression changed drastically. He stood up and stepped back as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. Are you crazy? Although Frank didn't understand, he was shocked when he saw Huafanjin's expression. She found out? Otherwise, why would she have such a big reaction? When did she find out? Huafanjin said, I'm full. I'll wait for you outside. Then, he ran away. Jiang Fuyue translated truthfully and followed him out. When it was time to pay the bill, Frank was confused and nervous. She found out? But why did she wait for him outside? Shouldn't she just leave? But if he said she didn't find out? Then why did she have such a big reaction just now? His plan had failed. Frank walked to the corner, turned around, and dialed that person's number again. I feel like she found out. Because when I brought the cup to her, she was very repulsed and looked at me strangely. She hasn't left yet. She and the translator are outside the restaurant. Do I really have to do this? Okay, I'll try one last time. After ending the call, Frank left. Jiang Fuyue walked out from the corner, wearing a Bluetooth headset. She asked Niao Rue, how was it? Right away, Jiang Fuyue also walked out. After a pause, the person on the other end said, found it. Speak. Niao Rue could feel the sternness in her voice through the phone. The location coordinates show that it's Hausen Rig Hotel, room 1607. Got it. Jiang Fuyue ended the call, took off her headset, and put it back into her bag. She walked straight to Huafanjin. Her timing was just right. "Captain, you're back. Why isn't Frank here yet?" Huafanjin looked at his watch. It had been almost 20 minutes. Originally, Frank had come out earlier than Jiang Fuyue. Logically speaking, he should have been faster. Unfortunately, there were so many places outside the restaurant, and he didn't know Huafanjin's exact location. It took him a long time to find him. His forehead was still dripping with sweat. Naturally, he was later than Jiang Fuyue. He proposed a walk. Jiang Fuyue translated, "His stomach is not good, he needs to digest, otherwise he will want to poop again." Huafanjin, ? So, he couldn't get over the topic of taking a dump today. She felt a little wronged and a little disappointed. In fact, the moment she saw Frank in person, she was pleasantly surprised. Because the boy was as tall and sunny as he was in the photo, and his facial features were completely in line with her imagination. If it weren't for the disgusting topic of going to the toilet and taking a dump, as well as the perverted request that she drink hand sanitizer, this would definitely be a super successful discovery. However, Huafanjin's cultivation was still there. Since the other party had proposed to take a walk, Huafanjin would not directly refuse. "All right." Jiang Fuyue followed behind the two of them. The night breeze caressed her face, and the moonlight was bright. The atmosphere couldn't be any better. At this moment, Frank suddenly spoke, "I'm sorry, I think it's better if we don't contact each other in the future." Jiang Fuyue's expression suddenly turned cold. Was this a psychological attack after being rejected and attempted to drug her? He knew that Huafanjin's psychological quality was poor, so he planned to attack her verbally to affect her performance in tomorrow's exam. But why did the other party do this? What was their ultimate goal? It was definitely not just for Huafanjin alone. If Huafanjin failed, then the direct impact would be the total score of the team. The other party wanted to drag Huafanjin down with them and use this opportunity to attack Huaxia's team. As for why they chose Huafanjin, Lin Shimo and Ling Xian were not fools. They had to think twice before making a move. If they weren't careful, they would be discovered and then killed. Feng Canyang was in the same room as Sun Kun, and he was a homebody who didn't go out easily. Even if the other party wanted to do something, they couldn't find a chance. In the end, only she and Huafanjin were left, compared to her, who defeated the 4 contestants from country R with just a few words and showed her strong side during the debate. Huafanjin, who was naive, was the best choice. As long as the other party had a brain, they would know to attack the weakest link. Coupled with the theoretical results, the 4 contestants from Huaxia's team scored full marks, which was really eye-catching. Then, Frank, who refused to nod and disappeared, agreed to meet. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fuyue had sorted out the twists and turns in the story. She calmly translated for Huafanjin. "He asked if you knew why he pooped so often." Huafanjin turned his head and looked at Frank in disbelief. "Why do you keep mentioning such disgusting things?" Frank saw the shock and questioning in the girl's eyes and thought that she must be very sad and asked him why he did that. Sure enough, the translator said, "Are you kidding? I don't believe it." Frank remembered the person's instructions. He had to hit her hard and make her completely collapse. Only then could it affect her performance in the exam tomorrow and make Huaxia's team suffer a crushing defeat. Suddenly, the man's face turned cold. The gentleness in his eyes faded, leaving only coldness. "I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Because after meeting you, I realized that you are ugly and very rude. I invited you, but you refused. I personally brought you a drink, but you didn't drink it. I have never seen such an uneducated girl like you. You are rude, you are disgusting, and you have completely destroyed my beautiful image of you. I can't accept this fact." Jiang Fuyue translated, "Because I'm afraid that you will despise me for being a pooped baby. You will think that I'm rude, disgusting, and like a bedbug. You are so beautiful and pure, like a piece of jade, and I am so lowly that I can't even compare to a puddle of mud on the ground. I will feel inferior, my heart will ache, and I will think that I am a piece of trash." Halfway through, Huafanjin's heart ached. She didn't know that such a confident boy could be so sensitive. In the end, he said that she was a piece of jade and he was a puddle of mud. Huafanjin couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes glistened with tears. She punched Frank's shoulder. Why are you so stupid? We are friends. Why would I despise you? You also thought that your body was unwell, so you kept pooping, Anyway, I won't allow you to say that about yourself. In order to show her determination, Huafangjin's voice was loud. Frank saw that she was crying. Her voice was getting louder and louder, and her emotions were getting more and more agitated. Very good, she finally broke down. The translator's words happened to confirm his guess. Why are you doing this to me? I was so eager to meet you, but what about you? Weren't we still fine just now? Why are you suddenly cutting ties with me? My heart is broken. Can't you feel it? Frank let out a long sigh of relief. Your heart is broken, right? That's good. In the end, he heartlessly pushed Huafangjin's hand away and said, I really hate you. Don't contact me again. Then, he turned around and strode away. Huafangjin looked at the boy's back view and was dumbfounded. This? Why did he leave just like that? She looked at Jiang Fuyue in confusion. Right at this moment, Frank turned around and wanted to confirm it again out of worry. The girl's blank expression. After being hurt to the extreme, and her eyes and nose were all red, dispelling all his doubts. He didn't stay any longer. He quickened his pace and planned to go back to celebrate. Huafangjin sniffed and thought that D country was quite cold. Then, she continued to look at Jiang Fuyue in confusion. She hadn't answered the question just now. It was inconvenient if she didn't know German. She would learn it immediately when she returned to China. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue cleared her throat. Frank said that you are really beautiful and very kind. You didn't despise him. Hee. Huafangjin was in a good mood. After all, she was praised. Which girl didn't like to hear others praise her for being beautiful and kind? However, why did he leave? Jiang Fuyue looked calm. Oh, he said that his bowels were rising again. He needs to go to the toilet immediately, so he left first. Huafangjin opened her mouth in disbelief. So often? Didn't he just poop? Jiang Fuyue shrugged, indicating that she was also helpless. Huafangjin pursed her lips. Actually, could she say, she still despised him a little? Digression, 3,000 words. N. This was a very interesting chapter. End of chapter 289. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.